from your love. Never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love. Never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love. This love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love. Never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go, go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
với vai trò vị trí đi rừng của CERBERUS.
Xin chào, mình là BMM, người chơi vị trí đường mid của CERBERUS.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Fly, mình là support của CERBERUS.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên thật là Trần Ngọc Phúc, mình là xạ thủ của CERBERUS Esports.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Hiếu Bon, hiện tại đang thi đấu cho CERBERUS đường vị trí Baron.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình là Taco và hiện tại mình đang đi đường giữa cho CERBERUS.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Eli Đỗ Thành Đạt, mình là người đi ADC cho team Flash.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là Jisoo đến từ team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Coyote, người chơi đường giữa đến từ team Flash tốc chiến, đại diện cho khu vực Việt Nam.
Ba từ mình miêu tả về team CERBERUS là đẹp trai, đẹp trai, đẹp trai.
Thì nếu mà để suy nghĩ về team của em thì nếu mà ba từ đó thì chắc là vui vẻ, hòa đồng và nhiệt huyết.
Kể từ tròn một năm Summer Cup cho nên là giải WCS FENNEL lần này em rất phấn khích.
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui mừng bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mình tham gia giải đấu quốc tế.
Tại giải đấu lần này mình chờ mong là team mình sẽ đạt được top 4 và giữ cái vé đi chung kết thế giới.
Điều là mình trông chờ nhất là cái cúp của giải đấu lần này.
Theo mình, đội tuyển mạnh nhất ở phiên bản này là Flashwork.
Vì Flash có lối đánh khá nhanh và dứt khoát.
Với sức mạnh hiện tại và nếu như bọn em có thể giữ vững phong độ thì ứng cử viên cho chức vô địch sắp tới chắc chắn là team Flash.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi tụi mình, hãy cổ vũ cho tụi mình giải đấu sắp tới nhé.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình sẽ cố gắng cùng đồng đội mang chiếc cúp vô địch về cho Việt Nam.
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Untitled Esports ครับผมอาร์เชนี่ครับผมโนเอลครับผมโคเดนฟรีครับผมแบงค์ครับ
สวัสดีครับ พวกเราทีม EVOS Esports ผม G4 ครับผมวรัตครับผมลอยครับผมแฟร์เพเยอร์ครับผมลีเนียครับผมแคสตาร์ครับ
ว่าทีมสั้นๆแหละครับก็คงเป็นโหดมากๆครับเพราะว่าทีมเราโหดมากๆครับ
นิยามสั้นๆของ EVOS นะครับก็คือกดดันมากครับเพราะว่าทีมเราเนี่ยก็เป็นตัวเต็งมาโดยตลอดแล้วก็เป็นตัวผมเองด้วยที่ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้สูงตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าผู้เล่นทุกคนในทีมเนี่ยมี potential ในการทำสิ่งนี้ครับ
รู้สึกยังไงที่ได้ไป WCS ครับก็คงรู้สึกดีนะครับเพราะว่าเราก็ได้เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับในการไปแข่งในรายการระดับนานาชาตินะครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุด
รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็รู้สึกเสียใจที่ไม่ได้แชมป์ครับแต่ว่าโดยรวมก็รู้สึกดีครับที่ว่ายังได้ไปอยู่ครับ
เป้าหมายของ WCS คืออยากติดท็อป 4 ใน C ครับผมจะเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในการแข่งเวทีระดับโลกครับผม
ตั้งเป้าหมายว่าเป็นแชมป์ครับของทัวร์นี้ครับแล้วก็ไม่อยากพลาดเหมือนเดิมนะครับ
ทีมไหนที่เป็นตัวเต็งครับก็คงเป็นทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตครับเพราะว่าเขาสร้างประวัติศาสตร์หลายภายในประเทศมาครับ
น่าจะเป็นทีมแฟดบูลนะครับเพราะว่าฟอร์มในการแข่งเขานี่ค่อนข้างจะดีมากครับแบบแพ้น้อยมาก
อยากฝากถึงแฟนคลับก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราติดตามพวกเราไปจนถึงรอบสุดท้ายนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆเหรอครับก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราใน WCS นี้ด้วยครับ
大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉挺做康。
然后我来自大师赛区。
大家好，我是来自 One Team 的辅助位选手Ninja 7，我来自 WCS 大师赛区。
我想我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在真物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来送。
用3个形容词形容我的团队的话，我相信第一个一定是团结，因为我们认为激斗峡谷这个游戏，如果你不团结，就没有办法就是走向胜利。那第二个的话就是互相信任嘛，因为团结中如果你没有互相信任队友的话，其实你并没有办法做好团结这件事情。那第3个其实就是友善，其实我们整体队伍的气氛其实非常非常好，我们认为就是互相良性的沟通是可以很好的建立团队优势这块。
进入 WCS 总决赛感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经沉寂1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。
对于进入 WCS 总决赛的感想，就是其实心情并没有到非常开心吧，因为我认为我们在大师赛区总决赛这一块打的地方并不是很好，那希望可以在后面可以做出一些改变。
我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿一次5连杀吧，因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。
那对于 WCA 总决赛的期许的话，我们队友的目标一定是以总冠军为主。那我自己个人会希望我把这个团战给开好，就是帮队友建立一个好的开团优势，然后让队友可以安心的输出。那目标的话，还是以总冠军为主。
最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。
我认为 WCA 总决赛最有竞争力的队伍应该是大师赛区的闪电狼，因为我自己认为，其实，在 WCA 整个全部11支队伍里面的话，闪电狼的就是他们的秩序是做得非常非常好的，他们在所有的规划上都做得有条有序，在所有的比赛上打起来，我觉得闪电狼是最有竞争力的一支队伍。
谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
那还是要跟所有支持我们 One Team 的粉丝说，谢谢你们一路以来支持。那也请你们在 WCS 总决赛中继续支持我们 One Team， 我们一定会好好的打进世界大赛。
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RRQ. We're from the Philippines.
Hi, my name is Miguel Vincent Quezon, and my IGN is Araisan from Team FENNEL Adversity. And we represent Philippines in the upcoming WCS Finals tournament.
I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical. Because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents.
Una po sa lahat ay makulit. Kasi marami lang po silang ginagawang mga unnecessary na bagay. Tapos yung pangalawa po ay gutumin. Kasi lagi po silang nagugutom kahit mga madaling araw na po sa umaga. Tapos yung pangatlo, maingay po kasi minsan po masyado na nakakarindi sa tenga yung mga ingay na ginagawa nila.
It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets.
Napakasaya po na nakarating kami sa WCS Finals kasi sa lahat ng hard work at practice na pinagdaanan namin sa mga puyat, naging worth it lahat kasi umabot kami dito.
Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team strengths against the top teams of the other regions.
Ang inaasahan ko po na mas tougher yung competition sa WCS Finals compared sa Philippines. Kasi yung mga kasali po ay mga top contender from other regions na mga champions and runner-ups.
For me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean well drift.
Isa po sa top contender na feeling ko sa WCS Finals ay yung Team Flash po kasi po parang masyado po silang flexible sa mga draft nila lagi sa nakikita ko sa tournament sa pag nanonood po ako sa Vietnam. Kaya po tingin ko sila din po yung isa sa pinaka best contender para sa WCS Finals.
To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS Finals this upcoming May.
Hi po sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa FENNEL Adversity since day one. Sana po pagpatuloy niyo po kaming suportahan this upcoming WCS Finals. Gagalingan pa po namin at gagawin namin ang lahat para makapag-qualify kami sa upcoming Icons Tournament na magaganap sa Europe.
Oke, nama gue Dewa, gue dari Indonesia. Nama tim gue adalah Persis Esports. Tim gue dalam 3 kata itu troller, tukang tilt, sama jago. Alasannya ya emang begitulah kita, tukang troll. Perasaan gue bisa masuk ke WCS Final, tentunya gue sangat seneng ya. Kerja keras gue terbayarkan. Semoga gue di WCS Final bisa mendapatkan slot ke Worlds. Tim yang pengen gue temuin di WCS Final, RRQ. Tim yang paling terberat itu mungkin Vietnam sama Thailand. Itu tim terberat menurut gue. Alasannya emang mereka keras-keras sih. Pesan gue untuk supporter tim gue, tetap dukung kita. Semoga kita dapat mendapatkan slot ke World Championship. Amin. Persis Solo masuk.
Hello guys, we're Sam Knight and we're from the MYSG region. Old folks home. It's because our team has a lot of experienced, fine gentlemen, some well-aged gentlemen in our team. That's why we are old folks home.
Why give me a tap? This is the time we make it to Worlds.
Yeah.
Since we are in the playoff directly, so we no longer have the group stage curse, so I think we just have to go to Worlds. What can we do?
One way ticket.
Yeah. I think pretty much everyone is pretty strong. Flash Wolf, VRU, Team Flash, they're all good, so I think, yeah, but we'll beat them all.
I'll see you guys in the game during the WCS finals that's coming up. So yeah, stay tuned guys.
running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly.
Phú Bảo có team một quá nhiều năng lượng nữa. Quy là rất khỏe ở tình huống này. Kill that triple flip is just too far, and they're going to get killed. Sekiro dalam bala triple kill. Ini adalah quadra. Dia semua response. Cakep banget, lengkap lagi. Không, nhà biết rồi, nhưng mục tiêu được lựa chọn của em lại là Harry.
Welcome back, folks, to the WCF Finals play-ins. It is the last day of the play-ins here. I'm Brandon. With me, we're going to have some special guests. We're going to have Contra and Husky. But this entire show is brought to you guys by the wonderful people over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. And guys, I have to ask, what's going on here?
Well, I woke up on the right side of the bed, just feeling great, and
we've decided to fuse together. So excited for the day.
Oh boy.
I can't even. Can you take a look at this? What if I'm gonna be stuck with you guys for the first two series of the day. We have two matchups coming in. FLA SLG, EVOS SLG to start things off. FLA and SLG were pushed over from yesterday. And so we've had this match move forward. Do you guys feel like this changes anything?
Well, it definitely helps SLG a little bit more to come even more prepared with their grasp because they have taken their games against Cerberus. Of course, it was looking a little bit shaky, but then again, that's the toughest opponent in the play.
So let me ask you this, Husky. Who benefits more, FLA or SLG?
I definitely feel like SLG benefits more on paper, but FLA is no pushover as well, right? So even though they aren't as intense as Cerberus, I still think FLA is the more formidable opponent.
And before we get too much into the matchups at hand, we have a little video for you guys so you guys can catch up back up to speed on what's going to happen throughout this competition and a little bit more on the tournament format.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
Thank you, Magical Mika voice. She's not even here and I'm still learning stuff from her, right? She's still giving us a loadout, explaining what's happening. And I have to say, we're coming into day 3. Last day of planes, we've got a full day ahead of us. 4 BO2s coming into this one, a potential tiebreaker, and a BO5 to determine the second team going into the playoffs alongside the likes of Cerberus.
Yeah, and we start off with the 2 teams that will play the most games for today. It's about the stamina run, and I guess for SLG, it was we were talking on the days where they only played 1 game and had so much more time to prepare for the drafts against EVOS later on, as well as the rest. I think that this is going to look pretty good for them, but we saw that game previously that went 40 for Cerberus, and that was like a 20k deficit that they were suffering. I guess there's a lot of bandits that they have to look for, and I hope that they've got answers.
Yeah, and I think for SLG, it's kind of a blessing in disguise because they got through the biggest boss, and even though it ended in defeat, they get a reset, right? Now you start all the way from the bottom, you start from FLA, you go to EVOS, and then afterwards you go through 1 team. For this, the progression is going to be there for SLG, and I think it also allows them some breathing room to set up that pace.
I think we kind of set us up for that, Husky. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in day number 2. So day number 2, we saw a couple of matchups. Interestingly enough, Cerberus and SLG. SLG making their debut here. We've had a tough time bringing the Oceania region to play with us, right? The Oceania region have had to play. We wanted to get them in for the C Championships. We had a difficult time then. Now they finally get to play in with the WCS, and what a warm welcome they've had. Cerberus Esports being their first opponents.
Yeah, exactly, right? It is a very warm welcome, but it's also a brutal beatdown. Cerberus Esports, they pull no punches. They still want to make a statement that they are the strongest team. But SLG, they did show us some promises, right? They gave us a little taste of what they are good at and what they're proficient with. The songstress is what we've been looking forward to, and we also got a glimpse of that.
Yeah, and they've definitely faced a lot of adversities to just come into this WCS as the champions of their region, right? But the PH region was the one that invented that strong songstress strat, and FLA, I think they might have actually prepared something special for today.
But we also saw an interesting look from Cerberus Esports. Not only were they able to win their matches against SLG, we saw a 40 kill game in 14 minutes, Contra.
Right, and I guess that for Cerberus, it's just all in the day's work, right? They've come extremely prepared. We saw it from the draft itself that they've banned even the Seraphine, and it was just no holds barred. Cerberus really wants to get themselves locked in.
And as we went into that second game, we saw Cerberus Esports play some pretty unorthodox picks, but it's like you mentioned here, Husky, SLG tried to make something happen. We had Vamos roast up into the mid lane on the Akali.
And I think this is actually a decent look for Vamos. He had some moments where it really felt like he was the superstar. There were some attempted outplays, and despite the result showing Cerberus basically farming SLG to pet their KD, I think SLG in that particular game has shown us that they're mechanically proficient. They just need to polish up some of those macro plays.
He kind of is a superstar, right? Like, you look at the guy, his mechanics are so on point. We had a couple of moments where he was like deep into the game and almost goes. That play was mechanically perfect, but he has no damage. Like, it's too late. The tempo was gone, and this is one of the issues that we mentioned with SLG.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds you of Seraphine, right? She is the superstar, but you need your backup dancers, you need your backup vocalists, and in that case, Vamos was on an island. I think Omo put it perfectly. They just needed damage, and Vamos was not given that resource.
Yeah, and they're so immobile, so you could basically have the rest of Cerberus just to exert that pressure from that early game, and there's not going to be all too much of what SLG could put up with when it comes down to team fights when the bottom lane has been weakened throughout. So heading into this matchup against FLA is going to be looking pretty interesting.
But that wasn't our only match for yesterday. We also had EVOS go up against one team. And when we saw these two teams play, we saw a back and forth seesaw match as neither team was able to pull ahead.
Yeah, my heart actually stopped after game number 1 because I looked at EVOS and I was like, what is one team going to do? EVOS just ran them over like they were mowing the lawn, but thank goodness one team were able to recover. But credits to EVOS though, game number 1 looked as clean as it could be. It felt like EVOS was one team.
Yeah, and they're just showing that they are multifaceted. This is the first time that we're seeing G4 going on more of an assassin sort of playstyle, where we see him go pretty much rampaging on the Zed. And on top of that, this was one of their fastest games being played, and it's going to be crucial for them.
And it's such a neck-and-neck race for these two teams. Contra, remember back during the SSC when these two teams faced off against each other in the upper bracket in the grand finals for the Summer Super Cup, and now they're playing for their play-in slides to continue their run in the competition in their search for greatness. First, they must defeat this long-standing rivalry.
Yeah, and we saw them now being tied up, and there's that potential of a tiebreaker. I think that this is going to be that perfect redemption arc for one team if they could basically get that game going. And, well, I think that it's being set up perfectly.
And one of the big parts for me for one team has been Yumal. This guy coming in here playing the hyper carries has been a consistent composition and strategy they've been trying to apply here.
Yeah, and I think Yumal exploded into the play-ins, right? On day number 1, we saw him playing that Kaisa swap lane to mid. And
Shen Galio,
right? He was the one who was the delivery system. But afterwards, we saw some jankiness from one team. They slowed down a bit. They were not able to close out game as effectively as they wanted to. So it got me thinking, is Gmao really the only key to the success?
Absolutely not. We see a lot of play from Senyo as well. Senyo is a big playmaker for this team. They need him to initiate. I think that's a kind of a recurring trend for a lot of the junglers we had in the competition.
That's right, and we look at how one team has been able to always find their stable momentum. Though game 1, they were a little bit shaky, but game 2, they really bounced back off strong, and I'm just looking forward.
So let's talk a little bit about the matches we have today. We have 4 best of 2. These start off with FLA versus SLG, EVOS versus SLG, Cerberus versus FLA, one team versus SLG, a potential tiebreaker, and a best of 5 between the second and third seed, the first and second runners-up, to determine the second team to join Cerberus going into the playoffs.
Yeah, when SLG got slain by Cerberus, we talked about the Hercules trial yesterday. So if you get slain by Cerberus, you actually get sent all the way back to the depths of the underworld. So
this is round 2!
Right,
back in the beginning.
So SLG has to begin their climb all over again. It starts with FLA, and I think that this sequence is the best possible sequence for FLA.
So what layer of hell are they at here, Husky?
For FLA, is the lowest depth. It's called Tartarus, where all chaos breaks loose, and I think FLA has delivered that. They've shown us that they can play the male-male connection, they're able to play pickup comps, and it fits perfectly with this description of Tartarus.
I love that you know that, Husky. Where did you learn this information?
I've been reading a lot on Greek and Norse mythology. I've been playing some games that are similar to that, so it helps.
Contra, did you know about this?
Just a little, and I guess that I've just learned a lot just by sitting here.
I thought you guys were fused together. I thought you guys have one mind.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm a little behind.
So actually, this is him. He's taking credit for it, but actually, it should be shared between you both of you guys, right? Both of you guys. It's a team effort. And so, with that being said, What are your thoughts moving forward? I'm assuming you guys are of the same mind. Our first matchup coming in, FLA versus SLG. Which side of the which side are you guys leaning towards?
Well, I think easily say it. FLA has been looking pretty good, though they did not win most of their game ones in their previous series. They have been able to play a very fast play style, and SLG, I'm not too convinced yet on how well will they perform against such a team that could even come up with split pushes of their own.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, because FLA has diversified their playstyle, SLG will need to kind of keep up with the tempo, right? We saw SLG have some moments of brilliance. I think DDD is going to be the key. He has been, taking initiatives, but his team needs to follow up on that, and that's what FLA does good. Someone starts a fight, the team is back with that guy, with that member. So in this case, FLA definitely has the advantage.
And at the same time, we have to think back to their next opponents as well, right? Because FLA, SLG, we have some ideas here. SLG need to execute against them, but they also have another strong opponent lying in wait. It's EVOS coming in here with a lot more momentum now. And I'm looking to see what your thoughts are about the EVOS SLG matchup.
Well, EVOS SLG, I think that it's going to be a little bit more straightforward because EVOS have shown that they have been able to progress with so many different types of draft, and from yesterday's performance against one team, it has further convinced me that they have finally found their rhythm. Like the initial swapperoos that they did with G4 may not be the best solution, and SLG is facing against the previous champions of the SSC here. This is going to be a tough one to crack for SLG.
And I think for EVOS, we move out the hierarchy of the underworld. For EVOS, there are Asphodel. Asphodel is a land of mystery and uncertainties. And why do I say that, right? Because EVOS, even though they play fast games, they always run on the steam towards the end. And that got me thinking, what is EVOS trying to really do in the plays? Are they trying to play a fast in and out playstyle, or are they trying to drag out the game? It doesn't seem like any of those are kind of their fixed style. So are they going to give us a surprise today? I think that's what EVOS needs to answer.
I think as we look at this matchup, EVOS and SLG, EVOS have this leeway a little bit with this matchup. But at the same time, we have to think about what happens here in the competition. Well, as we look at the head-to-head tiebreaker rules, the teams with the fastest victory times will end up qualifying and winning the tiebreakers. So in a situation where the points are the same, they get to avoid that altogether. So this is going to mean so much for the teams moving into the day. It's a time attack. Every match matters. You have to win them in the fastest ways possible. I guess for some of these teams, it's a good thing. Teams like one team have had fast wins and very slow losses. But the losses don't count. It's all about the wins.
Yeah, and if we really look at the wins, though, like, what's their usual win condition, right? One team, they like to drag that game out. They really like their Elder Dragons, their Baron buffs to close things out, and they're very methodical. So has this cause them to suffer a little bit when it comes down to that tiebreaker call by the end of the day? Because I think one team couldn't really match up the same pacing as compared to FLA or even the side of, EVOS Esports themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's good to draw this parallel, right? Because when we came into this play-ins, we looked at FLA and one team. We thought that these two teams have very similar personalities. They like to drag things out. They like to play the team fight comps. But FLA were able to show us another side of their team composition. They play fast. They go in. They close out the games prior to 15 minutes. But one team has not changed that at all. They stuck to that slow, drag it out, go late game, get a safe win. So FLA, they have kind of avoided that deficit that could cost them the time attack round.
So we've had these two teams that we've talked about, FLA now in a safer position against those time attacks. Let's talk a little bit about what's coming up next for us. FLA versus SLG, gentlemen, I need to ask your opinions on the outcome of this match. Are you guys going to say it at the same time?
Yes.
All right.
So 2-0.
2-0. Sorry, I'm a little late. I told you.
It's all right.
I'm a little slow.
You're lagging behind. You're lagging a little bit. You're lagging a little bit. It's okay.
Great minds still think alike.
Great minds still think alike. And that's what you guys think. So 2-0 FLA.
FLA.
2-0 FLA. All right. I'm going 1-1 FLA SLG draw.
That's interesting because we talk about the time attack mode, but the circumstances here are going to be pretty much even. What if SLG, if they draw with everybody else, what do we do then?
Exactly. So much changes here. If we go into this one and there's a draw in the matches with any of them with SLG, because CERBERUS, they're in a league of their own. They've been winning all their matches. They've been picking up so much momentum. They're at the front of the pack. They've confirmed their slot in the playoffs. Now the question really is, which teams can fight for that second slot? SLG had that first loss, but that doesn't count them out yet. They have the chance to pull back with any number of draws or a win. Now think about this for a second, guys. A win gives you 3 points, a draw only gives you 1. SLG can lose 2 matches and win 1 and still be on par with the other teams that we've had so far. So here's my little thought experiment for you guys. SLG, do they stand a chance? I'm thinking they start drawing matches here. Do you guys think that's possible?
Okay, let me start off with for first match they met up with CERBERUS, right? And that's like the biggest demon. But I don't see anyone else here being the lesser demon either ways. Like the competition is so stiff. So I think whoever they're gonna face, they just will feel a little bit of heat.
They've walked into the WCS, Southeast Asia, one of the best regions in the world, and are now competing against them. I have to say their opening debut match, not too shabby, but that's not quite enough. They have to really pull out the big guns, demonstrate something more. I think August brought up a great point. When you think about the quality of opponents they get to face in Oceania, we don't know. That's not something we see. Our area of expertise is in the Southeast Asian region, and you think back to what's happened now.
Yeah.
The Vietnamese region looking so dominant, the Thai region looking so dominant, the Filipino region looking, all the regions looking so good.
Yeah. And
WCS stacked.
And this is the flavors of Southeast Asia, right? The diversity, the difference of play style, it's all coming together now. Imagine that this is so tight. We're going to go into playoffs with even better things to come.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, right, if we talk about win conditions for SLG, I actually have a small nugget of info. If SLG just plays double songstress, they have a better chance because FLA have lost 2 times to double songstress.
Okay.
Is that a real stat?
It's a real stat.
It's a real stat. So double songstress works specifically against FLA, despite all the weaknesses that we talked about. Too squishy.
Sounds like it, right? Because like the matches that FLA had played prior to this, they have lost to double songstress before.
All right, that's something to watch out for. If SLG stick to their guns, demonstrate the preparation they've been going for. I mean, honestly, the stuff that these guys have been coming in with have been pretty creative. I've liked what we've seen. It's not a matter of being further behind or ahead of the meta. It's a very real case of being geographically far, and so we start to see different ideas form about.
That's right, and of course they haven't been able to scream at each other, and there's also that element of surprise right here that this is just the first part of the draft where they whipped off like Wukong, Irelia over a Baron lane. I think there's more to come out of SLG that we might not expect to get until they unfold their cards right before. So SLG here, what they really have to do is to just ban off Olaf just to get that songstress going.
Yeah. So gentlemen, let's talk specifics. Let's talk names, right? When I look at FLA, I'm thinking Danny. Right? Danny is the core of the composition. When things go down to the wire, the team relies on the guy, falls back on him, and it's up to him to execute and elevate them to the next level. Danny down the bot lane goes up against the superstar of SLG, Vamos. What happens here, guys?
Well, Danny definitely plays very stable in that early game, and there's also the support that has been able to complement him very well as well. And I guess like one of the stellar plays that we saw of him was when he was playing that Kaisa. But if you're playing a Kaisa, then you're going to be dragging it to the late game. So you have to focus on very strong early picks. I'm thinking poke composition or FLA. Just go double assassins.
Stuff like the Varus, stuff like Zig. Would Ziggs have worked for them?
Right.
Though Ziggs is a poke composition, helps in a poke composition, but also slows down the game. Could that help them get to that late game point?
Well, I believe that this gives them a great chance still.
Yeah, and I think for SLG, right, we looked at the bot lane, Vamos and Aurora. They definitely look good, but what worries me is that if SLG decides to go for the role swap again, you put Utopian down bot, you bring Vamos mid, Vamos will get to shine, but Utopian has been the Achilles heel. He has exploded in the Dragon lane. He's also been dominated in the mid lane. It feels like a lose-lose situation if we get to that point. I personally want Vamos to stay bot, play alongside Aurora, give themselves a lane that gets the skill and gets to be the late game insurance rather than Vamos being mid, starting that one-man show and not being able to convert that.
And you were telling me that you want to see DDD show up in the bot lane, make his presence known, help that bot lane accelerate, make them keep neutral at the very least, because that's a win condition. Without the bot lane doing well, it's a done day. It's a done game. There's nothing to be done for SLG.
Exactly, right? We're not talking about SLG needing to get a definitive lead. We're talking about SLG needing to neutralize the potential advantage that FLA can get in the Dragon lane. And DDD has shown their willingness, right? He shows up to a fight, he starts it. Most of the time, it ends up in his death, but at least there is the idea of wanting to get a lead for his team. So if he does that and they do it well, at least you won't have Danny run over that bot lane and you give Vamos a chance.
Let's start talking about our second match coming up then. EVOS versus SLG. Recurring points, we have SLG again, but we're now introducing EVOS here. Contra, I know you had some ideas. You've worked with them a little bit in the past, talked to some of the players. EVOS here, what are they looking like in your mind?
Well, I think that they're looking pretty good. Though heading into the first initial few games, they look pretty shaky. They tried with new supports, but overall, it definitely is a team that comes in with ample of experience, where you have two players who have been to
like
Worlds.
Lloyd, G4, all these guys have so much experience, veterans, or as Riku would put it, legacy players. And I love that about them. You know, they have such a wealth of experience and knowledge that they get to bring forward with their team.
Yeah, exactly. And Contra also brought up a point early on where G4 is now more willing to take an aggressive stance. He plays Zed, he plays Lucian mid. He has played Fizz in the first day of play-ins as well. So it really unlocks his potential as an aggressive assassin player in the mid lane. And I hope that EVOS keeps that up, right? Because we touched on SLG, Utopian has exploded in the mid lane and the Dragon lane. If G4 takes advantage of that, I think EVOS has a really good chance.
And as we look at SLG into this specific matchup, I wanted to bring a little bit of attention to the top side. So we've got V and Lloyd. Lloyd has been looking good on the Darius, on the Garen, stuff like that, bruisers that enable him to play a safe, solid lane. Whereas previously, when we saw him play the Riven, he had some issues converting into bigger moments. His mechanics looked fine, but his sense, knowing when to join into a fight, seemed to have some issues with EVOS. Going into this matchup with Godfrey, though, Godfrey has been looking to try and establish control in the top side, playing aggressive pickup options. They're looking to skill check their opponents. How's this matchup between Lloyd and Godfrey?
I think Lloyd would have a decent time against Godv, not to take anything away from the SLG Baron laner, but you know, fundamentally, I think Lloyd is just more prepared to take on this matchup. When Lloyd is on a carry champion, it feels like everyone on the side of EVOS is trying to vie for the spotlight. But when Lloyd switches to the Bruiser, he becomes the enabler. He becomes the person that allows his teammates to shine, and I think that's what fits EVOS the best.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When we take a look at all
these... Of course you would! You look at you guys! Of course you would agree!
Like, yeah, it's EVOS, man. Like, Lloyd, he was not allowed to play all these aggressive Baron laners because it's always being banned against him. So SLG, we saw yesterday they opened up Jace, and for the first time, like, Cerberus unleashed every single drop of blood on the Rift.
All their pocket picks, stuff
Everything.
like that Singe came out.
Yeah, like that Singe mid, I think that was pretty surprising. But going back to EVOS, I believe that Lloyd will have a better time in this matchup where whatever he's going to play, he's going to be able to at least get things going over on a Baron lane and start split pushing. This is the EVOS that we really want to see because they haven't been able to bring that up too much. I think this is about time.
Yeah, and I'll quickly add on top of that, right? Because in a perfect scenario where DDD focuses his resources on that bottom lane, Godfrey will be left on an island. But you can't say the same for EVOS, right? You have Lloyd and you have Valdez. He's going to show up, and Godfrey will have to kind of tank that pressure alone. And I still am doubting whether he can handle a 2-on-1. So far, 1 versus 1 still looks okay. But if Valdez shows up, then I think that top lane will be in danger.
All right, so a lot has been said for EVOS and SLG. Let's start hearing your thoughts for the matches. I know I had you guys say what you guys thought first, so this time I'll start things off. I think the match between EVOS and SLG will end in a draw, 1-1.
Draw again? Are you sure?
I'm going with it. I truly believe that SLG have not shown all they have yet. This is their time to shine. Cerberus is a tough place to analyze from. It's a tough starting point for them. But now they've gone on to the next opponents. I think with FLA and EVOS, there's a chance that SLG show us something more here, Contra.
Well, shall we go again?
Yep.
2-0.
2-0 EVOS.
2-0 EVOS. It has to be, right? Like, if they can't really get perfect team fights, if they haven't really solved some of the issues that they have in the past, I think that it's going to be a recurring team for the rest of SLG because the team fights themselves haven't convinced me. And you're telling me that, you know, this is their strongest point. I feel like there's too much to fix here.
I'm hearing double here, guys. 2-0, win for EVOS. I'm looking at a draw. Come on, guys. I'm being bullied by my panelists here. My panelists are coming in here and telling me that you don't stand a chance. SLG doesn't stand a chance. I'm saying they do. And I'm going to be proven right, despite what my win rate tells me. My prediction rate might not be the best, but I have faith that things will change here today. And with every match that SLG wins, it changes the narrative significantly. Because every game they win, it affects the standings to the extent that there might not be a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yeah, two conditions for that tiebreaker, right? If SLG gets a 1-1 for every one of the games. But I think SLG, whoever that they will throw a curveball at, that team's going to suffer so much, and it really opens up a crazy turn of events by the end of the day. And when it comes down to SLG, I really want to look at Utopian here because yesterday he hasn't been given that opportunity to shine. So we're talking about DDD needing to do a whole lot more. I felt like there's too much pressure on his shoulders. So Utopian, maybe he has to show us something different, like maybe play a Galio, so that you could easily join in those team fights.
Yeah, and another thing that SLG showed us was when they play double Songstress, Utopian is relegated to the Seraphine, to the Sona. So you basically take this mid laner who has a lot of resources to potentially influence the map, and you put him on a Sona who just pokes you in lane, throws a crescendo when it's off cooldown.
Hey, he has sustain.
He
Sona has
sustain,
sustain.
but you put a lot of pressure on DDD and Vamos, right? And I know that they are the superstars. Utopian is the one that gives them that resources. But I feel like if you put him on a Sona, you take away a lot of what he is actually capable of.
I feel like I can just pull out the gas mask right now. I'm like huffing copium.
To be fair, we're not saying that is gloom and done. We're not saying that SLG are done in this competition, but the conditions for them to take a win off of FLA and EVOS is significantly more complicated than vice versa.
Right, it's that difficulty, the tall order of the task, but that's also why we've kind of painted this as a labor. This is a difficult task for SLG to accomplish, but every success they have rewards them so much more here.
Yeah, and I guess when we take a look at some of the things that they have picked up in their most recent game, I do like that Irelia pick up over on the Baron lane. Maybe if you were to give them a little bit more room to play around Godv, give him that time to shine. So that could enable them for that team fight that they're looking for. And I guess EVOS, will they be thrown off by a deeper blueprint? Because there's so much more time compared to the rest of the teams that have to grind day in and day out.
And even in that first match, I think the way that we've kind of looked at FLA is they are a team that can beat anyone. They could beat the best team in the world, but they could also lose to a team of pups. They have this upper bound and this lower bound that is just a world apart. And I feel like this is one of their biggest weaknesses and why they face so many issues being consistent on an international stage. Because no one doubts FLA being a strong team. The question is, how have they taken so many draws so far and not converted them into full wins?
Yeah, and that is where I want to introduce a new element, right? Horizon as the support. And I think this really unlocks FLA's potential in the Dragon lane because it allows them to pivot away from the standard Morgana +1, Senna +1 safe playstyle and go for a more standard Dragon lane. It allows Danny to be unlocked easier, it allows Horizon to move around the map and create plays, and that means that FLA no longer have to only rely on the top side of the map, the bottom side can also contribute.
And I don't want to discount the top side of the map though. Have you guys seen Com's Camille? Like the guy is a beast on it. Like Camille has been destroying everyone in the competition. Com can play with 2 items and beat guys with 3. Like, that's the power of Com's Camille. And I think that's something SLG have to recognize going into this game. I would like to see them remove those options for Com and focus on enabling Godfrey like Contra said.
Yeah, I do believe that this gives advantage to FENNEL University when it comes down to the drafting phase and the picks and bans. So, like, do you really want to invest in that Camille ban, though? Like, because other than that, he's got other champions that you need to fear. There's going to be the Jays and any other skirmishes or bruises that he picks up, he's still going to be able to exert that pressure. We see him doing a lot more of those sort of push and shove, and he's been able to join team fights, frequently buying those teleports as well. So I'm liking their chances here, and I guess when it comes down to this match, yeah, it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah. And I think, if we describe these two teams as a deck of cards, right? FLA have shown a couple of styles, but for SLG, we've only seen 2 of them. The first one was Game 1 yesterday against CERBERUS. Scrappy team fight. Game 2 was double songstress. That's basically it. They have not shown, they have a lot more up their sleeves, so now it's just looking at the back of the card. What else do they have?
You know what? That's a lot to be said, and I'd like to see more from what we have for these 2 teams. We're going to jump into our first game between FLA and SLG. I hear the bells ringing. It's round 2. SLG go again. Their second match in the WCS Finals play-ins. And what better opponent than with FLA?
Yeah, I think this is the best testing ground, the best litmus test to see where SLG stands and whether FLA have polished that playstyle. I want to see FLA clean up the game as best as possible. I don't want to see a fast game 1 and a slow game 2. That's not... I don't think that's convincing enough.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that there's going to be any room for trials and errors for the side of FLA. They just really got to hit it home pretty hard and fast. So when it comes down to this draft, they need to identify, is it worth it to really ban any of the songsters, which you've mentioned? They've lost it to it before, so priorities coming along the line. SLG should have learned a lesson. They go in for the initial ban, and that's going to be the case.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, you have to also consider, you need to take away the Camille. You also need to take away the Olaf, because that's what FLA will go for if you don't. But let's say the Olaf goes out. FLA has shown us the Kitty Cat connection, Rengar Yumi, so there's another layer of consideration that SLG has to take into account. So the onus right now for SLG is, which poison do they want to pick?
Whoa, the Meow Meow connection. You guys are the Meow Meow connection now.
We are the Meow Meow connection.
You guys saw the Meow Meow connection.
He's the Yumi to my Rengar.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little slow. Like, I gotta get to him.
You're Yumi.
Yeah.
Husky's Rengar. Oh,
he's
my
always on the
goodness.
trail of the hunt, right? So
Yes.
I can't find him.
I love this. You guys are like hype guys for each other. I love this energy. SLG, FLA. So first ban, we saw the Jace come through. The Olaf next to SLG, we saw FLA ban out the Karma and the Camille. So actually, not SLG banning the Camille. Blue side gets that first pick. FLA don't want any risk of having to play against Camille.
And I feel like this opens up a lot of options for SLG. If they want to go songstress, go ahead. But there are a lot more priority picks, in my opinion. We look at the Galio, we have the set. We also have Irelia and Riven, which I think SLG is more inclined to go for.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have a lot of all these options, such as the set, which I really do hope to see. And SLG now, with that opening pick, what's really the best plan here? Because overall, they haven't gotten this sort of leeway before. Back in the past, they were mostly playing on the red side. And now, I want to see that set come up online if they do have that going for Godby.
So we see two enchanters banned out, Lulu and the Karma, removing a lot of hyper carry options. SLG first picking the Senna, one of the few pseudo enchanters still left up.
And I think this is definitely a better start for SLG. Even if we don't see the set first pick, the Senna has been a high priority in the entire play-ins, right?
But Husky, I want to ask, is it high priority enough? First pick from SLG now opens up stuff like Thresh for FLA to find more tempo.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I think for SLG, it's completely fine because, again, right, the bottom lane is to minimize the loss. You don't want FLA to get a lead. And all you want to do as SLG is to neutralize that equilibrium. So Senna provides that. A Senna +1. Gragas, Galio, Set, Nasus, they all do the same for SLG. And if they can pull it off, I think they will have a decent lane for Vamos and Aurora.
Yeah, and if they really want to go for a traditional marksman, I think Lucian would still fit perfectly when it comes down to this. When FLA, they're just doing what they supposed to do, and there we go.
That's what you wanted. You wanted to see the set. Why did you want to see the set so bad, Contra?
Okay, now when you put Nasus down the bottom lane, you can't really do anything proactive, right? So if in the case that they want to flex this set, you could do so. Sure, you can get a flay or you could get hooked by the death sentence. Doesn't matter. You have the Senna that could enable this set to run it down and just hit them hard with the facebreaker.
I love what FLA have here. They have the Kha'Zix, something that is so good on domain. I mean, you talk about domain phobia. What better than the Terror from the Void? I mean, this Kha'Zix has been able to initiate and find tempo for his team, open up the map more. SLG trying to play counter to that, perhaps with this Graves.
And I think the Graves is a decent jungler, right? Because, you know, a few previous patches, he did get a slight buff to his jungle clear speed. But it kind of gives me the same concern as picking an Olaf into a Kha'Zix. You will be fighting alone most of the time, and you domain as a Kha'Zix will basically just outduel you with the isolation damage.
At the same time, this Graves could also be a flex pick into a different lane.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Maybe the Baron lane would be the best lane that he could go to if not the jungle. But I don't really like it, right? Because if you put God V on the Graves, you remove a lot of potential for that Baron lane to enable the team.
All right, and now FLA continue the second part of the ban phase. They're going to get rid of the Wukong, removing some strong jungle options, some pickups. They could potentially put a wrench in the plans for FLA, especially since they have this Varus, giving them some long poke, giving them some more pickoff.
Well, I think this ban is a slight win for SLG. We already talked about that flexibility, right? So with this set that could still go up top, I think that there is not too much to worry about, and you can see SLG further doubling down, remove anything that's going to be a threat to Set. And I think the best way is by taking out the Renekton.
Of course, you have to get rid of Renekton. Get rid of Renekton, get rid of Calm's Champion Pool, because now at this point, not so many things left available on the table. If you bring the set into a number of matchups, the set ends up winning, so you want to get rid of its strongest counters. Surprising for me, though, is FLA banning away the Blitzcrank. I do believe SLG had played it a few times in their regular season, but not so much after that.
Yeah, and for SLG side, regardless of the ban, I don't think the Gragas is going to be taken out, right? In fact, FLA takes out the Nasus.
It is the Nasus instead, yes.
Right, to disable the Senna Nasus lane. Again, it's a win for SLG because you have the set that can be flexed, but I want some disengage on SLG side. The Gragas looks very tempting. You don't allow FLA to just run into you with those pickoffs, but you also give yourself some breathing room to dictate how you want to take those fights.
Now, what I really want to see is what they pick up for the mid lane, because SLG, they really didn't want to show their cards until the very end. Now, FLA, they got so many other options. If you really want to commit to it, well, I'm thinking that there's still that Gallo that's being left out for SLG.
Sure.
I think Gallo's going to be a fitting pick.
That's the power of red side for FLA. They have to counterpick, so they get to decide what they want to try and play for.
Yeah. And they take away the Riven from SLG, right? We saw SLG play Riven yesterday. I don't think is a big loss. There is the Fiora that for some reason has not been picked, but it's the Akali, and that signals something. We might see Vamos back into mid.
This could be a road swap. They could jump back into this, try and make something happen in the mid lane, execute with Vamos, trying to be that playmaker, getting SLG up to tempo. But what we needed to see was DDD on something aggressive, something to initiate and bring tempo to his team. If this Grace comes through, I don't see that happening.
Me neither, right? I think this Grace basically means SLG wants to power from, but they have the Singe. So this kind of changes things a bit. We might see the Singe up top, and we see the Senna set, which to me is completely fine because Set acts as a bastion. Even if Danny and Arisen goes on to you, you have that Set to act as that Mishu. So SLG should have a decent Dragon lane. They won't lose out on too much. But this Diana is what I want to see, a skill matchup in the mid lane.
Guys, this composition just reminds me so much of the WRL, right? SLG's comp looks like something that still prioritizes the Graves, likes to go for stuff like Singe, Senna, set up and able, and really run down their opponents. I think FLA have a much more well-rounded composition here.
Yeah, and on top of this, like, you have this Diana to really bring them all together. SLG, they wanted all those team fights. Can they really get things going here? Because there's going to be a whole lot of disruption on their way.
And I think the most worrying part is that SLG wants to not only get in your face, but they all fight in close proximity. And that means that Diana will get the easiest win of her life.
So let's talk quickly, guys. SLG or FLA in this match?
Well, has to be FLA.
FLA.
All right, well, let's take a look at how this one plays out. You can see here, Smash Logic Gaming have managed to come through with their final compositions. Like you mentioned, I do believe Vamos will be swapping over into the mid lane with the Akali again, doing a run back, showing us something that did not succeed the last time, but could potentially succeed against FENNEL adversity. Otherwise, with FENNEL adversity, I mean, what else can I say? Domain Phobia incoming. It just looks like SLG's in for a rough time against this jungler out from this team.
Right, and it's perfect time to taste that fear right now. So I really want to see how much can Danny get out of this. Could they beat the record of Cerberus of that 40K?
And enough talk from us on our end. We don't have anything left to say about this one. We're going to toss it over to Cassius instead to bring us into the very first match of the final day of the play-ins with the WCS Finals.
And away we go. Thank you very much from the panel. Our host, Grandin, and of course, Contra and Husky. My name is Han. Alongside with me is Autoluz. And we are going to be your casting duo for today. And we do hope that it is going to be a fantastic day for you guys. It may be hot wherever you are, but get yourself a cool, refreshing drink for that time. Exactly. That was just perfect right there. So anyway, let's get down to brass tacks here. SLG and FLA, the best from the Oceania region, going up against one of the best in the Philippine region as well.
First off, I just would like to commend SLG here because their draft is so different from their draft on day number 1. They seem to have prepared and they seem to have calmed down, right? That's very important, especially against the best teams that we have here in the Southeast Asia region. But FLA, looking at their draft right now, it speaks and just shouts comfort. Looking at their leading face.
Oh my goodness.
This is deadly.
Okay, that was a good play there. Hail of Arrows comes down. Will not be able to do anything too spectacular there for FLA. However, it is a little bit of a sign there from FLA. They're not afraid to get a little bit aggressive onto its SLG.
Right, but again, going back to my point, this is all about comfort. For FENNEL Adversity, we have Thresh. for a reason, and that's a playmaking support!
Oh, the first blood going over towards FLA. FLA right now may be able to get a little bit of poke from the distance that Danny is at. However, nothing too detrimental to Ethiopium here. May actually set up something interesting over in the mid lane, however, but we're going to go look top here, Otto.
Right, this is a win lane win game if I've ever seen one. FLA has decided to put Calm on the Riven, which I believe is very effective against the set. Now that you can dash away from potential engages by this set, DDD trying to look for some picks here. Won't be able to see anything. And again, looking at the draft of SLG, this is a 5v5 composition, but it really needs to scale up. We're looking at the Grizz and looking at the mid here.
Oh, we're going to be seeing another opportunity taken very well for FENNEL Adversity onto a Smash Logic Gaming. It seems that Smash Logic Gaming being smashed at the opening segments. However, it is still very early on. We do see that for DDD, if he's able to come with an offensive and try to get into some of these gangs, it may prove very much of value towards them.
Yeah, I kind of remembered one game, actually 2 games from FENNEL Adversity back in the region season, right? Group stages. They were able to win 20-0 and 19-1 against an underdog team. So this could, potentially be a start of that something. And FENNEL Adversity 2-0, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, just winning the lane so hard.
Oh my goodness, again, Vamos right now going to be hit with the Moonfall here. Arise as well, going to come in very well with the perfect execution. Try to get away, but it's not going to be enough. Arise closes it out very well. And over on towards the bottom side, out of our view, we're going to see a kill.
Exactly.
Going over to the Risen as well.
This is very, very surprising from FENNEL Adversity. I know that we talked about, and the panel talked about Doming Phobia, but look at his score right now. 0-0-0. But they already have 4 kills here.
Let's take a look back at this fight that evaded our view here. Despite the fact that the box connecting well, Darling Shadow comes out from Utopia. Won't be enough. The secure pressure that comes down from FLA, a little bit too much for members of SLG to compete with.
Yeah, this is the aggression that they would love to have with Arisen in the fold. Remember, FENNEL Adversity support is Brave. Now they wanted Danny to be unlocked. This is a champion. This Varus champion, it's known to be, a poke champion, but it can also be very aggressive, especially in the laning phase. Now, looking at the other side of the map, we are now heading into our first objective fight, and with 4-0, this is this is too close, or this is too far to contest.
I mean, it is going to be too far to contest, considering the positioning of SLG. I doubt that's going to be the case. They are going to be competing for the Herald, though. Remember, this is a game where time is of the essence. Could be a more beneficial fight here.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, here we're going to be seeing the piercing arrow right into the flare, and it seems that all of this pressure mounting up for FLA onto his SLG. One more hit. Oh my goodness, the double kill going towards Aurora, going towards the Risen, excuse me. And he's still back at it. Oh my days. Arise as well as Arisen. It seems to be the double combo here. Another kill over to the mid side as well. Herald knocking on the doors of SLG. What is happening here? One by one. FLA showing that they're living up to the name of adversity against Smash Logic Gaming.
I don't know what else to call on this one, but so far it's been so pure for FENNEL Adversity. Perfect game for them so far. 8-0, 1 Dragon, 1 Rift Herald, and again, this is what we have been mentioning, right?
We talked about it here. FLA has the opportunity to be higher up on the standings, to get out of the tiebreaker. They don't want to just open the door. They want to kick it down, Otto. And it seems that one of the best from the Philippine region is definitely showing why they are one of the more aggressive teams in the play-ins.
Yeah, 4-0-3 for the support, man. 4 kills already for the Thresh. That allows him to buy more items.
That might bite them back, though. Look at the valuation onto the Varus, onto its Danny, excuse me, compared to Arisen. Yes, there might be a little bit of a skew here, but there is still going to be a little bit of value that Danny could have taken out of those kills if it went towards him.
I'm totally okay with the kills heading over to Arisen, because again, at this point, the gold advantage that they have, 5 minutes, 24k to 18k. I know yesterday we saw a 40 kills to 14, under 14 minutes. About FLA though, they're all about discipline, but Doming, No. 0-0 and 0. Still 6 minutes. No presence. Not needed at all.
And that's the thing here, looking at how SLG is moving across the map. We're going to be seeing another fight again here. Arise in the middle of it all. Will be able to take the Lance home, but won't be able to score up enough here. We're going to be seeing the ultimate coming out from DDD, doing a considerable amount of damage, but Vamos here has to definitely back away from this. DDD will be able to stay in the jungle, however, but it seems that he is bleeding out a lot in terms of these engagements. But over to the top side, though, it seems that the action is not going to stop.
Yeah. Well, finally it's stopping here. And again, this is the word that I have about the draft of SLG. It still has the scaling component in that Graves and that Senna. Add the Akali to that. Although the Akali is able to dish out damage early, if you get far behind, again, Assassins are actually the recipient of the, if you go behind, you stay behind. That's all.
All right, now we've been singing the praises of FLA. However, SLG, what do they need to do in order to fix this leakage? I mean, they're on a sinking ship, so to speak. Not even a single kill at the 7-minute mark, with 8 kills already in the pocket of FLA. What do they need to mount up on here, Otto?
Well, it's not about the kills, right? It's all about the pressure that is being put out here by FLA. Again, if we circle back, if this is your normal solo queue game, you would just turtle down. Just go for the wave clear. However, again, the champions that SLG has right now, when it comes to range, it is far too easy for Calm and Arise to go in. And with the gold advantage that they have, I don't think they are stopping anytime soon.
SLG definitely getting the warm welcome that they so deserve here. I mean, from the first day they came in, they were fighting the undefeated Cerberus Esports, and now they are on the second part here against FLA as well. Over to the bot side, we do see a bit of a fight here. Vamos now tries to disappear under the Twilight Shroud. Here comes the redemption. There may be a chance for counter-engage, but I doubt it considering the amount of pressure or amount of turnaround pressure that comes out from Arisen.
Yeah, Vamos did not even expend his ultimate here, and although Danny already has Twin Shadows, Vamos was able to dance away himself from danger, but this is going to be the Infernal Dragon being collected here by Fellow versus another objective for them. Again, none yet for SLG.
2 Drakes, 3 turrets, a total gold differential of close to 8,000 here. So it's definitely going to be a case here for FLA considering themselves to close out this game perfectly. If it so continues with this kind of pressure for the side of FLA. However, SLG right now, they are trying their best to stop the bleeding, but at every turn, more and more cuts are being applied by FLA.
Revving up the engine here, Hound. Again, it's all about, I mean, minute number 1, we saw them just going in.
Oh boy, before that, though, DDD, as well as Arise now may fight it off. Danny as well goes with the Chain of Corruption, Hail of Arrows, as well as the Piercing Arrow. Will be able to get in. Aurora as well comes into the fight. Vamos in the middle of it all. They do go golden, but Arise maybe in the middle of it all. Unstoppable for Arise. Here comes another one. We do see the flash being spent out by Utopian. Utopian right now trying to do the DPS as much as he can, but we do see the the double kill going over towards members of FLA. It's going to be a massacre for SLG. Only God V surviving. FLA closing house, closing shop, 30-0. Otto!
FLA with a masterful performance here. And again, that's the Diana that we are talking about. Deceptively tanky. Now has the items to just put on, the pressure. Just going in and still be safe because of the Pale Cascade. That's the second item. She also has the stasis already.
I was so sorry, man. I was stuck in that time loop, just like how he was stuck in that stasis right there. That's why he had to go massacre. I mean, even you felt it as well. FENNEL Adversity moves so fast. They're living up to the name Adversity. SLG right now.
2v1.
We've been, but over to the top side though.
Highlight moment.
Right here. Could be a turnaround here for him, but no. The showstopper. We're going to be seeing it here. Facebreaker may not be able to get it, but here we got the charge up on towards him. But Calm.
He's alive.
Baby, keep calm and get out of there.
Oh no, and on the bot side, we're looking at the flash away of Vamos here. Vamos low in health. Domeng to secure the kill. Says my fear. Finally, 2 kills already for Domeng.
Oh my god, but we're going to be seeing it here. Another fight. SLG right now beating off a bit more than they could shoot. Aurora as well has got to get away. Utopian gets hit with the Piercing Arrow. A bit of pressure here coming in. We're going to be seeing Chain of Corruption. The Binding that coming out from Utopian. We don't see any other opportunities here for SLG to close it out. DDD's in the middle of it. Flash onto the play. This could be a GG here. Darting Shadow comes out. Not going to be enough. Godvi joins the fight a little bit too late.
Right, and the normal thing for FLA is for them to rely on the double D connection, Doming and Danny. And I know that DDD is the jungler for SLG, but he's in deep trouble here against the mechanics that is being shown here by Arise, by Horizon. Also Calm, can you really stand toe-to-toe against all this, guys, and just be on a rampage?
Yeah, I feel like this is a huge problem here for SLG at every turn. The worst part of it all is DDD not given even a single opportunity to participate and play the game. We're going to be seeing just how messy it is all for SLG, because I feel that they're trying to address a lot of these problems at the same time. And I feel that FLA is just playing at a tempo that's just leaving SLG at awe.
This is the discipline that I know that FLA will always have, right? Regardless of the opponent, they will put out the respect. They will not overextend. Yes, they will go for...
Wait. We see a fight there. Cleanly going to go over, but we're going to be focusing on the fight over to bot side here. Arise. Maybe the first casualty then. No! Redemption could be...
What?
No!
He's still alive!
The double kill! Oh my goodness!
That's
We're going to be seeing another massacre here for SLG. Not even a single one from FLA. Now we're gonna have to take this out again. Godfrey, ace, race for the base, baby. I was just about to say maybe an opportunity for SLG here, but we're not even gonna go for it here. Close to 20-0. 12 minutes on the clock. This is goes to double kill every minute here, and I'm thinking that.
This is definitely lesser than the 40 kills that we saw Cerberus from. But they did not surrender any death at all, right? Talking about FENNEL University, and again, there were 2 games during the regional group stages that they were able to do this. A 20-0, a 19-1. It was against a lower tier team. We are seeing here that FENNEL University, if they know that they could capitalize, they will just go ham, go strong. And we're just waiting for the formal announcement here, and I think SLG needs to regroup here.
I think the perfect analogy here, Otto, is a boxer that's just out of it, and you're just hoping the referee just stops the fight for the mercy of it all.
In the white towel.
However, he still got a punching chance by some miracle. But nope, just as I said, though, Cass's curse is very real, dominating, going over to Domeng.
6-0-1.
Living it up, definitely for sure, for FLA indeed, to the name Adversity. And SLG, we have painted a Herculean myth. But before that, though, Godby in the middle of it all, we'll be able to get the showstopper here in the middle of the fight. But nope, the double kill, unstoppable for Danny. Is he done? I don't think so. We're going to be seeing one more. Vamos tries to Vamonos. Oh!
Let's go!
Killing spree, 24-0. FLA realizes that they not need to kick the door down. They want to blow the door out. They just want to blow it up.
Exactly.
And Baron right now, the next objective to close it out, this is going to be a clinic, and this is going to be a game here, Otto.
I think there's no coming back from this, from SLG. Again, heading into game number 2, they need to fix something, right? They have to stabilize. I prefer for them to go for the slow champions and going for the Ziggs, just having that wave fear, because it's clear here that SLG doesn't really have that. And they have to be careful, because against this aggressive team, I know that we have dubbed FLA as, play it slow type of thing, but if they know that they can pounce on a wounded animal, they will just go for it.
I mean, don't play with your food here, considering that so much is at stake. We do see in the middle of it all Arise already with a double flay. Another death sentence may miss, though. This could be an opportunity for SLG to turn it around. But it seems that the amount of damage as well, the scaling that FLA is providing towards members of SLG do not allow any counter-strike at all. It's just the death grip tightening and tightening for SLG as FLA closes this out slowly but surely.
Close out the door. Just make sure that SLG does not get to recuperate here. That sentence not connecting. But so far, so good. Still for FENNEL University, the box has been popped here. Count.
Yeah, it's going to be a case here for them to be very wary about. I do think that for them to be in a way, closing this out is just go in for the knockout. Just go in for the knockout. Just end. Perfect game. Barbarism.
Perfect game.
Could be a perfect game for them. Perfect game. Our first perfect game.
Yep.
And here we go. Man, oh man.
I feel so bad for Grandin.
Oh no. I think we're gonna be united in the sense that what just happened there was, I think should be illegal in my opinion.
Yeah?
I think we just broadcasted murder out there because man, oh man.
Just bring out the ratings, right?
Yeah, it was just
PG required.
I mean, it's crazy right there. That's just FENNEL adversity, tidying up, closing out Smash Logic at every turn, and it seems that Smash was smashed in that round. I mean, it's just so apt. And no disrespect, not to take away any of the effort. It's great that they're here, but facing the first seed and the best seed, second best seed, adversity seems to be a playing ground for SLG, and this is what's up. I wish them hope, but FLA just too hot for comfort.
How about FENNEL All-Star, at least in that game, right?
Oh,
It
yes.
was a perfect game. I mean, I don't think we ever had a competitive game that was a perfect game in an international event. And again, this is a welcoming party, part 2, a sequel for SLG.
Man, so much to uncover, so much to talk about. And I do believe that for what is up for FENNEL Adversity as well as SLG, it's going to be a very interesting game number 2. However, we want to talk about it, but let's give
put out the
the panels. I'm sure they have so many to say. On to you guys, Grandin, as well as Contra and Husky. Take it away.
Look, I mean, I know I had some hope that this was going to turn out 1-1, so I still have a chance for it to happen. But come on, guys, don't do it to me like that. Don't put me through this. Come on. What is this? What is going on here?
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, like the casters said it best. It's a perfect game. You saw Aulus was just smiling from one end to the other, and Arise, man, this guy is on fire. Like, did you see those sort of solo kills that he's getting? And every time he enters with that Diana, he gets everything done. He walks away with that 1 HP clutch, and there's just no flaws being shown by FENNEL.
You know what, though? I'm surprised that Alus didn't do this, right? Because I'm going to call this,
Whoa!
right? I'm calling this my best match, my best take. I'm going to call it early. We're still in the play-in stage. But the first perfect game that we've seen in Wild Rift competitive in the Southeast Asia region, if I recall correctly. And so this is such a historical moment for us, and which better team to have it than FLA? I kind of stole it away from Alus. Alus forgot about this. He was like, oh, he's waiting for a better one. He's waiting for a better one. He knows that something else is going to come out. He has faith. He has faith in his region to ensure that they give him something good for us. But otherwise, gentlemen, let's start talking about that match, because FLA SLG start things off strong. FLA give us a perfect game. They go the full distance. Let's talk about first thing. Husky, you started talking about Vamos. Vamos came back in on this Akali. He's gone back into the mid lane trying to execute something here.
But that was also like the biggest worry that I have for SLG, right? If Vamos goes mid with the Akali, you relegate Utopian to the bottom lane. That's step 1 to disaster. Step 2 is that Vamos plays a very lonely game. He plays the Akali, and we have seen some bright moments. He almost solo killed Arise, but then Arisen decides that, nah, I'm not going to give you the spotlight. Goes for a gank mid, and the game was basically over for Vamos. So he plays a very lonely game, doesn't get to shine, and all the other lanes also collapse on his heels.
Well, honestly, there's a few ways that they could actually go about things, right? Like, when it comes down to the draft, I think that SLG definitely have implemented a better strategy here when they have so many of all these flex picks. Now, imagine this. Just take a little bit of the playbook of Cerberus, put that Sage up mid. You're going to be able to neutralize something at the very least against a Diana that can't really do much. And if you put that set down there, that's also going to be a clear solution where you could just try to have the Singe break wall them. Like, what's the synergy between that Akali as well as the Singe?
No, so
Absolutely nothing.
that's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? When you look at that set going down bot side, the Singe going down bot side, the set going up top side, is this actually a better matchup?
No, I honestly don't think that solves a lot of problems, right? Because basically what SLG did was they tuned into the broadcast, they heard their win conditions, and they were like, we will go against that, because we looked at the set, and Senna, I think, is such a good matchup down bot, even though they will not necessarily win the lane, but you have a set as a punching bag. He gets to stick around with the team, he gets to start fights, he gets to dictate what happens across the map, where Singe can just split push and turtle under the turret. But if you swap that role around, Singe will be forced to stick with the team, and he wouldn't be able to go to the side lane. So SLG have thrown away a lot of faucets that they could have utilized.
I mean, that's a lot on SLG side, but we have to give some praise with the FLA. Look at
Of course,
Arisa,
of
my,
course.
my man walking around the map. Like he put his team on his back and just walked around the entire map. The Rift was his. You talk about greatness, that's what it's about. Arisa did such an amazing job traveling around and putting pressure on every facet of the game. What was surprising to me were some of the more interesting interactions, right? The showstopper being used while mid Lantern, and we saw even with that, Arisen still got his teammate out to safety, didn't allow for a single kill to slip out of his hands.
If there was a camera of our reaction, all our jaws just dropped like, okay, we've never seen this before, and I guess we learn something new every day here with SLG as well as FLA. Now, I guess we talk a lot about that bottom lane, and Utopian putting this Senna up mid isn't what I'm really liking, right? Like, Senna versus Diana, there's too much kill pressure that can't come out of this Diana. That dive was just easily being set up, and that was a solo kill. So I would rather have that Senna to really play on the support. So Aurora, I guess maybe this will call for a different shift when it comes down to the next draft. Maybe that Senna shouldn't be a first pick priority.
Yeah, I think the Senna, I still think that if I'm SLG, the Senna is a good pick. I don't necessarily feel like it is the bane of SLG's chances. It's just the assortment, how they made the arrangement in terms of the draft. Where do you put these individual champions? Is it worth putting Vamos as on the lone island? Is it worth sacrificing that bot lane so much to put Vamos as a superstar? I don't think that's the case.
And that's such an important point to raise as well, because you think about how competitive matches work. Teams that are higher seeded get side selection. Side selection matters so much for the way that you want to play the game. Because on the blue side, you get first pick. You get to determine how you want to play things out. When you get this first selection, you choose what your team's tempo, what your team's identity is going to be. Whereas on the red side, when you try and play, you get more counter picks. You get to see what the opponent picks first and get to play in accordance to that. Now, that being said, you say that they need to change around the order of things. Let's also talk about whether or not they need to change some of those picks. Because DD on this Graves tried to scale, didn't quite get there.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought it up because Graves generally a really safe pick, right? Nothing should go wrong when you're going to be farming up the jungles and stuff. But the draft of SLG lacks that initiative proactivity where when your bottom lane is basically getting hard shoved, getting dunked on, DDD could basically come in to maybe do some pokes. What about that? Like, you want him to be on things like what they've picked before, a Xin Zhao, or better yet, just go for something even more aggressive. Steal that kitty cat away, take that Rengar. I want to see something different from DDD.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, Rengar, maybe even the Gragas jungle that we have seen in the play-ins, right? Something that allows DDD to take that first step. Someone needs to enable the team. DDD is the enabler, but if you take away the switch, who is going to pull the trigger? Vamos certainly isn't going to do it. He is going to have a really hard time, and that's why he is such a lonely man. He doesn't have DDD with him.
And even as we talk about these aggressive pickups, these aggressive junglers that are supposed to play into the team with them, we look at the Kazakhs, Domain. This major carry for his team, this major pain point for a lot of their enemy teams, he didn't have to do very much in the early game. His team won out lane by themselves. They won every single lane, put the pressure onto SLG, and Domain walks out and it's like, all right, I'll pick up 2 kills here, 4 kills. I'm going to end my score looking good, right? It's a perfect KDA, doesn't have to die. I mean, none of them died, right?
Yeah.
But he walks out. He didn't have to do very much in the early game. Is this also because their laners are not drafting strong enough in the early game?
I think the laners themselves, they do pose a bit of a problem, right? We kind of touched a bit on the Set and the Singe. I feel like Set should be in support, Singe should be up top, but also on top of that, it's just there's no fail-safe plan on the side of SLG. It feels like the draft indicates if the lanes explode, they completely just explode.
So it's not even a scale of from good to great or amazing. It's a scale from good to how do we stop our laners from just flopping over and dying? We need to keep them alive. You know, it's like the early generations, like the 90s and the early 2000s, where you have like those like digital pets, right? And it's like you're constantly tending to them. You're always making sure that they're still alive and kicking, right? That's why it feels like
you gotta feed them every single day.
You gotta keep feeding them more than every single day, like every couple hours, right? You hear the beeping, you're like, oh man, my guy died.
Yeah, like, it's like, man, I gotta get another machine.
I gotta start over again.
Right, and what I really want to see out of SLG is a mid-jungle synergy, right? Like, I think that was a little bit lacking. I guess, like, with that Senna being behind already.
Contra, I have to specify which mid jungle you're talking about because Vamos switches over every other game.
Okay. Honestly, this is going to be pretty hard to decide, but I think Utopian stays mid. And now that this hasn't worked out, maybe just switch out that Akali, go for a traditional marksman, or even an AP carry that's actually range, right? Like, that will help you a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think, if I'm FLA right now, I look at what SLG has done yesterday and that game 1, I would just ban out Akali, right? You put Vamos in such a tough spot. You force Utopian back mid, you put Vamos back in his Dragon lane, and at least force SLG to do something about it. Because right now, we are seeing the non-existence of cohesion. It feels like they're not really playing on the same page. Baron lane goes down, jungler can't do anything, Vamos suffers, and the bottom lane collapses on its own. It feels like no matter where you look, SLG are panicking to find a solution. But if we see them back on how they used to play in that game 1 against Cerberus yesterday, put Vamos on a traditional Dragon laner, let DDD take someone who can engage, then maybe we will see SLG unleash that synergy.
It almost feels like FLA banning Akali would be them helping SLG. Like, right. Yeah, there's so many other assassins out there right now. G4 has been playing stuff like Fizz, Zed. I think Zed is way up there. I think it's a little bit underrated right now. I think the other assassin options are better than the Akali, and yet we see Akali highly picked up by SLG. Maybe FLA banning it out is actually going to end up helping SLG.
And I would say exactly the same because honestly, just don't go for it, right? Like, that's the best way to go about things, and you just got to find alternatives if, in the case, FLA does get the pick.
Well, game 2 picks and bans will start now. FLA will start on the blue side, and SLG now moving to red.
Yeah, my only complaint about FLA in game 1 is that they didn't drop a 30 bomb. Like, Odolu is looking at me from the castle, then he was like, what do you want to say? Like, Odolu in his mind, he's saying that, I've been telling you guys FLA is the best team from the Philippines and will be the best team, and I agree to that statement. But in this game 2, they started with the Senna ban. This is going to force SLG's hand.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. There was one point where I saw that Domeng on his Kha'Zix was running across 3 people while he was activating his Void Assault. That could have actually dented that perfect game. Yeah, just putting that out. But here we are at the picks and bans.
Oh, I mean, that sounds exactly like something Domeng would do. So I absolutely believe you there on that one, Contra. Let's start off with this one. So Senna banned away by FOA, like you mentioned, Husky, but also the Karma. We saw Karma and Lulu banned away, trying to prevent that hyper carry composition, something we've seen from FLA before. Stuff that pairs well with the Olaf, but we've also seen recent adaptations to pull in the Rakan to boost in a potential carry like Olaf.
I have a feeling that if SLG doesn't ban the Rengar Yumi, FLA would just go for it because game 1 is like the appetizer, right? If FLA really has their eyes on the prize and on the clock, I think that skirmish type of composition will be brought out in game 2.
I like that because now SLG, they have options open up for the Songstress bottom lane as well, and that Rengar will definitely wreak havoc if they were able to get that pick. But SLG, they're only left with 1 ban. Set definitely have shown up to be quite a steady lane for GodV to play on. So I guess that now without the set, what exactly is the answer for GodV where you still have quite some good stuff open up? I'm looking at the Jace here being the first pick for FLA.
Jace could be a very nice first pick for FLA, especially since
we forgot about the Calm Camille.
You have to talk about this. Calm with Camille has been doing so well in so many of his matchups.
Yeah, and this is auto win. That's it. I think like if you give Calm his best champion, you are basically telling FLA to win the game. And in this case, it makes GodV's life 10 times harder, right? Calm is the best Camille. GodV now he doesn't have much option to deal with this. Maybe the Renekton, maybe the Darius, but it's all about GodV stopping that bleeding. This Camille pick has already put a couple of gashes on GodV's body. Now he just needs to put some band-aids on it, rely on DDD to stem that bleeding, not let Calm get out of control. And that means there's an extra layer of a problem for SLG to deal with.
Let's look at what SLG are trying to play off with, though. They say, okay, you have to Camille, We're going to go for Thresh. We're going to take what you played against us and make it work for us.
Yeah, I love that they're going to be able to adapt very quickly and without investing more bans onto FLA. So now they also miss out the chance to pick up the Jace. There's a possibility here that they could just get it and send that Camille to Domeng's hands. And I already see that this is going to be a huge threat. What is going to be the Baron laner that SLG is going to come up with to be able to hold up against this pressure.
I mean, so many issues now arising for SLG, right? You look at these power picks, Camille, Jace, Lucian, FLA, stacking damage on top of damage. This looks so terrifying. I mean, SLG, they got the Ziggs, they got the Thresh. 2 picks, in theory, very strong, but you consider that against what FLA have, it just seems like they're stacking the strongest current meta picks.
Yeah, the Ziggs and Thresh is basically basically products of Senna and Sec getting banned now, right? FLA come into game 2, they pull the rug out under SLG's leg, they remove one of the safest bot lanes, and they force SLG to go in a different route. Now SLG found the same, the champions that can do the same thing, but the synergy between Ziggs and Thresh, not really what I'm looking for. And now you put this Akshan mid, it means that SLG once more are trying to drag out the game. But FLA, they are they're in a monster truck. They're gonna mow over SLG if they don't get something that allows DDD to make moves.
I love the way you put it, right? Like, they may not have that much of a synergy, but I think that at least they have decent wave clear down the bomb side that they won't be able to get punished over as compared to, you know, that Akali Cinch didn't really work out. Now, Akshan mid versus, say, a potential Lucian. I think it's still going to be able to match up very decently. So, question is it Vamos playing? Because he's going to be really good at that marksman role, and now at least this is within his turf.
We've seen this happen a couple of times, even with teams like One Team, right? Umao goes into the mid lane instead. He starts to execute there and tries to set up for his team, especially when he has stuff like the Lucian, like the Kai'Sa. And so I could see Vamos moving into the mid lane. And you look at what SLG are trying to do. They get rid of the Nami, they get rid of the Kha'Zix. They don't want to allow FLA to have a very strong bot lane. Don't want to pair something strong to Lucian, but I still feel like stuff like Yumi's still up.
There's still the Lulu, right? One of the strongest enchanter supports that we have in this current meta. So FLA, they're not losing out on too much. In fact, they are just continuing to bleed out SLG. Finally, the Sinjao comes out. Because in my mind, if SLG don't lock his Sinjao, FLA could easily take it and bring it into the jungle.
That's the initiative that you guys want to see. You want DD to be proactive.
Exactly, right? You at least have someone that can dictate the tempo. Whether it works out or not is not the focal point. It's more of SLG even having
that option there, something to get them in there.
And it feels like they were listening to me on my point. Like, this intel fits perfectly, and like you said, this Yumi is going to be
called it. That's the Yumi.
Trouble for the rest of SLG.
They love the Meow. Does it? Maybe Meow Meow.
Rengar.
Is it gonna be?
I got the twin terrors here.
Okay. Now, my problem with SLG's draft is that we don't really see a synergy between, say, the 4 picks that they have right now. So to really bind it all together, they don't even have the set. So what's the type of pick that you should go for? I don't think that a tank really suits it here. And if they do not pick a tank, then it's all about the Sin Zhao trying to start up this fight where, of course, there's a potential where you get a good death sentence, you lead right in. But it's still going to be hard for them to out-sustain because of this Yumi, and also they double it down with the Ahri for that extra kill pressure.
Then here we go. So instead of all we've seen so far, no more Akali, none of that. Back down to the Zed, a strong assassin, something for them to play with, something to give them some split push power, because that's something that they've been lacking. SLG have had issues with the side lane, but that being said, calm on the Camille, terrifying in a side lane. If they do end up playing it, if they end up seeing the Jace sent to the Baron side instead, could very well change the narrative.
Yeah, and what I really love about this matchup is that SLG, they have a potential to come in with a mid-game split push that could basically throw off the side of FENNEL University as well.
And one of the things here, FLA round the composition off of the Ahri, trying to find some magic damage here potentially.
Yeah, and I think that gives them a good balance, right? Ahri into Zed, not too big of a problem. Even though the Zed came after, I think Arise would be happy to take on that matchup. But come on, Camille, and it's against God vs Akshan. SRG saying, we're going to skill check you, but I don't know if you want to do that. Kam is just looking so good right now.
No, so much to watch out for. I mean, FLA SLG is shaping up to be an intense series, but SLG giving me some faith, renewing some confidence in me that they're gonna win a match against this team, potentially off the back of a perfect game from FLA though. So we'll have to see. We're jumping into game number 2 soon, the first match of the day here. WCS Finals play-ins, Day 3, SLG joining into the competition yesterday. We'll play the second match against FLA as we get ready for this game. We're going to toss it over to the casters. Hound and Autolus, take it away.
Thank you very much, Grandin, Contra, and of course Husky from the panel. And we're going to be seeing very early on here, before we can even get to the pleasantries, we are going to be seeing a little bit of love taps there from FLA. Just as I'm about to introduce ourselves, my name's Hound, alongside with me is Autoluz. Before we can even get all of that done, Auto, it seems that FLA just wants to really live up to the pressure that they can go for. Good play there, but it seems that a bit of a little bit more than they can chew. The amount of pressure that comes in for Danny as well as Arisen forces out the flash.
I really called it. This Yumi pick, I credit Brandon. Brandon was able to see the Yumi from minute one.
I mean, it was fairly telegraphed here coming out.
He was MVP. I beg to differ. Dumming wasn't the MVP last game. It was Arise. Arise was just on point, right?
Yeah. I felt that Arise was definitely going to be on point here. Touching from the previous game here, not even a single kill for SLG. FLA closed out very, very dominantly indeed, looking to repeat that similar level of success here for game number 2 on our total 7th match, our first match of today. For day number 3 of the play-ins, and I think that for SLG right now, they have to be using this pressure that they have here.
There's a dive.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a dive here. Domeng may go to the skies here. Arise maybe nearby as well. Side charge will be able to keep the stage. Shock Blast hits as well. The charm to the skies with the hammer, with the flash. Domeng will be able to walk away, but we do see that outside of it all, First Blood going over to FLA.
But that's already a kill for SLG. That's already a win for them, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's 100% improvement, at least in this game. Looking at the replay, we already know that the aggression from the combo of Lucian and Yumi was just too much for the Ziggs and the Thresh, and they know the summoner timings, well-executed dive, and that's already a kill for FLA. Luckily for SLG, towers damage too much.
Well, the thing about this game here, members of FLA could may be under a little bit of adversity themselves here if SLG decides to pick up on the fact that it is a time-sensitive issue for FLA. So this could actually play into the expectation. If FLA gets a little bit too reckless, SLG may turn it around here. Grandin has already said already on the panel that there is a bit of hope. I myself am a believer of hope. That's what comes out. Will not be too dangerous onto Arise. Arise just flashes out and gets away.
And I think the best part here is SLG is no longer swapping. So Utopia is back into the mid.
Before that,
hook
beautiful.
Connecting. Very good.
Death sentence right there.
That's
right
it.
under the play with the ultimate. Vamos now. Vamonos in and out by Zanny, sending him back to the gray screen.
A little too aggressive there by Danny. And good punish coming from Arura and the company. And again, SLG, so far, at least in this game, they seem to be more calm and collected, and I believe that their champions is not just their comfort, but is definitely stronger coming in.
I think also the fact that Arisen is going to play the Yumi, I mean, in the early stages of the game, it does give a lot of focus onto his Danny, and I do feel that because of the healing factor that comes in from FLA, you tend to be a little bit more reckless. Sometimes you may not respect the death sentence that comes, and the fact that Vamos does rely a lot of his damage on skill shots. However, the flash! Right, the death sentence. What's going on? Flay is going to hit onto Arise. Arise gets away with the Spirit Rush, with the hook shot from Calm. Everybody stays calm, but it seems that a few summoner spells will be paid.
I'm loving this. This is the aggression that SLG hasn't been able to show, at least in the 3 games that we have seen them. And SLG capitalizing on some mistakes here by FENNEL University, Calm. The 1v1 on the top lane, Range versus the Camille. I actually am favoring Camille here, especially as the time goes on, because he still has the hook shot, can be in your face, and can still assassinate Govvi.
The Oceania region, from the Oceania region, SLG here showing a little bit of that Oceania tempo, but we may have seen an opportunity for Aurora to try to get the death sentence onto Danny. Just missed by a pixel, but it is still very much even across the board. But still a bit of a head though over the top side.
Solo Bolo.
Hextech ultimatum will set it up for Godvid to be taken down. 15 seconds on the clock. You shall wait this out. Tactical sweep to close out. A little bit of farming over to his bot side. Nothing too dangerous for FLA.
I remember Husky and me, watching Calm's Camille game last time. I did say to him, it was an auto win, and he's showing this time again. Hullbreaker first item. Remember, from 4 minutes to 8 minutes, pressure is really on for the side laners.
Yes, it definitely is going to be the case here. Calm is definitely going to be winning this out for SLG. They are going to be proactive by taking the first objective of the game. We do see FLA does have opportunities come in. Deathmark goes in. Alright, onto Danny. Danny may be taken down. Danny has been taken down. This is exactly what they need. Utopian has opened up a lot of opportunity for them. It is going to be no steal for FLA. FLA right now may go for the counter attack. They will be able to take one down with them. However, big win for SLG compared to game number 1.
A bit too impatient there from FENNEL University. They didn't really have to, you know, pull the gun right away. Again, looking at their composition, they still have Jays and Ari to set things up. You know, just poke, and just go for the kill. Calm here, looking at the replay, we saw that Aurora was really just 10 out from the get-go, but very good placement by Utopium, coming from the flank and was able to assassinate the primary target in Danny.
I like the fact that FLA had a little bit of that vision to be able to help them and give them a little bit of guidance here, but what they did not expect was Godv to be there, and this is going to be an opportunity for FLA to get a little bit of pressure back here. DDD in the middle of it all will be nicely stolen, but not by him though. It is going to be Vamos that gets the kill credit for it all, but members of FLA run out, and this is the SLG may force out a draw here if this keeps up.
This is the nerves that has already been shaken off, right? Now they summon the Rift Herald. That's a double objective at the 4-minute mark. And this Shelly will just... Oh, wait. There's another poke connecting.
Oh, wait. Beautiful flay onto 3, but it is not going to be enough. We're going to be seeing a right into the charm, right into the Orb of Deception, Spirit Rush. I mean, that's what an Ahri does well. Arise pilots the Ahri very well indeed, knows what he has to do, goes in, gets a charm, gets the Orb of Deception, and this is going to put Vamos a little bit behind here in the sense that it does give a little bit of goal towards FLA, but it seems that tempo is going to be a little bit back and forth here. First turret for FLA though.
Small thing, again, if you are Vamos and if you want to play aggressive, you have to make sure that Aurora has some small distance from you so that he can just throw the lantern. In that exchange, or that skirmish, he was able to throw the lantern to really save his Dragon Laner.
Let's talk a little bit about itemization here, Otto. Any specific items that just stand out as awkward for you, or specific defensive items that may change the landscape for FLA and SLG?
Yeah, I'm seeing DDD just going ham with the Trinity Force. It's one of the most expensive items in the game. That just means that he wants to dish out the damage while still being able to set up for the team.
Wait, though. SLG may actually close this out. Living Shadow onto it. Deathmark will be able to hit Calm. They will not be able to hit the Death Sentence, though. Hex Ultimator comes out. Boom! Goes the clock. Special delivery from the Vamos there over to top side will not be needed. However, with SLG closing this out, pressure
return kill
seems to be building up for FLA. Potential other turret here may close out as FLA closes out onto mid side as well. Both them trading turrets. It's still going to be FLA. Bot side here may have a solo fight here between Godv and Arise.
Alright, okay, so they decided not to dive the bot lane here and just go for the second tier tower at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Looking at Danny, Doming, and Horizon. It does seem that they have this 1-3-1 set up really written down from the get-go. That's their plan, and they're making it work. Calm was able to absorb so much pressure, and it really got, you know, it really took SLG so many things to invest so many resources, and FLA in return was able to get a kill.
One thing I need to highlight here, FLA playing it out very, very well also in the sense that even though they lose out on some of these initial skirmishes, they're very well aware. All right, we lose out on one member, we try to push some kind of pressure, we try to get priority. All of these little efforts may help win out in in the long run here, in terms of it adding value, more and more value in all those side lanes that get pushed out. As we can see here, despite the fact that SLG is slowly but surely closing out the lead between themselves, but Arise maybe in the the prediction! He goes golden. Could it be enough? The flay a little bit too early here. Right into the death mark. Negated very well by Arise here, but was very heart-pounding indeed for the fans of the Philippine region.
I know, man. Spirit Rush can really just go from, you know, 1 point to another. A kill has been done here.
Wait. We're going to be seeing the culling there by Dani. It's going to be followed up very well indeed. But Hexing Ultimatum, this is going to be a clean fight here for the side of FLA. This is going to be a closing out spot for SLG. They're going to back away. FLA will be able to score this objective with minimal problem.
I love to commend SLG, really, the hook connecting, but then again a counter punch. And I have dubbed FLA as the counter puncher of the Philippines, and they showed again, you know, give me one punch, I'll return you the favor and the haymaker.
Yes,
with that.
exactly, and I feel that that's going to be the case here, despite the fact that FLA, I mean, we used the analogy of a boxer in the previous round, right? Despite the fact that that first round was terrible for SLG, SLG shows that they still got a puncher's chance. However, it seems that the judges' scorecards are not scoring it at all for SLG here. 4 turrets in the pocket of FLA. One Drake as well as SLG having a Drake of their own as well. So it kind of negates them out both wise as well. But FLA has a little bit more sustainability with the Ocean Drake.
Okay, they're looking to punish Calm once again. He has the most gold for FENNEL Adversity. This is huge if they can pick him up. But Calm was able to detect that the Hull Breakers buff was removed.
Okay, here's the thing that I feel that's going to be great for FLA here. And I feel that this gives a lot of value towards them because if they hard commit onto the split push, they'll be able to get the objective as well. And because of Camille's ability set, hook shot, just easy to get out of any predicament that I feel that could collapse by SLG onto FLA. FLA right now, I think, does have quite a bit of the tempo advantage here. They are going to be closing it out with opening up the Shelly onto his bot side. This is going to open up both the side lane on bot side, the mid side, and sooner or later
And the
top side.
1v2.
But over the top side though.
Oh!
You've just been juked. Welcome to Juke City. Park your car right here. We've got a ticket for Calm. Just too fast.
Keep calm and split the map. And look here, Danny just won another kill. The jungler goes down for SLG. Now we have 2 buddy down for SLG. Start the count, brother.
All right, we're going to be seeing it here. Vamos right now going to be taken down as well from the follow-up that came with the charm. Arise closes out with the Orb of Deception. Assist is going to go to his domain as well. And it seems that despite a pretty scary opening stanza for FLA, it seems that SLG is slowly losing the control. More and more so.
Snowball turned into an avalanche. And now SLG can really do a thing. Looking at the Ziggs, 0, 4, and 3, Ziggs is really known to prolong the game. So we're looking for a freeze here from Arura. Again, Vamos is not really having the best time of his life. The game itself is not going into his favor.
God V here. Maybe in there for a little bit of bullying from Calm here. Calm just calmly walks in. Gives
3
a little bit of
items
love taps
already.
to God V.
Oh no, like Death's Dance, Trinity Force, and Hullbreaker. What else would you ask for?
I mean, there's also a Death Dance giving him a little bit more opportunity to sustain some of these fights here, heal up as
Bot lane?
well. And bot lane, we're
another
going to see
kill.
off our view though. Unfortunately for us, the fight may still continue, but the Lantern disallows it. We're going to be going for Arise.
Another
though.
hook!
Arise in the middle of it all, but death sentences coming out from
Bang!
Aurora.
Oh, stasis!
There was something. The stasis is going to
He's
go
alive!
for Arise. Arise still alive in the fight. The Culling comes out. It's going to give the supplementary damage. Precision Protocol as well to close it out. Tactical sweep out to
Godby.
Godby may be in a bit of trouble here. Tries to sling in a little bit of attacks in between, but we may not see enough. Turret's going to go down. And when you close out slowly but surely by FLA,
Godby's
does
dead.
not give any opportunity
He wants to
for
revive.
SLG to breathe.
And Gavi wanted to revive his teammates right away just to make sure that they can defend the tower. But FLA knows their limits, was able to break down the tower and just went back in an instant. Godvi, again, so far his presence isn't felt in this Action game.
Oh wait, but before that though, Domeng right here in a bit of
Lantern?
trouble, throws out the Lantern. Any opportunities
Yeah,
for them
he's
to
so
come in,
fast.
and it seems that...
wait.
Oh wait, we may see. He's gonna
The
go
tower's still
fast. The
alive.
#1 rule
He's
of
dead.
gaming abided here. Stasis gonna go.
Stasis.
Not gonna be enough. Domeng is caught, but no follow-up from SLG. The lack of coordination here punishes them off. And I feel that this could be a worst-case scenario here for SLG because they could have been caused out. There goes the final chapter there by Calm as well. We do see that Arise
Danny.
has come into the fight as
Danny's
well
dead.
to follow up with the damage. SLG now running away. Utopium as well as Vamos, last two surviving members, as well as Godby, excuse me. But could be a little bit too late here. Godby may be taken down for
That's
the
it.
count. Double kill going over to Calm. Double the time out here for members of SLG. 4 members gone. Turret's gone. As well as Drake's now. Another in the pocket of FLA. Auto lose. Doesn't look good for SLG.
Definitely not. And yeah, looking for FENNEL adversity. This really smells to me that it's already a secured win. And they're just battling against time. As we have dubbed this as a time attack game for almost everyone that will be going against SLG. They already did their work. They already was able to win the lanes, and they were able to win the early game. But now it's all about, finishing the game, closing the house, cleaning the house.
Yeah, closing house indeed here for these players. We do see that FLA right now knocking on SLG's door here. I mean, you gotta make those references work here, Otto. But enough of references. Back to the game. We may see a fight break out between FLA and SLG. SLG looking towards pulling the trigger.
Show them the heaven's door.
Arise there. Rises up, looking to be proactive in the fight. We're going to see another one there onto Vamos. Vamos now is going to be rooted down. Will be taken down. Double kill going over to FLA. Domeng getting the credit here. Unstoppable for Domeng. Right
down.
into it.
Triple kill
going over to Domeng. Is it going to be another one?
Quadra! Give me the Penta!
We're going
Give
to
me
see
the
the
Penta!
Penta! Give it to me, baby! Godlike for him.
Give me the Penta!
We're going to be seeing it. The follow-up that could be coming in. We could see a moment here.
They want
God
it.
be
They
like,
want it.
nope, we don't want to give it here. Members of FLA now may actually expose themselves to mistakes if they go for this Penta here. Seems like that moment has passed. FLA decides, yes, sure, Domeng. We're going to want to give you the Penta, but the Quadra's all you're going to walk away with.
I'm upset.
Oh my goodness, Otto. I'm sure it could have been so close. We saw the Quadra come out. SLG had to back away, and little by little, it was just watching them run, walk, limp, crawl, and only one member survived.
Yeah, and still, the good decision there, the right decision is for FENNEL University to go back. Again, Godv's mechanics is able to revive his teammates if he's able to take down opponents. And FENNEL University, had it been that they overstayed, Godv could have turned around that fight. But I'm not kidding anyone here. That could have been, my golden photo moment. Especially it's FENNEL University that we're talking about in a pentakill, in a play-in stage. Wow.
I mean, I'm a little bit more harder to impress here, but we're going to see Godv right now
Go
may
ahead,
not
Calm.
be the easiest
Go ahead,
to
Calm.
be taken down, but it is going to be inevitability that awaits Godv here. 50 seconds of gray screen time is going to be on him, as we're going to be seeing members of FLA right now engaging onto Aurora. Going to be hit with a beautiful bomb onto one. We do see Sachichaj hitting onto Domeng. Bit of a challenge here as Arise comes in to give a little bit of supplementary damage on top of that all. It's going to be a matter
Calm
of
is
time.
finishing the game!
Oh my goodness gracious me. It's a GG. It's unfortunately
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
It's unfortunately
Calm and collected.
a GG right here. My goodness gracious me. Otto, all right.
Let's break this down.
Yeah. Let's
need a sec.
okay. First of all, a moment of silence for SLG.
Well,
all right. Moment of silence has passed.
Okay.
All right. Now, FLA, SLG, game number 2, 2-0. Biggest thing right now is the fact that FLA has proverbially blown up the door, and they're out of the tiebreakers now for now.
Exactly.
And more pressures on EVOS.
And one team.
And
the best thing about this is FENNEL University has shown that they could win fast, right?
All right.
And this is the momentum that we are talking about heading into their matchup against CERBERUS later today, third series. I actually just want to use this. Let's see. Then again,
wait, turn it around first. Give it white first.
All
Give
right.
them the white side first. And then we'll
So-
show them. Right, so add 3, all right?
This is an Nautilus thing, though.
1, 2, 3.
So Nautilus. Show them the backside. Let's go.
I'm just really sad for SLG. I think that when they opened up with some kills in the opening stanza of the game, I felt that a little bit of hope was given towards the Oceania region, the Oceania fans, of course, and I felt that was just unfortunate that members of FLA were just, all right, we'll just take some time, we'll just avoid the pressure, and we'll definitely be able to come back stronger. However, Otto, I think that's enough from both of us.
Yeah, FENNEL is so strong, though.
I
I'm just
think
liking
so
their
too.
chances later.
I think so too. Anyway, on to our hostess with the mostest, Grandin and the panelists. Over to you guys. Hope you break it down well.
Nick, I'm not sure that works. Hostess with the mostest. I don't think that's quite right. Something about that. Wow. But what an amazing game from FLA and SLG. FLA will secure themselves their first win, giving them 3 more points and helping them jump ahead of the rest of the competition. So no more deadlock between the other teams. That being said, though, it started off really strong with SLG in this game. But gentlemen, what are your thoughts for this game?
Well, although it was not a perfect game once again for FENNEL University, it was a mechanical display coming in from all 5 of their players. And we got to start with Calm, right? Like, him on that Camille, did you see he just styled it when it was like a 2 versus 1 against him?
Oh, absolutely. I was there. I was looking at it, and you guys were like, what mechanic is this? What kind of mechanic is this?
Yeah, I gotta give props to God V. You know, he was willing to skill check Calm. They had a decent exchange in the first 10 minutes of the game, but evidently Calm came out huge. But I think the biggest switch that we saw from SLG was definitely DDD. That was my hero, got the Sinjao, and the spillover of him being on a jungler that starts fights for his team really showed through, right? SLG were able to take some initiatives. They were able to create windows of opportunities. They were contesting objectives actively. I think that really was what put FLA in a tough spot.
And not just in this game. The previous game we saw him play Sinjao, SLG looked infinitely closer to a win than they did in the other game where they weren't playing with something more aggressive in the jungle, where they weren't actively looking for something. And so this switch away from Graves was a very nice one. But also another big switch was the fact that Vamos went back down to the bottom side.
Yeah, and I love that he's been able to also give Utopian a little bit more of an aggressiveness with the Z pick. But going back to Utopian, we saw, sure, it may not be the perfect synergy between that trash, but a Ziggs generally can do well on his own, so you could have him just clear off all these sort of waves, and he's managed to also secure objectives. He stole the Herald early on.
Yeah, we have some key winning moment highlights for you guys as well. Husky, you know, we were talking about this bot side. Aurora now jumping up in priority. He has so much more initiative now on this thresh.
It's so beautiful to watch, right? Because in game number 1, what SLG was essentially trying to do was to not lose the game. But in game number 2, SLG were actually playing to win. We see them being a bit more proactive, being a bit more fearless, and that's kind of the mentality that you want if you are on SLG, right? Don't care about who you're going up against. Play what you're comfortable with. Be bold enough to make those moves, and that's what defines greatness.
That's true. That's true. Defining greatness is about all the small decisions that you make, you know, the way that you play, the decisions and the choices that you have. And then we saw that first game, FLA has strong control for it. You know, that was my golden power moment. And for all you guys back home, maybe not so sure about what the impact and the repercussions of the golden power are. Every talent, whether that's a caster or a panelist, only gets one. So we only get to have one vote for what we think is the most impactful game of the competition for the WCS finals as a whole. And I've just used mine in that first game, right? FLA with the first perfect game I think we've ever seen in Southeast Asia Wild Rift Esports. And so now, let's also talk about the second game here, Contra.
Yeah, I would have actually lifted the golden portal by
like
the very end of it.
Like 3 of you guys would have had, right?
Yeah,
you,
right.
Husky, all of you guys would have.
But, you know, that quadra that he almost got a penta. If it was a penta, sure. But
poor thing, Domeng.
Yeah, like, Domeng, I think he really did a lot of work on this Jace throughout the course of the series. But we also saw a rise on this Ari, right? 3-man dove onto that turret, and yet again, he walked out alive. Like, it just shows that they are so calm, composed, and confident. And that really sets them up for all the upcoming series for FENNEL University with so much more.
Yeah, and on top of that, aside from SLG being a bit more daring to take those risks and to, you know, take the fight straight to FLA, I want to give props to Aurora. Him on the Thresh is actually very pleasant to watch. He was playing around DDD, he was sticking around with Vamos, and most importantly, he also dictates what happens. We saw him land some very sick death sentences. Sure, it didn't end up in a kill, but you need those good starts to get the rest of the day going, right? It's still a long day for SLG.
Yeah, and I guess that his performance was great. I guess one slight change I would like to see is that when you're playing a Thresh aggressively, bring that Ignite with you. You're facing off against a Yumi. I think it will really help them to really close off some of all these fights.
Yeah, some things that we need to see done on both sides, right? But FLA, I'm sure they're going to be happy this match was pulled over from yesterday, brought over today instead. FLA still start off with a win. They're going to be very happy getting those 3 extra points, but the action isn't over for SLG yet. They have a long day ahead of them. There are 4 BO2 matches. The second one coming up will be EVOS versus SLG after this quick little break.
I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear is all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see, I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible.
University pull ahead in the groups with their win over SLG. I told you guys it's going to be a quick little break. We're back with more action, the WS Finals play-ins. I'm Grandin with me. I've got the double trouble. I've got the twin terrorists. I've got Contra and Husky with me here. Again, for our second match, SLG don't get to catch a break. They're back up against EVOS now. And gentlemen, I have to pull the room. You guys have told me already what you guys thought about EVOS and SLG, but does that change after the performance we just saw from this team?
Honestly, I feel like leaning on to SLG here to cause an upset, but I will remain the same with my predictions. So
No.
I'll stick with it.
It doesn't change.
Yeah, it can't change.
It
You
can't
get that
change.
they're the
Yeah.
same people, they're the same person at this point, right? Merged together, fused as one. Their minds and one the same on the same way and play. So when one person has to go eat, does the other person feel hungry as well?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I
always
think,
hungry.
Yeah, I think so far we have been very observant of that, and we actually saw that, right? When I went for my coffee, he also went for his coffee.
Okay.
When I went for some snacks, he also took a bit from me.
And
Yeah, you know.
I guess my hair is not as long, but it's almost there.
Well,
Yeah, the
look
only
at it
dis-
like a similar hairstyle. Can we get like the side profile, you guys both? Oh my
Hey.
goodness.
The only distinction is that different size, right? In case you get confused.
Yeah,
and
in
the
case you
color.
get confused. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So we've seen quite a bit from these guys so far. SLG, I'm still looking for them to give us an upset, right? Game number 2, they looked a lot better. They need some time to warm up. I understand that, and that's as a result of not having the same kind of opponents that, you know, generally is a fodder to a lot of the teams in Southeast Asia. You're so geographically close, it's very reasonable for you to go on and play with. If I'm FLA, FENNEL Adversity, I can play with any of the teams in the Vietnamese region, in the Thai region. I'm out here in Oceania, it's difficult for me to find the same script partners. I would have to concede quite a bit here. Ping is going to be an issue, you know, internet is going to be an issue. Stability is going to be an issue. So all these things considered, it's understandable why they are going to be isolated somewhat, but they also have some interesting partners because they can still set up for teams, for example, in the WNS. So now, SLG, we saw them be more proactive. DDD stepping up the plate, playing the Xin Zhao. I like that. That's a good change for me. What about you guys?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Like, we talked a lot about them playing too safe in game 1, and they immediately switched it up, and it was a full facelift that we're looking at. It wasn't only the Xin Zhao. Sure, DDD, he did do a lot of proactive things across the map, having them set up for success. They managed to get more of those objectives going down, so they've definitely stopped FLA from getting perfect games on that series.
Yeah, I want to see SLG keep that going, right? They have shown us that they can make those moves. They've shown us that they actually have a mind of their own. They don't conform to what FLA and the other teams have been displaying. They actually have their own initiatives, right? They know when to roll the dice. But now you need to continue that against EVOS because EVOS as a team loves to play that exact style.
Yeah, and I want to quickly add on to it. Like, we only knew them for their team fighting style early on. So for 3 games that they played with Cerberus, as well as the initial match that we've just witnessed, 3 games they tried. Team fighting style didn't really work the best, perhaps. Now, I'm liking that sort of split push mentality where we finally see the Akshan over on the Baron lane. That was pretty exciting.
But they had a tough time against Calm with the Camille, right? Calm was running laps around then. Domain was a big issue for them once they got into the mid to late game. And so we still see issues kind of that need to be solved by SLG. And so we're looking at strong opponents again here with EVOS. Lloyd coming into play, G4 coming into play, similar, like Husky said, to FLA. Does this actually help SLG? Because now they don't have to think too much about the change. They just play the same thing that almost worked against FLA.
Yeah, I think SLG just needs to kind of polish up in what they have picked so far, right? Just make sure that you clean up the rough edges, you will stand a better chance against EVOS. And at the same time, because FLA won their Series 2-0, means that they break away from the potential tiebreaker, and this puts EVOS in the hot seat.
Yeah, and speaking of EVOS, right, I guess when we look back at all of those series that they've played out, sure, they may not look like they're the team with the cleanest sort of ways to close off a game, but it's also because a lot of teams have really studied it true. And like, Lloyd, he didn't manage to get all these sort of aggressive Baron lane plays. I hope that we can see more out of Lloyd this time around if he does get to lay his hands on maybe a Camille, maybe a Jace.
Sure, if he's willing to go for that aggressive option, right? Generally, Lloyd has been playing the safer pickups. We're just waiting for word to when the match is ready so we can jump into this match proper. But talking a little bit about Lloyd here, right? Lloyd has been playing stuff like the Darius, like the Garen, and when he does that, he looks pretty solid. We've seen him play the Ribbon before. not as clean looking. So we're hoping to see them really execute on this if Lloyd's able to come into play with that strong impact, especially when he's on a carry potentially. That opens up so many more options for EVOS.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what unlocks Lloyd is actually putting him on bruises, because what the effect of putting Lloyd on someone like a Riven, a carry type Baron laner, is that he also wants a piece of the pie. And when you have everyone trying to go for the exact same spotlight, to go for the exact same initiative, no one is willing to make space. They all want the same resources, and resources is pretty scarce on the Rift. But if you let Lloyd become the enabler, that gives Valdez the room to shine. That gives G4 a lot more breathing space. So you want to complement these two players instead of instead of trying to go after the same thing that they're looking for.
We're looking at an RTS level difficulty resource match.
Yes.
Like everyone's running around, they're like, I gotta go for the jungle cams, or I gotta go get lane, I gotta get all this golden EXP. We see that happen sometimes with FENNEL especially, but especially when you just have carries, right? When you just have guys that need a lot of resources, when you're trying to play for the late game, you want to get there as quickly as you can. We see that happen sometimes with SLG. They wanted to go for the Grace, they wanted to get DDD up to speed as quickly as they could, but what we saw happen instead was, you're not playing RTS, you're playing a MOBA. You have one character, you only have the one guy, you have to walk around, do it yourself. And so now, issue here being, I don't think they can afford to go for that, not against teams that can tempo against them, where they have this heavy pressure. They need someone that can allow them. Maybe against one team, that might be their saving grace, that might be the respite that SLG find from all of this. But against EVOS, I don't think that's going to be it. I want to see SLG continue and put on the pressure.
I'm glad that you brought up a little bit about one team esports, right? Like, we have to reminisce of the ways that EVOS closed out that rapid game, and they really hit hard and fast, and we expect Valdez to be still on that prime form, go in with those aggressive junglers like Kha'Zix and stuff. But who I'm hoping to see step up here is Fairplayer, because Fairplayer, sure, he has played a couple of Rakans, he's played a few enchanters here and there. Like, I think that he hasn't been all too snappy and quick feet about going in for initiatives that could have actually put EVOS ahead at most part.
And I don't want to be too dismissive about this Contra, but you know, we've talked a lot about Fairplayer at this point, almost talked about a lot about him, and there are some concerns about his mechanical play, yet he's still come in and acted as this primary engager for the team, whether that's going to be as the set or the Rakan. Husky, are you feeling confident about improvement from Fairplayer as we go deeper into the competition?
I definitely feel confident that Fairplay is going to show up even more. I think SLG would be a good testing ground for Fairplay to kind of push the limits a bit, test out some different buttons. But you know, for EVOS, the core is always going to be centered around G4 and Valdez, right? The jungle mid synergy is something that doesn't run too far away from EVOS's identity, but we talk about the potential tiebreaker where you have to race against the time attack, right? But EVOS themselves also has an internal time attack, because what we've seen in the past 2 days is that they always run on steam with the game drags on. So maybe that's something that SLG can prey on.
Yeah, and there were moments where they were always waiting for Elder Drakes. Now there's no time for them to afford to dilly-dally, and I guess that this might actually really shift them from, you know, Gear 1 all the way to Gear 5, but will they hit a wall at this point?
Yeah, it's dilly-dallying. I think it's a great way to put it, because EVOS, they love to play for that late game. They love to enable themselves. I think they have one of the highest Elder Dragon pickup rates in the play-ins right now, and we see that for a good reason, right? They're right there alongside one team. One team, however, are much better at closing out those end games, whereas it seems like EVOS gets there not necessarily by choice so much as kind of, well, I guess we're here now, so what do we do here? And so this is something that we need to watch out for. I'm looking forward to see if EVOS have managed to close that one up. So we've talked a lot about this matchup, EVOS and SLG. So let's take a look at these two teams as we go into our second game for day number 3 of play-ins. All right, here we have it. We're back into this. We're going back into champions like SLG. Looking like they're going to start on the blue side against EVOS, giving them that first pick priority.
Yeah, and I just thought of a good way to describe EVOS' game plan, right? From early to late game. You know that meme where you split a drawing of a horse into different parts? EVOS' game plan looks exactly like that. Early to mid, fantastic. Late game, I guess Elder Dragon is the way to go. If you flip that around, it's actually one team. So I don't want to see EVOS drag it out too late. You need to race against that internal clock. And if SLG brings it to the late game, I fear that they might find it open to close out against EVOS.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, you know, like, someone was doodling in the dressing room earlier, like, I guess how could possibly paint this picture pretty perfect later. But now I really want to dive into this picks and bans.
No, I don't think I can, because now you've just kind of issued a challenge to Hound. He's looking over here. It's like, what did you just say to me, Contra?
Hey,
you've issued a challenge.
I think it's great. Like, he definitely drew all of us. Look fantastic. Now, of course, SLG, they have addressed a few issues from that previous composition that they fight against FENNEL Adversity, and Jace definitely was a little bit of trial then. Remove that completely. Now, there's also no Olaf. Are we going to see that songstress again?
I think the Songstress is less viable against EVOS because EVOS plays so fast, and Songstress, they just want to stay behind, play the musical instrument, drop a couple of spells every now and then. EVOS will just run at you, right? So SLG, go back to the Ziggs. That was what worked against FENNEL Adversity in Game 2, but they pick up their Lulu, which again is a different identity from SLG.
They prioritize things very differently from what we've seen in WCS so far, right, guys? Lulu as an early pickup, Senna as an early pickup. It seems like these supports are some of the options that they like to choose to go for. Whereas from Evo's side now, I think they just get to have some very incredibly strong power picks, right? Camille has been removed, but that doesn't take away stuff like the Gragas, the set strong engages, strong tanks that are flexible in many different positions.
Yeah, and this is the best way to start things off. Not too telling of what EVOS is going to do next. This could be given to Fair Player to set it up nicely, and we've already seen Lloyd really going all in on this. So you ask for the process, you get it.
Yeah, I was expecting the Kha'Zix to get picked, right? It's a no-brainer for EVOS. Kind of gives you a bit of a reflection from FLA's domain. Valdez also loves that Kha'Zix a lot, one of the strongest junglers that we have. But for SLG, if they want to go for a jungler right now, again, I think the Xin Zhao is the best bet they got. If they want to go for a safer one, I was thinking of the Jarvan, but the Lee Sin is also great because it allows DDD to take initiative, and the Lee Sin supplements that.
We haven't seen any Galio from SLG, right? SLG don't look like they'd like to play for something like that, but now with the Lee Sin Lulu, I feel like this might be viable, especially with an early Guardian's Angel pickup.
Yeah,
I absolutely agree.
Absolutely, right? The Galio, the Shen is also a champion that we have been keeping our eyes on every now and then, but for SLG, the question is,
wow!
Oh, like, why would they go for a Vayne Lulu bot? And we saw it once, but it was a loss. When the first time we saw this Lulu...
But Lucian is up.
And Lucian is up, right? So, EVOS, I don't think they'll be bothered. Like, Lucian can be flexed. A G4 plays a Lucian mid. Satan can go for the Lucian.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to pull this off, and the likelihood of a Lulu going mid, I don't think it's going to give that sort of pressure that we will like to see coming in from SLG as well. And also to face off against an Ahri. So I am really looking forward to what SLG brings over the mid lane. But at least when they scale into the late game, they have an insurance plan with this Vayne going on. They just have to look out for a huge phase breaker coming out of Lloyd, if that's ever the case.
There's a lot of impact that SLG have here. SLG are picking options that allow them to find good early tempo. Once they hit this mid game, they have a lot of objective shred, so they can finish off the dragons, the Rift Heralds, take those away from EVOS, and potentially scale into the late game as well. So SLG, I'm looking at a composition that once they get past this early game, the bans in the second ban phase are going to help determine how they get there. So Ziggs removed from SLG's side, Darius removed from EVOS, which is a little bit surprising considering I think EVOS benefit more from having this Darius.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see SLG start considering how do you want to draft that last two pick, because you already have Lee Sin to set the tempo. You know that Vayne and Lulu will be your late game insurance. Pivot your draft towards Vamos. Let him shine. Don't give Godby something like an auction. He doesn't need that. Give him something that allows him to stand in front, allows him to play disruption. A Renekton, excuse me, would be great. And give Utopian a similar champion, right? Maybe you can give him a Diana, some form of utility, able to engage in those fights with that Zhonya's Hourglass. As long as SLG identifies that Vamos is the insurance plan and draft around it, I think they'll have a good chance.
And Evils get to pick up the Lucian here.
And this is pretty huge for them. Like, they've already have something that could easily have them set up for success. But look at this. Aurelia being brought into play,
Husky.
I think this is going to be pretty hard for Set to get things done.
Yeah, I don't see SLG standing awake. If Gavi picks up the Aurelia, I don't think he's going to stand in the way of EVOS, not with what he has.
Yeah, and I think SLG are just fearless at this point. Even though my version was having to play on Vamos, but it's SLG, right? God V, he doesn't really care who you are. He will try to check you as much as possible. I think the Irelia fits SLG, but we also see a Corki. This is a Corki mid for sure. So SLG are looking for DDD, God V, and Utopium to set the tempo down mid, but EVOS with the Lucian Yumi again, and that means that bottom lane of SLG will suffer a bit.
I just want to say for a second now, this is we're running it back, right? This is the composition we just saw, right?
Right.
Pretty much the same composition that we just saw from FLA. EVOS going into this. We talked about how these two teams were similar, how that was going to put SLG to the test. EVOS do basically the exact same thing that FENNEL Adversity did, maybe in slightly different steps, but he got to the same conclusion at the end. What are your thoughts here? SLG up against EVOS. Let's start with you, Husky.
DDD and Godvi, they have to set the tempo right now. The bot lane is not going to be able to provide too much because of the matchup. The mid lane, you have a Corki, right? There's not really much kill pressure, but you have that Irelia. If DDD can work together with Godvi to get that top lane going, I think SLG will get some priority.
Yeah, but my concern to SLG is that there's not going to be all too much help for DDD with the support basically babysitting a whole lot more. So EVOS, they're just going to run it back like what you said early on. It is a draft that they have been very comfortable with, and I expect them to exceed expectations here.
Yeah, being able to play back in a composition that they've done well at and now are trying to play for again. We see strong tempo coming out from SLG, Smash Logic Gaming. Now, though, have to be a little bit careful about this, how they approach this game. If what we see on the screens are true and there is going to be that roll swap, again, SLG consistently changing up where the players are going. We'll have to see if this is going to be effective for them or if EVOS Esports have their number, playing to their strengths, going for a composition they've played for time in, time out, and now in this matchup, EVOS looking for that win, trying to keep up with FENNEL Adversity, who have now pulled ahead an important series to 2-0 and set themselves up for a strong match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think EVOS is going to just win this in a fast manner.
And so we have no more words to say about this. We're going to let the casters take over the action instead as we jump into game number 2 of the WCS Finals play-ins.
All right, fantastic indeed. Thank you very much from our host and panel, Grandin, Contra, and of course Husky. My name's Han. Alongside with me is going to be Autoluz, and we hope you guys are enjoying the matches that are underway. It's match number 8 in total, our second match of today. EVOS as well as SLG going up against each other. Pressure biding its time, pressure building on towards EVOS now that FLA has gone through.
Right, and okay, let's focus on the game a bit because not only are we looking at role swaps here, we're also looking at lane swaps. Vamos going topside was answered immediately by EVOS, putting Cat Satan and Fair Player to respond. Now DDD, the jungler of SLG, is the one that will be playing the Corki. Meanwhile, Utopium, the mid laner, will be the one on Lee Sin. So we'll see if this change-up will surprise EVOS by a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed here. DDD actually going for the mid matchup here. And I do think that that's going to be very interesting that this change for SLG may actually bring them some results.
Exactly. Just put on more wild into your wild card. Oh, as we see, Equilibrium Strike connecting, no follow through.
Yeah, no follow through indeed here for Godv onto its G4. It's got to be very careful though. Pre-5 is an opportunity for Godv to try to close it out. Over to the top side though. Fair Player as well as Cat Satan, both of them may actually be in a bit of an interesting spot here.
Yeah, this could be a potential dive here, Hound. This is a very thick wave. All right, Valdez going back.
Yeah, I think Valdez going back. Ethiopian's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't get spotted out. Oh, my goodness. Just the amount of timing there happening out well. It seems that Ethiopian is going to try to affect the top lane off of our view. But we're going to be focusing on towards God V, though. DDD may actually be in a very interesting spot. Aurora almost in a spot of bother there. It's got to be careful that he doesn't overcommit.
Solo kill.
Oh, EVOS, G4 scoring the first blood.
Exactly. That's what they needed. It's the same thing with FENNEL Adversity, right? SLG with all their macro, with all their strategies being prepared. If they surrender solo kills after solo kills, it will be very problematic for them. But they're playing tag here. They now have put Vamos on the bot lane. Looking at the map right now, Valdez is in the area.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting that members of EVOS were able to salvage 1 kill from that. We can see
flash
Vamos
in.
there, has to flash away. Doesn't want to be in the middle of a face breaker here, as well as the follow-up chain of corruption from Valdez.
Now he's level 5, so there could be a potential engage coming from Lloyd. Remember, Valdez hurt so much when isolated. Vamos!
Yep, gonna go for the Taste Their Fear, gets hit with the Condemn. I misspoke just now, said Chain of Corruption, just not on Valdez, excuse me. I read it as Varus, so small mistake to make. God V now.
Oh, top lane.
Top lane, we're missing all of the... We're missing some of the kills, some of the action here, because so many things are happening at the same time.
Exactly.
As EVOS right now taking their level best to make sure that all of the lanes are prioritized here, getting a lot of pressure on these side lanes.
Kind of expected, you know, when EVOS is just playing on a different tempo. This is not what we are accustomed to. Utopium though.
All right, Lloyd in the middle of it all, fighting with Utopia.
He's very
Utopia takes
tanky.
it down to about 50% HP. Tankiness is the name of the game here for Lloyd. Not entirely worried about the amount of damage that was unleashed to him by Utopian. We do see that the game is going to be having a little bit of a a slower pace here.
Yep.
A little bit. I think teams are going to be getting ready to get on towards the first objective of the game.
I think this is EVOS just still playing their style. No rush. Again, sure win is better than a short win, right? Because if they end up losing here, chances are they will lose the Tiebreakers.
All right, so we're going to be seeing SLG here, going to be contesting it. Showstopper right onto Utopia. Utopia in the middle of the fight. Facebreaker hits onto 2. Will be able to package away, though.
Oh
It
no,
is
he's
going to
dead.
the Cloud Dragon, going over to its members of SLG. However, for the price of Utopia, don't know whether it's going to be a close one indeed. If Valdez in the middle of it all gets to taste their fear, as well as the Void missiles onto his DDD. While over the mid side there, we're going to be seeing a fight here. God V in the middle of it all will be taken down. Killing spree going over to Scat Satan. And we do see that EVOS right now, 4-0. And if this keeps up, maybe they might be saying, hey, if FENNEL University can do it, we can too.
Well, in terms of kills, they won't be able to replicate the perfect game since they already have gifted over a dragon. That's a Cloud Dragon for rotations for Utopian. But then again, you know, when it comes to rotations, if you don't really have enough damage, it doesn't matter, right? G4, again, just being able to connect on those combos, now able to free up Cat Satan already on 3-0-0. With first item already completed in that Storm Razor.
All right, Utopian there going to go on towards the top side of the map. May actually try to affect on towards G4. G4 gets away. I don't think that's going to be much action here for the most part. Maybe we might see a potential fight erupt onto the bot side for Vamos. Vamos is relatively
Twin
exposed. We do
shadows.
see that Valdez is in the middle of it all. We do see G4 as well. Going to be hit with the Sonic Wave. You know, resonating strike to follow up on the Fear of the Charm.
And you can see that Fair Player wants to play aggressive. EVOS wants to play aggressive. And speaking of aggressive,
I just said it, and here it is. Vamos in the middle of it all. Will be taken down for the count. That Taste That Fear. A little bit of overkill there for him, but better that than not getting the kill at all. Vamos, another casualty for SLG.
and we have talked about Vamos being the star player of this SLG team, right? And you know, people may be wondering why is he keeping on, you know, doing this role swap, this lane swap. And I think the reason is because Arura is not really his supposed support.
Yes,
right?
and that's the thing. I feel that maybe there might be instances of synergy not working out. SLG scoring out.
Whoa.
1 kill for themselves here. Gonna
Flashing
be
that question mark Pengu as well, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And I felt that before that, as I address that, I'm going to say that SLG now spoiling the chance for EVOS to have a perfect game in terms of kills. G4 there, going to be hitting with the Sonic, with the Orb Deception, as well as the Charm. Going to do a little bit of damage on the DDD, but no more follow-up there. God V may actually come into this. Oh, the flash with the ultimate right onto the dive here. Perfectly done by God V. But it's got to be careful, though. Valdez is in it, as well as Fair Player.
Oh no, DDD.
Oh,
could be a double kill
could
here.
be a double here. A really easy double could be the case for Valdez. But nope, he's going to just get out of there. Valkyrie for DDD saves him today.
That hurts so
open.
much.
That is going to be a lot of kills, a lot of damage there onto it, but it's not going to be enough to get away from it because of the speed as well as the slows that comes from Fair Player. A little bit too much. Oh, ball lane as well. Lloyd putting on a clinic on towards Vamos, despite the fact that Vamos is
right in the middle.
The more, the way more slick of all ADCs, in my opinion.
Exactly, bullseye, right? Well, he didn't really have flash, and he invested his ultimate. The exhaust range wasn't able to connect onto Lloyd, and Lloyd with a very good mechanical play there, just flashing in and dealing the final blow.
Cat Satan almost gets caught with that though. Comes in Valdez as well as G4. They enter the fray, and it seems that Utopian is going to be back in the fountain for this next 20 seconds. A lot of opportunity to push into the jungle. Is EVOS here sticking together as a 4-man team here, a 4+1, excuse me, if I'm not mistaken here, in terms of them going for the Herald. And I do think they are going to be getting a little bit of information here with the set roaming towards bot.
And I just noticed that Godvi bought that stance item first. That's just so defensive. Not really the first item buy that we often see on the Aurelia. On the bot lane, looks like that we have another 1v1. Flash has already been committed by Famus. Just to, escape from Lloyd. Lloyd has been punching this Vayne, or has been punching Famus out of this game.
And I feel that those punches in bunches definitely working out wonders against Vamos.
Body blows.
Body blows definitely playing out a lot of dividends here for members of EVOS. We do see that damage doesn't seem to be on the lacking for members of EVOS, considering that Valdez, Cat Satan as well, G4 there. Considerable amount of damage. It's going to be a very interesting one indeed. Right in the middle of the fight here is going to be SLG. SLG in the middle of it all will lose out one member here. It is going to be Aurora that's down from the counter here. It's not going to be enough. We're going to see another 2 members. Godvi as well, DDD taken out. Ramos as well, Utopian last surviving member. Could he be able to affect this? I don't think so. It's going to be G4 that flashes over the wall. And luckily enough, the smite will be able to give him a little bit of HP to get away. It's not going to be an ace though, but I may speak a bit too soon. Valdez flashing in, and it's going to be the ace though. A delayed ace for the side of EVOS onto SLG. 14-3. 9 minutes on the clock has elapsed as is, and it seems that EVOS is slowly but surely winning this out.
Some dancing moves there by Cat Satan. Just like my cat at home. We are just able to dodge so many skull shots. And looking at the replay here, Utopia was very, very low. Was forced to just safeguard away. And looking at Cat Satan, he was still able to survive. And remember, Cat Satan was so low. The killer instinct kicked in. Really, for Utopian, unfortunately, he's too low and he's too far behind.
I mean, with 1,000 HP left on the Drake, as well as Sonic Wave Resonating Strike available, I mean, there's very little opportunities for him to be able to get it. Rampage goes over to Valdez, and it seems that more and more members of Aurora are going to be on the casualty list here as EVOS looks to clean house.
Yeah, 3-16. DDD is going to just surrender his life. Healing spree already over to a champion here from EVOS, and they don't want to stop here. They want to go for that time attack thing.
I mean, it behooves upon them that they need to just keep pressing members of SLG up against the walls. So they do literally have members of SLG up against the ropes. They just need to end this fight as quickly as they can here. For members of EVOS to close out, I think it is going to be in the best interest, considering that the game time that we had for FLA just now was, I think, about 16 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, 16 to 17 minutes.
Right.
So this could be a case for EVOS to show that, yeah, we are going to 2-0. We are looking to 2-0 Oceania, but we're just going to do it faster than UFLA, and that's going to take the pressure away from EVOS for sure.
Similar to, I'm not going to be flashier, but I'm going to concentrate on the real prize, which is to have a shorter game time, at least in this game against SLG. Looking at the items though.
Oh my goodness.
He's dead.
Special delivery by Lloyd. Straight to his G4. And it seems that, oh my goodness,
God,
look
Vamos.
at that damage. Vamos right now almost disappearing from the game here with a skill cadence. I think a 3 skill cadence that came out from G4 in the blink of an eye. Could be very interesting to see how they're going to itemize here. I mean, it's just knocking on their door. Inevitability seems to be working out on them. And I feel that Cat Satan almost in the middle of it all gets hit with the relentless pursuit.
Condemn.
Oh, beautifully done there. The Condemn is going to follow up, but the Culling will be able to take down Utopian. I do believe that Cat Satan will be able to get that kill credit. We're going to be seeing the follow-up there coming in from SLG right now closing it out. EVOS still will be able to try to get it out, but they do have to be very careful though. Oh, Aurora now has to
Justin?
flash away. Will be able to get it, but no!
He's
We do
dead!
see one. Nope, it's not going to be enough. Unstoppable going over to Valdez. Despite the fact that they did lose one member, it's going to be an ace. And this could be the end of the race.
Wait a minute. Well, they don't have that much minions to really finish the game. We'll see though, Cat Satan and Valdez so low. Utopium still has skill pressure over them.
Yep, they got to be careful though. Utopia right now will be able to freely walk away,
the cat,
but no.
though.
Fair player doesn't. Fair player maybe
he tried
named
to
fair
guess.
player, but he doesn't want to be played fair against Utopian here. Heal comes
no,
up,
he's dead.
Utopia in the middle of it all. He gets hit with the Ardent Blaze, goes for the kick. Managed to get the Dragon Rage to get that distance between himself and Cat Satan. If not, it would have been Doomsday.
Yeah, tried to check for an exit kill. There was Utopian, but again, this low. Still wasn't able to kill just because of that cat. I think teams has to respect this cat.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. I feel that the sustainability as well as the catch potential with the ultimate. Granted, you need to have 3 instances of the lock for it to lock in, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a case here. I mean, as soon as you open up, it's the same issue with the Soul Siphon. It's the same issue with the Chain of Corruption. As soon as it hits one target, it immediately makes everything messy. Members of SLG doesn't want to clump up. Could be an interesting spot here. Copium. Copium gets charmed, and that's going to be the end of day for Utopium.
And I think they are wanting to go for that GG push here. Hound, 13 minutes and 50. Legendary already over to Cat Satan.
I think that's going to be enough here. Nothing much to say. Nexus is going to be the target priority here. 261 left. One more hit, 2 more hits. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A victory for EVOS. One of the best teams from the Thailand region. And man, oh man, that was definitely an exciting one. Both from SLG and EVOS. But it seems that EVOS just had their number.
Yeah, and they're not even celebrating, right? They know already that they're going to win. It's just a matter of how fast, especially against this team. And with the conditions that we have on the table, the panel has already discussed that at the end of the day, there could be a 3-way tie that will be broken apart by the time or the game time of your wins. EVOS with 14 minutes, they did their work. It's not as flashy as FENNEL Adversity's win against SLG, but still, a victory nonetheless.
Yeah, a victory well deserved indeed for EVOS, and I do feel that for both of them, for all of them, excuse me, it was a valiant effort from SLG, and it definitely was going to be a better case for EVOS here in terms of them winning it out. And I don't know, for me, I think I'm just gonna stick with this one all the way.
Until they get a win?
I guess until they get a win, yeah, because I'm pretty sad here for SLG. I felt that they could have done a lot better, but then again, I mean, it's just the league how it is, right? I mean, when you get the best of the best already competing at the play-ins, can only imagine what kind of picture is going to be painted at playoffs, isn't it?
It's very suffocating, this group.
It is,
right?
it is.
Especially against the 4 teams that we have here. Against Southeast Asia as a region has been dubbed as the #2 region in the whole world. In the Horizon Cup, right, Team Secret, when they won, let me just brag a bit, was able to carry the Southeast Asia onto the 3rd place finish behind 2 Chinese teams. So as a region, we're 2nd.
Yeah, we're doing pretty all right. So I don't know about you guys. I know we want to be breaking it down. However, our job here is done. The panel and, of course, our lovely host, Grandin, is going to be breaking down all of the stats, all of the little micro details for those of you who are interested. Over to you guys. Take it away.
Thanks, Hal. No worries. You'll get your chance again after the end of the 2nd game in this BO2. But before that, guys, raise your pingus. Raise your pingus up. Utopium, thank you very much, my man, giving us this incredible moment. Hit them up the question mark. Just make sure they know. Remember this moment.
This is greatness right there.
That is greatness.
This is greatness.
Quite clearly greatness. And I love that energy from them. SLG went up against yet another labor in EVOS, and EVOS was a backbreaking labor for sure.
Oh, it was certainly a fast one, right? EVOS understood the assignment. They beat Cerberus' record time by 1 second. So that's a new record.
Yeah.
Congratulations to EVOS.
Could they go any faster though? And they weren't really rushing for the Nexus too. They're like, okay, yeah, there's still a few players around. Let's get them. And like, you know what? Let's just end the misery. Because there's a few things to address here, right? Like, other than Utopian going to the jungle, we saw EVOS trying to answer back by switching the lanes up. So that Dragon lane went up over the top side, and it just made it so awkward for SLG to answer. And that final pick of the Corki doesn't really complement what they really want to do, right? You get that lead in, sure, you want to look for those picks. What can that Corki do in the early game?
I mean, it starts off so much with the draft, and then after the draft Contra, we saw them go into the game, move around the map, and we saw SLG pulled apart as a result.
Yeah, SLG pulling themselves apart, honestly, with that rearrangements of where the champions go around, how the lane assignments
You
were
told
done.
people on Lee Sin!
I think Utopia on Lee Sin is one thing, but that's the least of our worries because we saw
The
Vayne-
least of our worries.
Yeah, the least of our worries, right? That was like layer number one. It's like an onion. The more you peel, the more you cry. That was what I felt. We saw them trying to put the Vayne against the set. The idea is great, but you are sacrificing everything that draft has been built around. You want the Lee Sin to play with the Irelia, but that is not going to happen if you switch the Vayne into the set. What happens? Vayne doesn't really win the lane. The Corki gets dumpstered by the Lucian and Yuumi. Everything falls apart. We are seeing SLG in their game 1 against FLA just internally imploding.
Yeah, and I absolutely relate to Hound's sad mummy emote, because like, by the time you get into such a
For a
situation...
second there, I'm going to be honest, I thought you were going to say I totally relate to when you just lose games quickly. Okay,
sometimes...
I kind of relate to that a little bit
Yeah,
with
yeah,
SLG, you know, we're getting sad movie together in Contra.
Right. And, you know, like, even for God V in this game, sure, you pick up the Irelia, which is supposed to go stable. Like, you get thrown off. You can't build into something like a hull breaker when you're always going to be switching.
Sure.
So nothing gets done. And instead, he went for the Death Dance. No damage output whatsoever. You dove in the fight. Sure, you can last a little bit longer, but I don't think the rest of the team can keep up.
He's in an episode of The Office. He's looking around. His coworkers getting nothing done. Jim's out there pulling a prank on Dwight, and he's just like, "Well, I guess I gotta do it myself now. I'm gonna go and buy Death's Dance."
You know, it's like that moment where I don't watch much of The Office, but there was this one episode
A
where...
shame, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll watch it.
We'll watch it together.
We'll watch it together. But
Right.
there's this one moment where they set the trash can on fire, right? It feels like that. The trash can gets set on fire, everyone runs around, and you have just that one guy is like, I guess I'll do it myself, right?
Yeah, Dwight's fire preparedness survey, making sure that everyone understands what needs to be done in the event of a fire. SLG are right now in a blazing fire, but it's okay. It's all fine. It's like that Poro that's the fire going around it. We still have a chance for SLG. They have one more match against here with EVOS. They have another match against one team. SLG playing one of the most matches today. This is a chance for them to start displaying themselves, start offering something putting them on the table. EVOS here now looking like a bad matchup. They had difficulties against FLA, and EVOS playing a composition virtually identical to FLA.
Yeah, well, when it comes down to the playstyle of both EVOS as well as FLA, sure, there might be slight differences, but the ideas are essentially the same, right? Like, FLA a little bit more edgy when they go for those double-edged sword plays, but when you're going up against EVOS, who's so methodical, who's so well constructed, hitting into all these sort of team fights, even if you want to draft into a team fight composition for the side of SLG, I don't think it's going to end well. So honestly, game 2 is going to be pretty hard for them to draft into.
Yeah, and it feels like the composition that we saw from SLG, on paper it looks well-rounded, but it's actually just a skeleton, right? The content was what was missing. It feels they're planned out where the destination is going to be, they planned out the starting point, they've got everything done, but if you open up the luggage, they actually don't have the necessities, and that's what I think SLG has been struggling in that game number 1, and at the same time, again, the reassignment was, I personally feel that it's a disaster, and EVOS just played it so well. They completely exploited SLG's weaknesses, and I hope that going into game 2, SLG did what they did against FLA, bring out a composition that allows them to play fast, that allows them to be proactive, because that, I think, so far has been their best game.
And I think the team for today is all about speed, momentum, and I look at SLG, they were playing for a late game composition, right?
Right,
like,
yeah.
I think it's about time that they've already seen all the games that all the rest of the C teams are currently playing and really just go in for all these sort of early game picks. That's what they really have to do, because that past game against FENNEL, that at least convinces that, hey, there's hope, and I want to hop onto that.
And I can't fault them, right? Like, they're coming into the WCS for the first time. This is their introduction to it, and it's a rough one.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you finally get invited to the big party, you enter the room, and you know, it's just so overwhelming, it's so intimidating, right? There's going to be an element of that. But if this is a tale of the hare versus the tortoise, I think the hare is winning because all of these teams are closing games out in a very clean
You don't
fashion.
even have to think, like, the hare definitely is going to win that, right?
Yeah, but in the fairy tale, the tortoise wins out because the hare takes the break. But these hares, they're not taking breaks. They are going straight for the nexus. Sure, they're, you know, showing some flair, they're getting some style points, but they get the job done.
Yeah. I mean, the fables are a great indicator of good moral character, but reality is different. Reality changes. If this were fiction, SLG right now would be making me very happy. This would not have been the true result. I could be off in La La Land and you know, off in my own head. But the reality is, EVOS won that first match. Let's start talking definitive, gentlemen. First game, we saw them go for the Lulu first pickup for SLG on blue side. Now, as we go into the second game, what are your thoughts? What should SLG start with? Start with you, Contra.
Well, if SLG really wants to go for, say, an enchanter, just try to leave that karma open. Like, I did notice that EVOS did try to ban it out, so I guess there is going to be certain opportunities if that was ever allowed. Or else, just go for an initiative support. I want to see them trying something new, like go for something like a Rakan that also snatches away one of Fair Player's very own picks. So Fair Player, yeah, sure, he went in for the Yumi. That's also something for themselves to consider if they were ever to fall back to trying to build this hyper carry for SLG.
Think of it as a foot pyramid, right? You want to draft starting from the very top so that you get to flex and have a plethora of options towards the very end. But what SLG did in game 1 was actually drafting an inverse foot pyramid. They funneled themselves into a tight spot, and at the
But
end,
I thought you wanted the carbs first. You want the good stuff up top. Husky wants like the good stuff. He wants like the foot pyramid. He wants
Cherry
like all
on
his
top.
like he wants his like the fats, like
Yeah.
the candies, the meats, the proteins, and then he doesn't care so much for the vegetables.
Yeah,
and
my-
carbs.
my vegetables
Those
are the
comes
top.
afterwards, right?
it's been working out for me. I think I'm looking great.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, but I think that
Your twin is too.
my twin is too, right? Like this is the before after. You,
Oh,
whoa.
So I'm like EVOS, right? Well fed and
Exactly.
everything's going great.
Exactly.
This is how it goes.
So someone's been eating from the inverse food pyramid, someone's been eating from the actual food pyramid. So I'll leave it to you. But as you were making that point, talking about what needs to be done here for SLG.
Yeah, you don't funnel your draft into a chokehold, right? I think that's what they did. Lulu, Vayne, looks great. It feels like they have already cornered themselves into, all right, Vayne is our late game insurance. This is what we're going to play for. And they don't follow through with the insurance plan. They break the contract halfway through. Now they have to pay all these fines. And in this case, they pay with a loss.
Yeah, and I don't know. Everything doesn't seem all too fine for them. Like, at least they were trying something new, right? Like, sure, falling back to something that's more stable. Just get Utopian back a little bit. Like, sure, go for Zed again if you want to. Just try
Right.
to set things up if ever the case. And, well, if he's going to be going in for a little bit of switcheroo, just plant him back down to the bottom.
I mean,
It's
we've had many switcheroos at this point. Like everything is switching around. We're going back into picks and bans here for the second game between EVOS and SLG. And with so many things changed, I'm not sure what to expect from SLG, but surely you guys have something to expect from EVOS.
Yeah, I expect them to do even better this round. Like, that looked to be...
Even better? 14 minutes and 1 second. Even better.
Yeah, like, I think this is the signature move of EVOS Esports, what we've known them and loved them for, right? Like, what I haven't really seen from them, still, we talked about Lloyd as well as Valdez here coming to really set the tempo for the rest of the team. I want to see that sort of flashy play coming out from Lloyd. Just give it something that he can hard carry on and exert that pressure onto Godfrey, and I'm going to be happy. I haven't seen a Fiora throughout this WCS plan.
And maybe for good reason, but as we start off in this one, Ziggs Karma banned out from EVOS, so no Karma like you mentioned, Contra, and SLG removing the commute here.
Yeah, and on top of that, EVOS have identified the main way that SLG keeps themselves in the game, right? They turtle out with picks like Ziggs and maybe the Karma. Though I don't think the Karma is the biggest concern for EVOS, but just for safety measures, they eliminate that as well. But for SLG, it kind of goes back to the exact same bans, right? You take out the Jace and Camille, which both are flex picks that EVOS can go for, but it doesn't necessarily solve their problems because SLG are fighting an internal war with their own draft or the switcheroo. They could be Houdini for all I care, but I don't want to see all these exchanged because it is not working out for them. Stick to what they did against FLA in Game 2, and I guarantee we will have a better game.
They're more like Chris Angel here.
Chris Angel, right? Yeah, like a little bit more Daredevil-ish.
Yeah, a bit more Daredevil, you know,
Like,
we got a bit more.
Set everything on fire, I'll try to make an escape.
That's SLG.
Okay.
Evo start things off here with the set pickup.
Okay, the set definitely is a no-brainer for them. EVOS looking great, but I guess I'm still happy that if they pass it over to the Fair Player or even Lloyd, I think it has worked out back in Game 1. But what would be turning up my attention is this Riven. Is it still going to the jungle, or is GOTV going to play this into set? Because I think having that Riven to match up against the set is going to be a decent answer, so they don't really have to worry. If you're going to switch that lane, sure, I think they can handle just fine. Blitzcrank, though!
I see Husky kind of cringing at the Riven pickup, though. When he saw that Riven, he threw his hands up.
No, it was actually a moment of delight. I wasn't cringing at it.
Moment of delight, okay.
Yeah, I feel like this Riven...
Are you delighted about Blitzcrank, though?
That was the reason FLA banned Blitzcrank in their Game 1. Maybe this is why, right? Maybe this is... Well, Blitzcrank, I think we had this discussion prior to the broadcast where Blitzcrank, sure, you get those rocket grab, you know, you get to isolate targets. But if you miss your hook, there's a big window for EVOS to punish you. And EVOS, they go for the Jax and Corki. And that screams that EVOS just wants to fight. And Blitzcrank doesn't protect SLG against that.
Here's my thing, though. Aurora looked really good on the Thresh when you did manage to play it. So I feel like this Blitzcrank is going to look good, piloted in his hands. Hopefully SLG have some sort of game plan with him. At this point, you know, just keep throwing stuff until something sticks. SLG want to play spoiler here.
Yeah, but my argument to this is that, sure, Blitzcrank, if you utilize his ultimate, he essentially silenced everybody, right? But look at EVOS. Everybody's just going to be punching their way out. Like, you don't even need spells for this. And I guess they really want to ensure that there's a little bit more kill threat. Now that it's being paired with the Lux, sure, it makes a little bit more sense. But that's winning the lane. But what about team fights? What about it?
And this is where SLG needs to recognize that they have a lot of setup. They have a lot of ways to keep EVOS locked down. Now you need someone to take advantage of that, right? And that kind of falls into the role of the jungler, DDD. Pick champions that allow him to utilize these kind of lockdowns. And this also spills over to GOTV if he ends up playing that Riven. I want to see the Sinjao come back. I think this is great for SLG because you have already laid down the foundations. Now you need to build that structure up.
And as we saw previously from SLG, they had played Riven in the jungle, so it is not a surprise to me that EVOS wanted to get rid of that Irelia, right? GOTV had a pretty decent game. He was able to solo kill his opponent multiple times, depending on who was sent over to him. Was able to solo kill G4 in the Baron lane at one point of the game, and so EVOS getting rid of those options against them. SLG will now
Wow.
for the Yasuo to pair that together with the rest of the team.
Woo! Okay.
Rico has been waiting for this since yesterday.
Okay, this is mind-blowing, right? Like, we're looking at huge setups for SLG. If you do get that chain knockup coming out of that Riven, and you could just set it up perfectly for the last breath, but what really matches up against that Yasuo, you put it up over a mid lane or in the Baron lane, this Renekton's gonna run into him, and I think that he's going to have such a tough time, though.
It is a very interesting composition from SLG right now. As I look towards this, Husky, why don't you run me through what are the kind of lane assignments and the matchups that they're facing against EVOS?
I think the Yasuo is going to have a really hard time regardless of where he goes. Against the Akali, not a good lane. Against the Renekton, not a good lane. We see the Wukong getting picked.
Here's one of the Yasuo.
Yeah, it does help the Yasuo, right? But this also screams SLG. They don't really have team fight, but they have a lot of pickup potentials. Now, if they can pull it off, then yes, you can drag the game out at least against EVOS, who is prone to run out of gas when you reach the late game. But getting to that point is going to be hard because you need to win your individual lanes.
You know what's even more exciting? This is Yasuo bot lane. So Yasuo, I guess going up against Cat Salen here, the biggest worry is that Fair Player is just going to run right at him, but with that Blitzcrank always protecting, I think it's not too shabby of that adjustment. EVOS, they will have that stability from early all the way to late, so it's a time crunch again, but this time it's on SLG.
You know what, Contra? I'm sorry to say, I don't think it's going to be Yasuo bot lane unless they tend to player swap
Oh,
again,
right,
which
right.
is possible. Which is possible, mind you. SLG have done that to us multiple times at this point. But look over at EVOS Esports, right? They are calm, collected. It's another day in the office for them. Today is a critical day. From a team that was previously the winner of the Summer Super Championship, this time last year, winners of the regional competition, they are now fighting for their space and their spot in the playoffs. And so, Smash Logic Gaming, let's see how they perform up against this veteran team, against a team with tons of international experience as they are introduced, thrown into the WCS and Southeast Asia as a whole. Let's toss it over to the casters, Hound and Audaluz, to take this match away.
And we are back. EVOS versus SLG game number 2, but it's going to be a level 1 invade here before we can even get for the formalities all done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we were just about to introduce ourselves, do the usual thing, and I felt that for SLG with the Blitzcrank pickup, the fact that they have so many knockups here, no surprises for EVOS here, that the fact that they were going to try something from the side of SLG.
Exactly. I mean, every time that you have a Blitzcrank, every time that I play Blitzcrank, I would love to have that level.
Oh my
1
God,
cheese
you're
strat
one
I'm a
of those
Blitzcrank
you're
player,
one of those
yeah.
disgusting players, aren't you?
I know. Well, looking at the bot lane, it does seem that Fair Player will be the one to play the set, and he will be paired up with Cat Satan. And looking at Fair Player, KDA 22.00 on that Cat. I remember his item selection; it was so good. Blue Dance Echo into Rabadons, but okay, hook not connecting.
No opportunities here for any of them to be able to get any levels of advantage against each other in the bot side. Over to the top side, tells a little bit of a story here. Lloyd will be able to shove in this wave quite a bit if he decides to go all in onto Utopia, but over towards mid side though. G4 gets away under the guise of the Twilight Shroud. DDD coming in almost in time here to give a little bit of assistance to GodV, but G4 just gets away relatively easy.
You know what? I'm liking the draft of SLG. It's
I am.
just-
Me too, actually.
It's about them making sure that to throw your opponent off guard, and what better way to do it than being on the Blitzcrank
Oh wait,
as
but
well.
before that, Lloyd
Nah, he's safe.
gets away. Luckily enough, Ignite not enough to take him down though. But we do see that there may be a counter engage over the top side, as we do see that Utopia may be in a bit of trouble.
Oh,
right
no flash.
into the slice and
Yes,
dice.
no flash.
Right into the counter strike
Decoy.
here. There's gonna be a bad
No,
one.
he's
and
dead.
There you
Oh,
go.
what a
There
sustain-
it goes. The first blood going over to the side of EVOS, and it's going to be Valdez that gets the credit.
Yeah, the worst person to give the first blood kill onto. Remember, this Jax needs time to scale up. But if you give him the first blood,
I
if
mean,
you give him resources,
given first blood, I mean, it accelerates the
Exactly.
opportunity. So could be interesting to see how in control Valdez is going to be as the game progresses.
And now it's a lot harder for Utopium to lane against Lloyd, knowing that he could just pop off that Dominus anytime. That's going to be a problem for this Wukong. But remember, this is just all about setup.
Face breaker there onto Vamos, gets hit with a knockup
Exhausted.
by Aurora. We are going to be seeing
Oh,
Cat Satan
flash.
get in the middle of it all with the Gatling gun. Has to flash away along with the Valkyrie here. DDD is the threat that seems to be getting a little bit of pensiveness from members of SLG. Over to the bot side though, it is going to be G4 that gets away again. But over to the
dead.
bot side though, Vamos gets taken down. Charge up is
dead.
going to hit.
Another
Aurora
one.
may actually be in a bit of trouble here, but members of EVOS still respecting the fact that the pull is still there, the knockup is still there, so they don't want to be overextending and putting themselves at risk.
Yeah, it's a lot harder for this Blitzcrank to really be able to make his presence felt as we look at G4.
Oh, a little bit more.
Alright, okay.
G4.
He's alive.
I had to give a bit of silence there because I
know.
just knew.
The suspense.
I just knew that there was something happening there. I'm so sorry. I know some people were like, all right, so what's gonna happen next? But man, that
Perfect
moment, that was definitely something that we were gonna see play out. But I think that's the margins that we're operating on here. It's not even a margin of feet here. It's a margin of inches and inches, man. It's just so little leeway between these two teams mechanically.
Yeah, and again, this is EVOS that is not really forcing anything. The first 4 minutes, they will just play it the right way and try to go for the earliest possible game time. For now, or shortest possible game time, but for now, 4 minutes and 15. We are seeing that SLG wants to prioritize this Rift Herald, and I think this will be contested. Looking at Fair Player.
I think this is going to be contested here. Fair Player is going to come in, drop a ward. Definitely for sure. The fact that the Scuttle will be able to spot them out. Not entirely sure whether or not members of SLG are going to help collapse. Aurora is in the middle of it all. Will be able to hit the ultimate on towards 2. In the middle of it all, look at that. Valdez will be able to counter strike on towards 2. We're going to be seeing in the middle of it. Lloyd as well goes to call the meat, gets the double kill almost immediately. Gets a considerable amount of HP. Going to go for the chase here. Dive opportunity is very evident for members of EVOS. As well as Herald there knocking on the top side door. It's going to be bad. Call the meat right into the stun as well. Slice and dice out. Gatling gun on towards him. And oh my days. There you go. I thought it was going to be the end there. Could have gotten away for Utopian and Vamos, but it's not going to be enough. SLG losing 2 out of the hook.
That's the first hook that
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
has
that
connected.
hook right
There you
into
go.
that. That works out wonders for God V there. The ultimate kept him in place. SLG scores the first kill of the game.
That's already
in style.
Yeah, that's worth. That's worth.
Definitely
That's worth
worth,
breaking
definitely
Blitzcrank.
worth.
And yeah, so giving us that highlight, but let's keep our heads steady here. Again, EVOS was able to get that delayed ace. Looking at the items here, Hull Breaker for Lloyd. Just wants to make sure to pressure the opponent.
Wait though, we're going to be seeing another coordinated dive most likely here. Got to be careful that Aurora may come in with the pull. Got to be spotted out is Valdez. Valdez may actually use this opportunity to try to jostle for position in terms of getting the objectives here. They need priority over mid lane though before they continue here, Otto.
Exactly. Mid lane priority is very, very important, especially in objective takings such as this. Whoever gets priority will most likely get the territorial advantage, as we would love to call it. But Utopian here trying his hand against the level 9 Lloyd. This is 2-level gap. This is so sad for our monkey.
Priority not working out wonders here for SLG. SLG is going into this position on a deficit here. Showstopper hits onto 3. And this is going to be a very interesting one indeed. Final spot does hit. It's going to be a killing spree going over towards Lloyd. Lloyd getting the kill credit here, but we do see that EVOS right now is going to be closing out. And it's going to be Aurora that gets taken down as well with the follow-up by Valdez. And with the follow-up by G4 as well as Cat Satan. Despite the fact that they lost 2 members here, could be another one. DDD gets taken down. Unstoppable is Lloyd. No matter what you put in front of him, Lloyd's just going to take it down.
Yeah, 5-0 and 3, 8 out of the 12 kills. And looking at the replay, very good initiation coming from Set. Fair Player again has been so remarkable against SLG. And look at the dragon. Look at here. Valdez, bang! He just got spit out of the wild drift of this ocean dragon.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate there for Vamos. Nothing much that he could do though. I felt that it's just a rock and a hard place. I mean, either way, it's catch-22. You're going to be losing out some way or another. So looking at how members of EVOS have been operating, they already have 1 game in the pocket already. Looking towards match FENNEL adversity, and the fact that SLG right now is operating on a deficit from the opening stand. At least for the first few minutes, there was a little bit of even ground here, but it just could be another opportunity for them. Oh, nice binding there onto one. Fair Player gets caught, but it is not going to be a steal opportunity for members of EVOS. EVOS right now will be able to be taken down. G4 is in the middle of it all. Lloyd joins the fight as well. It's going to be a triple kill going over to Cat Satan. Quadra.
Give me the
Penta. No, I don't think so. No opportunities here. Cat Satan is too far away. Aurora just decided that, yeah, okay, we're not going to give you the Penta. We're not going to be on the receiving end of the highlight here. Cat Satan definitely gonna be walking away smiles here with the quad.
I remember the score being 3-16. Now it's being reversed. 16-3, and Towers going down in an instant. Again, remember, Lloyd already has the Hull Breaker, so this minion will just be as tanky as possible. And we'll be able to deal the final blow. 41, there you go. Another tower broken down here by EVOS.
All right, this could be an interesting one indeed here for members of SLG to come back from this. EVOS right now steadily in the lead. 4 turrets for nothing. And it seems that EVOS just has so much free reign to move around here. SLG right now collapsing onto Valdez as well. But going to look at that beautifully done by Fair Player there with the face breaker. We're going to be seeing the fight goes off. There is going to be the ultimate that goes off on towards members of EVOS now. We will see that DDD has been taken off on the count. And oh my goodness, look at that. Utopian almost gets taken down. Lloyd there. very dangerously low, walking into enemy territory there. No respect for the damage potential that could come from SLG.
Yeah, how many tower shots did he take?
I think about
Guys?
4 or 5.
Yeah, I know. He's very tanky. Looking at his items here, Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver. I guess the underrated aspect of those 2 items are the ruby crystals that are inside those are the components of those items, yeah? And EVOS, again, 9 minutes. This is actually looking like a faster game overall. I know that they finished the previous game 14 minutes, but their points to finish this in 13 or maybe even 12.
I think there could be a case here. There is going to be quite a distance to cover. Nimbus Strike hits well onto G4, but no follow-up from Utopium. I do think that members of SLG are slowly but surely trying to climb back into this game, but the opportunities just keep getting closed, shut down by members of EVOS at every turn. So I do want to sing a little bit of praises for SLG here in terms of their efforts, but look at that, Fair Player already in the middle of offing the face breaker, very slow indeed onto its Aurora, face Showstopper onto with 1 there in the middle of the fight. Utopia has to get away, will be able to hide under the middle of it all. God V is going to be the second casualty in this, excuse me, not the God V, DDD is going to be the first casualty in this fight, and God V finally now gets taken down. Unstoppable goes over towards a G4 here. G4 just, gonna see a pull there, going on to Valdez, and I feel like Valdez be like, yep, thank you for the opportunity, the double stun with the counter strike, no face breaker for 2. As we do see that Fair Player as well as Valdez will take this side to try to get away. Pull as well as a knockout punch could be coming in, but they're turning on the fight here. Look at that working out. Wow, Valdez will be able to get that double kill, I think, but nope, Utopia's just like, nah, we're not going to give you that kill.
Yeah, Wukong still being playful at the very end. You know, still has that decoy up. But this is a problem already for SLG because they have drafted for melee composition, right? And if you go into Lloyd's lead right now, he can just put out tons of damage with Dominus being available. And I think by the time that he gets home, it will be a completed... No, he's not going to complete the Blade of the Ruin King. Rather, go for the Death Stance item here.
Yeah, so looking at itemizations, as you have pointed out, the probability of Lloyd just stomping on everybody is, I think, hilariously realized here, considering the Hullbreaker, the Black Cleaver. We do see that Zonya's already is in his pocket as well. There is going to be a few changes of not changes, but wait, before that, there's going to be a pull on the G4, a blind pull indeed, right into it. Final spark. It's going to be Vamos now that takes it down. This is going to be a good one. The shutdown has worked out wonders here. Right into EVS Cat Satan here. Will be able to get the package onto 3, and it seems that it's not going to be enough. Triple kill going over to Valdez. Valdez right now looking towards getting the Quadra. Lloyd will be like, nope, I'm not going to give you that Quadra, bro. I'm going to take it away. It's going to be game. Ladies and gents, I think this is just quicker than quick.
I think this has to be the fastest game. Right? 12 minutes and a half.
I think so too, ladies and gents. I think that for those of you in attendance here, I think we have just witnessed a pretty good, a good litmus test for the case that, not to say a good litmus test, a good case of FLA and EVOS right now. Maybe one of the few teams that are going to go to the tiebreakers here for sure.
Exactly.
And that, I think that's going to be the case of a very exciting match to determine who is going to proceed forward, FLA or EVS. But look at this now, not going to take it away from them. EVS on the screen, your winner after 2 games against SLG.
Right, exactly. And now we are back to EVOS and FLA being tied for second. One team has the opportunity to tie them again. But before that, of course, we will have a FENNEL versus CERBERUS showdown. Now, looking back into that match, it started slow.
Yeah.
But at one point, EVOS, knowing what they're doing, was just able to capitalize on the mistakes of SLG. And that's actually just all she wrote for them. For SLG, they're already eliminated math-wise. But, yeah, I would love to see them.
The most horrific deaths are the ones that come slowly. Unfortunately, for SLG,
so quick.
slowness wasn't going to be slowness was a mercy, considering that the speed at which FLA as well as EVOS were operating. EVOS definitely going to be the favorite here in terms of the times. We'll have to wait and see what the official results are, of course. But man, was it a tough game for SLG here. Coming in, welcomes, not even the most warmest of welcomes. I believe some of the hardest welcomes they've ever had to face. And then on the next day as well, today, I mean the matches were pushed on to today, right? So again, they had to go up against the second best in the scene as well. So I'm thinking that for SLG, they do have to keep their heads up high because they still have quite a bit ahead of them as well. There's still that matchup against with one team, if I'm not mistaken. Yes,
they could still play spoiler there.
Yeah,
right?
they can. They
So
can.
If
They can.
win, one team won't be tied with the top two teams.
Right, well, I do want to go into this in depth. However, I think that's enough from me and Otterloos. I'm pretty sure those on the panel as well as the host have tons to say with regards to EVOS and SLG. Take it away, Grandin, Husky, and Contra.
Thanks, Hound. Thanks, Onlus. No worries. We'll finish your points for you so you guys don't have to feel bad about missing out what they were saying. All right, I know you guys have something to say. Well, what is this? What's happening here, guys?
Well, let's start with you. I got too much on my head.
Right. The main takeaway I got from that outro from Hound is that Hound said that it was a harsh welcome. I think this is customary for Southeast Asia, right? Like Hound is kind of a snowflake, so we don't blame him.
Oh,
But yeah,
okay,
he hasn't felt the Southeast Asian treatment. But
He's ice cold, but you guys
are on fire.
You guys feel it. You're on fire. So which one are you guys? Which one are you guys? Are you the Brush or you Brand?
I'm Brand.
You're Brand? You're Brand.
I'm Brand.
All right, so their Brand, they get to enjoy the good life. They watch as their opponents burn in flames. And SLG, well, they've come into this one in a difficult matchup. EVOS have managed to close out a strong game against them. And we talked so much about these guys. I want to give credit where credit is due. SLG came in here with some strong innovation, bringing in this Blitzcrank at the bottom side.
Yeah, the idea of the Blitzcrank is good. I actually liked it, right? Like when I saw the Blitzcrank, I was happy because they had a direction they want to go to. Set up for the Yasuo, have a pick-off composition that might throw EVOS off their tempo. The problem is they didn't really utilize the Blitzcrank, and what we saw was very obvious, right? Just to make it simple, Lux Blitzcrank, you don't do much against the bot lane of EVOS. The Blitzcrank should be moving around the map, setting up success for the Wukong, setting up the Yasuo and the Riven. Aurora didn't do that, and the Blitzcrank was kind of just scrap metal in the bot lane.
And part of that innovation is that Yasuo, right? The fact that they went for the Yasuo in the end, and they had to pair it together, give them something to do here. How has that worked out for them?
Yeah, like back to the fiery point, like I thought that they're like these cavemen that just found fire for the first time. It's like, yes, this is great technology. We're gonna bank in on this. And what did EVOS do? Pick the Kali. It's still gonna be a bad matchup up mid, and the best pick, Renekton. Absolutely shuts them all down, and there's no way that this Yasuo could do anything throughout the match.
We have the highlights up for you guys here. So the first match, what we ended up seeing happen, EVOS went for a matchup that was very similar to what we saw from FLA. We saw role swaps happen again, the Lee Sin come into play for Utopia. He gave us that little Pingu moment, that little question mark. We love him for that. But still, SLG now facing off against some stiff competition. EVOS looked strong against them. First game went out pretty much exactly how we imagined, and with the second game, Husky, I know you have more thoughts.
I think the theme for both Game 1 and Game 2 are pretty much the same. It's SLG having an idea of what to do. They had the framework, but they didn't utilize the draft as it was intended to. And this Blitzcrank pick could have been a miracle, the magic that they need if utilized correctly. But unfortunately, Aurora, he was just staying bot with Vamos, and it was a lane that he could not get anything done, and EVOS completely used that window to shut down the rest of the lane. You already handicap yourself with the Yasuo pick. That means that this Blitzcrank has to be active. You are a robot. You don't get tired from running around the map, but Aurora decided to take a breakdown bot, and it was kind of disastrous.
So let's talk about what EVOS did right. So we talked a lot about SLG. What did EVOS do right here for you, Contra?
Starting from the draft, they definitely have different things that they can accomplish here. Even hitting the late game, they will still look to be very steady. And you have so many great crowd controls. On top of that, I think that we've already covered about the Renekton. The way that they covered fights, which we can see from the highlights, they managed to make a big wraparound across the members of SLG, and they just tear them all apart. Like, everybody goes on this chaotic fight, and when do you get to press R on this Yasuo?
Yeah, never really. And I love this from Cat Stain. We saw it there for just another second. The quadra kill from Cat Stain, and it's such a nice look for EVOS. You know, they were previous champions in their own right now in the competition. Again, they must re-earn that title step by step. One of the first things that must be done is making it into the playoffs. And in playoffs, they will join into that second pool, meaning they play against the first seed from every single region. The toughest of the toughest, the strongest, in one of the strongest regions in the world. They're going into this competition. Well, we're going for a quick little break, but when we come back, we're going to continue the action. Cerberus versus FENNEL University.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. You are the myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, ripping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now.
Welcome back, everybody. We're half day throughout our WCS finals play-ins. Day 3 or the final day here. And Wildlings, are you guys ready? I'm your host here today. It's going to be Chu. And joined in by the panelists, none other than Odalus, from there to here. And now Omo, finally you're in. How are you guys feeling?
Omo lose.
Omo lose.
Omo lose.
That's
Let's do it.
actually a really good nickname because Omo always loses.
Wow.
Do you?
Constantly.
Against Grandin.
Well, let's not talk about that. We don't talk about that one.
We'll see if you lose against me today because there's a very important thing that
Yes.
we have to talk about.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Speaking of which, our next series, which is going to be Cerberus Esports versus FLA. Now, this is going to be a heated one throughout the entire day of the finals. And also, who gets to get themselves into the playoff later? We have one more slot available. Cerberus definitely going to be in. Omo.
Yeah, Cerberus, like I said, they are the best team here by far. It's without a doubt that they're going to make it in as a first seed. They've secured that. They've locked that in. What I want to talk about now is FLA, FENNEL Adversity, and their chances to make it in. It sounds simple on paper because all they have to do is win one game here against Cerberus and then qualify for the main stage. Just one game.
Exactly. Just one game. It will give them enough points to just have an advantage against one team in EVOS. So for me and FENNEL Adversity, we're going to take it one game at a time and just make sure that, you know, against Cerberus, we're going to treat this just as an ordinary game, I would say.
And what we always say about FENNEL Adversity is we feel like they can win a game against anyone.
Exactly.
At the same time, they could lose a game against anyone, but they have the upset potential as well, right? So maybe that's what it takes here against Cerberus, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Cerberus is just too good.
Did you watch the first 2 games? They were on a drive.
They were playing
momentum.
against SLG. I don't want to rub that in, but...
Wow. Wow, that's going to be a burn and toasted for FLA for now, since this is a very different team. I'm sorry, I ought to lose. You're losing here because I don't feel like SLG did kind of, you know, give it away to the side of FLA team. But hey, we're going to talk about our prediction as well. We're going to go it fast this time. CES, Cerberus versus FLA. Now, I'm going to start with Omo because I do know.
I mean, the choice is clear. Everyone that's been watching the show knows every time Cerberus is playing, I'm going to say straight up, Cerberus is going to 2-0. It's going to be as simple as that because they're the best team in the play-in stage. Until they make it to the main stage, they will not drop a game.
Okay. Let me stop you for a bit. It will be FENNEL Adversity 2-0.
Okay,
Wow. Let's go. FLA 2-0 for CES. They'll be the first team to actually win against Cerberus here.
Yeah, I know. I came from the future.
But hey, for me, I'm going to go this time for Cerberus 2-0 against FLA. I hope I got my prediction right this time. But that's going to be it. But the reasoning, are you guys betting over here? Do we have any sort of punishment if that actually happens?
So I have a punishment if I lose, right? If you win, Odalus here has a FENNEL Adversity sticker.
Okay, exactly.
Yes.
And you got to stick it to your face.
So for context, I'm doing one more panel after this, and I'm casting for 2 more games. So I'll have an FLA sticker somewhere on my face.
There you go.
For the
All right?
entire duration of that.
Now I have all the reasons to win. Okay, let me just get the handicap here.
Okay.
Is it
Yes,
okay if
that's fine.
If
If
we
you
at
win
least
one
get
game,
1 point,
yeah, you win
I
the bet.
Oh, okay, all
Fair.
right.
Just-
And then if I lose,
I
what
don't
do
know.
do?
I'm really bad at coming up with bets, but I will figure this out.
Okay, you can figure this
We'll take a
out.
rain check
What
on
I
it.
figured out though,
I'll
is
give
that
you a
there is-
horrible one. Don't worry.
Okay, but what I have figured out though is that there is a way for FENNEL Adversity to win, and here
Nice.
comes the auto-lose, auto-win conditions. Number 1. All right, so number 1, keep
Nice.
calm and split the map. Calm
Wow.
is a very good split pusher. We have seen his Camille an auto-win,
Oh, yes.
as indicated by Husky, and also his Riven. So I think they're more than confident to just put Calm on an island and let him lead the show. Number 2, make a rise. Meaning, he just has to have that counter pick, possibly. You know, he has this Akshan, and he actually wins against Zed on that Akshan pick, and he has a lot of counter picks on his arsenal. If he basically slows down, so does FENNEL Adversity. And number 3, bring out the Fly Swatter. Because it will be Fly's team. Then again, right, the most banned player in Cerberus Esports has been Fly, right? So just put the bans and give Arisen more space to breathe in the Dragon Lane.
But hey, I think there's a rebuttal coming up from Omo, definitely for Cerberus.
You can tell, right? I'm itching to go.
They're champions.
Yeah.
It's not even a pool anymore. It's champions of oceans of everything there.
Yes.
Exactly, and that's the problem here as well, right? You said ban out Fly. Well, there's too many picks to ban out. I think he's too skilled at too many different picks. He can play Enchantress as well. He just doesn't need to because he's so good at the engages. And I love that you brought up Calm. I love that you brought up Arise as well because you look at their counterparts here on the side of Cerberus. You have to look at, well, let's not talk about Hugh first, right? Let's talk about Taku and let's talk about BMM because if they're the ones that's going to be playing here today, their champion pools are massive. And if we talk about target banning, counter picking, well, I feel like Cerberus, their pool is just too wide for that. And I think it's really going to come down to side selection as well.
Exactly.
Maybe on red side, I could see FRA take a game.
Then again, we have to go back to the regional finals of Vietnam.
Okay.
How Team Flash attacked CES was on the top side, right? So, for FENNEL Adversity, just borrow a player from the playbook, and this should be okay.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at Cerberus here as well, right? You look at their regional finals. So this was back in Vietnam, like you said. In the finals, Gragas was picked a lot, but he's kind of fallen out of favor in the meta, right? It doesn't matter, that's not important. We don't look at that. Renekton and Jace, this tells us a story here. We linked that into their top picks here at WCS finals as well, and you see what CES likes to play are powerful champions. Yeah, this is really cool, by the way.
That's
I
so
love that.
cool.
I'm kind of scared, by the way, but he's snarling at you, Choo Choo, so I think you should be a little bit more scared.
He can eat my head, but you mentioned about Jace.
Yeah,
You saw
Jace
how
Arcade.
Jace usually wins a lot of games here today.
Yeah, Jace is a very powerful champion, and I think the name of the game for Cerberus is Power Picks. You look at what they've played here at the WCS finals as well. Olaf has been extremely successful for them. Varus, Renekton is still a staple, and I think that's going to be how they win the series here today. You're going to fight fire with fire, and Cerberus always has more firepower.
Now, the question that I may have for you, because this series is no longer, it's non-bearing for Cerberus. They're already first seed.
Yes.
Will they play around a bit?
Well, I still feel like, given what they've shown so far, it's all power picks, and they haven't had to show too much. So unless they get target banned, I expect them to pretty much just play the same champions. I can just close my eyes, go into draft, and I'll see something like, oh, there's going to be a Renekton and Olaf, maybe a Varus in there somewhere, you know?
You mentioned about Olaf and also Varus.
Yeah,
There's
it's their
going to be
most
one of their top picks as well. So there's going to be, oh, this is so cool.
I actually really love that.
I'm loving this one, but hey,
Kind of
Olaf.
want to take a selfie, right? With the shadow.
Can we actually do that now? Not right now. We can ask for it later.
Later, yeah.
But definitely Renekton is like one of their core picks here coming out from the side of Cerberus. So do you think FLA will actually snatch it away first?
Of course. There is this case for FENNEL Adversity that they really love to study their opponent. And if taking away champions is the #1 thing to really throw off the rhythm of the opponent, FENNEL Adversity will do that, right? Now the question is, again, at least if I'm going to stick with my win conditions or with auto win conditions, just stick and play on the top side and make sure that Fly doesn't get really too comfortable.
But hey, that's going to be on hold for now for CS versus FLA. We have one more series. We're going to be the last of it. Now, for this prediction, one team versus SLG. Okay, just drop the numbers. Just drop the numbers in which team. That's it.
A moment of silence first for SLG fans in the region, because this is not going to be any easier. This is against one team that we're talking about, right? And to me, they did their homework, right? They flew over, they're here, they were able to play against the best of the best, but then again, the resources, the practice environment, it shows here that they are not that equipped to face the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take away from this, I think, from SLG is you don't look at the score lines, you don't look at how the games went, you kind of treat it as a learning experience. You try to take away as much as you can, bring it back home to Oceania and see what you can implement in the future, right? But I do think it's a bit of a copium. No, it's a lot of a copium thing going on here, but SLG against one team, maybe this is the team that they will be tested the least against, just because of the pacing which one team likes to play at. I say that, but yesterday we saw Cienyo also go crazy on that Olaf in the early game. So we know one team can be aggressive. It's just, will they do so in the draft? I mean, at the end of the day, I still think it's going to be a 1-team 2-0.
I mean, like, drop down numbers here. It's going to be 2-0, 2-0 for you guys, but it's going to be 0 for SLG.
Of course.
Yeah, there you go. The same goes for me. I'm sorry, SLG, but we see that you're trying and thriving, but the thing is, I think they kind of get a good exposure for this time, at least, to bring it out
Paid and exposure.
Yeah, to their regions. So they're playing for exposure. Maybe for the next season, we're going to see something different thing coming up from the side of this series. But hey, teams are ready, but are you guys ready? Because right now we're going to jump into our drafting Renekton, looking at for both FLA and also Cerberus. But will they ban or will they pick first? We're going to jump into the matchup. Okie dokie, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Is this gonna be the tiebreaker if FLA actually winning one of the match, not the entire series, is enough?
Yeah, just one.
Just one.
Just one is enough.
I mean, the way things are looking right now, we're shaping up for a three-way tie at the end of the day, aren't we? Between FLA, EVOS, and one
Nah.
team. FLA,
No one wants
in
that.
their heads. I mean, I do kind of want that. I think it'll be really exciting to see these last three teams face off.
Okay.
But FLA, you know, I think you don't want that. You want them to win it here. You want them to lock in their spot to the main
I
stage here.
want that sticker on your face. That's what I want. Karma being banned here by FLA, good respect against CES again. Being able to play Karma on 2 lanes specifically. Now, the red side being FENNEL University, do you like this?
I mean, I think you like this. They'll have the chance to counterpick, right? That's what we
Exactly.
talked about. You want Calm to have a chance to pop off. You want to rise. Red side's with the best chance to do it.
Exactly.
I think that this is a very respected, calm ban of their Camille. Earlier today, we saw how he can actually just 2v1 away in the last minute versus Zed as well. And that's a pretty good ban, but I still a lot of, you know, champions are being left out here, still not being banned out.
And yeah, I like the Olaf ban. That's a good one.
There's no rushing here. CES could, you know, just elect not to ban the Yumi because Yumi is most
Never
effective.
mind. There we go.
Okay. All right.
You were hoping for them to let go of Yumi here.
Nah, I still think that Yumi is second rotation pick, not really the first rotation pick.
There's a lot of respect coming out from CS though. Omo, do you think they're gonna do something that's unexpected for CES? We mentioned about Renekton is still on the loser.
Jace.
Look, it's just gonna be a first pick Jace or first
Yeah,
pick
I know.
Varus.
Yeah.
I don't expect them to show any cards here. Why, right? Because you've already locked in your spot.
Gragas.
Okay, so this means the first pick Jace.
FLA saw the stat that we put up on the screen just now. 6 games of Gragas. That's bad, guys.
Going for the Jace, and to counter, this could possibly
But there's
ascend.
no Camille, right? You ban away the Camille, you get the Jace. There's very little matchup that can really punish that in Wild Rift.
For me, this could very well be a Senna game. True. University loves their Senna. Danny's most picked champion in the region as a whole is Senna.
Autoluz, I want to ask you something, right? With the Camille, nice call.
There you go.
With the Camille banned away, what do you think FLA will play into the Jace
Riven.
here? Riven?
Ah, wait, hold on. Because this is a potential that there is a potential that Jace could still be in the mid lane.
Sure.
So as much as possible, you want to keep things flexible. Renekton is
Like
also,
that. That's
well,
flexible.
This is never. Oh well, kind of flexible, right? Arai still plays the Renekton, but given the history though, Calm's second favorite champion is Renekton.
But I'm not a fan of that matchup though, Renekton.
Of course.
Jace, right? Yeah. A little bit odd. All right, interesting.
But
Let's see.
can you explain why it's not your favorite matchup yet?
Yeah, it's just one of those matchups where Jace has full control of the lane. He can prio you, he can zone you away. Renekton has very little opportunities to try to find windows to trade. And every trade is pretty much a bad trade in this matchup.
But I think Jace is pretty much still a flex pick, which can
Yeah,
be
it is,
placed
it is.
anywhere still.
It's primarily top though, right? Like you kind of expect it to go top with a flex potential to go mid.
You know how I really describe this champion, Jace?
Yeah.
He wins every trade automatically because he has 6 skills.
Yeah, he does.
That's basically it. And looking at what we have here, it's a very strong early game champion.
It's power, right?
Yeah, I
When we describe
know.
CS
Varus,
drops, it's power.
Xin Zhao. What would be the answer here for FLA? Senna Nasus. This is too.
I don't
I'm
like
not too
this,
happy
right?
with this. Yeah.
Like you've already shown the center lane and you're playing it into Varus as well. He's gonna out-trade you in this lane. I'm not fond of this matchup in CS. It's a typical comp for them. They have a lot of power, but they also have a lot of poke. And if you look at their drops, because they prioritize Jason Varus so much, poke comps have been very good for CES. They are very good at playing around, kiting and using the spells, using cooldowns, playing around rotations. This comp just looks right up their alley.
Exactly. As it does appear that we have to wait for the second rotation of the picks and bans
So
to
far,
happen.
CES haven't picked any of their support yet. So
Well,
chances are, who do you think they might actually pick against?
There's the respect. The Thresh. Flies water. Just ban his champion.
Flies water.
Yep.
But he still can play Rakan for side of CES, so he's really good with Rakan. So we do know their champion pool coming out from CES. No matter how you ban, they still can outpick or outdraft you in either way.
You know, I'm thinking right now, right? Because you have two options here. If you were Fly, you could play something like the Rakan to try to enable Mess and go very aggressive as a sub-jungle duel. But I also think there's an option on the table for him to play something like an Enchanter, for him to play something like a Lulu and really just try to destroy the lane here.
Yeah, I'm loving the Lulu pick for CES here. But I'm also loving that FLA just wants to fight fire with fire. having that Lee Sin, one of the strongest early game champions in the jungle that we have in the meta right now, or actually in the game even.
In the game, yeah. But I want to ask you something though. Like, every time I've watched Domain play Lee Sin, I've not really been impressed. I don't really feel like it's his kind of champ.
It's actually his favorite
Really?
champion. Yeah.
I mean, I like it when he's playing all-in champs, right? Ranga, Olaf, but is Lee? Well, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
There will be an instance in this game that you will see a doming insect kick. Or
Let's
flash
get
kick,
it then,
kick
let's
flash,
get it.
Something. But Galio being picked up here, a very stable counterpart for a Varus. Now I'm actually looking into FENNEL Adversity because this appears Aurelion Soul.
I love it. They actually played one
is a very
for
early game
CS in
oriented
their
though.
regional back then. And they actually won because of this pocket pick coming up from our soul, or we call it Aurelion Soul. But based on this composition, I'm gonna ask for Odalus first.
Wait,
He's
we
booting
still have to
for
wait
FLA.
for the last pick. And I'm thinking this is a marksman as well. They're barrowing...
Akshan, maybe?
Possibly?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there you go.
Akshan, right? That's, you kind of want to match the roam with the roam.
The
here.
double marksman composition is something that was kind of effective against CES when one team played it. Like one team, CES really tried to deny that from one team. And if we remember, CES versus one team took a long while.
Yeah.
So the scaling for FENNEL Adversity, infinite scaling on the Senna Nasus, and the Akshan on Arise is a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I really like this Akshan pick because it really just shuts down what CES is trying to do. Or not shuts down, but it negates it a little bit. Because if you look at CES's comp, it's very clear what the goals are. Strong side lanes, push, 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 stack to dive. We have mid jungle that have power and they can roam with you, early wave clear as well. Akshan can kind of combat that, Lee Sin can kind of combat that. It's going to be fire against fire. I do agree, but I think CES, their side lanes are so much stronger.
Exactly.
Are you saying that FLA might lose?
No.
You're voting for them?
Well, the number one auto-win condition of having calm split push, right? It's not going to happen against the Jace. I don't think so. But the number two win condition for FENNEL Adversity is for a rise to rise. And this is the game
For
I
a
believe
rise.
he will be rising above the rise.
Yeah, but will it be a Fly Swatter game? That's going to be another question, though. Can they swat it away for Fly?
I mean, he is still on a Galio. He's still on a champ that with a lot of initiative.
Yeah.
So I still feel we will see this guy pop off.
Yeah,
just play
definitely.
topside though. I'm thinking that there is an opportunity for Doming to really help calm, bully out this Jace, at least in the early game, right?
But I don't know, your voice sounds not a bit convincing.
He's trying to convince himself.
Yeah, I know. It's like he's trying to justify it. Maybe. It's a maybe. Don't cry again.
It's because it's a Jace. It's
But
one of the
but
strongest
hey,
champions in
that
the game
Jace
right
or
now.
not,
Yeah,
don't worry,
Jace is
Auto
really
lose.
so
Hopefully it's
high.
going to Auto win. But here goes the Rift action taking away. It's going to be Riku and also Husky.
Thank you very much to the panel. I think they brought out a lot of good points. It's fire against fire with 30 seconds in. Of course, with me is Riku. We got a first ever Aurelion Soul on the side of CES.
Hell yeah.
Give me a run through.
Okay, so we were talking about this while watching the draft, right, Husky?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so rock, paper, scissors. On paper, poke comps' weaknesses are heavy engage comps, because how can you poke if you're going to get jumped on? And the reason why CS didn't draft any disengage at all while the Gragas was banned was because where is the engage? I mean, there's the Lee Sin, there's the kick, but it's not like the reliable engage like the Rakan. Not reliable, just the same as the Galio, but the Galio is on the opposite sides. So me, I'm trying to wrap my head around, I see what FLA wants to do, which is this classic top jungle synergy of being able to be strong level 3, being able to bully out the Jace early into the game.
Yeah, and you know the panel raised 3 great points, right? Arise has to rise, you know, play calm, top lane, there's gonna be a gank coming in from FLA!
Woo!
First blood going over to calm, they get a trade back, Taku gets the goal, but FLA starts it up hot.
Exactly right. Strong level 3, that is exactly what we saw. That is exactly what FLA did. And this is a good start. We know that the Renekton can easily snowball out of control, and that's where FLA can pivot a little bit. I know that the action is there. There's also that big snowball potential, but you're playing towards topside, you're playing towards calm on this Renekton. It just works so well. Now for CES, what is your response? They have the Aurelion Soul. This is a pick that can easily drop by, do a drive-by on the side lanes and create an impact.
And that's what Leonard pointed out, right? CES played the side lanes, push, create pressure on all those pressure points for FLA, just to hope to pull them apart. But right now, I think for Calm, you already establish condition number 1.
Yeah.
Get Calm the lead. Arise needs to get a good game, and of course, you need to bring out the Fly Sorter. But speaking of that, I mean, FLA right now, do you think that Calm is going to be the focal point?
Oh yeah, 100%. Now that First Blood actually went to Calm and they're able to get the ball rolling, at least for one kill, I think they should really play to this a bit more. Look at this, FLA strategy. First back of the bottom lane, either Danny, Arisen, or Wraith. They're gonna rotate either of the 3 and then see if they can burn a summoner spell. But no, it's just the Ignite right there. They can burn it out. But look at this, CS is reading it so well.
And thankfully, there is a war in the brush. So Calm can rest assured that he has Danny by his side and the gank will not come through. And despite that First Blood going over to the Renekton, Taku, he's keeping up in net worth. He's actually doing a pretty good job dealing with the deficit that FLA has dealt to them. And so far, FLA, they're starting off on a slightly slower note. Domang is just trying to get those resources up. Vision on the side of FLA is looking pretty darn good on that top side.
Yeah, this is the FLA special, but look at this.
Oh boy.
They're going to go bot.
Media is about to crash. Arisen, left all alone, does have that ultimate, but it doesn't really matter. 4 members of CES on top of him. They will just deliver that kill over to Genza. It's going to take a while. Genza?
He'll get it eventually.
Get it.
There it is. Yeah, Husky, there it is. But meanwhile, top.
They do want Taku down. Second kill goes over to Calm. FLA taking the boxes up top.
FLA picked the Senna Nasus just to make sure there aren't going to be any kill potential, but unfortunately Arisen took the bait, wanted to do a 1v1. On paper, yes, you defeat the Varus level 5. Varus has nowhere to run. He's very low mobile as a Varus, but at the end of the day, you still have to respect the fact that an Aurelion Soul can just fly by straight downtown.
Aurelion Sol is the god of the cosmos. He is watching your every move, and that means the Dragon now will be started. FLA starts it off, but it is CES coming in to get it. The shrouded members of FLA will show up. The fight's going to start right now. Crescent Sweep and a secure full mass. He gets the Ocean Drain, gets away. The Crescent Sweep saves him from the comeuppance. FLA gets nothing out of it, and CES will go for the re-engage. Danny forced to flash away. FLA, they do take the Rift Herald off screen, but it's BMM against Arise, and at the end of the day, it is an exchange of objectives.
Yeah, it's just a bit of trade here and there. I feel like FLA just wanted to annoy CS a little bit. Maybe CS jumps on them, but take note, FLA, they don't have disengage, so that sort of call would be risky. They actually got the better end of the deal. No one actually died. Summoner spells though were exhausted.
And they get the top tier 1, so FLA just continuously focusing on getting Calm online. We did see the lanes from Calm down bot, and that's why BMM is dealing with him. CES has a +1 down there, but FLA have created at least an opening on the map, and he's going to be towards the top side.
Yeah, this is what they wanted to do, right? They want to play around Calm, and look at his gold lead right now. It is approximately more or less, 1,000 gold lead over everybody else on the CES side and the rest of FLA as well. So this is FLA going towards the right track. They're going to keep infusing more gold towards Calm because we know what Renekton does. They can snowball out of control.
Exactly, and on the side of CES, we are seeing what Omo just mentioned, right? The Hullbreaker out for the Jays. He's going to go for the split push. Taku, that's what his task will be, and Calm will have the responsibility to match him. But as this game progresses, right, we've taken that first set of objectives off the map. What is CS' next course of action?
Go in. Go in every time. That is the CES special as well.
Right.
They can immediately go in. There's mess with the delivery system. And Fly, gonna fly in with a hero's entrance. And you have a lot of hold as well. You've got a big stun setup coming from BMM from across the map, and as well as Genza with a chain of corruptions. They can easily eliminate whoever on the side of FLA except Arisen, because look at that. 4 people are squishy there. Without Dominus coming from Calm, he is super. He'll just melt like butter.
Calm is setting out the cookie crumb trails, and Domain goes in,
Whoa!
flash kick onto Taku. Calm is dead. Dawning Shadow flies right across the map, but they do have Fly dead. Doesn't matter though. It's going to be Domain trading his life for Taku, but still FLA getting a better end of that.
Yeah, that's true. Able to trade once more. One thing to note though. Hold on, there's a dive.
Calm, where do you go? Fly is just baiting the left, right, and center. Calm tries to sidestep all of that crowd control, but it doesn't matter. CES picks that one up.
Yeah, Calm holding on to that flash a little bit more, not wanting to spend it in case FLA wants to go again, set up another skirmish on whatever point of the map. And I like the pickup coming from Taku. You are right. You said that Calm eventually has to match that. And Taku, this pickup, this is definitely a defensive pickup because we know Calm has pretty much been being set up already. So you have to get that defensive stats. You have to be tankier when you do the 1v1. And I like this from Taku. Every time FLA wants to do something, he gets a trade of a kill every single time. I think that's really sweet.
And for Taku, the modus operandi is if I go down, I bring someone down with me. And both times it has been Domain. But there is one member on the side of FLA that we didn't get to see much. It's Arise, right? The only time he really showed up on the big screen was during that Dragon fight. He's been silently roaming around the map, getting the split push going. It feels like FLA, they also want to push Cerberus apart.
Yeah, it's really hard to interact with your enemy laner, right? It's an Aurelion Soul that's just going to clear the wave, going to safely farm the wave in a safe distance. And whenever, like, you pick an Akshan in the mid lane, and on paper, he's really good at roaming because he can go rogue. He can visit the side lanes. The same thing for BMM. He can definitely just shadow him around. And that's the reason why we haven't exactly seen Arisen just yet.
And this is why CES so far have been trying to apply pressure on different points of the map. And it's something that will be a recurring theme in this game one. Pull the map apart. But credits to FLA, they are matching those pressures pretty well. CES have not been able to touch much of the structures on the side of FLA. In fact, Fly does get caught, slow down, come up, but flying through. They won't be enough damage to kill him off, but at least FLA gains some priority over the Dragon.
This is my worry on FLA's comp. They don't have reliable hold. Yes, they have the root, the kick, the stun coming from Common the Renekton, but I feel like you don't have that reliable AoE engage.
This time Domain is not at the Rift Herald pit, so no trades will come through for FLA. It seems like they have the intention to take this fight. Calm is still far away, so CES will get an easy Dragon. Dawning Shadow still gets used. Fly actually did get a taunt off, but decides to throw that away. Domain comes in with the king. Lands onto 2 more as FLA pound onto Cerberus. Golden for the side of BMM, but he will be fresh meat for FLA. 2 kills going over to the red team.
We mentioned CS, don't have disengage. They're a pulp comp. If FLA goes in and just basically storms and runs at them, even though they don't have that AoE engage, they're going to be pretty much stuck. Let's take a look at the replay. Well, we're taking a look at the Rift Herald at the moment. This is, I believe, the present.
The present, right? Mess goes in, doesn't get the steal regardless. Domain with a good secure, even a root down Mess. Mess is dead.
My God.
As Taku does knock the Risen away, get the kill. The Shock Blast doesn't kill off Domain though. FLA, they do get away.
So many low health targets that everybody would have been lethal from a piercing arrow from Genza. Good thing they had a lot of flash. Good thing they didn't have to spend all that flash from the Dragon Pit rather. And they're pretty safe for now. They're able to secure that Rift Herald. That means opening the map even more. Especially Calm has already picked up his own Hullbreaker himself.
Earlier on, when we saw the Nasus selected for FLA, our jaws did drop a bit, right? We were thinking, where's the Galio? Where's the engage? But it seems like they were doing well with Domain alone. That Lee Sin, his Dragon Rage, has been pivotal in getting these fights started and also allowing FLA to follow up. And you pointed it out perfectly. CS, they can poke, but they can't go. There's no front to back.
Exactly, right? They're gonna have a really hard time if FLA just basically charges at them, and I feel like the mist is definitely enough to boost them further and get that movement speed to catch up to CS. Because again, they don't have disengage, they don't have a way to actually go out of the fight, because when they go in, there's no turning back.
And FLA has recognized that. Getting that bot tier 1, they still have the Rift Herald within their arsenal, so means FLA thus far has been doing a really good job in securing that Rift Herald for themselves, and this is what you want to do, right? Don't allow Cerberus to have too much space to set up the split push. You bring that structural threat to them. FLA right now pressuring the side lanes, pulling BMM and Taku to deal with them.
Husky, are you ready for a 25-minute game?
Oh, absolutely. in this high-stakes game, this is the only game that they are not playing time attack, right? And especially for FLA, you want to pull ahead of the pack, and that means you have to at least draw blood from CES. Humble them a bit. Don't let these 3-headed hellhound think that they're on top of the world.
Exactly, right? CES at the moment are currently in a big win streak. And for FLA side, they're playing the FLA style on where they cover pretty much every single phase of the game. You've got Lee Sin, Renekton covering the early to mid game. You got Danny and Arisen going to scale up infinitely into the later stages of the game. And when we look at CES, yes, Jace eventually deals a lot of damage, but for Genza, all those pokes can make you eliminate Arisen here on the Nasus. That's going to be incredibly tanky. That piercing arrow isn't going to be piercing through Arisen's heart. Well, I don't think that makes sense, but you get it, right,
I
Husky?
get the point.
Sin Zhao as well. You picked that for early. We'll see if there's going to be another fight.
Danny walks on forward, gets a taunt, but there is a route onto Fly. Gets that
Oh,
pretty low. Domek gets a
Domek.
kick backwards. Fly flashes away, but it doesn't
Wow.
matter. The chain of corruption will spread across FLA's members, but is already too little too late. BMM goes golden, but a trophy is also golden. Genza gets picked up. FLA drops Shelly down mid. Shelly will do her job because FLA have bigger fishes to fry. 3 kills for them, and CS gets none.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
I don't know.
Fried fish, sorry.
Fried fish.
Husky. Yummy kills. FLA got a lot of yummy kills there. Because this CS has a poke composition. FLA, all they need to do is just walk straight towards them. And again, Doming has been initiating and kicking a lot of key Dragon's Rage on the side of FLA, and I love it so much. CS has no response. They're always caught off guard. And after that kick, what can Fly do?
Yeah, if Fly wants to engage, he wants to be able to use that hero's entrance. But if you are kicked out of position, who do you use it on?
Yeah, that's true. And the fact that everybody's AD on the side of FLA, like, the magic shield is null and void.
Yeah. Maybe against a reason, you know, he has
Oh,
to loot it.
probably,
Probably.
yeah. The big circle on the ground.
Yeah. But stress this armor.
Oh yeah, that's
so
true
it comes
too.
full circle, right?
Yeah.
This, like, long-time FLA fans will be really happy because this is the FLA that we expected to see. Fly tries to get it engaged off, but for CES, it's all about this mid-turn. Can they at least get it though? BMM will create some space, but FLA, they really want to protect the structure. Eventually, it crumbles. But again, Doming from the side.
Wow.
They assassinate Taku. Crescent sweep used, but look at FLA. They're shrouding themselves in mist. Hero's entrance used by Fly defensively. Gets a knockout onto Kam, but he might give up his life for this. FLA not in range though, but they still get a pick off.
Oh my god. Remember, Husky, CAS has been on a dominating win streak. They've been 2-0ing every single team in the WCS play-ins. And look at FLA. Look at them. They're putting them in a gold deficit. They're currently in a 5k gold lead. It's looking pretty strong because CES, a lot of their picks are going to eventually fall off and they cannot do anything. Meanwhile, for FLA, they've got Danny at least. They've got a Rise who's going to deal a lot of damage. I believe only Taku and as well as Genza to some extent, because you guys are poke champions. You don't deal fast DPS. You're gonna deal a big burst of DPS in a short span of time. And if FLA doesn't give them that room, then FLA wins.
Archers can be gladiators up close, right? If you put them in a Roman arena, at the Colosseum, you know, and a cavalry charges at you, and you only have a bow and a quiver.
That's true.
So put your hands up. But this is the FLA that a lot of people remember, right? This is their core identity. A slow and safe start that translates into a top lane dominance, and of course, Doming gets his chance to shine. Lee Sin might be a blind monk, but his senses are sharp.
Exactly, right? Like, looking at Doming right now, he's playing for the team, carrying the Guardian Angel, rather, just to activate more setups, even with the Zhonya's. Once he dives in, he's going to pop that stasis, and boom, going to buy some time for the rest of FLA to follow through.
And he has the GA.
Yeah.
So even longer lifespan. FLA showing up top. The presence is there. Only BMM is here for now. They should be able to keep the structure alive for a bit longer. The comeuppance actually just follows through onto BMM. Chunks him down to 60% health. CES getting pulled around the map. And this was what initially was supposed to be CES's plan. Pull FLA around the map, but guess what? Sometimes you put a leash on the Hellhound. FLA have found the perfect measurement and they're dragging Cerberus along with them.
I love that. I love that. Instead of FLA putting CS on a tight leash, they cannot move. They're just their movements are very limited, and they were the ones who were supposed to do that, just as you mentioned. And I love this from FLA, especially when they keep the lead. They know how to take care of that lead. Not in a way that they take care of it and they baby it and not do anything, but they're the type that they keep it and they know how to use it to further their lead and how to finish the game. So we'll have to see if they wanna bait using Baron, because the Elder Drake is going to be spawning in a few minutes.
If FLA is a currency, they have really good conversion rate. They are converting all these minor advantages into big openings. Look at where Calm is. Down bot. Cerberus Esports, now they got to make a decision. Who deals with big bad crocodiles? Steve Irvin isn't here, so Taku has to cosplay as that character. But I think at this point, FLA have taken most of the boxes, right? Get Calm a good game, let Arise show up, and of course, get the Fly Swatter. Fly so far hasn't been able to take flight.
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting Mess instead of dive in, right? Or perhaps BMM at some point of the game, but Aurelion Sol, the laning phase is far gone. We're already 16 minutes in, and there's no way for you to set up because so far, FLA has been splitting the map 1-3-1, and you cannot allow BMM, or rather Calm, to keep split pushing like this. And yes, Husky, I don't think Taku is Steve Irwin.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I think the kills he got were on Doming. I'm not sure if Calm died to Taku, but that is kind of out of the question, right? At this point, FLA have been keeping a tight grip on that goal lead. The last time we checked in, it was 5,000. Now it's still 5,000. Baron has spawned long ago, but both teams haven't been able to exert control over that objective. At BMM, we expect him to rotate actively across the map, but so far, like you mentioned earlier on, Riku, there is no room for this dragon to descend onto the earth.
Exactly. That was just the one time at the bottom portion of the map. Ever since then, FLA hasn't been allowing BMM to set up at all, especially towards the mid lane, because that's one of the easiest way you can actually set up for the big baddie stun. Now 15 seconds on the clock for the Elder Drake to spawn. FLA has complete control over the map. And here's the thing, Taco has no teleport, Calm has. They have no luxury to actually put Calm in his place at the top portion of the map. Taku will be forced to buy boots. See him? He sold his boots. He's gonna buy teleport. Does he have enough money?
We'll find out in a bit.
We'll find out. We'll see.
Cerberus Esports, they have 3 proto belt. FLA, they don't need that, right? Cerberus, they are trying to force something to happen. They know it's dire. Domain walks up, shows up, kicks Genza backwards, forces the stays of enchantment. TP finally comes in from Calm. They've got Cerberus surrounded. The hero's engine does not do anything as Matt saves his own skin.
There's
Fly will try to get away. Teleport finally comes in for Taku. What are you doing? Into the entirety of FLA. Calm gets a double kill. And it seems like he wants more. BMM pushed backwards. Elder Dragon has spawned. It's the Inferno Elder Drake, but FLA, they don't want the Elder Drake. They want the real Drake. They want the Drake that is Aurelion Sol, and he does have a flash, but it doesn't matter, Riku. FLA have drawn blood, and CES are put on the back foot.
FLA is gonna give CES their first ever defeat in the WCS play-ins.
And this is a humbling experience for Cerberus. They might be the guardians of the underworld, but Hercules has arrived. FLA will definitely get this first game, and a scar has been left on the legacy of Cerberus in this play. They go down in this game 1.
What do you know? FLA has been Hercules all along. It's like they had the whole full costume. It was FLA to remove their mask. Oh, hey, they're Hercules!
And they break free from a potential 3-way tie. This is a historical moment for FLA. We saw Cerberus' performance. We thought they're gonna go 12-0. There's no way they will be laid back. FLA comes in, gives them their first loss, breaks free from the 3-way tiebreaker, secures themselves a very comfortable second spot in the in the play-in stage. And Cerberus, they're left wondering what just happened.
Yeah, I want to talk about, I think what happened was Doming setting up for Calm at the top portion of the map. And it trickled and created this big domino effect of Taku not being able to afford teleport. You saw him sell his boots. He could only afford the boots without the enchant, and he had to face off Calm at the top portion of the map. And when it came to teleporting, of course, Calm had teleport advantage. You saw Taco had to go home, back to base, buy teleport boots, and then follow through. But in the end, once he arrived, the fight was already over. He died. Oh my god. Oh my god, Husky.
Oh my goodness, right? I know you are ecstatic from the Philippine region. Odolus is ecstatic. He knows that FLA is the best team by far. I know, hidden in the shadows. Jason's skill might be to the skies, but there's nothing to the skies about that, right? Aurelion Sol might be a dragon, but his wings are clipped, and of course Genza, the Colossus, is a bit too heavy to take off from ground. So I think FLA tick all the boxes that was mentioned earlier on. They not only ticked the boxes, but they were able to follow through with a win. This is a great moment for FENNEL Adversity. They draw first blood against Cerberus. The series might not be over yet, but we'll see what the panel have to say about game number 1.
Call it doming phobia, but definitely we can see doming everywhere. But hey, that was really the first match that Cerberus actually lose. But hey, Emo, you lost that. You know
I'm
what?
glad one of us is having fun.
Evelyn!
Oh, you have something for me. What is this? What is this supposed to be here? This is the FLA sticker?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
where's it going on my face? I'll let you take a pic.
Left.
Left? All right. So I lost the bet officially. FLA.
There we go.
Oh wait,
Welcome
this
to the
doesn't
FENNEL
fit.
Nation.
This doesn't stick. I
It
think I've
doesn't
got like
stick.
30 layers of
Possibly
makeup
just
on, so
straight.
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You can just put it on your forehead. It works usually.
There we
on
go.
fire. There
There
you
we
go.
go.
Finally.
I'm
Pose for a
repping Final
moment.
Fight.
Pose for a moment. Oh, 1, 2,
Oh.
There we go.
three.
Clip that. Clip
There
that.
you go.
Branded by Odalus on the face of Omo. But hey, Omo, so many things happening, especially even in the early stage of the
Yeah.
match just now.
Before we talk about the game, I want to backtrack and bring up one thing really quickly. Do you guys remember when we started off the first panel 2 days ago? I said that FLA was the second best team here.
That's true.
I did peg them to get out of
That's
groups.
true.
He still
So you
wanna claim
basically
his stuff
won,
here.
right? You still.
I win either way, right?
But I mean, like, you voted for Cerberus, even though you
Yes.
thought they're
Well,
second best, but they fought against the best right now. That kind of bring FLA one of the best.
I mean, we casted our votes even before day one started, right? Just to be fair. But there's also one thing to highlight here, right? Top lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you guys were talking about, right? The top play, the early game. And I gotta say, I think Doming must have hurt me or something because I was saying, like, I have not been too impressed by his Lee Sin. He won the game. Not even the mid-game kicks, not even the late-game kicks, not even every time he kicked Navarus into his team. He won the game from level 2. And it's just amazing because he cheated the timing window. If you look at how Cerberus play around the Jace, that's what I said the last time. They are so great at identifying roam windows for their supports and their junglers to go and cover for that Jace. But it doesn't matter because Doming cheated the timing window, level 2 red buff to top lane, he got the kill off, even though it was a 1-for-1. That just shut the Jace down. He can't snowball. Cerberus, their hands are tied. They could no longer roam top lane. And every time you see the A-Soul roam down to the bottom lane, you know that Cerberus have messed up somewhere.
Exactly. And again, going back to the auto win conditions, right? I did say, let calm split push. And that's what happened. That's what happens against the Jace if Jace is far behind.
Yeah.
Renekton will be able to sustain enough damage coming from the Jace and will be a threat by himself. Number 2, let Arise rise. And we discussed S3, the item selection of Arise. He has a different way of playing Akshan. Oftentimes we see Akshan on Hullbreaker, which is actually something that Riku is allergic about. Now, with the 2 items that has been picked up, the Black Cleaver into the Storm Razor, and possibly even the Infinity
Edge,
Edge. Yeah, the Edge. He hurts so much.
Yeah, and I think something to touch on a bit as well. You talked about Calm in the top lane, right? When you see a Renekton play against a Jace matchup, and he buys Mercury Treads, yeah, the game's kind of done, right? He's just like, this matchup is free. I no longer care. We've won.
Yeah. For you, like that kind of matchup, how do they actually fix it in that condition? Though?
No, it's done. Jace is just really snowball here. You have to devote a lot of
Exactly.
resources to fix it, and if you do devote a lot of resources to fix it, the Renekton is too strong at that point in the game. Where you see, if you take a 3v3 skirmish, you saw on the screen when both teams traded sides of the maps, A-Soul roamed down to the bot lane.
Yep.
FENNEL University, they had 3 players top lane as well. If you imagine a situation where it's flipped and we take a 3v3 top lane, you're never going to win that on the side of Cerberus.
Exactly.
Your Jace is too weak.
Again, it goes back to the regional finals thing.
Yeah.
Between the Team Flash and Cerberus. How did Team Flash demolish Cerberus? It was
Junkyard,
on the
right?
top side, right?
Yeah.
They just dissected the top side, played around Zissou and Shy so well, and it's very reminiscent. I'm just so happy that FENNEL University got the win here. That means that the tiebreaker could potentially be between EVOS and
It is,
one team.
right? I think it's basically locked that we're
Well,
going to have a tiebreaker.
there's still an
The
SLG.
third and fourth.
Okay, so it's locked. That's what you're telling me. It's locked that EVOS and
It's still an SLG.
It's definitely locked for FLA for the
Second team.
second team to fight against the third team.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
The problem
They
is
will
who
be
get
waiting.
the third.
They're waiting.
Okay.
So we are going to throw away what numbers we have about the game time. Yeah, because that's no longer needed. That's already out of the way. And FENNEL University, they could calm down. They could just relax on this game number 2 and focus on what's important. The best of 5 that's going to happen later this day.
Yeah, I mean, FENNEL University, I think they're breathing a sigh of relief right now. They know they no longer really have to care about Cerberus as an adversity. Whether you win the next match, whether you lose the next match, the stakes don't really matter anymore. Because
Exactly.
you're locked in number 2. So I think you can take it easy. You don't really care about the results. The main thing is don't get tilted because you've got a long day ahead of you.
Yep.
And this is something we were talking about yesterday as casters as well, right? It's not playing a lot of games or casting a lot of games that kills you. It's the downtime that kills you. That's where you get really tired because you're just like
Right.
sitting around, you don't know what to do. That's what FLA have to do with now. They have to play one more game, take a long break, come back, play a best of 5 to try to make it to the main stage. It's not going to be easy.
I mean, like, they can actually study throughout the games later
Yeah,
on because
true.
that's an advantage for them. While they're sitting out, they're being benched. They can see through what's going to happen when it comes to the draft later. But that's what happened when it comes to the first game out of series just now. What's being banned and what's being picked. The Arsenal pick was a pocket pick. We do know that CS actually played it during their regional. But I think it didn't actually work out against FLA.
Exactly. And what I really loved about FLA's drafting is the respect that they're giving to the Singed. Oftentimes, you would let it go through, but they figured, hey, you know what? Singed might be the BMM pick here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now he's forced onto Aurelion Sol, which is going to be a lot weaker on the sidelines and has to be, moving at the early parts of the game in order for him to be effective.
I think there's also something to be said about better the devil you know than the devil you don't. I don't think a lot of teams have experience playing against Singe. I don't think a lot of teams have encountered a lot of Singe on a professional stage. Get rid of it. You don't want to face against something that it's such an oddball pick. You don't know the trading patterns as well.
And there is actually one thing that I do know about FENNEL Adversity. Their assistant coach is a Singed man.
So they do know.
Yeah, they do know. And it could possibly be, this is going to be a Singed game. And right away, just take it away from the game.
He's telling his team, trust me guys, Singe is broken here, ban it, ban it.
Bam.
I don't know, maybe we're going to see a Singe ban later, or maybe a Singe pick. We have no clue, right? As we speak, and what are your aspects, or when it comes to your perspective, when it comes to the second draft or the second game?
ASOL is gone.
Definitely, but do you think that Cerberus will at least try to win? Or maybe is it Cerberus trying to take it easy?
Yeah, right
since
now
they
it's
already
an ego match right now, right? You can't get too old. You've been dominating. You're not gonna let yourself get too old. You have to win this for your pride.
Same goes for FENNEL Adversity. You want to build as much momentum as possible because going into that tiebreaker between the second and third seed, having to brag about being able to beat Cerberus 2-0 will be a mental advantage by itself, right?
And also it'll be tilting Cerberus next time they are facing against each other, knowing that they have the experience. They lost actually a 2-0 series, but they haven't yet, since we still got one more to go. But speaking of which, will it be the same game or the same history repeated or not? We're waiting for our draft here later on. Are we going into the draft yet? No, I don't think so. But not yet. Yeah, there you go. But do you have, like, we saw Renata, will it be banned? Definitely, I have a feeling Jace might be banned for the next one. We do know how Jace kind of really plays out for the
It depends on the
entire
side. I mean, FENNEL Adversity also loves their Jace, but if they will be given up an option, like, say, for example, they're on blue side, if they're given up an option of if they're going to first pick the Camille or the Jace, 100% sure the Camille.
Yeah, I mean, the Camille is going to remain banned. I'm pretty sure about that
Yeah.
one. I think the main question right now is, are you going to run back the Jace if you're Cerberus? And I think the answer to that is yes. You just don't pick an ASOL. Because the ASOL, the thing is,
ASOL was the problem, right?
They didn't only double down. They tripled down on their team comp, being a timing-based team comp. You have Jace, Varus, ASOL. They want to do one thing. You want to keep tempo. You want to push. The moment you fall behind, the game starts to get out of control. You can have two. You can double down, but you shouldn't have three. And so I get it from Cerberus, right? You guys have been dominant. You guys have been killing every team 2-0.
My question for you then, if ASOL was the problem, what could have fixed it? What
ASOL
champion?
wasn't the problem, but ASOL was a symptom of the problem, which is
Okay.
that all three lanes were trying to do one thing. They needed to have a fallback option, but they didn't. Yeah.
I'm just trying to unregister my mind.
I
How
know.
to pronounce
If you-
Aurelia Soul. I'm trying to pronounce it Asol to avoid another word of
It's okay.
Asol, which is going to be
I
sounds.
always get caught an asshole.
I didn't say that. Okay. But okay, he got it. But okay.
Possibly just Stars Dragon or something. Celestial
Stars
Dragon.
Dragon.
What
Stars
is the old
Dragon.
name? What is the old name that we do?
Aoshin.
Aoshin, yeah, Aoshin, yeah, that's the one, right? But
Oh
we're
my
not
god, with such nuts.
We're boomers, you know.
I know.
You guys are ancient.
Hey.
It was like a quiz bee or something. Maybe we could run a segment.
Run a
right?
trivia?
Yep, me and you.
Go ahead.
I'm really bad at trivia. I'm not a believer in reading lore and things like that in a
No,
competitive game.
It doesn't really have to be lore.
Okay, okay.
Just, history.
Well, then Chuchu quiz us.
I don't know.
Putting you on the spot.
I don't know anything.
And we'll have
Get
a
me out
buzzer or
of
something.
this.
Okay, well, I want to bring up a little story since
Go
we're
ahead.
talking about lore anyway, right? And we've got a little bit of time, right? I'm of the opinion, and I got this from a tweet. I stole it from a tweet. It's basically like the people that read about lore in a competitive game are the same people who read the stories before recipes. My grandma used to cook this for me when I was a little child. Now every time it rains, I get nostalgic for this bowl of soup. It's the same thing. Why are you reading about the law of Mount Targan? Just play the Pantheon and go bot at level 2, go gank, that's it. That's all you need to know, really, right? Okay, I'm done. That's
You're
all. I'm just telling
alienating
the story.
yourself from a lot of fan base that really is crazy about League of Legends lore.
Wait for the MMO. Wait for the MMO.
Or possibly the movies.
Yeah.
We're waiting for
Wait for Arcane Season 2,
I'm
that's
waiting
right.
for Arcane Season 2, right? That's
yeah,
it.
Jace does not have a good fate in Arcane Season 2, judging from what we saw from that game.
Can you not be a spoiler here?
From that game.
I want to be a spoiler.
I can't
though.
spoil Season 2, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen
Season 2?
Season 2, we only have Season 1. It took 6
There's no
years.
Season 2 yet.
Yeah, exactly, so I can't spoil it. That's my point, guys.
But hey, we're done speaking about games, and there's so many laws, and I'm sorry for you guys who love lores. I love them as well.
Yeah.
But okay, we're not that bad of a
Happy to you, Omo.
people. It's just Omo. He's being an asshole. So
ASO.
really so. But let's jump straight into our draft right now.
Oh,
not yet.
Not quite.
Not yet, he says. But yeah,
Now,
we're
what
waiting.
do we talk about?
I don't know. We have so many things to talk about, but I definitely don't want to say about the Star Dragon anymore.
Yeah, let's not. I don't think it'll be picked anymore. And it's, what time is it right now? It's 4 p.m. I think I've hit my daily quota of being caught in Aurelian Soul for the day, so
But
I
hey,
think we're good.
we did mention about Gragas used to be picked in the region of CES. Now, definitely we will want this win so bad. It's all about their pride and dignity at this point, right, at stake. But do you think it's going to be picked, or will it be entirely being banned?
Nah, it's just gonna be forgotten.
Yeah,
Why is it so
really
sad?
it really depends on the side selection, right? Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that if FLA went for a red side game number 1, there will be a switch over.
Yeah.
It really depends as to what will be the decision of the loser of the coin toss, right? So, we'll see. One thing's for sure, Homo, me, and Shu will uncover the draft as if it's nothing, right? Unless it's a crazy game, which could possibly be a crazy game right now because there's nothing at stake for FENNEL University, there's nothing at stake for CERBERUS. So on the flip side, true.
Ego, pride, that's the biggest thing at stake here.
Ego, yeah, how about just play the one side?
Yeah, true. And I think it's really good that we're talking about draft as well, because this is kind of what we brought up in the pregame, right? I said FLA have a chance to win as well if the draft goes their way, and it kind of did.
Yep.
I did still like the draft from Cerberus, but it was so all in. The moment Domain cheated the timing, got the level 2 gank off, it's all over because draft wins games when it's a more evenly matched matchup. I do still think Cerberus is a better team, but I don't think it's by that much. Maybe 65-35, something along those lines. Does that add up?
That's too
Is the
much.
65 plus 35, 90. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that-
100%, right?
but
Okay, yeah, just making sure
That's
here.
too much.
I think so.
If it's...
You think it's closer?
Yeah, I
I
really
was
do.
going to say 70-30, but I know I'm already getting crucified on Twitch chat. I don't want to make it worse here.
65-35.
Yeah.
I'll probably give it a 52-48.
Really? Biased though.
It's a
I
1-0
know I have
though.
this, but like
It's a 1-0 though.
True. If the stream ends right now, FLA is the better team.
Exactly.
True.
You want the stream ends right now?
No, please,
Hopefully not.
I'm just saying.
Don't jinx it.
What a
Now
Chad.
don't jinx
What a
it.
Chad.
The door is that way, Omo. Don't jinx
See ya,
our-
boys.
that-
I'm out. Good night.
But hey, I do want to know if you're gonna put another stick on him. If it happens to be FLA
Yeah,
winning,
so what
2-0
happens
here.
if it's a 2-0?
What happened if it's a 2?
I don't know.
Do you have another sticker for the other cheek?
Well, I only got 2 stickers. And one, I'm keeping it for myself, right?
Right, yeah,
Well,
of course.
we have multiple stickers in the room as well. The
You
big
know
ones.
what? You know what? Let's ask FENNEL University for more stickers.
True.
And the next time that we meet,
Yeah. No, while
I'll
they're
put it
at it,
all over your face.
while they're at it, give me some like jerseys as well. Give me some swag. FLA.
Wow.
I did vote for you guys to get out of groups here, and I have this on my face
What
right
a
now.
shameless
I
guy.
do quite like your jerseys.
My God.
So I mean, just DM me for my address or something. I know.
It's just not shameless, so demanding as well. Oh my goodness.
I'm-
Well, they were able to
That's as
send
nice
their
as I
apparel
could
from
ask
Japan
it.
to Philippines. So they could possibly do that to Singapore, right?
Yes, it's not
I'm a
too
hooker.
far. Yeah. I'll be in Malaysia for a while longer if you want to ship it down here. Maybe I'll wear it on the main stage.
Wow.
What a
Wow.
correct shout out. Shout out to FENNEL University and the management.
Now you're shutting up for FLA, but the one you're voting for, Cerberus, you don't want to ask any of their merchandise now?
I mean, I was asking for RRQ jersey on Twitter yesterday as well. Twitter.com/omo2_2. I was asking for RRQ jersey on Twitter as well yesterday, but no one replied to me. So I guess FLA is my affiliation now.
I can wing you on that as well.
Nice.
Wait,
You got me.
Riku doesn't have a gear yet from RQ. She comes first before you.
Wow.
yeah.
Sorry, Amo.
I'll try to
You're,
look for
you're
someone.
just gonna drop on the list
Zombies.
here,
I'm gonna hear instead. It's falling off.
You're not the favorite here. Sorry, Omo.
You guys wanna
no
know
matter how many
something?
stickers you put, it's not.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, the draft is here, guys. What do you want to say just now?
I probably shouldn't say it. It's kind of gross. Like the sticker fell off because of all my makeup.
Okay, now you said it anyway. But
Yeah,
hey,
I mean, you asked.
second
something
game
memorable,
of
though.
our third series of the day, FLA versus CS. Take it away, boys.
Well, okay, it all depends on the first band. If they, well, looking at their faces, very, very serious. So this
Okay,
could be-
okay.
Yeah,
Not
very
not
serious.
celebrating just yet.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
Cerberus a little bit more somber in their career this time around. Huh?
Yumi band right
Okay.
away. The Gragas.
Why the Gragas though? It hasn't really been a prio in this
I mean,
tournament.
like, it's a good disengage just because of
Yes,
that.
You
but it's-
discussed CES regional finals.
Yeah,
the
but
number
the
one
meta
most
has
picked Gragas.
changed. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a bit odd. I don't know. They know
I mean,
something
like,
I don't.
even
right?
sorry, I have to point out yesterday example in WCK Grand Finals, right?
Yeah.
For Freaks versus the Rose to Y, they did almost win entirely for Freaks because of this Gragas only.
WCK,
the
right?
flash, yeah, the flash and the
You
body
still have
slam.
time to watch
You see, the thing is, right? We shouldn't
I'm
be
loving the
comparing
games.
ourselves to a worse region than us.
The burn. Well, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Otto.
Exactly. Guess why?
Why?
Because we became the second strongest region.
Team
off of-
Secret.
Exactly.
Team Secret.
There
Let's
you
go. Yeah, I mean, I do
That's
still think the
flexing.
Gragas is a strong pick. I just think it's dropped in prio, but I guess they are just afraid of it from CES because it's one of their top picks, right?
That's
So
a
it
very
doesn't
good
make sense.
band for FENNEL University. They know that Fly wants to spread his wings, at least in this game. Now, it will be a very heavily prioritized Jace pick for FLA.
You think so?
Yeah, I
FLA
think
is
so.
gonna grab the Jace here.
No questions.
Come on, pick it already.
They want it so bad, we can feel it.
No questions there.
Just take it. No.
Kalma was
Riku is celebrating.
Riku's dancing. Riku's dancing.
Clip that, clip that.
Okay.
This is her game, so definitely she's gonna be happy. But that's leaving out the Jace.
Yeah. I was able to pay attention to the Karma. I'm getting so used to Karma being permaban.
Yeah, exactly, right? I didn't even expect it to come because it's just permaban. And CES might be a bit of a bait, honestly. I feel like the Jace, well, he'll be more careful this time. He won't let himself
Jace
get
is
cheese,
set,
right?
though.
Interesting.
I
I mean, it's double flex, so it's a good start to the draft here.
Well, we remember Taku played Sat the other day, and this was pretty well
Yeah.
done as well. So his timing when it comes to initiating will be one of the best. But the Kazakh's next.
I'm not remembering this correctly if CES does play Jace in the jungle. Doming showed it earlier against SLG though.
I'm honestly not a fan of Jace in the jungle, though.
I'm
second
okay.
to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I definitely think it is a waste of time.
It's
going
not
to,
bad, but I just don't think it's
It's a
great.
waste. For me, it's
Yeah.
a waste, not to the full potential.
The thing about CS's draft is, I do like their first two picks. I love their openers because it gives them so much flexibility.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say they should 3P marksman here, right? But this is
That's
so
a
hard.
very strong bot lane.
This is really good here from FLA because now you force CES into the situation. Do we 3-pick our marksman or do we 3-pick our jungler? Because whichever one we pick, the other role is gonna get banned out. So
Yeah.
what's their choice here? I think it might be an Ashe angle, but I don't know if Genza will play that. So maybe they'll default to something like Lucian. I think you let your jungler drop and give Mass a 4-pick jungle pick here.
If it will be an Ashe angle, then I'm assuming that
Okay, they
Arise
pick
would-
jungle then.
Yeah, okay.
They just
Rengar.
want the law matchup. They just want the law matchup, man. That's not.
It
I
will
thought
be
you
an
don't read
interesting
laws.
Sight to behold though.
Yeah, but everyone
Nemesis
knows this.
duel.
This one literally pops up in game when there's a Rengar and Kha'Zix at the
Yeah,
same time.
Nemesis duel.
Yeah, Nemesis duel.
Back in the
exactly.
Philippines though, we had a Nemesis duel between Nasus and Renekton.
Wait, that pops up as well?
That's the thing.
Okay. You know what's interesting about this draft, though? If you flip the name tags of the teams, I think that fits a bit more, right? Doming's Rengar, the Varus Kha'Zix here for CES.
Yeah.
It's a bit of like they're swapping team comps.
Well, having known FLA from the region, I know that they played Karma in the mid lane. I haven't seen Arisen. Well, basically, I haven't seen Arisen on anything.
Yeah, on any support, right?
because he was originally a Baron laner. But yeah, surprise, surprise, FLA is performing well.
Yeah.
With him on this point.
And I think we're likely not going to see Karma mid still, right? So this should be the game we see Arisen on the Karma. Actually, I think we might have seen him in one game of Karma, but I'm not sure if I'm remembering that one correctly. We'll have to see, yeah. The Garen ban, does that indicate anything? Does Jace not like to play into Garen?
That's a lot of picks on Garen these days. Basically just to hold
It
the
is also a
lanes.
possibility that they would go for a Zed. Well, no, not anymore. I mean, Final Varsity, if
The
they go
Ash
for a
ban.
Zed.
I really like the Ash ban. I think the Ash is 100% a good pick here. So this
Really?
forces you to
Why
play
not just
Lucian,
bait
right?
it though? And then pick the Zed or something.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe a Jin here? Oh. What? Okay, so this shows their hand, right? They're basically double flexing the Jace Renekton, and that shows the set 100% going to sub here.
Okay.
Which I don't really like because you believe the Varus Karma, it just sounds brutal.
Yeah, it is very brutal. The range advantage, the pokes.
And also imagine
Just a free lane.
the ulti coming up from Karma, if everybody kind of stacked up together, that's kind of a bit
Yeah,
of a
you've got a lot
problem.
of melees, right?
Yeah.
Just serve coffee right away. Then it will be a funeral.
Definitely CS. I'm not sure how they're actually going to play. Yeah, but they do have the Jace a bit for the range, but I'm not sure when it comes to being kited though.
I don't like the Diana, but other than that, I really like the draft from FLA.
I'm okay with the Darius against 4
I'm okay with that.
melee champions,
Yeah.
right?
But it's just the Diana is the one I'm not fond
I
of.
kind of get it with the Transcendence Embrace coming up from Karma, followed by Diana Moonfall. That's pretty much
Sure, in
enough
theory,
for
right?
the, yeah, in theory.
Oh, this is a first Orianna pick. Finally, we got an Orianna. The ball delivery system, that's one thing to look out for. And I do like the Ori Diana matchup as well, right? You get a bit of prior going on here. It lets you really cover for your Rengar slow tempo in the early stages of the game. But the problem is, when you look at this draft here from CES, they have no way to cover for the Jace.
I have to ask you guys, of
Wait,
all
no,
the
it's
lanes
Jace
here,
mid. It's Ori bot. That makes sense.
of all the lanes here, which matchup do you think will be the toughest one?
The bot lane.
Bot
Always.
lane looks a bit brutal.
Yeah, I don't think there will ever be a lane that can win against a Karma plus Virus. That's not a win.
I was thinking, if you have the set, what you can do is the level 1, level 2 cheese E-flash thing, right? But if you're paired with an Ori, there's never enough damage there to even threaten them in that matchup. So you're just really going to be under your tower the whole game. With that, I think Kha'Zix, he can just take over the game and against Rengar's weaker early game.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Again, this is
Hey,
all
I'm
about
voting for FLA. I'm saying FLA is going to win, bro.
This is all about momentum. I'm
Okay.
feeling that they just want to relax, actually.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't know. I feel like our panelists have sort of identity crisis right now between those two. Definitely Omo and
I think
also
the sticker did a number on me.
too much. It suck away your soldiers, so not just the makeup on your face.
You have to push for it more.
Yeah.
So that they can hear you.
But let's not waste any more time. Cast us with Riku, the fanatic, and obsessed about Karma. Definitely happy. And also Husky, take it away.
Yep, thank you very much. There are a lot of firsts for this series, right? First ASO pick, first Orianna pick, Riku. We saw Cerberus losing their first game, Omo getting humble, a lot of firsts, and Karma is in this game. How are you feeling right now?
CES. Okay, Orianna. Like for me, I think. Okay, nothing's gonna happen there.
Yeah.
Okay. No
Come on, hard stop.
showstopper yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no showstopper yet. It's level 1. Okay. I like CES. Well, I don't like the comp of CES entirely. What is clear to me is that they have the cat ball combo. You have Thrill of the Hunt, ball delivery system, invisible. It's like having a Yumi on your side, and then you get a lot of picks. But it doesn't have the same hold because you don't actually hold them. It's just a shockwave. So you need the supplementary damage. And how do you do that? You set Renekton Taku ahead. That's how you supplement the damage. BMM as well in the mid lane. This is a very similar configuration of what FLA's comp did where, you know, Danny's going to be on a scaling carry, well, a scaling champion rather. In this case, it's the Orianna for Genza. He's going to step back a little bit, be that utility for the team. But what I like about FLA, aside from having the Karma, of course, is that you pick the Karma to compensate for the lack of mobility that Avaris has. They don't exactly have a Rakan on their side. They do have the Diana, though. And it has been a Rise's best pick when we look at the local qualifiers, the regional finals. So FLA picking up a lot of the strong picks, very reliable, apprehend, chain of corruptions. They have a lot of hold versus CES.
And the Rise has shown us a good sneak peek of what his Diana could do against SLG. That was kind of a fireworks show for Arise, right? So many close moments, but he just refused to go down. And that was the perfect game as well. We see Domain showing up in the bottom lane, forcing Genza away. The exhaust has been blown. Fly obviously becomes the bastion for CES's Dragon lane, but that also means that FLA gets to shove it in with Danny and Horizon. And I just want to, kind of bring this to light, right? Calm has won the top lane in game 1 thanks to Doming.
Yes.
And we now see a shift in that dynamic. We no longer see Doming cheating the timing to help out Calm simply because of the champions that they're playing. Do you think that FLA will still pivot towards Calm?
Right now, I think it's gonna be a very difficult time. Like both of these top and jungle duos have the supplementary damage, but what? Oh my god!
BMM chunked down, just knocked Arise away and even forced a flash. And that was Arise with a barrier.
Yeah, exactly right. Answering your question, right? I was gonna say no, because CES, that's supposed to be their time to actually get Taco ahead, because you have the Renekton. You want the Renekton to get ahead, or else you're just going to get bullied later in the later stages of the game. Taku cannot do anything, and you're going to put that pick into waste. And it will heavily rely on how CS set up the waves for potential dives. We've seen this combo before, but that's the thing. Calm is not going to let that happen. He's Idarius. He has sustain. He's carrying barrier. There's a lot of safety. That's his goal, is to not die at the top lane this time around.
And he has the fleet footwork, right? So if you are Taku, chances of you killing Calm is close to zero at this point of time. And CS no longer have the clean record in the playing stage, and at the same time, they have set up a new rivalry for us, right? And I think against FLA is probably the most fitting opponent at this point of time, their arch nemesis. I think when we look at EVOS and one team, they have a harder time against CS. Calm gets gone on, Mess wants to lead the charge with Taku, but again, Calm just being very collected, pops the flash just in case Taku flashes after him as the objective spawns, so Calm will have to recall as CES. They will go for the Rift Herald, and FLA will trade it back with the Dragon.
Yeah, I really like this from Calm, right? His job is to not die. He uses a flash even though the rest of CES were quite far. Again, he has to be that stable ground.
Arisen just flash Mantra Tether.
Oh
Let's get grabbed back by the Showstopper. He goes down. First blood for CS. Shockwave delivered almost nothing. Doesn't really matter though. Calm shows up and Mess still somehow alive. Gets that flash. Arise shows in, and this is his time to shine as CES gets huddled over the tier 1 up top. Flight is down. Taku slices and dices into the hands of Doming. 4 kills for FLA.
Arisen's sacrifice was not in vain. He flashed in, wanted to get the tether on board just to hold CES, make them stay in that part of the area so the rest of FLA follow suit. And that's exactly what they did. And they even get the Rift Herald. They've gotten a lot of kills. And this is how FLA will use this point in the game to springboard them to take full control over the match, just like what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, watch out, Cerberus. You're not safe anymore. That door is getting completely ran over, but at least for Cerberus, they have the Rift Herald. Shelly is going to get the charge off. They really want this tier 1. Just one swipe would do the job, but even then, with a slither of structural health, that tier 1 survived, and FLA, again, Arisen walks forward, gets the leash onto Fly. He does have the Haymaker, Transcendence Embrace used, but Fly thankfully has the Prolo Belt. Shockwave connecting onto 2, no follow-up from CES.
Yeah, at the moment, the Shockwave is a very... It's like a poke. It's like a little tickle on you. Like, especially that Genza is playing towards ramping up for tier. Of course, it's not a lot of damage to be had just yet. So that's the reason why Renekton there, and as well as BMM, are supposed to springboard that.
Taku able to escape. Now slices and dices over the Rift Herald pit. Both teams actually have some sort of vacuum, right? They have some sort of a suction device. You have the Shockwave from Genza, you have the Moonfall from Arise, and personally I think the Moonfall has a bigger radius. In that sense, Arise so far doing a fantastic job. 0-0 and 4, Rod of Ages. He's gonna get the Crystalline Reflector next. And even though in terms of network BMM is a hit, but the impact that FLA has been bringing to these skirmishes just completely overshadows what CS have garnered for them so far.
Yeah, and the fact that FLA, especially when we look at Arise, they didn't even need the influence of Doming to be able to deal with BMM here on the Jace. And I think that is a very telling story on how the game will progress eventually. And I mean, I want to correct, and the fact that CS got Rift Herald, I want to talk about how that's incredibly important for them, because they don't have a dedicated AD carry. They don't have someone that can constantly siege and as well as hit towers. That's why it's so important and critical for them to get Rift Heralds. And I'm sure they're going to go forward towards the second dragon, and they're going to trade that mountain.
And thankfully, they got that mid-tier one, right?
Yep.
That gives CES a lot more breathing to work with. You get to run around the jungle. You get to rotate top, like what Fly and Genza will potentially do, just to make sure that Calm gets shut down. But FLA are reading CES's movements like a book. They also send their own backup squad, the Cavalry, towards that top side. They know that Calm is going to be one of the keys to FLA's success. Arise can take care of himself. There's no worries for FLA, and it kind of falls to CES to find a small window.
Wonder what that small window could be. Could this be it? No.
No, just a flash away. I mean, Master does jump in. Arise with the counter engage.
Oh.
Forces a flash out from Maz. Domain shows up. They think of taking this fight. Maz slowed
My
down by
God.
the void spikes. But thankfully, there's not enough control from FLA to stop them.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hold, not a lot of CC to work with.
Okay, Calm does flasher, takes the showstopper in the face, but has to decimate a lot of durability, and CES just could not get the engage through. But meanwhile, down board, Taku gone on once more, and this time, Arisen also shows up. No kills either way, but it feels like FLA have pushed CES a bit further back. Calm still taking this fight against BMM, and this Jace just can't really do the damage that he's been looking for. You gotta be wary of Calm. Arise doing the same thing against Taku. The pressure from FLA is mounting.
Yeah, at the moment, Calm cannot deal with BMM because Hullbreaker item advantage. So at this point, Calm is forced to buy his own Hullbreaker himself because CES knows that they can't exactly fight 5v5 at the moment, so they're going to do a 1-3-1 split push.
FLA, get the Mountain Drake. Calm actually went for the Triforce instead of the Black Cleaver. So walk me through that. What do you think of that item pickup?
Well, I mean, I don't think Taco at the moment has won his lane, so that's why he's very comfortable. That means Calm is going to be joining these team fights, and that's exactly what FLA wants. They want to be all together, and I think that Triforce pickup is going to help immensely on against CES.
Mess, Trill the Hunt is in the shadows. Where's the Shockwave Ball not really delivered? And look at the Transcendence Embrace, forcing Fly to get away. And that's the Moonfall and Exhaust to slow down Arise's damage output, but the damage has been done. Killing spree for Domain. The rest of CES get nothing out of that.
Look at the restraint coming from FLA, knowing the fact that a lot of the CS members, they already have the man advantage. They already pretty much see CES are very low health. FLA doesn't want to commit. They just want to make sure that they keep their lead, not giving anything to CES. Like, what's the point? You have 2 Dragons already. You have the Rift Herald. Let's just reset, get item advantage, and then fight again.
If you want to humble the Hellhound, you want to train a dog, you have to be disciplined yourself. That's what FLA is displaying. Discipline, a lot of control, a lot of restraint, not making any moves so Cerberus can't bite down. They might have 3 hits, but if you don't give them that opening, no one can get a bite off.
I know. They're not using a regular leash. They're actually doing a whole body leash.
Yeah.
On Cerberus.
Full body restraint.
Full body restraint, exactly. And CES has no... I can't do anything at the moment. That's exactly why they're doing this 1-3-1, because they want to avoid the big 5v5s, because they know if they do that, they're going to lose.
Yeah. But the silver lining for CES at this point is that they are still keeping up in terms of net worth, right?
Yeah.
We look at the map. Some buildings have been destroyed. CES have gotten all the tier 1s on the side of FLA. But FLA so far hasn't been able to get that huge lead. But they will try to go into Taku, though Calm has full hammer stack. Barrier pop a bit too late as Taku gets away. FLA, they just want some map control, but they won't even get that bot tier 1. Meanwhile, CES shows up mid. Fly just walks down, buys some space, Arise, goes in, gets a Luna Rush into a Moonfall, but gets exhausted, forced to use the stasis. Danny takes the Shockwave as Domain shows up with a Void Assault. It's going to be the Chain Corruption onto Fly, and the Taste My Fear will finish off the set.
Precise movement with a flash into the Chain of Corruptions, hitting Fly, and they have no escape. They have no strong engage anymore coming from CES, and that's why FLA has nothing to worry about for the next 15 seconds. They can keep pushing for this one.
But BMM actually took the top tier 2, right? He has been split pushing all along with that Hullbreaker. Shelly getting a second charge off mid. But it doesn't matter. The structure still stands, and that means CES have a fighting chance. And FLA just pulling ahead by a minor goal advantage. Not that it matters so much, too much to CES. We see the Divine Thunder picked up by Maz, and BMM so far has been the tip of the spear that allows CES to breathe in this game.
Yeah, his presence in the side lanes, maximizing the Hullbreaker. Yes, I do not like first item Hullbreakers, but especially the fact that you already know that you're not gonna fight against FLA 5v5 at the moment. Might as well use the Hullbreaker first item to open up the map even more and avoid these fights at the moment.
Danny feeling a gust of wind,
Yep.
just right behind his kneecaps.
Arisen.
His knees, I mean Arisen.
So
really
aggressive.
pushing the limits, right? Just trying to make sure that CES is corral, or at least show CES that, hey, we beat the new ones.
Yeah.
We'll do it again.
That's true. I mean, they pretty much have the momentum. They have 2 dragons in their pocket. They pretty much know that in a 5v5 scenario, they're gonna win. They managed to get Doming ahead with 3-0-2, and that's why Mess responds with a Divine Sunderer just to make sure that he can sustain himself in these long drawn fights. So we'll have to see now. CES has to fight this.
And FLA, they want the Holy Trinity, the trifecta of Dragon objective, right? The third one, Inferno Drake. Very crucial.
Oh my
CES
gosh.
goes for the engage. They do kidnap Arisen, but it's just a Karma. Taku follows up. They get a Shock Blast. Good chunk, but Taku forced to go golden. They have already secured the Inferno Drake on the side of FLA,
Oh
and
my
that
gosh.
means that FENNEL Adversity now goes for the disengage. They will sacrifice Arisen, but they got the bigger prize. CES could not find any more engage. Maybe onto Domain, but Mass couldn't get the bowler off, so FLA just walks away.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mess went back to base. Unfortunately, wasn't the right timing because they lacked the jungler at that time. So all CES could do was try to zone, try to see.
Domain Force still eats the bowler though. Genza can't get anything done. They just could not keep this bug in place.
The number 1 fear of the FLA is Fly on the set. He can immediately
Oh boy.
grab Danny.
BMM though. His number 1 fear is a Rise solo killing him down bot. And this mid push has been shut down.
He has Rabadons. Yes, you're tankier.
Oh, Flash, Chain of Corruption,
Oh
Flash
my.
Apprehend doesn't connect. But Fly has his wings clipped. A Shockwave delivered onto Tree, but there's no follow-up. Exhaust though used onto Domain. Calm now walks on forward, gets stunned up by Taku, doesn't get the Apprehend off. CES getting picked off left, right, and center. They do find Arise in the jungle,
Oh
but Arise,
my.
he goes golden. Genza gets sniped by the piercing arrow. Arise still alive! Finally goes down, but he has bought so much time, and Mass gets taken down. FLA with a late ace.
My God, look at FLA giving it to CES. And now the Baron is open. Looks like they're just gonna go back instead, clear a bunch of waves. Let's take a look at that again. So it was all over the place, Husky. They were finding picks here and there. And it was all because of Arise getting a pick first with a big 1v1 against BMM. Then that means, where's your damage gonna be coming from at this point of the game? No one!
And this is where Fly and BMM have to be the hero. Genza will be respawning right now. Taku in 5 seconds, but FLA are bomb rushing this Baron. TP coming in. Can FLA secure this objective? Fly goes in with a showstopper. CES, they want the Baron, but they will not get it as FLA secures that objective. And now again, they go for the full disengage. A snipe from downtown. Danny will go down, but he takes Genza with him. FLA, they do not relent, and CES once more takes a hit.
That's still good. That's still 3. That's still 4 people, 3 people rather, having the Baron buff to be able to be maximized and a lot of value throughout the map. I think that's really good. I think that's the problem, right, for FLA. If they go in, they have no way out because they don't have the big disengage that they were looking for. Because that's not the point. They're fine because all they have to do is go in first, deal all the damage in the world, and then boom, kill someone. They managed to get Genza out of that, but you know, at the end of the day, Baron is still on the board for FLA.
Genza so far has a target on his back.
Yeah.
Right? Far as I know, arrows are made of metal.
Yes.
Genza is an Oriana, so he
Yes.
is made of steel and metal. They probably sneak a magnet in there because Danny has been landing all these insane max range piercing arrows, and Genza he just goes down.
There's
And he's
the
like wondering what happened, right?
Yeah. The fact that everybody is pretty much squishy from CES, it's just Danny's gonna have a field day in all of these arrows.
Domain once more just pushing the boundaries, making sure that he gets information, right? Doesn't have to get an isolated kill, just wants to find out where the members of CES are. We actually see the Twin Shadows out for Arisen, so FLA are on the hunt. And Genza, he is very much alone in his jungle, and that means that they have found him. Forces the flash, Proto Belt into an Apprehend, into a Nox and Guillotine. FLA, they execute Genza, and they also want some Crocodile meats to go with it. A new pair of Crocs for Calm. Fly joins the fight, but she also gets slain. 3 for FLA, they're going for the jugular.
Brutal. Look at FLA. They're going to end the game. 30 seconds on the clock for the 3 champions from CES.
And the Philippine regions will rejoice. They deal a blow to CES, and not just a blow, a fatal blow in this play-ins. FLA clean to Oriku.
What just happened? Day 1 and day 2, CES was undefeated. They looked unshaken. They looked like they had everything in the bag, and it looked like they were going to end day 3 on a clean, undefeated streak. But look who's here. FLA ruins all that. They look so clean. They got the early lead. They had everything planned. They studied everything. Like the fact that, I'm going back to the draft, but the fact that they banned the Ash. That is an Ash ban that we don't normally see, not even the Philippines region, not, maybe in some regions for sure. But at this point of the game where the Ash has been played maybe here and there, I think that's a really, really good study and read from FLA.
Exactly, right? And it's not how you start, it's how you finish. FENNEL adversity, they overcame the odds, they were able to tame the beast, and they have now set a new height for themselves. Again, after that Game 1 win, they broke free from the potential 3-way tiebreaker. But not only that, despite Cerberus still being in that first place by the end of the day, FLA now has shown us that the Philippine region is as strong as ever, and also they are here to challenge the crown.
Oh yeah, for sure. My God. And the fact that Rice got one of his best champions as well, the Diana. The fact that he's able to deal with BMM. He didn't need influence from the jungler. He didn't need a visit coming from a visit. None of that. It was a big 1v1 with the Diana versus the Jace. The Jace can't do anything because he's just going to be a sitting duck. Like, yes, he can farm from far away, but at that point, when a Rice pulls the trigger, you're dead.
Yeah, and it's an exciting day for all the Philippine fans, all the FENNEL adversity supporters. History has been made. Again, the stars align for FLA today, and it is on the most important day and the most important series. There's no other way to put it, and FLA can celebrate that victory. We're going to throw this back to the panel. I'm sure they have a lot to say about this. So guys, take it away.
Oh wow, I'm gonna say what a play, and ooh, I have to say for FLA, because that's the only team that won against Cerberus, and I have to say, auto lose, your auto wins are actually working.
Such a statement.
Wow.
I have to do it over and over again. Only for FLA though.
Only for
This
FLA.
is just the start. This is just the beginning.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The thing is, Omo, FLA, they're having a tough time against one, and they're having a tough time against, who is it again?
EVOS as well.
EVOS.
Yeah.
So if they are actually in the tiebreaker before, and Cerberus actually defeated all the other teams except for
course.
FLA.
Yeah. I think it's there's a lot to be said about the stylistic matchup, but we won't get too in-depth about that until maybe these two teams face off later on. But what I do personally love to see from the storyline perspective is, once again, it's Vietnam against Philippines.
Yeah.
It seems like the top two regions. In WCS at least.
In the play-ins.
In the play-ins.
Hey, don't disregard my region as well, but hey, okay.
Sorry, what? Your region is my region, and
yeah.
Okay. I must step back a bit.
You're a
Because you've been roasting each other. You can roast each other.
But hey, speaking of which, you guys saw just now, what are you thinking when it comes to the second match? It just slammed down all the way from the side of FLA.
Yeah, well, I mean, the red pair fight was so.
It was so, but it's just so hot. You
Yeah,
saw
it's-
the first few fights, it was 4
I didn't see
kills.
anything. My eyes were closed. That was too brutal. My Cerberus fanboy heart, it couldn't take it.
To me, though, one thing to take away is that, again, for FENNEL University, it's all about controlled aggression. Even though they know they already have the lead, they will take things one step at a time, right? Like cooking something with the story, right? Just put in this, next this, and then...
My grandma says this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, about Cerberus, it's not a knock against them, and I'm not too eager to really call FENNEL University the better team right away.
Second best team. Second best team here.
You're still gonna go with the second best. They just
it's
defeated
clear,
a
though.
2
I mean,
on
Look at the
Cerberus.
points. Look at the points.
it's
Look at
clear,
the
though.
standings. The story is clear.
I mean, like, they haven't fought Cerberus before.
Yeah, that's true. That's my argument.
Hey.
Right? That was my argument since yesterday. I was telling you, right? The only thing that I was wrong is that I thought it would be a draw. I did predict for a 2-0 just because I'm not, the type that,
Okay, hear me out here. So maybe FENNEL University is better than Cerberus. But, this is my counterpoint. As a lead up to the main stage, Team Flash is better than RRQ, okay? I might not have won here today, but my dad can beat up your dad, all right?
We're not there yet. Calm down. Calm down, Mo. No, yes, totally.
To me, though, that's actually somewhat true.
Otto, you can't say that.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, RRQ, but
such a
even they
traitor.
themselves, when I talk to them, Team Flash is really strong.
But yeah, we're not there yet, of course.
Exactly.
When
Just
Trader
getting back into
speaking.
that.
Yeah, let's get into the highlight. What really happened? This is the first game just now. We saw the Aurelius Soul.
Just doming highlight reel, really.
Yeah, I mean, like, doming phobia is just real, this one.
Yeah, just striking fear onto the hearts. Cerberus Esports, yeah, familiar thing for the Vietnamese. Did you know that the Vietnamese did actually visit our channel when they were winning against us? Just to exchange pleasantries. That's how
Exchange of
I
pleasantries.
know, that's how our
I
rivalry
too
is
always
going.
exchange pleasantries with my teammates in solo queue.
Oh, yeah.
Many
that's-
pleasantries. You have a great day ahead of you, friend.
I know. But it's not over. For FENNEL University, this is just step number 2. The final step comes later in today. It's a best of 5. I know we've been having a couple of best of 2s, and we could possibly have a best of 1 if one team gets to handle SLG, but
I think this is kind of what we were discussing a bit about yesterday as well. I think you and Riku were having a conversation about how are FENNEL universities in best of 1s, right? And I think the conclusion is they would probably be pretty happy they dodged that.
That's true, but Riku did actually send me a message at around 11 p.m. She backtracked every single best of 2s that FLA did have, and it turned out FLA are actually good with game 1s. It's,
Okay.
This is I would say this is something weird.
Okay.
That in this play-ins, FLA has been dropping game 1s against EVOS and against one team. Still though, those drop games weren't actually as scary for me.
Yeah.
And scary for the fans of FENNEL University, scary for FENNEL. I mean, scary for FENNEL. For
So
FENNEL
you're
University
one of
as
the
a
fans, basically, yes.
well, that's true. That's true.
He's obsessed about it.
Just because, as to how they bounce back on game number 2, and this is already a statement by itself, right? Having to win against Cerberus Esports is already, an accolade.
Yeah.
And now you double down. You go for 2-0. That's just a statement for everyone.
I think that set the tone for the side of FLA, but the thing you mentioned about the downtime.
Yeah,
Now,
it's gonna
definitely
be tiring, right?
It's going to be cut off their momentum here.
It's gonna halt their momentum for sure, but I think they'll be happy. I think this gives them time as well to do some prep, enjoy the win, but the fight's not over yet. This is just the first step, right? Now they need to prepare for a best of 5, and it's gonna be against most likely either EVOS or one team. My heart tells me EVOS, and that's not gonna be an easy matchup at all.
So we're going to have possibly yet unknown, since we have one team esports, one more game for them.
Yeah.
But well, we do know one team. The thing is, they are a bit slow. So might be they made a mistake sometime. We are dragging the game way too long. That's the thing about a very long gameplay. But hey, you know what? We have no clue what's going to happen. And we still have one more series to go. Definitely right now, FLA is sitting on the
They're happy.
second place. We got Cerberus definitely going towards the playoff. But who are they fighting against? It's down towards 1 versus SLG for the next series. We're going to take a break for a bit and see you guys after this. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and all of our wildlings all around the world. Welcome as we walk into our final series in the round robins, or the final day in the plains of WCS finals. But hey, we're down to the last one, which is going to be 1 versus SLG. We have Odoluz and also Omo. SLG, again, a lot of SLGs today, Omo.
No comment. Move on. I mean, it's like I said earlier, right? It's a bit of my condolences to them. It's rough coming here and experiencing the big boys for the first time. But I would say the main thing is I'm glad at least that they got a chance to get the experience of playing against great teams like this. And hopefully they take it back to their region. Hopefully they learn something from it, take away something from it.
They're losing, but they're winning.
They're still losing. It's pretty brutal at that.
They're
but, you know,
winning in experience. They gain experience. Hey,
from my experience, when you play MMOs and you kill mobs, or the mob kills you, you don't get experience. And they've just been getting slaughtered. So
okay.
I'm trying to see the bright side here, guys. At least give them a bit of a bright side. But also, auto lose. Any auto win condition for SLG?
Yeah.
It's rough. It's definitely rough
Wow.
because one team as a team, I think they're just too stable to be upset by SLG. Right.
SLG, I hope you guys can actually hear us. Yeah, SLG.
I hope not, because they might come down and punch me. So.
I know. but that's the thing, right? If there was a possibility for SLG to at least get one game,
yeah,
I was thinking of it, you know, one team being too hasty and rushing things. But now that the time attack thing is already out of the way because of the win.
Time crisis.
Yeah.
My favorite
it's
game.
already now. Now that that's already out of the way, then yeah, they could just play their game, and I don't expect them to be dropping a game against the SLG that we saw yesterday and earlier today.
But you mentioned about time, Omo, and also Omo, definitely you saw this one team is actually one of the most time. How do I say?
Yeah, okay, let's get into this, right? It's a little bit confusing, but we basically have a statistic for you guys. The fastest games that one have played, the fastest games that they've won, and the slowest games that they've lost. So even when they're losing, they do tend to drag games out. They have a very slow and steady approach to the game at times, but that doesn't mean that they can't. That doesn't mean that they won't take advantage of good game states when they get them. I wanted this low to kind of pop up right now, but we'll talk about it when it gets there. Basically, what one team does is they play lanes very stably. They eke out gradual advantages because their players are really good. They've got really good individual players. Kid is amazing. Yumal might run it down sometimes, but he's mechanically very skilled as well. And when you get a lead, CNAO comes to seize the day, right? So this is a team which can get leads, can run it through, can get early game wins. But they can also take a step back, play it slow, drag out a game, play for late game, which I think is the play here against SLG.
Well, like, it's a bit of a waste. They actually have huge potential when it comes to early game, but it's so hard for them to shift their play style for a bit. But I do want to see if we can get the stats coming out. Is really one team esports the longest played duration of time when it comes to their games here? Because every single team that actually fought against them, well, we mentioned previously, FLA won against Cerberus, right? But FLA also having a hard time to win against one team.
I mean, statistically, when I reviewed, it was actually FENNEL Adversity that took the longest time to win against teams. And if it was, if it came to a point that we will have a tiebreaker in where we have to depend on the game timings, FENNEL Adversity would be losing outright, right? And I think EVOS will be winning just because of their playstyle not being as slow as this too.
I have a feeling that contrary to what we think, one team might actually have had the fastest wins because EVOS didn't win that quick either. Well, it might have been, in my mind, don't quote me on this, it goes one team, EVOS, FLA, in terms of win times.
Possibly.
Yeah, because one team, they lose really slowly. They drag games out very well. They don't take fights and immediately lose them the game. They try to eke out advantages somewhere else on the map, trade sides, etc. But when they win, they do win pretty fast. Cienyo leading the charge there.
I agree. They sort of a snowball. But the thing is, how can they snowball in the first place if they can't get the momentum here?
This isn't a snowball. This is an avalanche.
Exactly.
Be nice. Be nice now.
And again, okay, let me just throw a quick win condition. If you are going against an underdog of SLG Sword, I think the best way to attack this is to go for aggressive champions right away. Go for the Lee Sin, there is really no need for you to go scaling like Senna. No, throw it away. Ziggs, throw it away.
Suddenly, Odalus got an auto win
Exactly.
condition. Suddenly, he pops one.
I know. It's a common trend, especially when it comes to qualifiers, right?
But hey, let's check out our matchup for One Team Esports versus SLG. Who's going to take away the crown? It's down to our last match and a series. Yeah, will SLG be the party pooper? Will we have a tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Will is actually One Team Esports taking a win with a 2-0?
If SLG wins at least one game, we go straight to the best of 5.
I'm congratulating them. At least they get one out of all the series the entire day.
Right.
They get one game from one team.
For SLG, at least one. You know? Play nice, Omo.
One team gonna be banning away the Yasuo. I'm a bit curious about that one because Yasuo didn't really stand out to me.
But it is some champion that can really throw you off just because of the wind wall, right?
Yeah, it's just a bit annoying to play against. Sometimes you want to avoid the wombo combos. I do get that. One team, they are just getting rid of Vamo's champions. And to be fair, it's been a little bit lackluster on the Akali. I kind of did expect a bit more.
It's not just the Akali though. You have to name all the champions then.
I lost track.
Right. Jace and Camille being banned here by SLG. And I'm thinking that one team will probably just prioritize having, fast games here. I would love to see Ninja 7 on the Thresh, similar to how Arisen did it, or possibly Yumi.
Yeah, I think the Thresh does very well at exploiting the weaknesses of SLG's bottom lane. Of course, they did come into this with a support sub, so it's not really... It's rough, right? I understand. But I think the Thresh is very good at exploiting that. You're here to win fast. So get the Thresh pick up, I think it's a good call. But Karma's still available. A lot of strong picks are still available. Varus was one of them.
I'm going to be a villain here. Whatever one team picks, they can actually just win. I'm
Of
sorry.
course.
Because SLG, we saw, they got a good draft. They tried every composition for today, but it just didn't work out for them.
Back-to-back games that Karma
Yeah.
has been picked. It's kind of boosting the win rate of Karma. And I know that Riku is just happy.
I think that Karma's win rate is going to be high regardless because the champ just seems so insanely strong right now.
Right.
For me, I'm not liking her when it comes to scaling to late game. I don't see her effects or impact when it comes to dragging the game way too much, especially it's being played by one team.
Nice.
But hey,
I like this.
SLG getting the Olaf, this is golden.
Snatching that one away as well. You're denying the Karma Olaf duo setup here. What else are they going to pair this one with? Maybe they go back to the Lulu again.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pick that they already have shown multiple times. And the Lulu plus the Olaf composition here makes a lot of sense. Going for the Renekton first. So far, at least for today, Renekton has been so solid.
Yeah, he's been solid. He's had a good time, but I don't think he's been crazily impressive. I'm a bit surprised to even see Renekton come back to the meta after he's been a bit out of favor, I would say, for a while.
There was a change.
Yeah, I mean, people did prefer the Darius Garen for a while, right? But Renekton coming back in, I do like it. I like the champion. I think it's fun to watch.
No, Darius has been nerfed to the ground just
I
because
think
of
it's
the
still playable.
Hey, Sil, Garen's there. Hello.
Garen is here. Yes, he's here. Wait, what are they pairing this with, though? Wait, I feel so bad for Kid because you're playing against SLG and you're on Garen duty.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. First Fiora.
Oh, finally
Is
we
this
get
really
it.
the first one?
Yeah, this is the first one to play it. So we never seen
Pomegranate?
any.
No,
nobody cares about Fiora.
because of the changes.
Because of
4.1
the
peak.
launch
That's true.
shot
The
range,
range,
right?
exactly.
But it boosted up the damage, but I don't know how it works out
The
this
interesting thing is, I don't think it affects jungle Fiora that much. Like, it hurts, but I think it hurts top lane or Baron lane Fiora way more.
Just for the trading, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. But this could signal a new era. Once again, the Fiora will be remembered by teams. Hey, it's a champion that can still be used. Ari being picked up here by
Six.
SLG, securing them the mid lane. And we're going to look into the second phase of the bans.
Riku's asking SLG to pick up a Ziggs here, slow down the pace of the game. But I'm saying, please don't, just let's go fight, let's go fight, let's do this.
Exactly her reaction when she saw Zig coming in. But then, this time she's actually favoring Ziggs. I'm surprised.
Alright, so I do like the draft from SLG so far. I think it's a fast, tempo-based gameplay style. It's going to be hard to execute on. But you get a couple key picks here and then, maybe you can snowball the games out of control. You will be strong at Dragon Fight. You will be strong at Herald Fight.
Exactly. I'm loving the draft of SLG as a whole, right? Just pick the Lulu here, and I think you have a very clear win condition. As to what will be picked up here as a Dragon Laner, possibly Varus has been banned. Corki. Or maybe even the Finn.
Please no Corki, don't say that. Anything but Corki.
Gragas.
I mean, Corki is good against the Garen, somehow. You know, armor shredding.
It's just, I just don't like the champion, but let's see what they do pick up for.
Hey!
Of course, it's SLG. Why do we said Lulu, but we forgot about Seraphine.
It's their comfort pick, this one.
Yeah,
Definitely the songstress is back.
So, do we even have to guess the last pick, though?
No way they play Sona again, right? Surely they've learned their lesson and they know how.
Soraka is also, well, basically any
No,
enchanter.
no Sona. No, you cannot do Sona. I think what you do now is you play Seraphine Dragon Lane and you pick up tank support.
Oh, I'm loving that. So, okay,
Yeah, it's
I've
brutal.
seen.
It's brutal.
I do know you watch LFO games before, right? And also we watched Draven and Trash being played by LFO before, and they got 100% win rate.
Yeah, but I don't think you should talk about noob teams here, so it's fine.
And it's one team!
No, as in LFO. But it's okay, let's move on from that. Draven, no,
Wow.
it's just really odd to me that you double down on the Seraphine.
Yeah.
It's just baffles, you know? Like, if you're planning to pick Seraphine on 4 anyway, why don't you just leave up the Ziggs? It's a fine matchup. You get poked out, you get shoved in the tower. At least you can scale for free. Ban the Trash. Don't get the Draven Trash double setup. He takes Draven +1, Draven Karma, or Draven whatever. You just play a Braum. You run Seraphine Braum. You can survive the lane. This is just asking to die. This game's over. They're gonna lose the game through bot lane at like 2 minutes. Mark my words.
I agree. I couldn't really find a counter to that, just because of the power of Draven. I'm really a huge fan of Draven when it comes to the laning phase. I expected to see him more when Vayne was in the meta. But this is even an easier matchup for him.
So
There's really
free,
nothing,
it's so free.
There's really nothing that they can do against the access that's being thrown at them.
I have to agree, especially if Trash just drop a death sentence, and then you can't run away from a Draven quite early in the game, though.
I think the only thing we
damage
should
is just
ask
huge.
is, are they gonna die at level 1? I have a feeling they will die at
Yes,
level 1.
I have a feeling as well, because it's not enough for the side of just Sona and Seraphine to be dual in lane. It's gonna be hard for them. It might be one of the fastest games.
Maybe they'll lane swap. We'll see.
But it's one team. I don't know how fast can we get actually in
There's
this
no
game.
time to die level 1
Honestly.
here, I don't think so. Having played the Sona Seraphine, I mean them, they should know the weakness, right?
Well, they didn't ban it.
But hey, let's just jump into the riff. We're trying to Cassis. Take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. We get the SLG Classic Riku, the double songstress, bot lane, Seraphine, and Sona. Will they get first blooded and will they lose the lane 2 minutes in? I want to hear your thoughts on that.
They don't have any fighting power early, I think, when it comes to the individual lanings. So I think they're gonna chill. The mission for SLG is to not die before level 5. Before the first objective spawns. They have to slow down the bleed. Because this composition, the Sona Seraphine, they gotta be together. They gotta be together with the entirety of the squad for this to work. This is an entire composition that must stick together, especially with the Olaf, the unkillable composition that we saw last year. So I am expecting SLG to chill. Even if you reach level 5, you're going to use all your level 5 skills defensively, and you're going to use it offensively once you're together.
Yeah, as long as you don't die, the game will not end and we will not lose. It's simple logic, right? It's like 1 + 1 = 3. It checks out.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. It's now simple logic gaming.
Simple logic gaming.
That's what they have to do now. For one, we've seen the other SLG games. They're confident with this Draven pick.
Yeah, we just see a good death sentence. Aurora getting pushed back, forced to blow the sums. That's a good start for 1. But remember, we're playing a time race, right? Time attack. 40 more seconds for this Draven to win the lane. If he doesn't win the lane, we will talk to Omo about this later on, right? For him, it's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes is where one should be winning that ball lane. But that aside, SLG have this, like you mentioned, an unkillable comp. They obviously are in a position to play spoilers. But for one, what are they looking at?
One team has very strong laners, right? You got the 2v2 at the bottom portion of the map. They're very aggressive. They know that the 2v2, Seraphine Sona, cannot do anything. All they can do is heal, shield, avoid dying, avoid the death sentence. And one team has a lot of scaling as well with the Fiora split push. And I'm excited to see this Karma. They are most likely going to set up a gank here. They can do that. If Ninja 7 lands in that sentence, then it's going to be very scary for Aurora because he doesn't have flash anymore.
At least for SLG, they're shoving out the wave well. They can't get kills, but what they can do is, if you can't get kills, you heal.
Yeah.
And then that's how it works.
yeah. That's exactly how.
Kid gets first blood up top. So.
Yeah. Oh dear. First blood.
The beginning of the end? Not yet, right?
Not
like,
yet,
I feel like
not yet.
yeah,
At least it's a slower bleed this time
It's a
around.
slower
Unlike before where every single lane was getting bodied by the laners of the opposition. But let's take a look at the instant replay. Okay, Godv, already low, flashing into the Demacian Justice. That's pain.
That's pain. That's pain right there. All he wants is some minutes.
Yeah.
Well, and then at least this mid lane does look a bit better, right? Utopium, he's holding his own ground against Steel, but we're looking at Karma, so
yeah.
You can't expect too much pressure from this Karma, but we can look forward to a transition. This Karma is going to stick together with Ninja 7 down the road, and Yuma will be that superstar that we saw from day one of play-ins.
One thing that I'm worried about though is that you are a Draven. In team fights, the Olaf is just going to head straight towards you. Ragnarok, just presses R, nothing can stop you.
Well, he presses play.
Ow!
Left lantern taken. And that's a kill. I mean, Yuma cashes out. All the way to the bank. Get some extra goal. Songstress getting pulled apart. And that was... Aurora wasn't with him. Almost left on an island to dry.
Yeah. Like I mentioned earlier that they have to stay put and they fight level 5 once they contest objectives. But it's going to be an issue because if you transition outside of the laning phase, and Yuma is just going to get a lot of kills as a Draven, it gonna be a big problem, Husky. It gonna be a big problem.
Yeah, massive problem. This insurmountable lead. DDD forced to pop the Ragnarok. Right, screams Demacia, but what one is screaming right now is, you better run. No pause, no stun. Now they take control of the Dragon Pit. I mean, SLG, they have all the ultimates except the Ragnarok. We don't talk about that. But the simple logic is drag the game out, don't die, and don't let one team run you over. Easier said than done. But you know, there's some sort of hope, right? As the clock ticks down, I think SLG will be a bit more relief.
Yeah, I think it's a slower bleed now in comparison to the others. But Ragnarok is gonna come up soon. That is gonna be a very important cog for them to win fights.
You see, Utopian just goes in Spirit Rush.
Oh,
the crescendo completely goes wide. They all get zoned out by the box. In one team, they just lay down an area that's impassable by SLG. Dragon does get reset. Ninja 7 forced to recall. SLG now they gain control of the pit. They're gonna start the Dragon.
There is still the Encore, so one team has to respect that. The fact that there's 4 melee champions, I consider Karma almost melee range because you have to be up close and personal just to land all your skills. So they're all going to be in range of Sona, Seraphine. One thing that I remembered we said yesterday is that one of the good counters, hold that thought.
Godv trying to make a difference, but ends up running into the rest of one team.
Oh no.
It's Seraphine not able to get the heal, only an Encore onto Kid, and even then one team walks away with the Rift Arrow, but you have DDD. He wants Ninja 7, but you can't catch the Ninja with Axis. That's not how it works.
SLG was just, I believe Godv just wanted to scare, buy some time for the rest of SLG to follow suit and then see if they can clean up house, forcing one team to stay around that Rift Herald area. But unfortunately, they immediately went, eliminated Godv, and it was already too late for the SLG to follow suit.
And right now, at this juncture, one team that's off to a start that is slower than what we expected. You know, we want to see Yuma kind of running things down a bit earlier.
Yeah.
And that's good news for SLG, right? They still have a way to influence the game. I don't think this is out of the window just yet, but we are seeing these small bleeds that one team has been setting up, and Godv not getting hooked by the death sentence. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to hold the structure together. Shelly wasn't even needed. One team can just push this forward.
That's going to be an additional charge. I don't think anyone from SLG is going to come back up, so you have no choice but to take this 3v3 and get the tower to the face.
Aurora does not have Vamos with him, but he does have the rest of the team. Sometimes, you know, what good is a vocalist without the backup?
That's true.
Vocalist, right? You need the harmony, you need
the instruments.
You need instruments.
Yeah.
You gotta bring the whole band with you.
Yeah, I don't think you know, the Seraphine and the Sona at the moment can sing a cappella. They need the whole
Right,
orchestra.
like Sona is a mute, she can't sing.
That's true.
Seraphine can sing, but she doesn't play instruments as far as I remember.
I think she plays the guitar in the real world.
Oh yeah, she does. She does play the guitar in real world. Can't bring a guitar onto the Rift though. That's kind of a sad part.
Yeah. I think it's just gonna... You're gonna have a problem carrying that around. You have to focus on the fight. You have to focus on this.
Yeah. What if like she walks too far and then it just unplugs? It's like, oh, my guitar. There's no more tune to dance to, right?
I think in Wild Rift everything is wireless.
Exactly. You got a good point. And Utopium, he's already down, and DDD gets caught out. Another cash out for Yumao. He has to blow his thumbs, but it's worth it. He gets more gold, and that means one team gets to amp up the pace. They will find Aurora trying to recall between the mid-tier 1 and tier 2. Just going to cancel that. There's nothing that Aurora can do.
Yeah, nothing at all. I think the saddest part is every single time an Olaf has to use the Ragnarok defensively, yeah, nothing. That's all. I just find it really sad. And then you die still.
Yeah.
It's really extra sad.
Every time a Viking runs away from the fight, you know that the Viking done something wrong.
That's true. You're
Right.
supposed to push forward.
Yeah,
not
you're supposed
backward.
to run in. Like, I have not seen Vikings retreat. That's a disgrace to the bloodline. Vikings are made to fight. Not this guy though. He has been struggling so far, right? Falling pretty far behind. He has only one death, but look at what he has. You know, Righteous Glory, Black Cleaver. Unfortunately, that Righteous Glory doesn't really gain the value if you can't run in and start the fight. That means that SLG, they need to stick together, which was something that we have not been seeing so far.
Yeah, it has been difficult. I feel like one team has been spreading them into different directions. So if you separate this team composition, then the composition does not exist.
Yeah, Raid Boss shows up. Grand Challenge issued. Again, Ragnarok used the Rolling Death. Barely averted. Godvi will take those axes in the face. SLG were able to retreat, but they end up losing control over the jungle.
This is actually more tame than the other SLG games.
Exactly, right? I was thinking the same. Like, so far it has been perfect for one team. You don't get me wrong, 5-0, but compared to 29-0 or 40-18, I would take this in a heartbeat.
Yeah. It's a small victory on SLG's side. Let's see now, because they're all clumped up together. This is the time this composition shines.
Come on, SLG, you have to make a move.
Go. No Ragnarok just yet. They're waiting for it.
Encore, only hitting onto one. That's sealed as the Karma. Redemption gets dropped down by SLG. No follow-up from them though. One team, they were just playing distraction. The Cloud Race going over to them. SLG, they scramble towards that Rift Herald. They beeline into the objective. And one team, they've already shown out. Flash, play onto 2, and Ninja 7 gets the pullback. And Aurora is already gone. And Exhaust onto Utopium. He does have the Spirit Rush. Uses that to get away. Vamos isolated by the Fiora as Senyo zones him. One team again getting a good fight.
See, that time they were separated. Oh dear. No, the vocalists are gone at the moment, so SLG has to back away. They haven't gotten the Rift Herald because one team basically forced the fight before they could even get that. So more wins for one team here.
More wins, more kills. 7-0. We're racking up the numbers. At least SLG gets the dragon, right? You have to look on the bright side. I'm an optimistic person.
Yes.
You know, I look at a game where my teammates go FF 5 minutes and I say, please don't.
Please don't. Let's not.
Let's not. Wait for the Nexus to blow up.
Yeah.
Then I will concede. You have to bring me to my knees for me to surrender.
Exactly, right? Yeah. There is still a chance for Baron Steel and Elder Drake Steel.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, DDD is an Olaf. He can press Ragnarok and hack and slash the dragon and steal an objective.
If God Vito, he is put in a rougher spot, pops the Dominus, getting spun on by Kit. Olaf finally shows up. DDD to the rescue, was able to escort God V out of the way. SLG, a good convoy delivered. But are they making a move elsewhere though? It seems like Utopium is trying. Still, charm back, instantly QSS out of the way. Yumao very much alone, but Ninja 7 has shown up. Yumao just slashes in! Take a crescendo in the face, QSS that off, and they get it exhaust onto DDD. Yumao still cashes out, and the rest of one team, Paladin, SLG, completely decimated. They followed the cookie crumbs into the hands of one team.
You don't see that every day. A Draven flashing in and not dying. He almost died there. Yumao almost died there, but again, DDD, unfortunately, this is a composition that will heavily rely on DDD and Utopium. And now they're knocking on the Nexus, or rather, they're knocking on the inhibitor tower.
About to be the Nexus soon. Shelly, can she get one more charge? No. The answer is no.
That's gonna be a no.
That's gonna be a no.
clean game so far. Can be, let's take a look at that again. It started with a flash coming from Yumao. So brave. He didn't fall. And that was, you know, rather SLG forced to commit. Like, this is our chance. We could kill Yumao. And we only have to worry about Xianyo. But no, he was still alive.
You know that things are going horribly wrong when the enemy Dragon Laner flashes into you, gets a kill, and gets out.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. And the fact that there's Encore and Crescendo as well for the big lock-in.
Double QSS from the side of one team,
Yeah.
right? One on Steel, one on Yumao. That's enough to get rid of both the ultimates from SLG, well, from the double songstress. Let's just take a moment to appreciate this Riku. Everyone from the side of SLG have died 2 times.
Oh! Balance in all things.
Balance in all things. That's what Ionians are all about, right? And Steel is getting that done. SLG flashes forward, a good encore. They get a crescendo,
What?
but the kid just gets rid of that. So much tenacity as SLG finally picks up their first kill, and that's onto Yumao. And he deserves that death. I say that Xianyo is in the base. SLG, your home is in danger, is on fire. Xianyo is burning things down, but SLG preoccupied by the rest of one team.
Yeah.
They have no way to get back home. And Xianyo is just playing tear down right now.
Yeah, let them go home. Let them protect the base. Look at them. Okay, at least Godv is going
Can
home.
they make it though?
Oh my gosh.
There's
Oh
no
my gosh.
recalling. It got cancelled.
Ah!
This game is done. Xianyo has done it.
Yeah, look. Vamos wants to go home. Denied again. Okay, no minion wave. Oh my god. Ah.
Sigh of relief.
They're not going back just yet. Okay, at least DD went home.
Yeah, at
Tether.
least, right?
Oh! What? That's karma for ya.
That's karma. They disrupted the balance.
Exactly. They have disrupted the balance. Now it's what? 3-3-3-2-2.
3-3-3-2-2. Well, the bright side is one team didn't end the game yet.
Not
Xianyo
yet.
almost did it. SLG getting completely preoccupied. Not really sure if they want to go for the kills to kind of pat that bruised ego, or do they want to go home. Priority has shifted a bit. Maybe the Nexus isn't everything, right?
But that's the thing, right? SLG wants to be together as much as possible. But Xianyo is the big separator. I'm gonna split push. You're forced to separate. You're forced to leave each other.
Someone needs to break away from the pack.
Yeah.
Who is going to do it? Definitely not the songstress. You know, those artists, they love to stick together. But at this point of time, one team, they're just waiting for one final push.
It's like
Again, look at the clock.
Yeah, it's like a sad story about, you know, you're a band and then one of your bandmates have to leave.
Godv has to depart early. Gets lunged, pierced right through. Songstress, they're going down. And one team has finally found that entrance. Well, they've already found it long ago, but
that's true.
they're just doing it again. Right? They're making sure that this time, they're taking the house owners down with them, right? Forcefully evicting SLG from their own base. One last play will do the job. One team, they certainly got game 1 in the bag. It's only a matter of time, Riku. One team backs the first win.
And that was a very, I wouldn't call it patient game because twice that we've seen Yumao being very far forward, flashing in, starting the fight. And I think it's fine. That's how they're showing how confident they are. Like, okay, I only got 1 kill during the laning phase. It's fine. The rest of my team are just gonna clean up slate, and that's exactly what happened.
Feels like ASMR to a certain extent. I don't know about you, but I feel like I am. It's a very calm game.
That's true.
I feel there's a lot of comfort in one team's playstyle. Yeah. You'd think that with a draft with Draven, Fiora, Thresh, they will just run it down one lane, but it doesn't feel like it, right? I think even the Draven felt really graceful. Which is an adjective that I don't think matches with Draven.
Yeah, usually you match it with the adjective rowdy, aggressive.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was a complete opposite. There were a few aggressive moments, but well, a lot actually with the flash, but it was more restrained. It was definitely more restrained.
And that's the one team that we know. Control, restrain, stability is the name of the game for one team. And they've gotten their first game, you know. the impressive thing for me is that they actually did well managing the time, right? It didn't feel as long as your classic one-team game back in the Masters region.
Yeah.
But they still have their backs against the wall. They still need to finish off game 2 in a clean fashion. But a good start is always great.
Yeah, I think this is definitely gonna set the momentum for one team. It looked really clean, and hopefully I get to see more aggressive moves from Yumao. And I think that it's because we got a Draven Thresh on the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, we did not expect anything less from one team, and they definitely delivered. The Draven was definitely the star of the show. I feel like whenever Draven is on the Rift, he is the star and no one else. He gets to dictate how you play. If you don't save him, it's your fault. I mean, Yumao died once, that's on him. But maybe the panel have something more to say regarding that game 1 between one team and SLG. So bring it back to the panels, guys. Just take it away.
Wow. What a game. What a game, I have to say, for the best of 2 when it comes to one team esports versus SLG back on our panels table. Edelus, what's your take? That's an amazing game.
Just one more win for one team esports before we move on to the best of 1 tiebreaker. But yeah, let's just go back. Let's just go back a bit. I think the Sona Seraphine was just easily countered by the Draven pick. And
The double
Thresh.
bar, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, the Thresh is really just a very big champion that you have to ban if you are going to pick this Enchanters. Thresh is a no direct counter since inception, right? Since the very beginning, I believe if there's an Enchanter, like pick Blitzcrank or pick Thresh.
Yeah.
And if you could connect those skill shots, things will go your way.
I really want to see if they can actually use Blitzcrank. They have nothing else to lose anymore for SLG.
I mean, they did, right? They picked Blitzcrank once earlier today, but I feel like you can't just be picking champions with no rhyme or reason, which is something that they've been doing. I do believe the last time they picked the Blitzcrank was 1-2 first phase rotation on red side. Nothing was shown. That's why I was even asking, like, does Blitzcrank Ultimate have the shield breaker mechanic? Because the only thing shown was set. There was literally no rationale behind it, and I feel like, unfortunately, that's kind of what we're seeing from SLG as well. I understand, like, poor gameplay sometimes, but you gotta have some sort of planning in your drafts.
I agree. The fact that we look at their draft, they don't even have a structure to begin with.
That's
honestly
unfortunate,
speaking,
really.
it's just they don't have objective, and they definitely don't have any plans when it comes into the game itself. The moment they are drafting, not even the game began, they just lost it entirely. We saw that draft just now.
Yeah, I mean, I do think they really just need to think about what they want to be playing, because I think it can be quite soul-crushing as well, right? To come in here and get absolutely demolished. And I understand how that takes an effect on your mental, how that affects your approach to the games as well. You might feel like my approach is not working, it's never going to work, I don't know what to do. And then that just throws you off, you start randomly picking champions. I get it. It's just, it's the reality of the situation. I think you should just stick to your guns.
I hoped that at least there was something done in the early game, like possibly just put Sona and Seraphine in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Just to poke it for a bit.
Yeah, just to make sure that they get to at least scale well into the 4 minutes. We saw the first blood happen on the top side, the Garen versus Renekton. That's unforgivable. If you are playing as the Renekton against the Garen, and Garen gets level 2, and you still path yourself towards danger, the punishment for level 1 Renekton is infinitely worse than any other champion.
Yeah, I have to say they're in such ordeal right now for the side of... Definitely it feels... put yourself in their shoes sometimes. They try to actually do everything they have today, but it just didn't work out for them. They're hitting a wall here. Definitely something has to change. Major changes need to be made, and if really they can make it out in a very short time when it comes to the second game later. But look at the draft just now. We saw how they're trying to... They picked Seraphine and Sona the last few in the end. So I'm not sure why are they going that way. Well, we're having Draven and Thresh picked off by one.
The Sona pick is a problem for me. I think Seraphine was still fine. I think what you needed to do here, like I said, was flex her into a Dragon Lane position and take a sort of tank support. To make that happen, to make that work out well, you drop the Ziggs ban, you take a Trash ban instead. And I think that would probably be the best case scenario here for SLG. The problem is they doubled down because this is what they know best. This is what works for them in their region, because that's what doesn't get punished. But we've seen time and time again that if you double down Seraphine, Sona, you will get punished by WCS teams. The sad thing is I really like the first phase of their draft. I think Olaf, Renekton, Ari, it gives them a lot of room to play mech, it gives them a lot of power and objectives. Of course, once Renekton gets soloed, that kind of all goes out the window, but the draft did them no favors either.
Exactly, and yeah, the solo kill was just so hard. And again, for SLG, that this is not the end of the road for them. Even if they go out, losing this next game, we all know that they will just come back stronger. OCE as a region, come on, man.
I believe that's the thing that they say. They say O's will not be silenced. Yeah, that's the thing that they say.
Okay. Well,
in League of Legends PC.
O's will not
Yeah,
be silenced.
obviously not for Wilder if it's very silent right now.
They used to be a bit loud back then.
They
Used
still
to be.
are. They still are. Very
Yeah, and
boisterous
still,
folk.
the thing is, all they need to do right now is just maybe explore a bit when it comes to different type of strategies and play and also draft and get used to it at first. And we kind of also mentioned they need more of the scrims and so forth. Maybe after this, they met out with the WCS team, they can actually scrim with each other. I mean, like they kind of know the WCS team, so they can actually behind the screen meet up next time to set up a screams, to get used to those plays.
Ping is too.
It takes,
that's why they had to
yeah,
fight.
exactly.
The ping gap is too.
It takes a lot of resources in order for them to just to be able to scream, right?
It's unfortunate.
they have to
Honestly, like I
protect
don't
you.
want to be a Debbie Downer here, but what I think they can take away from this is how to read the meta. I think that's the biggest thing, because clearly there's an issue with their read, right? Like it's Sona Seraphine, we pick this all the time in O's, no one punishes us, but obviously it's not going to work when you play against better teams, and then you start problem solving, you start breaking it down. Okay, if this doesn't work against better teams, why is that? If people play this against us in the future, how do we exploit that? And you go step by step and you try to learn and problem solve from there.
Like you mentioned about them not being able to poke for a bit just now, but they do have an Ari. But the Ari didn't actually do much, and we saw how one just took advantage of it. And
They had some flashy moments.
I'm just saying, they have Olaf, which is so hard to actually have your hands on it.
That's true. And again, the Olaf pick, no one was questioning that. Renekton was actually a very solid pick as well. And the Soda Seraphine, they actually planned that from the get-go, right? It does appear that, once they found the Olaf, okay, 1 meter away or 1 mile away, it's going to be a Soda Seraphine composition. We hope for a Lulu or something, right?
Yeah.
It could have been more stable in lane. Lulu is very underrated when it comes to laning phase. Although against the Draven, it will still be very scary.
Of course, Draven Trash, you're still going to be losing that one out. I think regardless, they had to ban the Trash. Maybe they weren't expecting Ninja 7 to pull that one out. That's probably the only likely reason I can think of here. But even then,
we've been, putting it out.
Yeah, you've been saying it. So, like, as a team, it's your due diligence to, like, be aware of it. But,
Exactly.
it happens. It happens. I've missed some bad bans before in my life as well. You got to get used to it. You got to learn from it. I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes here.
Yeah, I'm getting very personal here, by the way. Yeah, that's very nice of FOMO. It's a very rare scene that we're actually witnessing right now. Be sure you guys clip that because it's never going to happen anymore, ever. But I just want to ask, Odo lose, is there any Odo win? At least for once. I do want to see SLG take one win for once. For once. Come on.
If one team disconnected a Dragon fight, one team had to go 5v5 at a Drake fight and half their players DC. Then they can win.
Not that way.
But it's a win condition.
I mean, like a clean way, Like
it's an act of
the
God.
man-to-man way,
If they were there in the game, right? Like if they are able to
Just
at
win
least
the early game for it.
Because how it's been, like for the longest time, is that they've been surrendering lane kills, right?
Yeah.
So at least
don't get
clean that out. Clean that out. Then you can, similar to what they did during the game number 2 against FENNEL University. They were at least able to get 4 kills against.
I'm not even gonna say anything.
Get 4 kills against University, but
Hey, but FENNEL University 2 old Cerberus, so 4 kills against them ain't all that bad, okay?
We're counting kills now. Up to the point we don't count series of games.
One team, I believe, has the lowest number of kills against SLG.
Well, they're dragging. Well, they have the most game time. So.
There we go. Here we go. We're back in it.
Yeah, let's jump into the draft straight away. But let's get into SLG versus One Team Esports, game number 2 in our last series of the round robin.
OCE versus MST. No one gets silenced. No one gets silenced. We'll see. Garen has been a problem for OCE, but I'm hoping that at least in this game number 2, I'm going to turn my back around. Let me know if Thresh got banned.
Okay. They're turning their backs on me right now. I'm the only one actually looking at the screen with the draft
My eyes are closed. I have no thoughts. My head is empty. I'm just thinking about what we're having for dinner, guys. I know what one team's having for dinner.
What?
Come on, don't make me say it.
I don't know.
SLG.
Oh wow.
It's right there.
Surprise.
Okay. So what are we looking at here? Varus has been banned, Jace has been banned, but the all important one, the Thresh has to be banned if they want Aurora and Vamos to at least have a safe laning phase, right?
Yes.
It's
it's the bare minimum. It's the worst case scenario.
There
right?
you go.
Nice. Okay, I like that because trash
Yeah,
is the worst
you
case
just
scenario.
want that to happen. That's it.
They blew kisses at the camera when he banned the trash. Well, either that or they flipped me off. I don't know. It's one of the two, right? But I think it's the former. I think it's the former. So let's see what's going to be the first pick option here for SLG.
Seraphine has been banned away. So Olaf is still open.
Seraphine? They banned Seraphine?
That's
That's a dub. We take those.
Camille is open.
We take those,
Camille
okay?
is open. A very good. They have shown that they can play Irelia, so they could possibly just pick the Camille here. And
Yeah.
Rico
wait,
shouting
there
karma
it
over
is.
there.
Let's go.
Rico
Let's
is
go,
shouting karma
SLG.
now, but
Let's
Camille,
go.
I believe in you.
I mean, Camille is a one-man, or I guess one-woman win condition, right? You can win a game purely through a Camille.
Yeah.
But then again, you're playing against Kid. You're playing against Sienna.
Yeah, very stable.
No.
Baron laner.
And Rico's just said that done. They got karma.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh my
this
God.
combo.
But hey, his combo is one hell of a combo between
Hey,
Olaf
at
and
least-
Karma. But hey, what can we do for SLG side right now?
I mean, at least Olaf's Ragnarok won't be able to do a thing against the Hexagon Ultimatum, right?
Yeah.
He gets trapped there. So now you can pick the Ziggs. You can
You
pick
could
the
pick
Ziggs,
the
and
Ziggs, it's
you
not a
know,
bad pick.
No, it's gonna be a set.
Set. Go for the Ziggs, please. SLG.
It's
back
not a
for
bad
them.
Ziggs angle here, but Senna is fine.
No.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. It might not be Ziggs, but I think this is once again SLG's first 3 picks are good. Are okay. They're playable, serviceable. It's a playable draft right now. Let's see what happens on 4-5.
playable
though.
draft.
Rakan mid.
Up to the point we're saying, is it playable or not for the draft? It's
No,
not
because
even
last
it's
game,
good or not.
Genuinely, last game when they locked in Sona on 5, I thought the game was just over, right? It's regardless of the team, regardless of name tags, you lose the game in the draft right there. This one, that's playable for now.
Looking over, they're gonna ban out 6 still, but don't never mind that then.
They don't have to ban Ziggs if you're one team.
Yeah,
'Cause
definitely for one, definitely they have the spot for that.
Garen being banned away at least.
Can I just say, it's so cold in the studio today.
It's
Just go
raining
back there.
outside.
Shivering.
Okay, let's look at Renekton. Come on, Renekton, be left open so that it get baited and Godvi will have a field day in the Baron lane. Please. Oh, Teemo get banned.
Okay!
Autolus. Autolus get banned.
No, it's smart. You see, they're 2 steps ahead. They know maybe one team want to do a bit of styling right now. What's the usual champion you do when you want to go styling? Teemo. So they ban that away. They won't let that happen.
Wow, 2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead.
I don't know about that, man. I'm like,
Okay.
I want to blow some kisses back to them, but the camera's not coming back.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
No, it won't come back to us,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Oh, wait, it will after the series. Okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
Done.
All right. Oriana.
Not
Another scaling champion. I don't
genuinely
like this.
not a bad draft. It's a very slow draft, but
it's a
what
playable.
the hell? This is like the best draft SLG have done like the whole tournament. It's a decent draft.
Yeah,
I really
at
like
least
it.
it's not the Graves jungle, right?
But
Yeah,
at
I
least,
really like this, honestly.
I don't know. It's on paper, it's kind of right, but execution-wise, we have
Well,
to wait and
that's
see.
well,
first.
we
That's
can't
another
talk about
thing.
that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just on paper, this looks fine.
Hey,
oh,
Shen.
Oh.
that's a very good last pick. It's fantastic here. It's
yeah, Shen.
the linchpin of their comp, I would say, is the Shen. It
But I don't
ties
know.
everything together.
I've seen Shen and Karma together. So far, it hasn't actually have sort of good win percentage just yet.
Together?
Yep. When
How
it-
many games have they played together?
No,
Probably not
I
too
saw
many,
that throughout the entire like tournament I've
Yeah,
seen before.
things that you have.
Well, I would say that Kid is one of the, if not the best Shen player that we've seen so far this tournament. Of course, it's a very small sample size, but I do think the Shen is so good at doing 2 things, right? You
Right.
shut down the Camille split, I would say shut down, but you make the Camille have a harder time split pushing. It's a decent matchup enough. And you look at your team, right? You combo so well with the Olaf. The whole comp
Exactly.
revolves around him. Karma shield, Rakan bouncing off him, Shen stand united, you just run it down. You have the Kai'Sa flying in.
Yep.
It's a great comp for both
And
sides.
yeah, speaking of Kai'Sa, late game insurance.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a one-time staple pick, I would say. This is very one team, and I'm thinking that they're thinking ahead, and just wanted to practice this draft.
Yeah. And I
just in
actually
case.
do like this bot lane matchup here because I think this is one of the few bot lane matchups that SLG have drafted where they actually not even don't lose, they might even win because Set Senna I think has a good time against Kaiser Rakar. They might win bot lane.
Hold to your wits there. We're gonna see what's gonna
The
happen.
champions should win bot lane. Whether or not it actually happens again, we'll have to find out.
Hold on to your wits because we have no clue. Maybe because anything can happen with SLG. It costs match logic gaming for a reason. But Casas, let's just straight get into the drift. Take it away.
Yep, and we will answer your questions, right, Riku?
Uh-huh.
We're gonna find out if SLG can finally get their first win. This is their last game in the play-ins, right? You want to go out with a bang, and this, I agree with what Omo and Olu said. The best draft that we have seen from the team.
Very, very true. If we look at the individual lanings, look at the Camille versus the Shen. Nothing's gonna happen there. You won't die against the Shen. Look at the mid lane as well. Orianna, you're just gonna safely clear the wave, not interact with your enemy laner. Basically, that's it. Asena, bot lane, you have safety. But my worry is that Ninja 7, if SLG doesn't manage the waves properly, because you're up against, actually this is going to be wave clear CU Karma, then that means you're going to be set up for a dive, which I absolutely see possibly happening.
And this is why SLG so far are trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
They making sure that one team doesn't get too much room to work with. But we have seen one team run this draft before, right? Minus the Galio in that first day of play-ins, and it has worked out in the most impressive way possible.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I can see a world where this is definitely rotating around Xianyo early to mid, and then just as Autoluz has mentioned, it is the late game scaling insurance, Yumao, on this Kaisa, where all the shields, Stand United, every single thing is going to be poured on towards Yumao later.
We will see a dive from one team, but it's up top. Good hood shot from Godby to at least buy some space, but they will still be first blood, and it goes over to Yumao.
I mean, I said individual laning where it's a 1v1, 2v2. I didn't say if people dove them.
There's no rule in Wild Rift that you cannot play unfairly.
Yeah.
The whole purpose, of the whole definition of gank is to have more manpower. Right?
Yeah, more manpower, have the advantage, not allowing anyone to escape, and just allowing them to die.
Exactly. If you need to play dirty, bring 5 guys to a lane just to get a kill, do it. When you punch someone, you gotta do it hard. Gotta make sure that that guy gets knocked out cold. So we start with Godby. Camille should, like you pointed out earlier on, should have interaction, but this dive kind of denies that.
Yeah, the waves was practically set up, which is actually pretty interesting because you'd think that the Shen versus Camille would have a better, on paper, better wave clear than the Shen. So the waves were basically stacked up to set up for that dive.
One team has to always keep this in mind. We've been repeating this like a broken record, but race against the clock.
Yeah.
It's all about time. They've done a really good job in game number 1. Now you gotta escalate that. Do it a bit faster. Do it a bit cleaner. This draft, kind of catapults off of Shenyo, and then we trickle down to Yumao. But at the late game stage, it turns this Kaisa into a daredevil. We saw what Yumao can do when you give him that those resources.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's so many resources to work with. There's the Shen Stand United, there's the Rakan Engage, there's the numerous shields that CU can do on this Karma. So SLG, while they have also a lot of decent amount of scaling, Camille, Kha'Zix, Senna, Orianna most especially with a big shockwave, their mission will pivot to killing Yumao. And I feel like it is gonna be near impossible. If ever Yumao, again, Killer Instincts forward, there's a chance. But if he stays in the backline, he's gonna be incredibly safe.
And for God V, he's facing the same tune as well. Forced to flash away, Kid just goes for him. The ultimatum has been used, but Kid still gets the kill.
Huh. That was yeah, well played, Kid. Well played.
They're pretty weird.
I have no words for well played, Kid.
That's good enough.
Yeah.
Sometimes all you need to hear is well played. WP.
WP.
Yes, W.
Not GGWP just yet.
Not GG.
Just WP. Just 2 letters.
We start slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too early.
It's so fun. I mean, for one team, the objective is to spawn. We see SLG making the proactive move. DDD going on to the Rift Herald. They most likely will be getting this. Luciano is padding towards that side. One team not to worry about it. But Kid he's gonna make his own decision. You know, he will try to at least disrupt this. Not that it matters too much. In fact, just Shadow Dashes out of the way.
One team is so relaxed that usually you pour back early, contest something, fight something, or you trade objectives. It's like they have no fear. It's fine. Like, okay, you have the timing to contest this Ocean Drake because we reset it late. It's fine. We know we're gonna win in the end in this fight.
Yeah, they make me feel relaxed. Then they pull the trigger. Yumao again, Killer Instincts onto Vamos. That will be Vamos gone. Showstopper used in the back line, but at the end of the day, the fight has already been concluded. Aurora tries to run away. One team shouldn't be able to catch up unless Ninja 7 has something to say about it, but the result is Vamos is the only one who goes down.
I know this is a bit late to the party to say, but SLG's composition is almost like cosplaying as a one-team composition. You got 4 scaling champions on the opposite side, and that means if you want to fight 5v5, you're going to lose against one team's composition.
Exactly, unless one team delivers themselves into your shockwave, or into your big combo, right? It's kind of like one of the circumstances that has to happen for SLG to have a chance, and one of the most impossible one. But we are seeing, you know, Vamos on this Oriana so far doing a decent job. Yes, he has 1 death, but if they get to drag the game out, which has been the pivotal point of what SLG needs to achieve in the series, then we might see SLG finally leaving a mark on one team.
Yeah, I mean, they have to stop the bleeding. Like, this should be the limit. 3 deaths, and your next death should be at the 15-minute mark. That is the goal for SLG here. They gotta chill. They gotta make sure no one dies.
And within 10 seconds of you saying that, it's death number 4.
Okay, 4 should be the last until 15 minutes.
And it's gonna be 5. So Utopium is down. Aurora uses everything in his arsenal, but even then it's not gonna matter too much. In fact, Yumao probably will be served this kill on the silver platter unless he doesn't get it. Oh! Okay. Yeah, he gets it at the end.
Yeah, Ninja 7 came back. Okay, you forgot this kill, by the way, Yumao. Okay, got it for you. You're welcome.
So it's within 30 seconds of the 3 death statement. We have double that.
Yes.
So it's 6.
It's 6
is
now.
going to be the last.
I hope so. Because if
your
they don't
faith is
stop,
wavering.
because if they don't stop bleeding, they're gonna have a difficult time fighting as a team in the 3rd dragon. I think that's the time where you're supposed to have like, okay, we have like what, 2 items, 3 items already. We can have a fighting chance. But now looking at the lead, all the kills going towards Yumao. He has 3 kills right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good in the setup of success. And
My
another
God.
engage from one team, a 3-man taunt into a
My
knockout.
God.
The rest of one team shows up, and a shockwave is decent from SLG, but there is no damage, no follow-up. SLG loses 2.
Yeah, not yet. This is the time where they're not dealing the necessary damage that they have to. Just yet. So at this point, one team is able to save the tower, and this is a tall mountain to climb. Take a look at that again. I really like the setups. The Rakan has been able to like set up really nice shockwave, just as you mentioned, but no damage just yet.
Hits on the 4, but where's the follow-up, right? SLG, well, they have no more resources to output damage. And in this case, one team are pulling the lead further and further ahead. We are seeing like what, almost an 8,000 goal lead for one team as Ninja 7 shows up again for a 2-man collapse, and one team picks up another 2 kills.
Ninja 7 has been killing it on the Rakan. Every single time he engages, someone's definitely gonna die.
I think the most impressive thing about Rakan as a champion with the Proto Enchantment is you cover so much distance. It is incredibly insane. He just shows up from the other end of the screen and catches you with a knockup. Ninja 7 finds victim number 11. This time it's God V, but at least he has a hook shot.
Ninja 7, I mean, going back to the Proto Belt thing, you don't have to consume a flash. You can just Proto Belt into Grand Entrance, easy peasy. And yeah, SLG has to just stop the bleed. And one team at this point, they're doing it nice and slow, very relaxed, as we said.
Ninja 7, Rakan basically has a way to establish a connecting flight, right? You Proto Belt, you Battle Dance. In whichever sequence that you want to do it, there are just so many ways to accomplish this feat. We still haven't hit the 15 kill mark yet. Well, it should be 15 minutes
Yeah.
for the next kill, but I think we have elapsed that.
Yeah, it's way past that.
It's
I
way
think,
past that.
I think 10, maybe too much against Kaisa. That is going to be, you're accelerating the scaling basically. So now that means one team is going to be very comfortable sending you Mao on a comfy spot when in the fight.
It's a very comfortable game. I know that there are a lot of action going on the screen, but I personally feel very relaxed, right? This is therapeutic to a certain extent, but
45?
chaos erupts in front of the Dragon Pit, and it is all one team on that kill feed. Rampage for the Shen. When Keith gets a double kill, he goes unstoppable. They chase SLG away. 4 dead on the screen, and DDD is about to be the last. One team with an ace.
And they get the Infernal. It's a very clean game so far. I mean, it's not exactly a perfect game because the mid lane tower fell. SLG was able to remove that, but 5 seconds on the clock. One team's going to destroy a lot of these towers.
And they are slowly but surely opening up the map. They are creating this Area 51 to contain SLG. There's so less room to work with, right? 15-0. I'm not sure if one team had the intention to top the record that FLA set up early on, but if they do, they're getting close.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Kind of, yeah. One team, I think something to note is that when you came from game number 1 and you're super duper dominating and you're flashing here and there without a care in the world, I think this is, I'm looking at one team right now in game number 2, they're so grounded. It's like, okay, let's not get game number 1 into our heads. Just remember the discipline, because what if this becomes a habit? What if we take it to the next game?
And some teams will just carry that momentum forward, right?
Yeah.
They get on the freight train and they're like, choo-choo, we're departing, and we're running out enemies, and sometimes it can go horribly wrong. In this case, though, Ninja 7 can do no wrong. In fact, he wants more. The rest of SLG disengaged. Aurora sacrifices himself.
Yeah, they're able to get away, but more objectives are slowly going towards one team. And this is a tough game. I mean, it was SLG wishing that they can transition well to finally be together, to finally scale, but one team, they're a composition that can fight early, Yumao fight later, and it's just brutal. Another brutal game.
He'll fight later, right? They don't need him yet.
Yeah.
He's now the secret weapon. It feels like if Yumao shows up, it's just a Dark Souls final raid boss.
Wait, is that the title of a Kaisa, the secret weapon? Or am I?
Yeah, I think it is, right?
Are we making stuff up?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Is Kaisa the secret weapon?
I think so. I would like
if
to
her
believe
official
so.
title isn't, then in this game at least he is. I have to double check that. I feel like we've hit something.
Yeah, we should double check for sure. If you would give a title to an Olaf, what would it be?
The Viking Madman.
That's true, he screams.
Yeah, he does scream, right? And, well, Utopian called out once more the rest of SLG. There's nothing much to say about that. Every time we see Ninja 7 show up on the map, it is just a flamboyant dance. God B looking for the first kill for SLG, but it's just a counter engage. And one team, again, turning those kills around. Yumao shows up, delivers Kid into DDD. And that would be the double kill for the Olaf. And one team, well, they need to close things out. 13 minutes in with 10-20 seconds to spare, but Kid missing that flash taunt, tanks a couple of shots from the Nexus, doesn't go down, eats the redemption heal, and one team, we get a clean 2-0 over SLG.
Yeah, that was a clean game, almost perfect game in the mid lane, and it was just classic one team being able to, I wanted to say go out of their comfort zone, because recently they've been doing really well with early game compositions like the Olaf, and I feel like Olaf is definitely one of the champions that you should respect, and we received word it's not the secret weapon, Kaisa. It's Daughter of the Void. I knew we were making stuff up.
Yeah, like I wasn't even thinking of an official title, but it got into my head, right? You threw me the question, and I was like, wait, is it a secret weapon?
She sounds like the secret
sounds like
weapon.
A secret weapon. Exactly, right? She has everything in the arsenal. She has missiles. She has.
This is exactly what Oma was saying, right? You don't care about the lore. You just play the champion. and
Exactly,
win.
right? I'm with you, Omo. I have shown that the title doesn't matter as long as it sounds good. I can call Olaf the Spartan. No one would fact check me, right? He plays like a Spartan. He runs in and fight.
That's true. That's true.
But for one team, they can breathe a sigh of relief, get
Yeah.
a clean win over SLG 2-0. They tie up, their score on that leaderboard alongside EVOS Thailand. So at least there's something that one team can be happy about. But for SLG, that was their last game in the play-ins.
Yeah, that was their last game in the play-ins, and I'm sure they were able to absorb a lot of these experiences up against the top teams here in the play-ins. It was a very, very tough play-ins. Everything is practically close, right? Like we thought Cerberus was going to be undefeated, then boom, today happened.
Yeah, a customary welcome for the Oceania region. But I firmly believe that next time we see them, we will get even better games. They will just keep on improving, because losing doesn't mean that the Nexus blows out. Losing is when you get knocked down and you don't climb back up. And for a region as hungry as Oceania, you bet that they're going to be back next time.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. This is again, the first time we're seeing OC in action, and yeah, it's all about getting back up after the experience.
And with that being said, we still have to appreciate the fact that SLG was even here, right? They flew in, they finally get the first taste of the SEA stage on the WCS finals. They gave us great games, they showed us what creativity is all about. They were able to play freely. And with that being said, we're gonna send this off. The series has concluded. We're gonna throw it back to the panel and see what they think about this.
Thank you so much, Cassis. That was really one of the game that ended up like we expected, at least for the side of Smash Logic Gaming. It's smashing my brain right now. I can't even. I mean, like, what's your take, guys? Come on. For that last
I'm
series.
okay with having a fire portal just because first off, I would love to celebrate. I would love to, give love to SLG, celebrate OCE as a region. We'll see you next year, okay? That's it.
I mean, before I show what I'm feeling, can I ask you guys, what do you think this is? Do you think it's something mean? Do you think it's something really, upsetting? No, it's not. I love you, SLG. Thank you guys for coming down. I hope you guys had a good time here. I know it's been a tough time. Kisses to you guys as well. Hope you guys come back stronger next time.
I don't know if that's sincere enough coming up from both of you, honestly speaking, knowing you guys as a person.
Why?
And in person, I mean, like, that's too nice coming up from both Omo. Odin is still nice,
I've been
but from
bullying them for the
Omo-
last 2 days. I have to say something nice.
I'm a nice person, right?
Yeah, you're a nice person. But Omo,
I'm a nice person, right?
Production, anybody want to
Twitch
respond
chat,
to that?
Twitch chat, yes. Put a
Even
yes
the,
into the chat.
even the
Press
production,
F.
even the production is so quiet right now.
Can I get a poggers in Twitch chat for how nice Omar is? Thanks, guys. You got me.
I don't know if there's any pockets right now, honestly, in the chat as well. I'm sorry, Omo. But hey, I hate to say it, but we saw just now Odalus. One definitely knows their champions technicality-wise, micros and everything way better.
I mean, I'm a fanboy of one team, so they should at least have that, right? Because if not, then I'll be super upset. Like, I voted for FENNEL University at one team to advance. Now, since Cerberus was able to advance, that brings me down to a maximum possible win rate of 50%. That being
Unless
FENNEL
EVOS make it
University
out.
and one team. So yeah, I kind of want one team to make it out.
Okay, one team versus FLA will be his vote, because then at least he'll get one of the votes right?
Right, exactly.
Oh, okay, but for me, I do want to see if one team can actually make it out for the playoff as well, because we do know later on, right now we have a tiebreaker. Since one team, Esports, won this round and won this series, definitely it's going to be a tie with EVOS Esports. So it's going to be the best of one later on to see who's getting the third place. And also, we're going to move forward when it comes to the best of 5 in whoever advances later. That's going to be everything spicy in there.
And it's against FLA as well, right, who are currently sitting pretty at second place. And I just want to say real quick, I voted for Cerberus and FLA. So at the risk of jinxing it, feeling a little bit good right now.
Yeah, and you have showed your true colors by having that sticker on
yeah.
your face, right? So.
Yeah. SLA jersey.
For SLG, otherwise, we do know it's still a lot for them to actually improve. There's so many room of improvement here.
I mean, the drafting on game number 2, Omo was right on this one. This was a lot better. However,
I love hearing Omo was right about this one. I hear that a lot. I get it a
We
decent
tried to
amount.
find his fault next time. So Omo is wrong.
I was wrong about the Cerberus matchup, though, and I paid for it.
Yeah. I hope you
Yeah,
get
so about
more
the
of
draw.
it, so yeah. There you go.
This guy though. Okay. Anyway, so going back, we said that there will be games that Camille can carry by herself.
Yes.
However, there was a very good and very timely dive that happened from one team, and they even switched over Mal to the mid lane, right? Giving them a Cerberus special. Basically borrowing a play from. This is actually the same exact draft from Cerberus, right? Having the Shen and the Karma.
Karma, yeah.
So it's pretty much the Southeast Asia as a region is basically just, let me borrow yours for a bit. Right? And then OC will have that Sona and Seraphine.
But hey, speaking of which, that was still one a heck of a game coming up from One Team Esports.
Yeah.
But we still have one more series ahead of us. It will be on a short break because the best of one tiebreaker, I think, will be next. And also, we have the best of 5 later on.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
that
really
one.
hyped for that. We're finally going into best of 5s. No more BO2s. None of this 1-1 nonsense. We get a true winner every single match from now on. When we go into the main stage as well, that will all be best of 5s.
You've been waiting for this since.
I'm hyped, man. Let's go.
All right, looking.
But hey, here comes our scores. Right now, as we speak, we do see SLG points.
That's a lot of points, by the
Yep,
way.
there's so many points.
It's flipped, but
I
it's okay.
know.
It's flipped. It's actually the
Yes,
reverse.
I
For
think
now,
so.
I think we kind of calculated all the way coming up from CES.
It's in here, right?
I think it's
they
they didn't get 12
So
because
it's 9 for Cerberus,
9 points.
5
It's
for
9
EVOS,
points.
and 5
9,
for
8.
1.
There we go.
Oh yeah, 8 for FLA. Wow, the trio against Cerberus is really paying off big time. 9, 8, 5, 5. I mean, it's a clear division, right?
So for side of SLG, I'm sorry to say, well, I just wish they actually get away with 1 point at least,
Yeah.
but that didn't happen.
So for the viewers at home, let's run through the format a bit here, because again, it can be a bit confusing right now. Where
Yeah.
exactly are we?
We're already on the play-ins. When it comes to the round robin, we're already done with the series. So right now, we're going to go for the tiebreaker when it comes to one and also One Team Esports versus EVOS later, where because of this tie, we cannot know who's the third and the fourth.
Yep.
We will actually try to determine the second and third place fight later on after this tiebreaker is done,
Yep.
where we do have definitely Cerberus already qualified. So we have one more team to qualify.
So here's the exciting thing, right? One Team and EVOS, very similar matchups, very similar scorelines. They both beat SLG 2-0. They both tied against FLA. They both lost to Cerberus. But where it gets really interesting is they tied each other. So now this is the tiebreaker. Effectively, these two teams have played a best of 3 against each other.
Exactly. Now, the
best
best
of
of
three.
3, right?
Yeah.
The best of 3 point that we did bring out yesterday, that basically the One Team versus EVOS, the battle for glory during Summer Super Cup. Almost a year later, it's battle for survival. That is how our region has grown.
So competitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Used to
Anyone
be
can beat
Battle
each
of
other.
Glory. Now back to Battle of Survival. That's just how different when it comes to comparing. Just within a year of Warrior, just how big of a difference there is. But that's going to be the scores. Hopefully you guys are clear for that, because right now we're going to heading over the break. After the break, we're getting towards the best of 1 first to see who's get the third place to fight against FLA for the second place in the best of 5. Because right now Cerberus will advance for the playoff in the WCS finals. Who's going to be joining Cerberus? That's the biggest question for the end of today. So we're going to throw the break for a bit. You guys stay tuned and see you guys after this.
can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Don't need the will of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Don't need the will of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. from your love. Never let me go. Never let me go. No go. From your love. Never let me go. Never let me go. No go. From your love. This love, this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love, this love. Never let me go. Never let me go. No go. From your love. Never let me go. Go. From your love. Never let me go. Never let me go. No go. From your love. Never let me go. Never let me go. No go. From your love. This love, this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love, this love. Waiting on this love, this love. Waiting on this love, 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 this love, this love. Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down. Healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Welcome back, Worldlayers. Finally, we are back for a best of one here. Speaking of, it's going to be the best of one of the tiebreaker between EVOS and also One Team Esports. We have Rico and also Contra. Speaking of which, the journey between these two teams, and it's very a nostalgic matchup as well, Riku.
Oh yeah, this rivalry dates back to the Summer Super Cup, where it went to a full Game 5, and it was EVOS Esports managing to bag that championship win. Then we get to see them, duke it out again. It was even, it was 1-1. So now this tiebreaker is a big deal.
Yeah, I can recall during those days there was a lot of back and forth going on with the team. There were banters being thrown up online, and by the end of it all, it was EVOS that take the fair final game, and that was due to G4 making some really huge plays, and that's what I do hope to expect out of this matchup. But we see that One Team, they have been evolving throughout this play-ins.
Oh, I know, right? One Team, when I first watched them again this year, I found them very slow. Too slow. I had this worry about how they're gonna survive in a state where it feels like the fast defeats the slow. But look what they've done. It feels like they have evolved, they have adapted to the entirety of the play-ins, where they draft and cover every single game state. They draft top jungle, early to mid, and then they have that late game scaling in towards the dual lane, which I think is the best mix out of everything that they've done so far.
But if you compare that, I also feel like both teams throughout the entire play-ins, they're actually quite evolved. Not evolved, but evolved into
It's
both
part of
different
it.
teams.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for one team, they are evolving as well. But if you compare both back-to-back for both teams, which do you think is progressing more and faster?
If we really look back into EVOS' journey in the play-ins, right, they look pretty shaky in the early stages, and we have a lot of questions for them as we compare them in their prime form. This didn't really cut it at first, but I could see that the resurgence of EVOS' perfect shape, I think they're starting to really get themselves into perfect health to actually take on the rest of the One Team.
Riku?
Based on what I've seen so far, I think the worrying trend is that even though it's still the same, like I look back at their playoffs performance, even though they get like a 10k gold lead, all 3 dragons, they still don't end the game. They still don't make proactive movements. It feels like they're so hesitant. They take care of their lead like a little baby, and it's so frustrating at times because you know that they can win, and that is the window that One Team is going to be welcoming, because hey, you're taking a while to end the game. That is our window. That is an opportunity. Especially One Team, from time to time, they like their the late game scaling drafts.
But if you compare here for the time attack results, which is going to be the game duration they take it for the fastest match, it was EVOS versus SLG. You mentioned about them
12 minutes.
having a hard time to close game, but they have the fastest. Yeah, it was today.
Yeah, exactly right. I feel like when it comes to when they get a lead and they end it like cleanly, EVOS, it is One Team that is far better than EVOS when it comes to ending games. They're not afraid, they don't hesitate, they know what to do. They surgically remove your towers and objectives in a very fast manner versus EVOS, who's very hesitant at times. So I think that is my worry for EVOS in this BO1, especially it's a BO1.
But you know, like EVOS definitely thrived in a really tense situation. We saw Baron steals coming in from Valdez, and with all those sort of aggressive jungle picks, and with G4 also showing up with assassin pickups, I think it does change the dynamic of this whole matchup itself. Because one team, they love to play double marksman. So if they were to go for, you know, Corky once again, or you want to drop it like Sean up mid, I don't think it's going to work all too well against EVOS.
I super agree with you, because that is the struggle that one team had to face in the Masters region. Every single time they always lose against Flash Wolves, right? And their biggest problem is Bruce being able to, you know, be the puppet master of the entire match.
But
Being
just
able
things like Diana.
Yeah, Diana especially being a huge, huge key. And winning basically that lane, that mid lane. So if G4 is able to step up, replicate how Bruce controls the game as an assassin, on an assassin champion, I think EVOS has a big chance in winning the BO1.
The thing is, can they actually do it? Because we do know, yes, I'm loving the fact, we mentioned this behind the scene just now, how fast EVOS is adapting when it comes to comparing day 1 of play-ins and day 2 and down to day 3, they are a completely different team. They managed to close game even cleaner than before. But the thing is, we're talking about one team esports who knows how to defend as long as they can.
Well, when we look at the way that both teams have drafted, I think that there is evolution and growth for one team, but when it comes down to the stylistic play of it, I think it's very one-dimensional what they're trying to achieve. Meanwhile, EVOS tried so many different methods, and I think that many of them have worked out throughout this play-ins, and perhaps some of these sort of cards that they have managed to stack up can be thrown up against one team here to really get this game for themselves.
Yeah, for pick potential for EVOS, draft rather, for champions that they can pick, I think they need a lot of self-setup. Something that has CC and can also supplement the damage. So I'm thinking, you know, Lee Sin, Fizz primarily for G4, which he used a couple of times, won once, lost once. And I think, again, it's all about repairing the clean, how they end the game. Honestly, that's my only gripe.
Yeah, EVOS just have to play on that knife's edge, you know, like a lot of times, all these team fights that they call for, it's always a coin flip. So against a team that's so clean, it's hard to do.
I mean, like, it's down to this best of 1 to see who's the better team to fight against. Definitely going to be FLA, since FLA secured themselves in second place. Now, who will actually get themselves in third place? I can't wait to see if the draft is actually ready for us right now, because if we do, we want to walk straight into it, because this best of 1, we mentioned it before, is going to be a do or die.
Yeah, speaking of draft, I feel like for one team, if they really want to solidify the early game, replicate what they've been doing with the adaptation, Olaf is going to be so crucial for Xianyo. That's how they're able to win early and keep hammering down their lead. If they get 3 kills, I think that's definitely enough for one team to close out the BO1.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight another match that is not the ones that they were facing up against. So Cerberus, they have found this method where, sure, one team, they love to stall that game. So what do you want to do with it? You want to outscale them. You want to go for infinite scaling. So things like Senna or even the Nasus that can actually bring it to ultra late game, that could work. But the last time that EVOS brought it in, they lost that first match against one team.
Yeah, if we're talking about things that we want to see, I want to talk about things I do not want to see. I do not want to see a Ziggs, because that slows down the game, and I don't think one team should do that against EVOS.
Speaking of you don't want to see things, now we did have Odolus mention about his auto win conditions.
Okay.
So for in this case, since Odolus love to say what he can actually do if you want to win this game, for Contra, I want to say, what's the Odolus? I mean, like, not the person. The conditions to lose in this matchup when it comes to EVOS versus a one-team esports.
Coin flipping Elder Drake. That's the biggest one. All right, so I guess historically, it's been a really tough decision for them, and you just can't rely on Valdez alone to do all the job for you to steal all these big objectives.
Yeah, exactly. I wanna add in that not doing Baron with a 10k gold lead and still waiting for Elder Drake to spawn.
I can feel your agitation since how agitated you were yesterday until now from that vibe. But hey, let's just see our matchup of best of 1 right here, right now. Do or die, make it or break it. The only one will actually advance to the best of 5 by the end of the day between one team, Esports versus EVOS. Esports tied. And this is the thing, EVOS, if they drag, it's going to be one team advantage, right? For
I would
Cybertruck.
agree. And we've already spoke about it early on. And you know what? We already got what Riku wanted. No Ziggs, they heard you.
Yeah, I know. Like, Ziggs is a very good ban against one team because it denies any sort of... if you want to kill the lane, ban out the Ziggs. Ban out the Ziggs. But there's still the Varus that one team can still pick up. Something that can outrange a lot of the champions EVOS like to play and is able to just clear the wave and basically not interact. But one team says, hey, I'm going to ban that too. We're going to go 2v2.
Yeah, they're just going to go at it. Well, this time around, what I do like about one team's approach is that they really want to hit on all sides of the lane. Like, back then, the last that they met, they know Lloyd was the weak link. All these sort of Baron picks that's going to be up for grabs now will still be available. And I believe that we're going to be seeing a lot of flex picks here. And that set is being left open. I believe that this is a good chance that EVOS will be able to take it.
Yeah, I wonder if Camille's going to be the priority. No, it's going to be the Olaf. A lot of respect. Again, the Sianyo, we know once he gets that champion and once he gets ahead, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, and other than that, remember, there's also Camille. Like, is it going to be taken by one team? Generically, we look into the sort of matchups that they've gotten. Although it's open, they didn't really have to prioritize it. We could still go in for that set, play it safe. You could flex it if you want, but hey, I think that they're going to go with both, and I would love to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, there's still a lot of mystery for one team's draft, right? The Camille can still go on 2 lanes, while the Set on 3 different lanes, so we'll have to see where that goes. Well, we haven't seen a Set jungle, so I'm just putting it out there. But in the meantime, we'll see what's going to be paired with this Olaf, because you need some sort of that enabler. Do we see the Orianna? Do we see the Rakan? Do we see the Lulu to make sure that the Olaf stays alive and to hammer down? I love this pick coming from EVOS because what is left for one team? Do you want to see Yumao on this not Lee Sin, no, not the Lee Sin, Lucian rather, because we're back, we're down to what is the next best thing? You get a Corki, you get a Lucian.
It's a good chance to get that Lucian in, but this also tells you that EVOS want to match into the late game as well, because Corki, sure, you will be weak on the early levels until you get those big packages, drop into those big team fights. But how do they fare in team fights? Now it's not really telling, though. They do have the Garen, so if this Camille's gonna go over the Baron lane, she's not gonna be too much of a threat anyways. So that set could still go in the support role, but I do assume that Kid will still try to match this one up. So that's gonna be a fair fight for Garen.
You know, usually the Garen can still be flexed in the mid lane as well to deny any sort of kill pressure if one team decides to pick an assassin in the mid lane as well. Kai'Sa, you're already sort of revealing your AD carry, which is totally fine. I think the biggest question is how do you make the comfortable laning phase for the Kai'Sa? Because you're going to have a big problem. You're going to get outranged by the Corki, especially when it comes to the wave clear department. Usually you want to pair it with disengage. The Braum is the first thing that comes to mind, but at the same time, the Braum hasn't been working out too well during the play-ins.
Well, what's really interesting here is that they understand this Corki could still appear down bottom. We've seen Captain play it before. He looks fantastic. So they have identified, okay, now we will have to take at least one assassin with us, but EVOS, they're also making sure that this double marksman comp won't be a problem for them heading into that late game. So that leaves Lulu still up in the open.
I know, one team can pick it up, get that away from the Olaf to make sure that he's very soft, he's gonna melt. But instead, remember, we talked about the Trinity.
I love this.
Xianyo, Olaf, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao. There's the Lee Sin. It enables the team to move fast. It enables the team to be aggressive in the early to mid game. And we talked about the adaptation of one team securing the early to mid with top jungle, and then trickling down to the late game, which is Yumao on the Kai'Sa.
Final few picks for EVOS Esports right now. They start off with the Braum, so it gives them so much of that disengage potential and just try to go in for a little bit more retake. Now, as compared to how Valdez usually likes to play, he just have to find that direct access. And finally, we are seeing Fiora here in the WCS.
Yeah, we're seen Fiora all along. Like, we saw Fiora earlier today, but it's like she disappeared for the first 2 days of the play-ins, and like, surprise, I exist, by the way, especially on games that are high stakes. And here comes the Fiora coming in. I'd like to talk about the Braum as well. I believe this is a takeaway. It's a 2 birds in 1 stone. Braum is a takeaway against the Kai'Sa because you need safety to transition perfectly towards the late game. You need that safety. Braum is also anti-dive. Looking at the composition of one team, they're capable of diving. Lee Sin, Camille, Set, they're very tanky. They can go in and out. And so I like this Braum pick. It deters one team to dive against EVOS.
So many catch potential coming in from one team esports. Looking at EVOS esports, I guess they just really have to ramp things up, get the split pushes going with this Fiora, build that Hullbreaker early on, but when it comes down to fights, can EVOS handle that pressure? Now, you don't have ways to directly access that Baron Pit or even the Dragon Pit. They'll have to burn a flash coming from Valdez if you really want to get that snatch going on. Yep. So it's really, really tough to call. But when it comes down to draft, Riku, who do you favor?
I love one team. Oh, wait, no. Yes. I love one team, but I like the Olaf on the side of EVOS.
Riku is a best of one here. Are you sure about that? There's only going to be one game. For Contra, who do you think it would be? Last call here.
Well, I've been voting for EVOS, so I'm just going to take it. I want to see them fight against FENNEL.
Can I change my mind? EVOS.
Make up your mind!
EVOS, there. Final answer.
Oh my god, but I'm loving the fact I want to take a bit something that uncomfortable sometimes, but this is it. It's make it or break it. It's do or die. It's the death match between these two teams. Are you guys ready to rumble? As we're gonna just pass over into the rift. For our casters, take it away. Not yet.
We're still here.
We're still here.
Surprise, we're still here.
You guys got trolled.
You know why I changed my mind?
We were just going for the hype all the way, and suddenly we're just never mind, guys.
Let Riku explain.
I want to change my mind.
Why?
You know their comp? We don't want to die comp. They have a Braum at the bottom part. They've got a Garen basically. So they're removing the adaptation of one team wanting to win early. So if you don't die early, you're not giving anything to one team.
You know, there's a reason why my name is Contra, right? I sometimes contradict myself. Like, have you seen that player in every fight? He always got himself into a trigger happy scenario, and he always burns his ult, especially on that Rakan. This is what happened.
But you know what? I'm not gonna do the hype thing again. My customers just take it away now.
And here we have it. EVOS one team, a matchup that has never evaded us. It always comes back to this. Here again, Omo, I'm Grandin. We're taking a look at this one. Tiebreakers to determine the team that plays against FENNEL adversity.
Yeah, and this is also a matchup that's never failed to disappoint. These two teams, they always give us a banger. And I'm excited to see this final iteration, right? We always talk about this, the narrative point. It's been done to death, but that's because it's so important to talk about. From champions, fighting to be champions, to battling for survival. This is effectively the third and final match in what kind of amounts to a best of 3 over the course of the entire play-ins.
You want to keep track of what the score is right now?
Yeah, it's 1-1, right?
1-1, and so this is it. This is the
tiebreaker. You want to go back to Summer Super Cup? You want to count the stats on there too?
Stats on Summer Super Cup? That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Right, these two teams, a fall from grace almost, coming into this, right now playing for relegation.
Relegation is not the right word, but I get what you mean.
To get kicked out of the competition.
Yeah, but you only relegate out of the real league, not out of a tournament.
Sure, they're playing
elimination.
They're playing for elimination.
There we go. I gotta correct you on every little bit of semantics, but I want to touch on the game a little bit. Let's touch on the team compositions a little bit. We've been singing praises of G4 in the mid lane, Assassins, Lucian. This time around, demonstrating tremendous faith in his teammates, picking up this Garen for himself. He says, I'm going to be stable. I'm not going to let Kid bully you, Lloyd. I'll give you the counter pick. Let's see what you can do. Valdez, you've been decisive for our team. You've been instrumental. Let's see what you can do. And now Ketsidin, fair player, it's a relatively stable lane for them. They just need to do their jobs. Let their top side carry. That's the name of the game here for EVOS.
I'm always watching out for what EVOS can try and get done. Lloyd has had some good moments before, flashing it from G4 aggressively with the ultimate, looking for the solo kill.
Never let it be said that G4 and Garen is not a carry champion.
No, he's been playing Assassins. He's still in that mindset.
Yeah, He nearly got it. It was a frame of it's a frame away from a solo kill.
Because we already
got
had
the channel off.
Yeah, we had the silence on Yumao, so all we needed to see was the ult come through.
And the best part is the out follows you, the Q proc follows you, so even if you flash, it can follow you and kill you after your flash. So it's really just a frame away from getting a solo bolo there in the mid lane. G4 on Garen. I want to see his build path, whether he'll adapt it since he's a mid laner, or whether he's going for the standard Black Cleaver. There we go, Black Cleaver likely going to be the play. I do not want to see Howlbreaker from mid lane Garen, maybe Baron lane, but not mid lane. At the end of the day though, all this, it doesn't matter. For the first 10 minutes of the game, what matters is Valdez against Senyo. It's always been that case.
And even as you say that, we haven't seen that much impact from both junglers. Both junglers have been basically still stuck in their own lanes, especially as we look at first spawn coming up, right? The objectives coming up, EVOS and one team want to start establishing some control. Moving into the mid lane. Here we see Katsane and Fat Player, Ninja 7, and Siu really trying to build up some space here.
Yeah, they really need to get some space for the mid lane. Siu contesting against Katsayden. It's going to be a little bit in favor of Koki right now. Lux doesn't have the damage just yet to one-shot waves. It's going to be relatively even, but like I said, all this doesn't matter. The last time these two teams faced off, the winner was determined by which jungler had the greater impact in the early stages of the game. Now this time, both of them, they're racing to get their first items completed before the first spawn, and we're going to see the recall come in from Senyo. He has the Yomu's Ghost Plate, but Veldis does not have the Black Cleaver. This could be a bit of an iffy fight.
G4 wants to go to recall. He wants to go back to base. He has to watch out. He wants right behind him.
So important, though.
They're coming in here. The Skull Crab's going to get
He has
picked
no
up by
flash.
one.
You should dive him.
Just jumps onto Yumao. Yumao has to use his ultimate killer instinct. Bang on the turret. That's the undertow Ragnarok chasing after, but he executes first blood over it. But watch out, EVOS. You get collapsed on. Chasing after G4. Looking for the Dragon's Rage. Pushes him back on the turret. Back into the brush. Following through with the kills. Want to finish off G4, and they do. Now on the Fair Player who's dived in to save his teammate. Instead goes down as well. One team with 3 early pickups.
It's a disaster there for EVOS, isn't it, Grandin? The final spark, 1 CM away to finish that last kill off. I love the initial call there from Valdez. He recognizes you called. There's no flash for Yumao. G4, you caught there's no flash from Yumao. But Valdez went in while G4 puffed away. These two guys weren't on the same page, but still Dragon gonna get started off. Lloyd is here first, but the Fiora not exactly effective in teamfights right now. Dragon dropping really quickly, but Lee Sin's here.
Package used by Katsayden. They've gone into the pit trying to contest for this, trying to pick this one up where they can. Dragon still up, eventually goes over the Valdez, but the fight continues. Ninja 7 low now is going to go down quickly. Look at Lloyd. He built so much space for his team, but it's out of mana now, so now it's Kid's time to shine. They start to walk in, hashtag ultimatum use. They finish off Siu. Lux very squishy still. Yumao flashes over the wall. He just got his flash back up, but he's dead again.
No flash is going to be able to save you from that one. EVOS, they get the Dragon, they get the kills. Will they get a chance for a rematch with FENNEL adversity? They're going to start this Dragon off. That's going to be Senyo on it. We see Valdez racing over. Senyo decides, you know what? I don't want this. I'm going to back away. We're going to space this one out a little bit. I said the Fiora isn't strong in a team fight right now. What do I know, right? He comes in, gets the grand challenge off, gets the healing for his entire team, and they pull it off.
I mean, that's a Divine Thunder. He goes in there.
No, he didn't have it, did he?
Well, he didn't have the full.
Oh, he did have it. Oh, my bad. He did have it.
Yeah, so he goes in there, has a lot of impact, but the next thing that happens was he didn't have the mana to go in to finish off the fight.
Well, they got the kills, they got the pickoffs. Now, Rift Herald is the big objective. And Lloyd, even though he wasn't having the best early game, with that team fight, 900 gold lead, nearly 1,000 over Kid here. This matchup, we know how one-sided it can get. We know how snowbally it can get. Sure, Camille has a chance to outplay, but the ball is definitely in Fiora's court as the game progresses.
Look, the game is so back and forth. EVOS win a fight. Dragon goes over to EVOS. EVOS wins the fight initially. One team wins the fight afterwards. EVOS gets the Dragon. Dragon goes. One team starts winning the fight. The EVOS turn it around, and now they want to go onto the Rift Herald as well.
The thing is, right, we say EVOS have the scaling in the form of this Fiora, in the form of this Corki, but you look at their comp, Braum and Garen, and Olaf, they're some of the strongest early gamers.
Absolutely, having so much in their kits paired together, and watch as EVOS just steal away the Rift Herald, just take it under one team's noses. There's nothing they can do except watch.
They didn't even see it, that's the best part. They had a ward on it, but it wasn't even close. They couldn't even contest.
They knew what's being done.
They had a ward on it, right? But they physically were not close.
But they physically were not close.
Yeah. That's the big thing as well, right? It shows the control that EVOS have in the game right now. G4 playing as a brick wall, Fair Player playing as a granite wall. And this is a bit of an iffy trade here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Lloyd. As you see the Grievous wins proc a patch, but instead Senyo makes the difference by peering to the bot side. Seal with the final spark. Helps out his teammate as well.
So we know about all the Camille combos, right? The big one is the Hex Stack Mega Infernal Bomb, right? You lock them in, the Infernal Bomb covers the entire line. We just saw a Hex Tag final spark there.
Yeah, that's something new. That's something we haven't seen very
Wait,
much of.
he's going for it.
He's chasing after.
Valdez?
Ragnarok's coming up, so you can follow through. Reckless swing used on the turret. You watch out for the shield! The adaptive shield up again for Kid.
Oh, Kid just surviving there with a nick of health. He gets away. The Herald gets popped. I don't know if that was a misclick from Valdez or what. Maybe he was just panicking.
No, I think he thought the kill was
all his buttons.
The kill was clearly done. Like the man saw that.
No, it
was
wasn't.
like that. He saw it. He was like, if I press my reckless swing, this guy will die, and I'm going to use my Rift Tower right after, and I'm going to walk back. And I'm going to get a recall.
But he didn't die, right? That's
But
the
he
thing. That's
didn't
the
die.
crazy thing. And you know what? First turret, it goes over the one team because of the resources committed by EVOS to the bottom lane. We said Fiora needs to take over. You have a lead now. You need to be responsible with Lloyd. Gets caught out. Now we see Kid get caught out. He's exhausted. Won't be able to run.
Yeah, but Senyo's coming into this, making it a fair 2 versus
Okay.
2.
Oh.
Well, it's not fair versus 2 versus 2 anymore.
Very
As the
nice.
rest of
Very,
EVOS
very
come
nice
in,
there.
we'll see one team get away though.
Very nice there from Sienio. You notice his patience. You notice how he held the kick. It was a good play from Lloyd. His expectation was I would jump forward, you would kick me, I would repulse that. But patience from Sienio means he kicks him away at the end of that one, and Flash burn from Lloyd. That's going to be big. This is one of the few 1v1 matchups where Flash actually makes a difference, where Flash actually has an individual 1v1 value. Not having it's going to hurt him, and Dragon's going to be spawning as well. This is going to be a big one. See if EVOS can snowball their Dragon lead. Lloyd not having Flash, it's going to hurt Fiora tremendously in the setup.
We truly see two teams stacked so
They
close
really
to
need
each
this
other,
win, Greta.
head-to-head looking
need it.
for this win pickup. And as the Dragon spawns, both teams start to position around it.
Yeah, we see once again G4 and Fair Player, the brick walls, trying to zone them off.
But the start run in either way, Ninja 7 leads the way in with the showstopper as they try and dive in. You have to watch out for Valdez to block the Ragnarok. The package used early. Senyo can't stop them from going into the mid lane, finishing off Ninja 7. But they're off in the Dragon Pit instead, fighting a different battle, stealing away the Dragon,
Oh,
taking
Senyo.
down Lloyd. And now Valdez stuck in the pit. But look at his health. It doesn't go down. He dies eventually, but not
Oh, no,
without
it's a disaster.
massive loss from one team. They're in the pit now. They kite back, dodging away from G4, catching him with the binding at the end of it all. 4 kills for the one team and the Dragon.
Like you said, Brandon, it's so close. These teams, they're so evenly matched. You take a fight, you take the Dragon, fine. We'll take the next fight, we'll take the next Dragon. 4 for 1 there, going over to the side of one team. With that, they get another turret, they get another Dragon. 2 turrets to 0. One team, they're dictating the pace of the game. 3,000 gold lead, they're starting to run away with it.
And even as you say, they're dictating the pace of the game, this was started out by EVOS.
Started out by EVOS, they went a bit too greedy, they went a bit over aggressive. Not exactly sure where Lloyd died. Maybe it's overdive as well. Because if you look how the team fight played out, EVOS, they were trying to fight a war on 2 fronts. They're running left, running right. It's too difficult to keep up.
Lloyd was in the pit. Lloyd was in the pit with Valdez. And so they tried to fight the good fight, but you can't dodge away from hard crowd control. Dragon's Rage pushed his back against the wall. And yeah, just went down. That's going to be one team finding themselves their first Dragon of the game as Valdez flashes to the wall, looking again for the pickup. Will finish off the first kill. If that stasis does not last, and unfortunately it does run out eventually. Ninja 7's been caught out in the mid lane, still very tanky, but ultimately falls.
It's starting to look like my Olaf over there. Valdez kind of cracked, flashing over the
Like your
wall.
Olaf?
Yeah, my Olaf is
No,
cracked.
absolutely not. If that was your Olaf, EVOS would be done by now. They would have lost by now.
No, one team would be done by now, but look, he's going to look for the steal again. Sienio has kicked.
So he knows he can go for this. This is something we've seen so much from him, especially on the Kazakhs. But with mobile carries like this, you want to try and go for a steal, but you got to back away.
It's so close. It's so back and forth. I couldn't tell you who's going to win this game. And one of the big problems with that as well is that honestly, I don't entirely trust Lloyd, right? He's playing against Kit in an extremely mechanically intensive matchup. If it was anyone else, if it was anyone else that's not Lloyd, maybe not, right? Maybe not. But if it was anyone else, I would have thought that this would be
I don't like how
eventually winning.
I don't like
they would
this.
have the
It's
scaling.
anyone else, but with terms and conditions. It's anyone else, but with terms and
Make sure
conditions.
you read the fine print, Brandon.
You should read the fine print. This is why I have to read the fine
I
print review.
sneak it somewhere in there, 200 pages in. You gotta read the whole thing. Right, EVOS Esports, they do have the Rift Herald that's in the pockets of Valdez. This man has been an absolute Viking, or like Husky calls it. He's been a what do you say? He's a Spartan?
He said Spartan because nobody's gonna fact check
Yeah, it
that,
doesn't
right?
matter, right? But the Herald now being dropped at mid lane, it's gonna one-shot that turret. EVOS can look for a fight.
Absolutely want to finish this one off. The question is if Senyo can make a difference off the side, trying to look for a re-engage. One team afford to give that one away.
Package is going to be up, but I highly doubt Katsito wants to pick that one up till the next Dragon spawn. I want to touch on this build a little bit here. No Black Cleaver. I like that. He's going to be doing a lot of damage, but he's going to be a bit of a squishier boy. Has to keep that in mind. No HP.
But you have to
Look
watch
at
out for what
you.
happens here. Zeus run down by Valor's. The exhaust being used. They managed to pull them back in with the face breaker. Ninja 7 standing in front of EVOS. Will back off though. That was a trade back. Ninja 7 using his flash as Valdez uses his ultimate.
I love how Valdez is playing. This man is running the show, running the game right now. And even though Sienyo, he's been popping off 4-0-3. Both of these junglers, 7 KP by the way, leading the charge for their team. Like we always talk about, Valdez has been doing it basically by himself, right? He's been jumping in, flashing over walls, identifying timings, playing like an absolute madman in general. And keep in mind, this Fiora that we're seeing on your screen right now, it's the nerfed Fiora. So the hitbox, the target selection radius on the Q proc actually did him no favors there.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit slower, a little bit more difficult to play for.
Yeah, difficult to target really. It's less forgiving.
Especially in such a difficult matchup, Camille being one of those typical must-ban champions. The fact that it got through and they played for the Fiora counter pick. Well, one team here are now trying to watch again as EVOS set up for the Dragon. We've seen this happen so many times. This is how it always starts out. Valdez procs the Ragnarok and the Righteous Glory. Opportunistic. I'll
That's how
give
you
it
know
that.
he's not a Spartan, because the Spartans waited for them to get into the passage before engaging, right? In 300.
You're such a... Oh, no, your movie?
Of course the
Your
movie. You
yeah.
think I read Spartan lore, Brandon?
I was like, wow, you're so well read, Omo. And then I realized, oh wait, that's not very
Before
true.
the end of the game, I'm gonna be shouting, Spartans, what is our occupation?
I think I watched that movie but a very long time ago. I don't recall anything.
Yeah, you were
about
probably
it.
like 12 years old when the
So
movie came out.
effectively, I might as well have not watched it, right? So.
Well, let's pay attention to this game at hand. This is something that we must watch, because what are the stakes again?
Winner of this match goes into the best of 5 series against FLA, competing for that second spot going into playoffs.
Slot. The final slot.
Yeah,
the
the
playoffs.
only other slot. One goes to Cerberus, the other one goes to the winner of the next series.
3 teams fighting for 1 slot, and it starts with this dragon fight right now. One team, they get control first, they're shoving out the mid wave first, but they've given it up.
This is what happens. One team loves to play from this position. They like to allow EVOS to get into the pit first. They want them to be corralled into a tight corner where they have the advantage, trying to make use of their ultimates.
Yeah, I don't really like this though. I want one team to control vision, to control
Watch
zones.
out.
Kid gets caught.
Yeah, kids get caught here. Lloyd's going to keep diving in. They try and proc something here with their player. Unfortunately, going to have to back away. Uma's still off in the mid lane, trying to stack the wave in their favor.
Package is gone, by the way, so that means this dragon fight will go down with no package. And one team, if they ever get control of the river, I think they're going to be too strong. The Lux, look at her items.
But the flash away from Kid as well, so it was a trade back on that front.
Let's take a look at the setup right now. One team at full control, Dragon down to half grand, and how's this one gonna play out?
Yeah, they're fighting for this one. Dragon 4,500 HP.
Look at the Lux,
EVOS
look at the
keep
Lux.
walking forward.
So
Zeus
annoying.
gonna set up for a little bit of damage onto fair play, but we see as it is right now, Dragon
look at
reset.
Valdez.
One team needs to come into the play. Valdez with his flash jumps over the wall with the pin, gets in either way. Valdez does not
They gotta
manage to
get out.
find it.
Gotta get
Sienyo
out.
finds the Dragon in the meantime. They're pursuing now. Flash used by Ninja 7. Want to pursue the kills. Email dashes into the mid lane. Facebreaker, Showmaker, everything used to try and dive in, but they're under turret. G4 jumps onto Sienyo, procs the execute.
Doesn't even die.
But goes into stasis instead. 2 times. The first time with the Hourglass, the second time with the Guardian Angel.
Low health bars here for EVOS. They gotta back off. They gotta get away. And I gotta say, one team set up for that just the way they shoot. But EVOS, you need to be using your Fiora, and Lloyd needs to be pushing something. He needs to be creating pressure on the map, because Fiora, she's not a team fighter. She doesn't want a 5v5. Use her to push out mid lane while the rest of your team set up. EVOS, it's a little bit lacking there, but I want to look at the items right now. I want to look at how these 2 marksmen face off, because that's the other late game factor we got to consider, right? We have the Olaf, we talked about that, he's going to start falling off. Fiora, Camille, of course that's important, but look at the items on Koki, look at the items on Kai'Sa. They're starting to scale up.
The late game factor that I want to look at is Elder Inferno Drake.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something dumb like Braum.
You telling me that's not late game chat? No. Well, the Elder Inferno Drake.
Yeah, that's the biggest one, right?
Stacked up twice for one team. One team has managed to critically win 2 of these dragon fights, and so now going into this one, if they're able to play for their preferred win condition, both teams like this. Elder Inferno Drake gives them so much more damage, it can negate some of the weaknesses
It's
that
amazing
one
on
team
the
has.
Lux. It's amazing on the Lux. It's even good on the Kai'Sa, because you're shooting out these Ws. It's really effective on them. I would like to see CO pick up the Elder Inferno, because I think that is just a game winner there for one team. And I gotta say something else as well. In my predictions before we started this entire thing, I said one team would place above EVOS. Now I kind of want EVOS to win because I like the form they've been showing. But, you know, whoever wins, I'm a winner.
and as long as FLA also win after that, then
Yes,
your entire
yes, that's the
prediction
big
is
thing.
entirely correct.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. We'll take those.
I will take those for sure. Look at this though. Look at what's going on the map right now. What should not be happening is Kid should not be having control over Lloyd. He barely has gold lead, 100 gold. What is that at this stage? Nothing. Look at mid lane though. We might see a fight. You might have to flash.
Nah, I don't think so. Not
You might
anymore.
flash. You might flash.
Okay, sure. You might
Trade
flash.
it for fair player.
All right. Okay, sure.
I think the big thing right now, though, is one team, they're starting to control vision around the Baron. They're starting to control vision on the map. That could be one reason why Lloyd is starting to feel afraid, why Lloyd's starting to feel threatened. Can you please tell me why Lloyd built a Black Cleaver?
Because he was feeling very squishy.
Okay, buy a Death Stance, buy a Starix Gauge, buy a Guardian's Angel, Brandon.
He has
a Death Stance. Okay, buy a Starix Gauge then, buy a GA. The next team fight could be do or die, buy a GA.
His opponent has a Bramble Vest.
Your point?
And-
Oh, extra 20 armor. Yeah, that's true.
And Death Dance.
Buy a serrated duck. I can't even say that with a straight face. You know?
Look, I'm gonna give it to him. I genuinely think that Lloyd has made best done with what he could. If you're talking about
Has
the
he
most, if the most effective build, undoubtedly would be to go for those additional items, go for the Starix Gauge, get the serrated, stuff like that, right? But ultimately, as we look into the situation as it stands, Lloyd needs something now to give him some power
Guardian's
against it.
Angel, Grandin. If you power now, what does that mean? GA, because it gives you 2 lives in the fight.
GA will only help them if they don't end up having to route from the fights anyway.
Well, if you're routing from fights anyway, you're probably losing, isn't it?
But they kind of are. That's the thing.
Yeah,
There's an ebb and flow. EVOS and one team giving and taking position, giving
That's
and
the
taking
big thing, though,
control
because
of the
there
game.
should be one pain point for one team. There should constantly be one pressure point for EVOS, and that is this Fiora-Camille matchup. But the fact that he's avoiding these 1v1s, like why is Kid always the one off in the side lane? Because he's confident to take these 1v1s, because he's played this matchup a million times for sure by now. Lloyd, though, not exactly his pick, not exactly even his role for a while now. He's kind of forced into a tough situation. He needs to do the best that he can, and right now that starts with stopping this drag.
They have full vision of this happening, so starting to
Senyo's
walk
coming.
in, look at the back. Senyo gets knowledge of what happens
gonna
here.
come down to a flip.
Dragon down the half. Lloyd tries to set things up first, has both his summoner spells and his ultimate being used, but unable to finish them off. Ninja 7 pulls them in, showstopper, facebreaker, all locked into
over.
place. One team start to tear into pieces. EVOS flashing over the wall, trying to survive, live a moment longer. Senyo chasing after the kill, but watch out for Kid either way. He finishes them off. G4, the final stand, the final bastion for EVOS will survive and take down Sue. But how much does it matter as Kid chases after tactical sweep and auto attack for the ace?
My heart breaks for EVOS. They're looking for the annual. One team, they smell blood in the water. This time around, in the rematch, Summer Super Cup, you might have taken the trophy over us. You might have taken the crown over us. But we're gonna make it to fight another day against FENNEL Adversity.
One team rushing down the Nexus, 20 minutes in. The long-standing rival finally taken down to beat EVOS in this tiebreaker.
My heart goes out to EVOS once again. It's a difficult situation to be put in. High fives around for one team.
Well,
First
one
time
high
today.
five.
Yeah, not exactly high fives all around. Only 1 or 2 of them. Okay, you know what? We'll move on.
Move on.
Because it's not over yet. Because it's not
It's not,
over
it's
yet.
not.
Yeah. They know this is only the first step they need to take. The second step, it comes from facing against FLA. Of course, once again, commiserations to EVOS. That means they will be knocked out of the tournament as a whole. That means that so far, my power rankings are safe.
Oh, well, the curse of being too correct.
Yeah, I know.
You've literally called out SLG, EVOS, now one in FLA fighting.
Yeah.
Can you refresh our memories? Who comes up ahead in this?
Yeah, in my predictions, I said that FLA will come out second in the play-ins, which means they beat one team who come out third.
My goodness.
Let's see, right? Let's see.
That's terrifying. That's
It's coming
terrifying.
soon as well. That's a matchup that we'll see happen today after we get through all of this. But once again, I really gotta say, my heart goes out to EVOS. It's a tough situation to be put in. And my heart goes out to G4 specifically. The last match that you get to play here on the big stage. You're put on the Garen duty. Your team doesn't exactly deliver. Veldis, he's on Olaf. He's trying his best. He's not in sync with his team. He falls off. And ultimately, that's EVOS out of the tournament.
I mean, at least it wasn't your Olaf.
At least they
My
got
Olaf would
at
have
least
won
they
that
got-
game
at
10
least
minutes ago.
At least they got you Valdez's Olaf. Valdez did a great job on the Olaf, I have to say. If it was yours, yeah, they would have lost 10 minutes ago. One team would have won 10 minutes
Brendan,
prior.
I'm gonna swing a reckless swing at you after this camera turns off.
But I have to say, great showing from EVOS, and this long-standing rivalry between these two teams has had tremendous impact, I would say, on the narrative, on the growth of all the teams involved here. But it's not quite over. One team still have more to prove, still have more to try and set up for. FENNEL Adversity have not had the biggest impact on the international stage, whereas teams like One Team EVOS have shown their faces around a couple of times. Now it's time to start seeing the new injection of talent come into play.
And to be fair, one team had, FENNEL Adversity rather had a decent showing at the C Championship.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
hopefully they can repeat it this time around, and it starts with one team.
With that recent success, having that recent success, building off that knowledge and preparing themselves for the future. So we're going to toss it over to the panel from here and let them continue this discussion after that amazing BO1 tiebreaker between EVOS and One Team.
What a banger for a death match just now, really close, and I'm close at the brink of tearing up my eye right now because that was a heck of a game. And one advancing for the best of 5. It's not that they try to high five, but it's not done yet, as we still have a best of 5, Riku and Contra. And also, what are your take regarding that best of 1?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is basically a very staple One Team, right? Like, you basically... and during the draft, okay, EVOS took one of the trinity of One Team's Xianyo's strength in the early game. That's basically 3. Olaf, Lee Sin, and Xin Zhao. Eventually, still, Lee Sin available. He's able to control, be the puppet master for the early to mid game. But the game, EVOS wasn't able to get a humongous lead. It was very, very close. So that means as you trickle towards the later stages, 20-minute mark, that's where One Team shines. They have that Kaisa. And for me, the one thing that stood out the most, I agree with Omo. The Fiora, Lloyd, unfortunately, wasn't split pushing. I was a bit puzzled because Fiora, I believe, is the strongest hull breaker champion, and then the rest is like A tier, B tier, right? So they were joining the team fights. They couldn't maximize the Fiora pick to apply pressure across the map. But at the same time, EVOS' strength, I totally understand. It is the team fights. It is them winning the big 5v5s. But I felt like One Team's composition was more equipped because, number one, they have Engage. They have the set. They have Hextech Ultimatum. They have Hold with the Lux. EVOS, they only have Disengage. The Olaf is just going to scream Demacia and hack and slash, but nothing to hold them down. Braum is for Disengage, most likely, because you have a full engaged team on the opposite side. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry,
like,
Contra.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry,
I
Contra,
understand
wait.
your full rant on it because
Yeah.
I would have done the same.
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah.
I want to ask
Go
that.
on.
The man when Riku mentioned that they had everything, but why did Riku actually change?
Yeah.
moment?
Like, now she has to cry with
That's
us.
true, though.
We
That's
cried
so true.
together. But hey, Chuchu, you definitely got the right prediction here. And it was down to all the sort of staple picks that they've gotten for themselves, right? But going back to that point on that Fiora, I guess EVOS Esports, they realize if they don't have that Fiora around, they will lack so much more damage. We saw what happened in some of these team fights. It was kind of like a 50-50 at first, and then One Team Esports, they overwhelmed EVOS, and without that Fiora being around, I guess she's already built into that Stasis Hourglass. So if you have that TP, sure, go for that Hullbreaker, and you will be able to match up. But I think it's a show of no confidence from Lloyd after getting soloed out early on.
That's true. I agree with you there. And I really, really agree with Contra's point about they're going to lack the damage because G4 is not on an assassin. He's not on a damage champion. He's a champion that has to stay alive. Yes, he's very effective against squishy champions, but at the same time, you're just going to get kited out by the Lux, by this Kaisa, which, again, props to One Team. They were very patient. They were so unfazed with the aggression of EVOS. It's like, we read you like a book. We know what you're trying to do. We can just stall out. It's fine. I love the adaptation as well with lane swapping because it was a bit worrying that Kaisa wasn't paired with a disengaged champion. You know that a Kaisa early game is so vulnerable in the lane. What they did, they lane swapped because what can a Garen do? Yes, G4 almost killed Yumao, but at the same time, they couldn't really keep doing that, and Yumao was able to transition to the late game.
And on top of that, we look at the performance of every individual player here. Xianyo was doing everything right. There was so many opportunities that Valdez was trying to look for. They snatched it perfectly on time, and this was that golden
showstopper right there to crush their hopes and dreams.
I mean, like, we saw the moment that definitely all of us are actually just start to question. Fiora, no Heartbreaker, the best moment to use it, not split pushing. We saw the Camilla, the split push just now on top before they ended up. And also, you can add up in the Odo lose, not really.
The
losing Odo lose
the
condition.
Eldrick's up, and it's like,
Yeah,
this
there
is
you
what
go.
we were worried for. And though EVOS Esports, they get that free access, I would say that they did, one team, they had the right idea. They did what EVOS does best. They like to congregate, surround their enemies. This time, when they're the ones on the receiving end, there was no answers.
I hate to say it, but there's two actually auto lose condition on the side of EVOS here. First, it actually dragged out quite a long time.
Yes.
We thought that they actually progressed into a team that can actually close it up in the mid game, but they didn't. And you mentioned the auto lose option. Contra is going to be one. They're going to be dragged over to Elder Drake. Secondly, I have to say it's going to be G4 not having his champions like you hope it will be Rico.
Oh yeah, because we talked about the auto lose condition of one team is that G4 dominating his lane with an assassin champion or a carry champion
Yeah.
whatsoever, but it wasn't a Garen. And that was enough space for one team. Really love the draft from one team as well. I was a bit worried without any disengaged champions for the Kaisa, but they played it out really well. Xian Yo did an amazing job relieving pressure across the lanes.
Yeah, I guess this goes back to the picks and bans, right? I think it was pretty worthy to invest in the ban on that set, because if they're not going to be the one that pick it up, then why not just remove it completely? Because that definitely has been a problem to be dealt with throughout this course of the battle. And sure, it doesn't matter if he's going mid lane, support. G4, he wants that matchup against this set. And whether you get it or not, it really doesn't matter. How much more does the set contribute into the team fight is what brings one team to glory here.
But hey, what's done is done, and that's going to be the death match. The best of one. Nothing can be changed, but definitely something can be changed for their journey to greatness as FLA versus One Team Esports next in for the fight of a second place to advance to the playoff for our next series, which is going to be the best of 5. We're going to hit the break for a bit. We really need the break right now as we're going to jump into the next very interesting series. See you guys in a bit.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. mission, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. I can hear whispers and far I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it needs to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight.
Welcome back, Wildlings! Finally, here we go for our final day of the play-ins. In the WCS Finals play-ins day number 3, we're down to the best of 5 here between FLA versus 1. But before that, thank you. This is brought to you by Riot and also Coca-Cola. But hey, Riku and also Contra, after the entire gruesome of the play-ins, we're finally here with FLA and 1 team.
Oh my god, the stakes are incredibly high. One team just came off of a very intense 1v1, not 1v1, BO1 rather, against EVOS to get the last third place slot, to fight for the last slot to get into the playoffs. This is going to be very, very intense.
Yes, and they've already eliminated their opponents back in the Summer Super Cup, but there's more work to be done here. Falliversity, they have played against one team before even this tournament began. That was during the off-season, and they've managed to actually clinch victory and walk off with the top prize. But this time around, it's a different beast that they're dealing with, and we saw one team, they're riding on this momentum. There's a chance that they could still find those victories against FENNEL.
I mean, like, both FLA and also a 1 team have a bit of a slow start, maybe a bit of too safe, we can call it. But right now, both teams that actually play it very safe reach it up to just the battle for the second place here, Riku.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both of these teams have changed over the course of the play-ins. It's crazy. One team in FENNEL, they're known to be very slow teams in a way where their win condition has to reach towards the 20-minute mark, up to the 25-minute mark. It's crazy. And the adaptation for 3 days, now they're able to get another win condition is snowballing, being very confident in the early game. It all boils down to mostly, it's quite similar, right? To top, jungle, and mid lane to control the early to mid.
Yeah, and I guess that when it comes down to this matchup, it goes down to how well can FENNEL control their team fights. And we saw early on, One Team Esports, Yumao looked great on at Kaisa. And we gotta take a look at Xianyo. He's been doing everything to get things working for One Team Esports. And I believe that we're gonna be looking at a few champions here being contested for this entire BO5. We're probably expecting things like the Lee Sin. Olaf is going to be one of them. Camille as well said. These 4 picks is going to be up for grabs for either one to really put up the best performance.
Yeah, speaking of which, you did mention about Zanyo, and we do know Ninja 7 plays a big part as well. But hey, FLA, we do know the doming phobia thing. And earlier today, they're also the only team that managed to defeat Cerberus in that state of all the other teams. But when they fought against one team before, it was a draw. So do you think some things might change, Eriku?
Oh yeah, BO5, it's a different scenario. It's a different ball game. You have a lot of leg room, wiggle room to adapt throughout the draft, to change things here and there, see what works, feel the waters at the first game rather. And I want to bring up something in regards to FLA, because FENNEL Adversity has been here before in the play-ins. Last year, they were here at the SEED Championships, and they were so close to locking in towards the next stage, but unfortunately, they were defeated, but I believe against Flash Wolves, and they're here again. Will they finally move to the next stage, which is the knockouts rather, or will they fail again the second time?
This time, I don't think there's a Masters phobia going on for the team, but yet again, if you look at track record, I believe that we have discussed this before, back end of the stage, where FENNEL Adversity, how good are they in the best of 5s? Because track record-wise, I don't think that they're the best here. One team, they've played a 1,000 of them by now. So I feel like they've always been able to drag on games for really long. They definitely do have that stamina run here against FENNEL Adversity. And with that wealth of experience that they've had over so many of all these tournaments, I think that they can come up on top here.
Well, speaking of endurance, I think both teams pretty much have the same level of endurance, since you guys both mentioned they are loving as long as they can drag, and they know how to take advantage when it comes to dragging game of the entirety. But hey, we didn't mention about when it comes to their draft and so forth. We do know some teams will try to ban out certain signature champions we mentioned before, especially Lee Sin. We do know how he can control, but also we want to mention this is going to be the team joining in, following up with Cerberus to play in the playoffs. So definitely it's a huge best of 5 series. It's all down how they want to path out there, how they want to carve their great journey, because if they ended up here, it's gonna be, is it gonna be 3-0, 4-1, 3-2? That's another story. So I need to ask you guys, how long we're looking into this best of 5 series?
Full 5 games. I bet it's full 5, knowing both of these teams, how they like to play slow and steady, even series-wise. I think it's going to be a full game 5, but I think it's going to be 3-2 FENNEL Adversity.
Now, I want to bring up a point before I get to my prediction, right? Today, I really want to think back on how I should predict this, because these guys, FENNEL Adversity, 2 old Cerberus. Nobody has been able to do that. So I think that FENNEL, they will have a good head start 2-0. And then that's where, bam, reverse sweep happens. I'm going with one team.
Like losing up some steam, which I think is a possibility, because when we look at FENNEL Adversity's performance in the local, like the regional finals, they would always win the first game, but then they'll lose momentum at the succeeding game. So I see Contra's point. But something that we haven't seen, though, is FENNEL Adversity is known to be a team that is so confident as a unit, as a cohesive unit. That's the time they shine. But something that we haven't seen before is a Rise being super confident in taking in the 1v1s. Usually FENNEL Adversity, they want to be together first before they go in. But this time around, they've been winning the 1v1s, the solo lanes. So I think this is a different face that I really love seeing from FENNEL Adversity. It will definitely help them against one team.
Hey, at least they're upgraded throughout the entire play-ins, and that's a totally level up coming up from the side of FLA. But is it their final form? Because if that's their final form and they stop here, their journey ended up here. But it's not. We do know they are on the journey to the road of greatness. And nevertheless, we're waiting for our draft to happen. You guys watching at home to actually predict as well if also you guys think it's going to be a 3-0, 3-2, 4-1. I don't know. But hey, prediction so far, FLA is going to be on the side of Riku with a 3-2.
Yahas.
3-2 for you. And Contra?
I hate to lock this in. I know that a lot of the Filipino fans are
Lock
probably
it.
watching and they're like, Contra, please. Like, I'm going to take torches and stuff and like, I'll find your homes. But I still think that one team, they've got so much experience in these best of 5. So I'm still going with them. I love FENNEL University. I hate to see them go, but at the end of the day, it's a competition. I'm thinking that one team, they will do better in the playoffs.
What score? Reverse sweep? Wait, what?
3-2. 3-2 reverse sweep.
Production, do I have to do it as well? I don't want. Can I be neutral in this? I don't want to jinx any team right now.
I can leave you out. Hey,
I don't. Leave me out of this. I don't want to do this because I might cry. I have to. I have to. Okay. I just wish right now for me one team. I'm going for one team. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I felt like whispering in her ear. It's like FENNEL.
FLA. Almost like FLA
Yeah.
too. But hey, it's gonna be for me still one team with a maybe 3-2 or 3-1. I have no clue honestly because.
Oh, you said FENNEL?
One team.
Stop
confusing
being annoyed
me.
now. She's really annoyed rather.
I get confused by it because they are both very good. I mean,
Yes.
like any team at this point, I would be happy with it, honestly speaking.
Oh yeah, for sure. Both of these teams are very, capable of facing off against teams that are currently already in the playoffs. So a lot of confidence, but of course, FENNEL University, you got this.
But hey, we're just gonna have to wait and see if that's happening. But let's see who will join in CERBERUS in the playoff. Let's just jump straight into when it comes to FLA versus One Team Esports. Ladies and gents, here comes our draft in the best of 5. Who will advance for the second place here, Riku and Contra?
I don't know. It's like one of those things. Does FENNEL Adversity and One Team go back to default? Go back to their regional strengths? See who's the better late game scaling team? Or do something that has been working throughout the entirety of the play-ins, which is adapting towards early game junglers, mid laners, and as well as top, and then revolve around that, making the dual lane being that late game scaling insurance. And the answer will be if the Ziggs is going to get banned in the first rotation.
Well, I expect that both teams will be able to play it really safely as well. So therefore, they will just leave that option open. What they will have to worry about from One Team Esports, that you want to take out some assassins on your way if you still want to open up that double marksman. But they are taking out a marksman off the list, and that's going to be the Varus, which we saw. You can safely poke it out, and it's going to be so annoying to deal with, it could halt their progress.
Yeah, this is a thing you pick if you want a good 2v. You want to pick a short-ranged champion for you, Mao. I'm looking at Kaisa, I'm looking at Vayne, I'm looking at Lucian as well to be that early game aggression, to enable early game aggression rather, and FENNEL Adversity has been picking that up for Danny as well.
Yeah, and now leaving this one ban for One Team Esports to decide what do you want to let into this matchup. Is it the Set? Is it the Camille? So whichever one you're going to be letting go of, Calm's going to be really happy to pick it up, and we've seen the Ryzen on Set before. He's been able to do fantastic on it. Now it's going to be the Set, so this is free reigns for FENNEL University to just lock it in.
Yeah, that's definitely free reign for them. The Camille is going to enable a lot, especially Calm has been performing really well on the Camille. Even if it's 0-2, it doesn't matter. He can definitely slow down the bleed, act as that big 4-1 split pusher, and activate that pressure on the side lanes.
That's right, as we expected out of FENNEL Adversity. Now, One Team, they also do have a few options available, and I think that, yes, and that's definitely a good shout. So, Kit, though,
as well as Shanyo, if they really want to get that Lee Sin, just like how they go up against EVOS Esports, they could possibly snatch that one away. You don't want Domeng to be unleashed throughout this match, but Gragas is going to be just as good as a pick.
Yeah, remember earlier on, FENNEL Adversity kept banning the Gragas because they want an all-in composition. The only two picks that can disengage are Braum and Gragas. Gragas is the better one just because you have really good damage early game. You have engage as well. You can set up a lot for your team. I like this Jax pick though. Look, I am so amazed how if I draw a Venn diagram of FENNEL Adversity, of Domeng and Xianyo's picks, they're just so similar. Every pick is in the middle because that's Jax, that's Lee Sin, that's Xin Zhao, and as well as, of course, the banned Olaf, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that their odds are really good here, but one team is already telling you that, hey, I want to go fight. If we do get a good late game potential, then they really have to watch out because this hyper carry Jax need to be supplemented in that early game. So FLA, they can put in the pressure and they start off with the Senna. So I see you going for your predictions. I think that this is going to work out for them.
Exactly right, because there are two enchanters still open, Yuumi and as well as Lulu. That is something that can help enable, accelerate, and help keep the Jax alive whenever he goes in. So does one team go through that route, or they just keep sticking with their guns, putting a lot of tanks on the board to make sure that they have a lot of sustain?
Yeah, and I really like this if they really want to ensure that they have a safe laning time. If they're going to put that Gragas down bot, it's going to be pretty risky as well because like you could just have this good chase coming from Nasus, and then you have that infinite scaling as well for FENNEL Adversity. So one team esports, they're running on a timer. They want to ensure that if they do get those fights, they want to close it off early. But this Corki here has been their staple pick, so they will just fall back to it. Is there a chance that we're going to be seeing this Gragas in the jungle? I think not.
I don't think so. I think it's still going to be most likely either mid or bot or dual lane or support. Jax, I feel like, will be towards the side of Xianyo. But it's something that, okay, they're going to be that late game scaling insurance instead of the dual lane. And one team is slowly looking, I'm looking at them like a very strong mid game composition. Meanwhile, for FENNEL Adversity, they're going back to their roots. A lot of scaling, look, that's Camille, that's Senna, that's Nasus. And we'll see now one team really, really looking forward, having their guard up on Arise's picks, removing the Akshan and the Zed. What's left? The Akali still up, Diana still up.
But picking in the Akali here, it's going to be pretty hard to really get through the front lines. And if you dive into the back line, say if FENNEL picks it up, Corki could easily just Valkyrie away. So you, ideally, if you just burn the package, it doesn't even matter because there's other beefy boys out there. So a lot of all these safety net picks, such as the Morgana, has been taken off. And I just love for the fact that one team, they've been staying precautious to ensure that there's not going to be the most deadly assassin on the field. So now one team gets to decide, okay, what better picks should they go for here before they lock everything in? And they start off here with the Renekton, which can still be flax.
Yeah, that's true. It can still go towards mid. I feel like this is going to be a staple towards top. I feel like it's a very safe, strong early game anyways, especially Camille against the Camille. So I'm looking to see what they pick for Arise because the Diana has been a huge key for FLA's victory, especially when we look at the Hextech ultimatum into the Moonfall, and that's ultimately huge. The biggest problem that FLA will face is the Gragas, the disengage that we're talking about. I love this from FLA, but at the same time, this worked before, but there's disengage now on the side of one team.
What I really love about this Diana pick is that they're daring one team esports to put this Corki up in the mid lane. So this is going to force them to give it over to Yumao, and now Ninja 7 will have to see what really goes best against this Diana here. Honestly, looking at the options on the table, there's not many of that options that's going to be safe for them. But the Shen is going to appear. So is it going to be a Gragas mid lane? Very likely.
Yeah, okay, I think it still can be Shen top. Oh, right, you're right. It is going to be.
And yeah, like just look at that sort of bottom lane synergy between this Corki as well as Shen. Sure, early game they might struggle a little bit more as compared to this Nasus Santa combo, but I think they'll be able to hold up just fine. But split pushing, at least they can eventually have that chance to do roam around the map, get things sorted out, work together with Shanyo to secure those pickoffs.
Yeah, it's still not the same as having an enchanter with you, but having that stand united whenever the Jax goes in, whenever Xianyo goes in, it's just going to be ultimately huge because you need hold, and you have that taunt, you have that body slam, and I think that's enough of a CC for one team to get ahead.
But hey, the thing is, on papers or not on papers, can they execute it? And we talked about Calm being with the Camille before. It was really one of the best one we've seen. A very clean coming out from the side of that Camille. But we mentioned about Hullbreaker. We'll be looking a lot for Hullbreaker as well today because these two teams really love playing the split as well.
And
Renekton mid.
Yeah, Renekton mid. That's the perfect answer from One Team Esports because you put that Corki up mid, it's going to be a death wish after all. And even Gragas going up against the Diana, I guess that the Diana would still be able to do a little bit more. So I don't know who to really root for in this very first game. It's looking like it, but there's so much crowd control for one team.
Nevertheless, let's just jump straight into our Cassus, and just Cassus take it away for a best of 5 series, game number 1.
And the matchup is Unleashed FENNEL Adversity versus One Team in this best of 5 to find its second team joining Cerberus in the playoffs. Guys at home, we want to know what you guys think this matchup is going to look like. Omo, I know you have some thoughts.
Oh yeah, I have very clear thoughts. I want to call my panelists cowards for predicting 3-2s and 3-1s, and I'm going to call it FLA. They're going to 3-0 this easy.
Wow, you've gone all the way around.
I told you, FLA is second best team here. They're going to make it out of groups.
Slap some sense into you. You've gone all the way around. Your
That sticker
mind's
had some
cleared out.
properties.
It's all cleared out now.
Sticker had something seeping into my brain for sure, but I'm definitely a big fan of FLA, though I must say, I really like this draft from One Team, and you know I hate me some Corki. But this draft looks good. It makes a lot of sense. You got a lot of good matchups. You have clear win conditions. FLA, though, this comp, it fits them, right? It screams FLA. It screams their identity. Let's see which one works out better.
Now we have to remember auto loses auto win conditions, and part of them were to give Calm his Camille.
Yeah.
Get him on something that's
Calm
able to
split
carry
pushing, right?
specifically with the Camille to enable that split pusher and get things going for his team.
Well, this is definitely one of those situations where he could, though you got to consider, I think, One Team, they have very good answers to that. You have both the Protec in the Shen, who can do very well to negate the Camille split push, and you have the attack in the Jax, which is a traditional counter pick to the Camille. Sure, you might say he's a jungler, but it doesn't matter once you get to the mid game.
And we look over to the rest of the composition. One team surprised us with a very early Jax pickup with Senyo, and he's looking to establish some control now. These two teams trading back and forth, trading blows here as Domain picks up his Kha'Zix, a very strong pick that he's looked super comfortable with.
Yeah, same with the Kha'Zix into Olaf matchup. I think the Jax Kha'Zix matchup functions very similarly. So Kha'Zix has a good time in this 1v1. Though you got to consider the Jax is really never really alone this game, right? You got Danny and Arisen who both just blown both their sums. Good 2v2 there from One Team's bottom lane. You got to consider the fact that Arisen cannot really roam. Danny's not that effective when he roams, given their champions. But Ninja 7 on this Gragas, he's gonna be playing for Xianyo. Kit, he has to stand united for Xianyo. It's not entirely going to be an isolated 1v1.
And what I really like to see from FLA, from FENNEL Adversity here, is the fact they went for the Camille, right? So one of the big issues that we had with the composition, like FENNEL Adversity has played with before, is that when you run that Nasus setup, you don't really have good hard crowd control. You have to wither, but that's a soft amount. And so now with the Camille, I really like that it allows them to hold someone in place so they can finish them off with the damage they have.
Yeah, I mean, this team comp functions very well, right? Generally, when you think of center comps, you want frontliners, you want divers to be in front of you for you to both protect and attack. You heal and you damage at the same time. Camille functions very well in that regard, though she's not tanky. That's the problem, right? She's not tanky until 3 items, 4 items. She gets a Death Dance, Sterex, GA. It's a lot of time, especially if she builds a Hullbreaker, which it looks like she's doing.
And Omo, I have to say, this is our first best of 5 series.
Yeah, you're right. Let's
in the
go.
WCS finals, the very first best of 5 series.
Couldn't have asked for a better one.
And now we're looking at one team having played multiple games up to this point.
Yeah, they've played 3 games before.
With SLG, and then your tiebreakers against EVOS.
Hey, but you got to consider FLA. They played 2 games against Cerberus.
That is
not
true.
an easy task at all.
That is not an easy task.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at a full-packed day for these teams.
Yeah. It's exhausting, right? It's a test of your stamina. once you go into the playoffs, once you go into the knockout stages, best of 5s, one a day basically. It's much more forgiving. But today, you want to make it to groups, you want to get out as the second seed, you gotta prove you deserve it.
And that's what happens when you end up coming second, right? First runner-up in your regional qualifiers.
You know what
There
second
is
place
that
is, Brandon? You're the first loser.
There is that disadvantage had when you go into the competition. Now we feel that impact, feel the effects there for both these teams.
Yeah, and also because of the fact that they didn't manage to get first seed in the play-ins, right? So that's also one of the results. Now, Inferno Dragon spawning, Rift Herald spawning. Looks like we're going to see a 5v5 for the Dragon.
Start out by FENNEL Adversity. Kid does have a stand united, so he can join in after. Ninja 7 is going to start walking forward now. Dragon's down to 2,000. Moonfall pulls the Jacks back. Xianyo can't get it a bit fast enough,
gets it
but he
again?
steals it anyway. Holding them in place, they finish off Danny. And one team, first blood, first dragon.
We talk about Doming, Phobia, but now Doming, he's going to be a little bit afraid now. Game 1, first objective in this best of 5.
That kind of fell flat a little bit.
Thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome.
Game 1 of this best of 5, he gets the first objective stolen away from him. Xianyo goes home, gets a full completed Triforce. This Jax is looking a bit scary. Seal flashes in, right? They do get the last pickup here onto Danny, but that's really just it's an add-on, it's a top-up. It's a buy one, get one free. They get the Dragon, that's what matters. Now, they start off the Rift Herald as well. Out, kind of lacking on the side of one team, but so it's the same for FLA as well, and Calm isn't here. So, FLA, they just give up the Rift Herald. Two objectives gone.
Especially with the package, right? You don't want to be playing into Email's package.
Sure.
You know, there is a disadvantage to be had there, so FLA take the safer option. The question is how much they get punished for taking this choice.
And of course, Calm does have the Howlbreaker as well, so he's gonna need to try to get some pressure down here, but he doesn't even get a plate. Whereas on the other side, one team, they're gonna get this turret. It's just a huge win for them.
Beautifully done. They set the turret low enough so that one team can get the Rift Herald down onto the turret, finish that off, and execute it as the rest of FLA come over to defend. Now, Kid and Calm are going to be off in the silent, like you mentioned. We
Kid
see
and
that
Calm
Hellbreaker
sounds like a band name, right? It's like Salt and Pepper or something like that. Kid and Calm.
Kid and Calm. Kid and Calm. It could be the band name.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, Kid did go for a bit of an interesting itemization choice. I do like it when he goes to first item Sunfire Cape. I'm not really a fan of this Divine Sundra, especially in this matchup. You tell me he's playing against Garen or something, he wants a Sundra first, I could kind of get it. You're playing against Camille, I think your job here is clear. You don't need damage, your comp is a lot of damage. Just buy a Sunfire Cape.
Look, that's what everyone does, right? Yeah. That's what everyone goes for, Sunfire Cape. That's not about...
Kid himself has gone for a Sunfire Cape.
Yeah,
before.
he's not about that life anymore. Now, he's a Divine Thunder kind of guy.
He saw what happened to G4 earlier today. He said, you know what, you play tank, your team lets you down. You know what, I'm just going to buy damage myself.
That's true, yeah. You know, someone's going to get the job done.
Yeah. And I think that someone actually is going to be Xianyo. Look at him, Triforce already, 1,000 gold up on Doming, who was an absolute monster in their wins against Cerberus earlier today. But now Xianyo, he is doing very well for himself in the Jax. I think he's very happy with the tempo of the game and how it's progressing for him.
And this was supposed to, like, such a big part of the conversation, right? FLA one team, Riku brought up time and time out. Both these teams like to play for that late game. They like to stall things out. This is exactly what we've seen here. Senna available for FLA, Jax available for one team. Both are leaving themselves that option to go late.
They do have the option to go late. You do have the Camille for late game as well. Keep that in mind. But now we do see a bit of a kerfuffle here. We see a setup towards the
kerfuffle, I
side of the map.
suppose.
But nothing's really going to mount out of this, right? Neither one of these teams...
It's a minor kerfuffle.
It's not even a kerfuffle because there was no action.
Oh, they threw a couple of spells.
It was a stalemate.
Yeah, I don't even think you know what that. I don't even think you know what stalemate is.
It's when... Never mind, I'm going to make a really bad joke. I'm just not going to make it at all. It's fine.
Look at that.
That's character development. That's growth right there.
Oh, absolutely.
Alright, that's ultimate pops for both Xianyo and Siu, but this backup.
They want to try and chase after kill. Very nice knockback. The execute completed onto Calm and finishing him off. Another kill over the one team.
You know, I might be rooting for FENNEL Adversity. I might be a fan. I think they're going to trio. But when I look around the studio, when I see the Philippines fans here put their face in their hands every time FRA lose a kill, I gotta say I find a bit of a joy in that.
There's a reason you have the reputation that you have, Omo. I'm not going to say what it is, but there's a reason why you have the reputation that you have.
Did you know I was a big fan of Team Secret and I was cheering them on constantly at Horizon Cup?
Absolutely. At Horizon Cup, you were basically on their coattails, right? You were like, you
hey, I'm not going to say how much of a suck-up you were at Horizon Cup to some of the other teams as well, but it's all good,
I'm unashamedly a suck-up. You know, I really like the teams that I like, and you guys can call me out for that, but I'm very passionate about teams that I like. You want to play cool? Well,
okay, suck up.
I'm gonna hold it here. I'm gonna hold it here because
how does that boot taste?
Oh, it tastes great. It's a bit of chocolate, everything.
All right, well, look at this though. This is just crazy. Like one team have the scaling, they have the jacks, but they are getting every objective. While FLA, they try to trade top side. They want to dive a Shan.
Yeah, trying to make a play here, but Email's right on the tail, trying to set up for
it's
that
not
as
gonna
well.
work.
Dragon going over. I won't say it won't work. Look at Email losing so much health in the process.
It
Kid
won't work.
pops the ultimate, the Stand United as he Valkyrie's back again.
Nice.
Beautiful flash drawn onto Domain. The big one unable to finish off the Kazakhs, but flash forward, stun, slice and dice, exhaust onto Zeus, stops him in his tracks.
Oh my goodness, FLA, they just get away from that, burning so much from one team. Though they do lose Calm, they nearly lost more, unfortunately, than pan out for one team. Nice little shroud there from Danny, keeping Domain safe. Oh, was it Domain? Yeah, it was Domain, keeping him safe from the Ruthless Predator. He had to flash forward to get that, and still wasn't enough damage. Now, Rift Herald is up. I think package is down, so this should be something which FLA tries to fight. FLA, you have to do something. Outs are down, package is down. This has to be it.
Yeah, Rift Herald gonna get started up again, but this time around it's by FLA. FENNEL Adversity
Here we
set
go, here we
this
go.
one up. They try and jump in first, get the knockback, hold Ninja 7 up, but he knocks him away as well. So Calm uses his ultimate, not much value to be found there.
Kid is not tanky.
Joins back into the fight. He's not very tanky, but he has his skills. Doesn't take any damage to the auto attacks, walks down full HP.
Ninja 7 is low, lacking the ultimate. Full outs available for FLA, except the Hextech Ultimatum. I think this is a fight that you still gotta take.
Rift Herald still goes over the Xianyo. The redemption use gets them out of the pit. They just dash over, immediately disengage.
And this is a classic one-team performance. They win the fights without even really fighting you. They get the objectives. All 4 objectives so far in this game.
Victory,
in this series. Yeah, bloodless victory. Have gone over to one team. They have the Rift Herald, and look who has it, Brendan. It's in the pockets of a Jax. And you know what that means, right?
Split push Jax.
Well, I mean, that means like 1 or 2 turrets just in a blink of an eye, isn't
Split
it?
push Jax.
Split push Jax, yeah. And we said as well, the Camille's a win condition, but Jax is a fantastic answer to that. And unlike Lloyd before him, I'm sure Xianyo can capitalize.
Trying to defend this turret, they go on to Calm. Your turret will go down eventually. They adapt to
No,
shield out for
he
the
could
Camille,
make
but
it out.
looking to sacrifice his life for the turret
Yeah,
pickup.
why? You see, it's so disjointed. It's clear that Calm is saying, let me die. I'm going to sell myself. I'm going to walk up. Yeah, this is not going to happen, right? It's just going to be a chunk.
Surely not. Yeah, Arisen is going to survive through this, but like you mentioned, when you have the Jax, have the Rift Herald, it just shreds through the turret so quickly.
Full control for one team.
I want to mention as well, look at what Zeus picked up. Zeus picked up that Hullbreaker. He's trying to match tempo here from Calm, and I think it's going pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think you need a Hullbreaker just based on the basis that you have a Jax based on the basis. First time hearing that one. But you have a Jax, so you don't really need a Hullbreaker. You're going to win any 1v1s in the side lanes regardless. Just give it some time. He's so strong, by the way. He's the richest person in the game. When you have 9,000 gold as a Jax, 2k over Kazakhs, your opponent, it just seems like a done deal to me here. It's Xianyo's show, and he will perform.
And you said 3-0, right?
Yeah, I said 3-0.
I just want to double
For one
confirm.
team. Maybe for one team?
Maybe for one team. Gotta keep your predictions on your toes.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You see, usually what happens is I play both sides, so regardless who wins, I win. This time I doubled down on FLA, and it's
And that
only
was a
fitting.
mistake.
That was a mistake.
That was a
for
mistake.
Sure.
Now you gotta pull it back. You gotta start changing the narrative.
It's too late.
Delete
It's
the
too late.
bots.
It might be a lot of things, but I don't backtrack on that.
Next objective up is going to be the Dragon in about 45 seconds, as well as the Baron in about a minute. And there is some value to be had here. FLA have the Kazakhs, makes it much easier to finish off the Baron faster than their opponents.
Yeah, look at the Kazakhs' items though. He goes Dustblade into the Black Cleaver. He needs the W evolve. I believe he has that already. It's gonna be a rough game for him. He didn't manage to get anything in the early stages. And the crazy thing is this entire game could have swung around that Infernal Dragon fight if Xianyo didn't steal it. I think FLA are feeling okay with the position of the game right now, but given how it's going, look at the map state. They're just resigned to give up this Cloud Dragon. They said we have to win the side lane. It's just brutal to me. Like, you're desperately trying to kill a Shan like this. It seems like this game is out of control.
We start to see movements
Give
from
up the
one
dragon
team
for this.
to walk over to the top side. Ninja 7
You can't kill a Shan.
trying to be in position to prevent a dive from happening, but despite
Desperation,
that,
Brandon.
I mean, FLA couldn't go for the dive either way.
That's never happening, right? And they go for... Wait, who are they catching? Danny's dead. Okay, FLA, they've lost the plot, right? We talked about massive 2-0 win against Cerberus. Then the thing is, you have a lot of downtime.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Omo. I agree with you that the downtime is the big killer.
It hurts, yeah.
But FLA is that team. They can beat anybody, but they can also lose to anybody.
Yeah, for sure. And keep in mind, last time they played against one team as well, they did lose game 1 in dominant fashion, in convincing fashion, before winning game 2 in dominant fashion. Might still turn it around here today. It's not over just yet. It's only game 1.
Oh, absolutely. Still not over. Not anywhere close to over.
This is something.
As we do see Senyo locked into the pit alongside Calm. But watch what happens here. Arise dives in with the moonfall while kiting away. We just end up seeing the Jax 2 fed, unable to be dealt with. Renekton charging forward as well. Once FLA routed under turret, has started to back off. Then he finally comes back into the fight. But you can see his impact minimal as one team walk away.
Grandin, I need you to call back to the draft. I need you to call back to auto losers, auto win conditions. What was that? Split push Camille. Split push Camille trap. They first picked this Camille in the draft, Grandin. They put so much value on it. And one team just says, all right, we don't care. We got a Shen. Kid's amazing at it. We got a Jax. We can match you every single way you want. And this is going to hurt for 2 reasons. Number 1, of course, you lose the game in a best of 5. Number 2, this is going to hurt your mental, this is going to hurt your prep, this is going to hurt your game plan, this is going to hurt your strategy. Look at this team fight, it's not even close. Everything committed from FLA. Danny's a little bit late, sure, but you just don't even see the health bars go down on the side of one team. It's convincing, it's dominant.
And this is despite what you said. Divine Sunderer, okay, he also goes to the Hellbreaker now.
Oh
so
my
he's a very powerful.
No, you see, when I see one team's team composition and I think they're going to 1-3-1, I assume Senyo and Kid will be the ones 1-3-1.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, apparently not.
It's doing Kid. They're the ones that want to go for the 1-3-1. They don't care about anything else.
If only there were 4 lanes on this map, Grandin.
Oh, absolutely. They would do phenomenally. The more objectives there are on the map, the more things there are to split push one team, the better. What we see here,
the kick starting to hurt though.
Hellbreaker doesn't come into effect because Senyo's right by the side. It's going to remove the effect, so losing some of the additional bonuses there.
And it's a bit unfortunate for Calm as well, right? When you have this Hellbreaker, but you're forced under your own turrets, when you're forced into your own base, unable to really push out, you kind of lose a lot of value of that item. He has the TP as well. I do like that pickup from Calm. I think it's necessary if he needs to be matching the Shen. Problem is, it's looking so rough for him. If he ever shows up in the side lane, he needs to be so afraid because the map, it belongs to one team. Look at how funneled into their own side of the map FLA are.
We also have to start thinking about that Elder Drake. One team has stacked 3 for themselves. Once they find that 4th, unkillable, effectively.
Yeah, pretty much, right? I think once you pick up the Mountain Dragon here as well. They were already taking no damage in the last team fight. We said this team comp relies very heavily on the Camille, on the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix now he's behind. Diana barely has any items. It's going to be also very difficult for them to do any damage. And if you get the Mountain as well, yeah, one team, I don't even think the health bars are going to drop in the next team fight.
In the next team fights, I'm watching out for Senyo. I'm watching out for Su. These frontline options available for one team as they shred through FLA, front or back line. Watch out for the Jax. Watch out for Renekton.
Yeah, and look at the top side of the map right now. Kid on the Shen, just chasing Diana away, chasing Arise away. Nothing at all he can do. Setup fully belongs to one team. River, map, jungle, whatever. It's all one team.
Hey, Leonard, I have a joke. Do you want to hear it?
I want to hear it? Do I though?
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Get your lawyer ready because you're getting sued.
It's just not even funny. Like, did you think that was it's just not even funny, man. All right, 20 seconds to the Mountain Elder Dragon coming up soon. We're going to see one team once again in full control. Yuma are going to head home, pick up the package, come set this one up. Honestly, I think this game is pretty much done here. I don't think FLA have a chance back in it.
They just need to set up for this cleanly. We watch this kid. He's able to go for the redemption because he has to stand united. This is one of the big timers you have to watch out for. Whereas you look at Calm. Calm has had to go for the teleport to keep up and match with the Shen. As a result of this, joining into the fight, unable to use the Hourglass, doesn't have a different active item, makes it difficult to play for.
This is where you ask yourself, what's the angle of approach here for FLA? How do you get into the river? And to that, I have no answer. I think one team, it's full control. There's nowhere for FLA to run. The only thing they can do, Domain, come in, steal this dragon, miracle coin flip, right? That's the only thing right now they can do.
I love how they took out the blast cone before going back into the pit. Have the ward there as well, and so now they're perfectly set up for this. Ninja 7, now he knows where they are. He's going to look there to be there to block them and knock them back. That tri-brush ward gives them so much information. Ultimate pop here. FLA need to make a final stand. They need to jump in now. A play has to be made. It still goes over to Senyo. He secures the other Drake for his team. Domain flashes back into the pit, but there's nowhere to run as Email is there to finish off the jungler of FLA.
And that's going to be Baron as well. And once you get Baron, Camille can no longer split push. Absolutely nothing he can do.
He stayed longer than he had to. He tried to go for a turret. He was desperate for a play. Flash available. Up for Kid. He dives in for the kill. Now onto Baron.
Barring the 2 turrets picked up by FLA, basically a perfect game for one team. What a start to the series. What a start for one team.
And as we look back at this team, the Masters region, looking to make a statement in a region where their biggest contenders, the Flash Wolves. Well, the Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves have done so well for themselves. One team in their shadow now, trying to make a stand and join the fellow Masters region team in the playoffs.
Well, it's only game one, Brendan.
It's
I
only
know
game
you're a big
one.
fan of the Masters region, but
Of
it's only
course.
game one.
It's only game
FLA,
one.
the big question right now is, can they keep their hits in the game? Wildcats keep your head in the game. Can they do it? Because that's a problem for them in the past, right? That's a problem they've encountered in their own regional playoffs, losing against RRQ, made the miracle run. They need to keep their heads in the games. They need to be stable. They need to have good mental because they need to come back. They need to find a 3-1 here, right? Domain was instrumental in their win against Cerberus, but this game,
Absolutely.
he's been absolutely silent, hasn't he?
We need to see Domain step up to the plate.
Yeah.
Calls for the batters to step up to the plate. FLA, unfortunately, won't be able to get there. Match is going to be called here as one team start to escort the minions into the base.
This game is over.
Watch as all three side lanes start to collapse in. The Baron and Power minions starting to make the difference. Flooded in by minions as one team escorts them, the orchestrators of this match from start to finish, slowly whittling away the turret. The Nexus will fall, and this is game one. Over to one team.
And granted, that wasn't a loss. That wasn't just a loss. That was a heartbreaking loss. It was a mental crushing loss. Finally! High fives all around from one team. Not just one person, high fives all around. Some laughs, we see some smiles. They know they're that much closer, one step closer to making it to the main stage. Of course, they got 2 more games to win. It's a best of 5. FENNEL University, they are very much still in it.
They need to set themselves up here. And so looking forward for one team, they were able to give us a really good showing. I like what they did, figured out something with their draft. You talked about how the Jax coming in early was similar and reminiscent to something like an Olaf versus Kha'Zix matchup, and they played it so well, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, it's also because FLA, I think they were too afraid to pull the trigger here. I think for the rest of the series, I know the center pick has been great for them, but I think they need something to start fights. I think they need a way to engage, because this whole game, they just looked lost. They were desperate trying to find plays. I think part of that, they just didn't have enough tools.
But I don't think there's any too much pressure on FLA fans. FENNEL University fans all around the world right now can still sit back and say, yeah, that was the first match over to one team.
They lost the first match to one team the last time around.
Exactly. FENNEL University are a team that are able to pull back in the next couple of matches. I already helped Copium for the entire day, all right?
True. The entire tournament, really.
Entire tournament. Yeah. I'm so high up on Copium right now. Yeah, it's a and it's something that we have to see from FLA, right? They are a team that's been able to do incredible miracle runs before. Recent tournament success also in favor of FLA, and so as I look towards them now,
CERBERUS, right?
As I look towards them now, I have still a lot of faith in them to convert this match in their favor.
I lost some faith in that match for sure. I did think it was going to be a FLA trio. I did lose some faith there. It was too dominant. One team, they looked too good. But at the same time, I don't think it's entirely because one team played amazing. Sure, they played great. They did a good job. Senyo, of course, as usual, always a good player. Problem is, I just think FLA dropped the ball, frankly.
In part of almost 200-page terms and conditions, you can play great, but not that great.
I mean, it was okay. It wasn't an amazing performance.
It's all right.
Put Flash Wolves in there, they would have done better. Wouldn't have dropped those 2 turrets for sure, I can tell you that much.
Well, that's enough from us over on the caster desk. We're going to toss it back over to the panelists to break this match 1 down.
Are they starting to lose their momentum for the side of FLA, or they just bluffing just for the sake to boost up the confidence for them to be overconfident for the side of one team esports? But hey, back with Riku and also Contra, that game just now, it was just, I'm sorry to say, seems like a bit snowball for the side of one team esports.
It's okay. It's a BO5. FLA is fine. FLA is fine. It's a BO5.
Huge copium right there.
I know, right? But I want to talk about, one team with their composition. It's a very textbook 1-3-1, 3-man having disengaged, which was the Gragas. And that's the thing, right? How do you counter a 1-3-1? You have heavy engage because you jump on the 3-man, and that's how you basically deal with it. That's the thing. FENNEL Adversity didn't have that. Diana, I don't think it counts as reliable engage because there's a wind-up, there's a timer, you need to get close, you don't have that layering. And I felt like that's the reason why Calm couldn't do Calm things, was because you're torn. Your only reliable engage was the Hextech Ultimatum. Therefore, the Camille will always have to join your team so that your team has engaged. And that's the problem. You're torn between these two things. And the fact that the 1-3-1 had double Hull Breaker, the only one that can match that was Arise, and Arise isn't a mage champion. You don't expect an AP champion to carry Hull Breaker. So,
we were just joking about what you're gonna do, like Dashar's Tooth Hull Breaker. Like that's not gonna ever happen, right? So I think one team esports, they assess the situation really well when it comes down to draft. It was won right there and then because they know what exactly to do when you put that Renekton up middle and you look at the overall draft. almost everybody out of One Team Esports have hard crowd control. That also meant that Domain, whenever he enters into the fray, there is so little window of opportunity for him to access the back line. And if he does, most likely than not, his life will be traded out for.
Exactly right. That's the big contrast. One team had a lot of CC. FENNEL Adversity didn't have. And I feel like this composition, while it worked against Cerberus, because the Gragas wasn't present in the entire game. They kept banning the Gragas against Cerberus because they had this type of composition. FENNEL Adversity will not be able to get away with that anymore as long as the Gragas is there.
I agree. The moment we saw the explosive cast kind of isolates in the bottom lane, the Dragon lane at first, that seems like things going just down south all the way from the side of FLA. Now, we did see the Senna side on the side of FLA. It did work for the route coming up from the Embrace, but it just didn't happen to be more engaging from my side. Or is it just a bit more towards just to disengage for them to root and run away from the Senna utility?
They picked the Senna Nasus, which, I mean, in the bans, in the draft, they've removed basically the aggressive pairs of a Senna. So you're now left with the tamed pair, which is a Nasus. Nasus doesn't do anything. He just
He's just nice.
I don't know, he's there. He's just there, basically. He says Wither, slows you down, but that's it. It's not the same of a big impact like what a Set Senna does, as a Galio Senna does. Even a Rakan, like, FENNEL Adversity is so good with Rakan. It's going to make an appearance, I swear, in the next game. Gragas is going to get banned, Rakan's going to appear.
Yeah, I do believe that there's going to be a little bit of a paradigm shift now that they have noticed, okay, this is a composition that we can't even deal with. So when it comes down to bans, sure, maybe the Gragas is worth investing on. So I think that there's also going to be a higher priority on some of the other things that they want it to let through, like the set, which have worked well. If you want to pair that Senna with somebody else, that's going to be pretty good. And we're going to look at other form of methods when it comes down to making sure that they have enough firepower to take on that fight. Domain, you can expect him to go to things like even Xin Zhao would have actually worked out, since Olaf's being banned throughout the series. So I would expect that to be the constant team. But FENNEL Adversity, I believe that there's still more fight in them, and they haven't flipped the switch to even more of those assassins.
Yeah, I like how you brought up the Xin Zhao, because remember, One Team, they love their double 80 carry compositions. From Summer Super Cup up until now, they brought it up here and there during the play-in. So Xin Zhao is a really good answer to double 80 carry, because yes, your ult blocks out those projectiles.
But we saw Shen just now as well. When it comes to unconventional picks, we rarely see Shen. So are we expecting something coming out from FLA, something unconventional, if they're desperate enough to get into the playoffs, Riku?
Unconventional. I think they're a team that really shines super well when it's something that they've been playing for a long time. It's like they're the team that sticks to their strengths, and that's a strength. Like, at this point, I feel like when they went up against RQ and they had a hard time during the regional finals, they brought Danny, when their backs are against the walls, they brought Danny into a Kaisa pick, into a Vayne pick. And I feel like it's possible because the Yuumi wasn't banned at all. Lulu wasn't banned at all. They're free reign to do a late game scaling champion. Not like a Senna. Senna's utility. They need something that go bam, 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 like a Vayne and a Kaisa.
It's always a fight for you. Yeah. There you go.
I like it.
Well, maybe back to the Meow Meow connection again.
True.
I do think that Rengar is a better pick as compared to the Kha'Zix. At least you can bullet strike somebody out there, but it's a very heavy investment, right? Like, it's always that 50-50 fights that they're going to be taking. Right now, FLA can't really go for 50-50s. They need at least a 60-40, right? And I guess that could actually work out. What you pointed out was true. And I don't even think that having a Yuumi here is going to be able to help you all too much. And it's kind of like technically like a 4 versus 5. And when you have everybody else with crowd control, it's going to be hard.
The thing is, I also realized our cast has just mentioned about that was a real mental break kind of loss. It's a really total loss coming up from FLA for their first match. Do you think it's going to be a bit tilting? Will they get tilted from that kind of momentum, be cut off straight away?
Nah, I think FENNEL Adversity is the kind of team that doesn't break mental easily. I think they are the type of team that ramps up within the series. Like, they study their team, they adapt through the drafts, and you know, it's just game one, anything can happen. Remember, back at the C Championships, they fought against Flash Wolves, their very last VO5 to be able to enter the next stage, the group stage of that tournament at that time. They didn't get to make it, but it reached a full 5 games. So came close. It's one of those things where, is the Masters region the bane of FENNEL adversity again?
Speaking of which, Contra, at one, right, we saw that sometimes. Do you think they can actually drag it all the way to BO5, like with the same momentum here? Like, really?
If it's gonna be looking like this, might as well just do it, because it seemed like FENNEL adversity didn't have any answers, right? And in essence, when you look at FENNEL adversity in this match, I don't think that their mental went boom or so, because they didn't really make too many mistakes, right? Like, they were trying to contest for the Drakes that they know that they shouldn't really fully invest in, and there's nothing too much that they could do with all the split pushing. There was just no clear-cut answer. It's like, okay, GG, go next. I think like we'll be able to answer this later on, and I guess we just have to see whether or not have they pinpoint which sort of target parties would they actually axe out. So maybe if you can get even Lee Sin for their side, I think at least that could activate some sort of plays for the map.
Oh, so down to game number 2. Yeah, I'm not sure. Are we ready for game number 2 yet? Not yet, they say. But hey, the thing is, they need the time to recuperate themselves for the side of, especially FLA. They had a good run today. Definitely, they had the momentum, and they were downtime for them. This is what we questioned when it comes to OMO back then. The downtime will be a bit of a problem for these guys. They cut off their momentum. They need to re-warm up to get where they started, like how they start at the start of the day. But the thing is, for one, do you have any specific? Okay, we're gonna go back to the loose conditions here. For the side of FLA, okay, what's the loose condition for FLA? And for you also, I want to do you have any in mind for one team, their loose condition as well?
Loose condition, it's really hard to navigate whether if it's really a clear-cut loose condition, because I think it's about that double marksman composition that we did talk about. So when it comes down to this, we saw, okay, FLA, they're really good with their assassins, and I guess one team have been able to just outdraft them overall. So it's really not the biggest of issue for one team.
I think for loose condition, we go back to what happened between Flash Wolves and one team. What was the problem? Bruce, they have a hard time against mid laners who take control of the map. I don't think Diana at the time, Arise, yes, he won against BMM last time at Cerberus. He did a 1v1, but against counter picks, against picks that neutralize your lane or disable your lane to get solo kills, like Renekton is able to match up. Hell, we've even seen Tryndamere against Diana matchups and from other regions. We've seen Tryndamere in the mid lane as well back in the WCSPH. So it's just one of those things that one team saw it coming already, that this is Arice's best champion, so he has to dig deeper and most likely pick his mid lane early. It's one of those things where, what do I choose? Do I pick it early so that I don't get it banned, so it doesn't get banned, or do I pick it later, dig deep into our pocket picks?
Oh boy. So down to the pocket picks. We're looking at quite early. I think it's a bit early for pocket picks right now. But hey, speaking of draft, here we go. Will be very strong draft coming out from FLA this time. A bit more balance, a bit more CC to engage and get a bit aggressive in the early stage. Or will they be a bit out draft again, just like we saw earlier?
Pick engage. It is still going to be Arisen though. It's not going to be Rafe, who is the best Rakan player in the Philippines.
So you're looking for Rafe actually more?
Arisen, depending on his picks, he can get more aggressive than Rafe. But if you're going to be on a Nasus, you're definitely not going to do anything. But they're still sticking to banning out the Galio. I want to see a Gragas ban or a Gragas first pick from FLA.
Yeah, that's going to be a working magic if they can actually get their hands on it. So they're going to run it right back. Look at the same way that one team have executed it. And maybe this calls for Danny to really turn into that hyper carry that he should be, than to go on, you know, Senna duties, Nasus duties, and such. So I think this might just be a better chance for them. Now we will expect that Jace to be taken off from either side of the Baron laners. So FLA, they're still going to leave things out in the open for themselves. So first pick, it's either that Gragas or it could be that Set too.
Yeah, if one team decides to leave that open as well. Set has been really amazing in setting up the team fights. Look at that.
Jax ban.
It's a Jax ban.
Okay, like, I don't think that targeting Shanyo is really the clear-cut answer right here, because One Team Esports didn't really rely on that Jax to really get everything that we saw. The problem was also the Camille, where you could single out targets and things like that. But FLA, sure, they got that Camille and they answered with the Shen, which they have managed to just keep him on that stalemate and later on have Shanyo to supplement. So they will go unaffected, Set being banned away. So
get the Gragas, please.
Gragas, please.
Yeah, get the Gragas. That has been FLA's struggle because the composition that they would like to use, especially if they lack the CC, this is gonna definitely answer that. FLA, I think Gragas is a very safe pick. You can pick it mid, you can pick it bot, even in the jungle for the side of Dome.
I think there was also a pick that we have
Camille
not
is open.
seen.
Yeah.
And yeah, they definitely will get that. And I like that call. But I was hoping to also see a Karma for either one of these teams.
Yeah,
it was
actually,
being left out in
why
the
did I
open.
forget?
Nobody
I'm mad
picked
at
Karma.
myself. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. I was focusing so much on the Gragas, and FLA could have picked the Karma. They put value on this Camille. If they want the split push Camille, please get an engage for Arisen, because that's what you're gonna struggle against later. Because look at that, they have Karma and Gragas.
The best of both worlds. Well, I predicted well. I'm giving myself that pat on the back.
Good
All
job.
right.
Good
So
job, Contra.
yeah, thank you, Riku. So FLA. Now, to deal with this really annoying composition, you don't want to get teetered, you don't want to be pushed back. I'm just thinking that it's kind of hard for them to even go for that Corki again. So they wanted something stable, so you can still have Calm go on this Garen duty, or you can still send up mid while you put that Camille in the jungle.
That's true. They can still pick up the Darius as well if they want to flex the Garen in the mid lane, Darius top, and Camille in the jungle. At least you'll have a lot of more impact because you can engage for your team and leave the rest to the Darius or the Garen. But look at that, that's gonna be the Yuumi. Who are you gonna power up? Are you gonna go carry jungle, or are you gonna go Kai'Sa? Are you gonna go Vayne? But that's so dangerous because you still don't know what the bottom lane is, what can destroy the Kai'Sa in the early game. The Ziggs can poke you out of the lane, and that could be dangerous.
Yeah, and I guess that Kai'Sa will be taken away by one team. It's like they know they wanted it, but now heading into the second draft, is it going to be that Rengar that gets banned away? Because there's a very high pick potential for FLA if they really want to go with it. Combined with the Hex that ultimatum, you could just basically single out, render this Karma useless, or just get rid of this Gragas overall if he's not tanky enough.
Yeah, that's true. The Meow Meow connection being that Rengar, Thrill of the Hunt, combined with the final chapter, you lock someone down, you get a pick, and this is slowly going to be, if they do lock in the Rengar, that's slowly going to be the pick composition, because you have Hextech Ultimatum, final chapter, just remove, delete someone immediately after that CC kicks in.
Remember, Lucian's also left available, but I don't really think that it may be that perfect answer to that. But it does give them enough of that damage. If you want to put that Karma out mid, it's still going to be a little bit of trouble for her to really match up to what the Lucian could possibly do. Sure, you get a few shields and you can get a few pokes, but you could constantly be hunting her out. So I wonder what's FLA's next move, and they even answer, okay, we don't even want that Lucian here in this match.
Honestly, it's super scary if they pick the Vayne here, because there's only two choices, right? Either you empower Doming, or you empower Danny. And it seems to me that if you want to match the scaling power that one team has on this Kai'Sa, it's actually super rare to see a Vayne Kai'Sa game. Either you want to shut the Kai'Sa down early, instead of strong arming, see who gets to perform well mechanically at the later stages of the game with a Vayne and Kai'Sa. I mean, you can pick the Ziggs here and let Arisen roam and then empower Doming. I think that's also another choice that they can do. Wave clear, that means your support can roam.
Yeah, I think that's basically the best answer that you've come up with, Riku. Like, if they don't pick it here, imagine if one team run that Ziggs up mid, and you have that Kai'Sa just having such a safe way to go.
Darius?
I'm not really a big fan of that Jhin Yuumi combo.
Where's the damage? Kha'Zix? Where's the damage? Who are you going to empower? Jax is out of the way. Master Yi has been changed, has been nerfed a little bit.
Okay. Twisted Fate.
Where's the damage?
Who's gonna soak in all the pressure? Okay, so get this Garen from Calm. It has to do everything for the team, and I'm not so sure where or not if this Jin's gonna survive, because who's gonna protect the backline other than Yumi, right? Like, you have everyone out of one team that could literally run right at you.
Oh
I don't
my
think
God.
Twisted Fate's the answer.
Exactly, they have no disengage. This is a team where FLA is gonna wait for all the melee champions to jump on them, and then that's the time they do final chapter, and hopefully somebody dies. This is a very squishy team, except for the Garen, of course. But Jin, I'm so sorry for the Jin fans out there, does no damage. Jin is categorized basically, I feel like you pick Varus first, and then Ashe next, and then unfortunately, utility-wise, you pick Jin at the very bottom of the barrel. I want to see how this works out, but it doesn't look good for FLA.
Yeah, I'm really showing my signs of concern. Like, this Riven pickup, sure, if you match it against a Garrett, it may not look literally the best, but you could still match it up over the middle. Like, that's going to be the answer for that.
Yeah, this is a standard pick composition. Yeah, the Twisted Fate, we've seen this last year. You impact the side lanes, wait, who do you get ahead? Not the Garen. Not the Garen. Usually you see a Renekton there, or a Fiora or a Renekton, but it's a Garen. Bottom lane? Maybe you can set up, shut down the Kai'Sa early. I can see that happening, but that's a Gragas at the bottom portion of the map. They have disengaged. One team has a really good draft.
Yeah, I do think so. Choo Choo, what about you?
I just can't wait to see. I'm loving One Team Esports draft, but hey, something could be happening on FLA's side, because they definitely have something else in mind that we maybe not know of. But Casas, take it away, the actions and the riff right now.
FLA have something brewing the pot between them and One Team as we go into Game 2 of this best of 5 game series. I'm Grandin. With me here is Omo. Let's take a look at how this one plays out, as we do see some interesting choices from our FLA's draft.
Well, just based from the draft, I don't think this one's going to play out too well for FLA here. Like our panelists have said, what are you really planning to do with this draft? What are you planning to attack? Whereas
I don't
on the side
know.
of One Team, One Team, they have a great draft. They're comfortable with it. They've played it a bunch of times, and they've had success with it. FLA, however, seems to me like a rough situation for them. Arise really needs to find something in tandem with Domain in the early stages of the game.
We've seen this before from FLA. FLA goes for utility on Danny when they want to try and play for a composition that works from front to back on the side of One Team. Su goes down to the bottom lane, funnels Yum out in the mid lane, grabs a little bit more golden EXP, while Ninja 7 plays for the tankier Gragas build.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a rough situation for sure for the side of FLA, but I do think there's a win condition, just a very small one with a tight timing window. They really need to abuse the timing when Kai'Sa is still weak. Arise and Domain, they need to find leads. Keep in mind, these two champs, they're very good at ganking, very good at finding kills.
And I think we see that now a little here as they start to walk down to the bottom side of the river, trying to establish some control, right? We also see here Domain on the Camille. You're a little bit surprised about this versus the Garen, with the fact that Camille going to the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is I thought if it was a Camille Baron lane, at least you would have a lane to attack with Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate pots up, you hack tech ultimatum, that's a very effective combo. Arisen is going to be fine here, just take some trades. The main thing now, though, is Camille is in the jungle, and because of that, Camille has a very tight timing window with the Twisted Fate to make plays, and she gets pushed out.
Look at what Yuma is doing here.
They
Last
need to kill
game's
Yuma.
MVP, she just
Yuma
kind of
has
walks
to
in.
die.
Last game's MVP. Now
Yuma?
on this Kai'Sa, yeah, Yuma's last game's MVP.
Let me think about that one for a second. Was he playing? What was he playing again?
He was playing Wild Rift.
All right, let's move on. Domain falls back into his own jungle, and with that, Cienyo gets a bit of a tempo lead here. Nothing too significant, really. Let's take a look at this head-to-head. Both of these guys, right, very instrumental for their teams. Both can play utility, but both amazing when given a carry as well.
And it's one of the default strats for One Team. Get Yuma on the hyper carry, specifically
Put him in the
this
Kai'Sa mid, right? Yeah, Kai'Sa mid, it's something they've done a lot in the past. I do very quickly want to touch on this Baron lane matchup, right? I miss seeing Kid play this champion. Call back to C Championships, call back to Summer Super Cup. Kid Riven, that was the name of the game. Now he's brought it back.
And running into the Garen, a matchup that is supposed to be a little bit tricky for the Riven to play around because of the silence with the Garen. You know, it makes things more difficult, and you have to really time the kind of spell rotations that you want to use. And as we look at a bigger macro sense, Arise has his ultimate, so does Domain, and we're looking at the first objective spawns. The first dragon of this game, again, going to be that Inferno. We saw what happened last game. Senyo stole that dragon away, and that put the pressure on FLA.
The thing about this team composition from FLA is they're not even that strong around the first objective. They're not even that good early early game. They just are very good at catching players. They have to find a pick, they have to find a catch, and failing that, if it comes down to a full 5v5 like we saw in the last couple games, it's going to be extremely difficult for them.
A little bit more agency though this time around. They don't have the
Sure.
Meow Meow connection, but a Camille Yuumi does work in
Yeah.
a similar fashion, right? You have that primary initiation, then you get the Yuumi to boost them up with the final chapter, heal up the Camille. Probably never dies, I mean, especially with the adaptive shield.
Well, you would think so, right? But I think there's a lot of damage coming out from one team. Xianyo has a ton of burst, Kid has a ton of burst, Kai'Sa with the evolved Iketi and Rain coming soon. I believe one more component and he'll have that one. There's a lot of burst coming in. Doming might just get popped out.
And so even with Domain and Arisen going into this, they still need the presence of Calm. And so
Yeah.
we start to see now what happens here when you start moving Garen around the map. Early Kid is going to have to put pressure in the side lane to really force the Garen to address that issue.
Look at mid lane right now, though.
They try and get a pick here. They find the initial catch
That's
off.
huge.
Daniel flashes in time, saves them from the damage as they get locked
Oh,
up.
what is this?
The Hextech ultimatum, current call called and used, summoned in the mid lane, putting the pain down on one team first in the board for FLA.
And that was all Yuumi, wasn't it? You saw the setup from one team. It was great. One from buff, one from below. We got you caught out, but it doesn't matter because you can't take him down. True Arisen's Yuumi. Now Dragon getting low, but so is Domain.
Zenial is gone, so now they have to fight for this without the presence of their jungler. Tries to walk in, smite over for Domain, secures the Dragon over the FLA. Watches Kid, tries to kite away. The damage out
Okay.
comes in with the execute. Jumao repositions over the wall beautifully, has to flash back on the turret. A dot of HP left. Steel walks back in now as they look to finish off and trade back for a kill, but the shield back onto Arisen keeps him alive.
This Yuumi has just had insane value thus far in the last couple skirmishes.
I just want to say I told you so.
What's he saying? The win con is Yuumi.
I'm saying that the Yuumi makes them never die.
Sure, basically in this situation, that's what happened. But the problem is they weren't fighting in tandem. We were saying 5v5s, but it was a skirmish. It was a small fight. Kit wasn't there for the damage. Let's take a look at the replay right now. That was a very nice usage of the Yuumi ultimate as well. But the main thing is the fancy footwork from Danny as well as Domain. They stayed in the center of the Karma ultimate, didn't get dragged around. That helped a lot.
So one team managed to recover here by picking up the Rift Herald. Senyo goes to grab
Oh my
that
god,
as he
did you just see
respawns.
what? Hold on, wait for this to go down. Look at what a Rise bought. Look at what a Rise bought, okay? That's a win condition, I mean. Owlbreaker Twist of Fate. First time seeing that one.
Owlbreaker
Maybe
Twist
he
of
goes
Fate.
ADTF
RFC.
then. Yeah, maybe he goes. He definitely buys.
He definitely has RFC, so you know it's
ADTF,
very possible.
ADTF, they both buy RFC.
Absolutely.
But are we actually gonna see an ADTF here
I don't
from
know.
Rise?
I don't know. Maybe this is the secret strategy they've been preparing for. Something
I'm
something
not
to
a
think
fan,
about.
to be honest. But let's see if it works out for them.
Look, you don't argue with success.
They haven't won the game yet, Grandin.
They're
So
too
it's a
low.
1,000 goal lead, 2-0 up. They do have the Infernal Dragon, though. This is a direct opposite from last game, where they lost kills and the Dragon.
Difficulty for one team to convert back on that. Like you mentioned earlier, Senyo wanted to try and make a play happen. They had thought they had the initial pickoff. It started off with Ninja 7. Arise uses his destiny in time to spot out where the members of one team are. Rotating down to the bottom side will find themselves first turret using this Rift Herald bot.
And they lose the Destiny gate as well. Ninja 7, he's got to be a bit careful. They might try to jump on him.
Actually, it's just Destiny. The gate is the second channel of the ultimate.
You don't have to do that voice, Grandin. You already sound like that. It's how you already sound. You know that, right? I was reading a book about chess the other day. That's my Grandin impression.
But I was. It's not. It's the truth.
That doesn't make it better.
Hey, but it was a really fun book about openings.
Okay, let's move on. What kind of opening are FLA going for here when they reset? Or rather, one team, they're going for the resets right now. Herald was used to get the first turret of the game, but it was just the bot lane one. It does even up the gold a bit. Scaling, let's look at that for this game. I would say it's in favor of one team for sure, right? That's the main thing here. Yumao is going to be a big factor. We're trying to trade turrets, though.
Yeah, FLA want to trade back. Ninja 7 misses the chance to use his ultimate effectively. That Domain jumps in. This is exactly what we thought was going to happen. The Yuumi connected along with the Camille is so much of a threat for one team.
I feel like I was watching a fireworks show there. I heard Riku around the corner going, whoa, as everything just opened up on the map. The Camille ulti, the Yuumi ulti, the Jin ulti. Very visually, aesthetically pleasing.
Oh, absolutely. All the lights coming through.
Yeah, but like 3 outs for 1 kill, you know, and it's a support, so like...
But they got a turret.
They got the kill, they got the turret, they get a bit of a gold lead back again. 2,000 gold here for FENNEL Adversity. I like the early pickup on the Zhonya's with Domain because he has one job, Grandin, and what is that?
Get
Come
picks.
on. Yeah, jump in, right? Jump in, get the picks. Zhonya's lets you do that even though you're not exactly the tankiest champion.
I got it right.
Yeah, it's a very simple thing to get a right.
I got it
It's a
right.
Triforce gonna get picked up right now for Arise. That's his next item. Longsword plus Sheen could only be a Triforce, and I would assume that following that he would probably be getting the RFC, like you said.
Yeah, and looking here for the next objective as well, they're going to be the Cloud Drake. Arise will have his ultimate back up, and that's a very critical one. I think the way it allows them to reposition as they try and set up for this objective is going to be pivotal. So watch out for what happens here, especially since Kid is off in the side lane alongside Arise right now. Unless Kid is able to hold this Twist of Fate in place, more than likely we're just going to see...
He can, right? That's the thing. He can hold the Twist of Fate in place, but Destiny Gate lets him just skip out.
Yeah, exactly. Arise can just walk away and just port back over to his
But
teammate.
this is really nice. What I really like from Kid here is that he's trying to find Arise. Normally what TS would do, they'll shove the wave, they would walk halfway down river. Kid tried to intercept him there, but the timing was a bit off.
Neither team starting up Dragon just yet. A bit too much of a risk for one team, especially for a Cloud Drake.
Yeah, but FLA, they are in control of this one. I think they could easily take it. We see the Garen Yumi combo picking up pace again here. Doming, I think if he jumps in, gets the out off, it's very easy for Calm to just run in with the Yumi on top of him, spin around a little bit. I think that's going to be a good combo for sure. Kid going to start off the Herald, but there's a ward on it.
Not much
He's
vision.
just leashing.
Not much vision here, actually.
Sure.
So it's quite interesting how one team decided to try and commit for this. They're starting up the Dragon. Dragon's down to about 4,000 here. Want to finish this one off quickly. Ultimate use Destiny. The first half of the ultimate channeled to find some information. Watch as
Daniel's
Daniel
so low.
loses HP quickly. Danny cancels the
Here we go.
ultimate though. Now looking for the engagement. Calm leading the charge. Managed to find the Dragon
Karma?
with the Transcendent and Embrace. Sue doing so well here to equalize for one team. But not as Ninja 7 falls in the exchange. Engage continues from Calm, looking for the execute. Sue wants to find inner resolve. Unfortunately, sent back on the turret, Kid will not be able to continue to fight either.
They lose the Dragon to the Karma ultimate, what you don't want to see. It's one of those moments where as a jungler, you're just saying in the team chat, I'm sorry guys, it's my bad. We've been talking about Doming stealing the Dragon, stealing the objectives, but this game, it's not been pleasant for him in securing them.
FLA do get the Rift Tower back in exchange though, so not the worst exchange. Ultimately did also find a kill on Ninja 7 as they escaped in the mid lane.
I mean, Ninja 7's the support, right? He's a sacrificial lamb. I don't really think he minds. If anyone's going to go down, might as well be him.
And it was him, and so I think
Sure.
one team are gonna be.
Can I just say, I love
satisfied with
Arisen's
that.
build. They realize that their team comp has no AP, and I've said this before, if sometimes you're lacking AP, genuinely Yumi can do a lot of damage. He's
No, I
gonna
don't-
do a lot of damage.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. And then we love to see it. Arisen doing a good job here of trying to enable Danny. Traditionally, as you think of the Jhin, you don't think of this high damage
No.
damage
See, that's the
output.
thing, right? That's where we had it all wrong. We think that Yumi is supporting them, but they're actually just a vehicle for the Yumi to do damage. No, genuinely, I'm not even joking.
They are a vessel for the Yumi.
Seriously.
Absolutely. No, I could see it 100%. I mean, that's how cats are in real life too. You know, it's literally, it's literally a thing.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of cats for sure. Calm here, he's gonna have a hard time against Kid. I think they want to swap around the lane assignments again. They probably want to put a Rise back into this. Calm can withstand the storm, but he's not gonna be able to push out. He's not gonna be able to get anything on the map. Okay, they're going to go for Yumao.
They commit the ultimate up to the top side, but Yumao
Doesn't even flash.
is just so confident in playing this one out, especially with Ninja 7 right behind him.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Doming flash outed, and all Ninja 7, all Yumao had to do was hit the Jonius. That's all. He didn't even have a flash.
Easily manages to get away from that one. And you also have to consider now with the Blade of the Rune King completed, should get that supercharge upgrade.
Sure, what?
The invisibility.
Oh, okay, just say that then. Imagine knowing the names of spells. Alright, Rift Herald dropped mid. This is great because the one team have rotated themselves into a corner. They ran towards top lane. Nice little use of the redemption. Top them off before the fight. See Arisen's having a bit of fun as well.
And to get enough damage onto the mid lane turret to find that pickup.
Nice. FLA definitely pulling back in this one. 4,000 gold lead. Next objective, it's gonna be a Dragon. FLA. Sadly, they lost the last one, but they'll be very happy if they pick up the mountain for themselves. Look at Danny. Look at how fast he's running. Yumao, you're done for.
He has to go. He has to leave now. One
What
auto
was that?
attack.
What was that? No damage from the Jhin? Jhin might not do a lot of damage, but he really hurts against squishies.
Fourth shot just executes Yumao there.
He does no damage to tanks, but when he's a hit and when he's playing against squishy champions, yeah, he's an assassin.
I mean, that was just a rough spot for Yumao. I don't think his ultimate was up. I think if he flashed to Arise, would have flashed away.
Yeah, I think he should have really just tried to all in onto Arise. He might have just blown a flash. Better than just going down for nothing, right?
Well, I mean, he would have traded flashes.
Traded, yeah.
But I'm not sure how much value
flash. I'm saying killer instinct forward, granted.
I don't know if he had it. I don't recall.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's your job too, so do a better job next time.
Do better.
Do better. Don't be sorry, be better. The top tower is going to drop to the minion waves here. FLA, let's see what their goal lead tally is after that one. It's just going to be about, come on, minions, pick up the pace here. Okay, there we go. It's just going to be 5,000 gold lead.
You're
here,
being very demanding here.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I'm kind of hungry. I'm kind of, hangry, right, Grandin?
Hangry, very demanding. Omo,
Yeah.
you're asking the minions to hurry it up.
Can I get production to come and feed me some cookies right now while we're in a bit of a loud phase? But I want you to feed me the cookies, Grandin.
No, absolutely not.
Well, the dragon is coming up, so no need for that. We do see one team on the back foot this time. How interesting is this? It's a complete flip from the last game. This time it's one team giving up the objective, saying we're going to trade, we're going to try to scale, we're going to not take a 5v5 against you right now.
I'm not too surprised. FLA do incredibly well in these kind of situations. As we see now, one team give away the dragon. They realize and recognize they cannot fight for this. Too risky, too much of a potential risk to lose the game off of this one.
I mean, I think FLA, they're very happy for sure, right? The scaling might not be great on their end, but they have two dragons already, Mountain and Inferno. And can I just say really quickly how GigaChat it is to be buying Void Staff on Yuumi? Death Cap at least increases the value of your healing, right? So if you buy a Death Cap, you can tell your team, at least I'm healing you more. But Void Staff doesn't, it just makes you hit harder. That's all it does. And that's a baller play, I respect that.
Absolutely, you have to. You have to. Arisen, he's
GigaChat Yuumi?
GigaChat all the way.
Calm is very tanky though.
Look,
It's gonna be okay.
I don't know there's anything that's gonna come out of this.
Yeah,
in
right,
fact, I think Kid takes more damage out of that than he dealt.
I mean, if Kid has time, that's the thing about this matchup, right? If you put Garen and Riven in a side lane for 2 minutes isolated, Kid will eventually kill him.
Sure.
But the thing is, it takes so long that it's just not worth it, and Garen just runs away in a real game.
Yeah, 2 minutes is like 10% of a game in Wild Rift.
It's
like a 10th of
Oh,
the
here we
game.
go, look at the damage!
Committing here for the ultimate, trying to catch
Oh,
off Yumao.
boy.
He uses the ultimate early, or rather he uses the Hourglass early, repositions with the Killer Instinct, trying to chase after. Calm unleashes the ultimate, but it's Arisen! That's the Void Staff damage! The full brought the Yuumi unloaded onto one team. Watch as they run and the turret flee away from the fight. FENNEL adversity with the pickups mid.
That damage from the Yuumi, it was one wave. One wave, Grandin, and that's all it took to just chunk out Yumao like that. We're going to see the Baron started off, Doming is alive, and Xianyo isn't. It's a crystal clear choice here. You have the DPS from Twisted Fate with the Balk as well.
Oh.
It's doable,
Oh.
but the Karma hurts too, because
In
you
a
know what?
flame, baby.
Both supports, both enchanters here. Luden's Death Cap, Luden's Void Staff. There's no support in this game.
Oh,
There's no
absolutely.
enchanters here.
We don't need any of that stuff. Let's take a look at how this one played out again.
Let's take a look at the Yuumi. I'm just looking for the Yuumi Q right now. That's the only thing I care about, because everything else is
That's already over. That's already over.
We
Even
missed
already
that,
died
right?
there,
Yeah, but the good thing is Doming as well as Calm are doing a very good job of just understanding their roles, running in, throwing their bodies into the team fight, and letting the backline here do damage. This TF actually does a surprising amount of damage. I would want to see how much damage he's done this game, together with Arisen, of course, right? Arise and Arisen playing Twisted Fate and Yuumi, doing top deeps, giving blue buff to the Yuumi. That's what you like to see.
Doing top
No, you
deeps.
genuinely should do. You genuinely should give blue buff.
Doing top deeps.
Top deeps.
Top deeps.
I always do top deeps, Grandin.
Oh my goodness. What a terrible term.
You don't know what top deeps is?
Oh, I know what top deeps is. But I never want
No, you wouldn't know what top deeps is, because you wouldn't even get close to it, Grandin. We all know what sort of a gamer you are.
What do you mean? I'm a terrible.
nothing.
I'm an amazing gamer, a terrible teammate.
All right, man, whatever you want to think. Whatever helps you sleep better tonight, bro.
Absolutely. I'll tell myself whatever I need to sleep at night.
Look at the gold lead here, 6,000 for FLA. This
Wow.
is exactly what we said, wasn't it? Yeah, it was
Kid
wide.
is dumbfounded. He's awestruck. The fact that there was
Didn't realize
no
it.
vision.
He was shopping.
There was no vision there.
He was shopping. No, but
Danny,
he didn't know there's no
Then he hit. Yeah, exactly. Because there was no reason for Danny to know exactly
No,
where
Kid
he was and
shopping.
hit him with that.
It's a good sixth sense. Good sixth sense there for Danny. You play enough League of Legends, you will get the hang of that one. I mean, I completely forgot what we were talking about.
You're talking about how amazing of a gamer I was.
It's just you threw me off because you were so amazed by him guessing that someone was in that bush, which is like a normal thing to check with skill shots. Brandon, don't face check bushes, alright? We got Guardian's Angel coming in from Domain, as if he wasn't hard enough to kill before. He's got another stasis here.
Same for Xianyo, so they really don't have. Well, I mean, they can afford to face check bushes, but then they need someone to build them out after.
Do they want to though?
Probably not.
I think the only one here who wants to face check bushes is of course going to be Calm.
And Calm is tanky enough to make that happen. I mean, Starrick's Gauge, plus the Thornmill.
It's going to be a very tanky boy now. This is going to be the Elder, I believe. It's going to be spawning. It's going to be spawned. We have the Scuttle Crab over for FLA. You have the Twisted Fate. This is really, really good. Now, Kid has to recall. He has to match him. Arise is putting so much pressure on the map because keep in mind, this is an ADTF. He's going to destroy the turret in like 2 seconds.
Wow, look at that false shot. 1,000 damage dealt onto the dragon so quickly. Danny just going to kite away now once he recognized how important it is for them to prevent this one from going down. Destiny is available. Calm starts this one off, leads the charge onto Ninja 7 once again. The Gragas falls first. Kill credit goes over to the Risen as they continue on to take down Yumao. Yumao buys a little bit of time with his ultimate. Watches Danny finishes off his counterpart. The Kaisa goes down. Seal falls soon after. Calm picks up the kill credit for that one as FLA find themselves in game 2.
They get the kills, they get the dragon, and they're likely going to get the win. How much of the deja vu is this, Brandon? I'm at a loss for words because this seems so scripted right now. Isn't this exactly what happened in the last game?
Oh, absolutely.
Just flip a perfect game, barring 2 towers. That was
this
it,
is
right?
not.
Look at this Senio! He's
He's in
desperate.
the pin. He has the Guardian Angel. Do FLA have the discipline to stop this? They don't even have to. They time the stasis perfectly. Gold can't use. Rampage out for Danny.
You can't smite when you're in GA, right? The only difference between this game and the last is that one team picked up 1 dragon. Look at the Yumi waves here, not only snaring them, doing a bunch of damage, and it was a fantastic kick from Senio. Kick flash 1 into 4, but it doesn't matter. It's just consolation prizes, really. You get a clip for your Facebook page, but that's it. You're gonna lose this game. We're gonna come down to a best of 3, Grandin.
I don't like it when people say like.
I know
they-
people
that
always
counts
complain, but
down
it's
to
true.
it.
But it's true. That's exactly what it is.
No, but there are 2 matches before that, and matches before that too.
But
Baron
those matches
started
are
out by
gone
FENNEL
now,
Adversity.
right? So are you telling me it was a best of 7 that these teams played because they played 2 matches before this? Baron is gone.
FENNEL Adversity started the Baron and finished the Baron.
9,000 gold lead. Baron, Elder, everything.
2
Now they just
turrets
need to-
away from a
You know
perfect
what I
game.
hate when people say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Now all they need to do is cross their T's and dot their I's, and they're gonna win this
But
game.
you say that unironically. You've been saying that.
No, I
What?
don't say that.
Arise has nearly
He's 1v2
solo
them.
killed them. 2
Woo,
versus
here we
1.
go.
Now it's current call used. Golkan dodged away. Inner flame used. Well, not
Riven's just
Golkan
too
dodged
mobile.
away. It was just timed.
Riven's just too mobile, but Yumao gets caught as well.
Either way, this just looks like FENNEL Adversity finding themselves in the second game when it counts, when it matters, and now picking up some traction. Like you mentioned, this is a reverse
look
of the
at the
previous
turret.
situation.
It's
They
complete
finished off the
reverse.
turret so quickly. Senio, the last to fall, the final casualty in this war between these 2 teams as FLA find a game for themselves as well.
And Grandin, this is not only the same situation in this series, it's also the same situation as when these 2 teams previously faced off. This is not uncharted territory. The last time they faced off in the regular stage, 1 team, they stomped game 1, FENNEL Adversity. They stomped game 2. Now, this is where it gets funny. This is where it gets interesting. We're going to uncharted territory, game 3. There's at least going to be 4 games in the series, so we don't know what we're going to see. And I'm excited to see if FLA will keep this tempo going, or if one team, they pull back, they punch back.
We just see FLA do this so well. They understood what needed to be done once they switched over to the blue side. Watch as they get these power picks to begin with. The Camille opened up so much for them. They then converted that. Even as we saw one team grab the karma for themselves, continue with their Kaisa composition. They did an amazing job of understanding what needed to be done, and they had a lot of early game damage.
Yeah, they did a good job in the early game. It all came down to that mid lane skirmish as well. That's why these 2 games are so similar. Whoever takes the first skirmish, whoever takes the first dragon, really just runs away with the game. And there's a lot of reasons behind that. There's a lot of factors you can dissect there. But I think part of the reason here as well is both of these teams realize the stakes behind this game. They realize what's on the line here. And once you start falling behind, it gets hard to pull the trigger.
The best part is here that Siu went for the Staff of Flowing Water, whereas Risa went for the
He
Grab
gave
Across.
up.
He was like, I can't out DPS the cat. The cat is
He was halfway down the line and he's like, should I buy a void staff? He's like, nah, I'm just gonna get the staff of flowing water. I'm gonna try to help my team.
it's like,
it's a little too
what
late.
are they doing here? Like, Arisa, man.
And one of the things about this Kaisa pickup, one of the reasons why we thought it would do so well is if you're in an even or hit game state, you just dive into the back line, you do a bunch of damage, right? But once you stop falling behind, look at what Kaisa has to play against here, right? I'm not talking about the champions diving into you. I'm particularly talking about the Twisted Fate and the Jin. Why is that? Because they both outrange you. You add to that the fact that Yumi's in the game as well. They're going to outrun you. They're going to outrange you. They're going to keep you at arm's length. And Kaisa, Yumao, he had a really hard time this game.
I mean, when you look at what happens when you give over the
Look at
Camille,
Arise's damage.
I feel like
And
Camille just
Arisen.
does, I feel like Camille just does so well for whichever team has it. You know, even as one tried to draft for this.
Can I just say, Arise did top damage, and then the second and third most damage was done by both Enchanters.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then 100%.
We live in a
makes
society,
sense.
don't we?
We live in a society. And this is the best part is Arisen has like one spell like that does AoE damage and one other spell that does damage. That's it.
But that one really hurts though.
Yeah, they do really hurt. But think about that for a second. Versus kids, like with Riven, 3 spells that do damage.
You see, this is why
Lee
press
Sin,
many buttons.
3 spells that do damage.
Yeah, I needed 5k, right? It's a rough game from Xianyo. I think this is just a series that's once again gonna come down to better junglers gonna win.
Why press many buttons?
When one button do trick.
There we go.
But then again, Arisen has to press 2.
That fair enough. Well, if he just jumps in, right? If Doming jumps in for him, all he has to do is press
that's
R.
fair.
Like just
That's
press Final Chapter, and it's like a done deal. It's sealed.
It's just overall a very dominant game from FENNEL Adversity here. They tied the series up, and like you love, Grandin, once again we're down to a best of 3.
We kind of technically are, I suppose.
We are. We
Wins
literally
for
are.
either of these teams gives them that second seed moving forward into the playoffs where they will compete against the toughest competition in the WCS. This is a really strong step for both these teams, I think, as we tie it back up again. You know what I will say, though? I really enjoy watching FENNEL Adversity play when they decide to enable their team right like this.
Sure.
When we get to see Doming initiate and be a playmaker, we saw with Xianyo. He wanted to be that Lee Sin, he wanted to be a playmaker as well, versus the Jax that they had last game, but the utility that he offered in that previous game just screamed the world difference.
Yeah, it really comes down to who offers the more utility to their team, who offers more tempo to their team, who carries harder. Junglers seem to be the name of the game here.
And I think we have a bunch of happy people on the desk with FENNEL Adversity's win, so we're going to toss it over to them so they can celebrate, but also look forward to the rest of this series.
Wow. Would have thought. Oh boy. I'm gonna ask something here, definitely. What? Not enough damage, Riku? What again?
Okay. I mean, on paper, it didn't feel like they'd have enough damage, but if you funnel all that damage into one person, you have a lot of damage. So
you're gonna take
that's
it
my
back?
defense.
The question is,
You're
which
taking
person?
it back?
The Yuumi?
The
Did
Yuumi?
you expect that?
No, actually, I did not expect.
But yeah, like we got so much to talk about on this series that we have ahead of us, but this game too, they definitely threw everybody off there. I did talk to some pro players last night, and like I was asking them, like, okay, out of all these teams that are on the tiebreaker series, which one would you think would make the cut? And like some of them were saying, oh, FENNEL Adversity, you know, their draft's looking sus, and like even we felt like the draft looked sus. And when they actually played in this series, they basically shut down One Team Esports on that perfect note that they couldn't really do anything at all. Like you wanted to do, what the team condition for One Team was that you got to fight in close proximity, but everyone's fighting from ultra long range, and you're letting this Jin walk away with perfect cut and call, everything slapped at them. Man, this is that perfect game, and it's for FENNEL Adversity, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I mean, the fact that we talked about this earlier before the game started, right? That Final Chapter, you basically wait for everyone to go near you because basically One Team's composition, they have to go near you before they can do anything. Kaisa is a AD carry, a ranged carry, but still super short range, killer instinct in. Karma, most importantly, before you can do anything, you have to go near. Your range, your skills are very short range, so definitely the Final Chapter of the Yuumi covers a lot of ground.
They're almost 18k of only, I think, Karma on One Team Esports side managed to deal damage output. The rest of them are barely near enough to do anything about it. But also, speaking of Yuumi, Luden Seiko, Rabadon's cap, and also everything that's gonna be for the
He
AP.
skipped the Rabadon's death cap, right?
Yeah.
He went directly to Void Staff.
Yeah, Void Staff and Rabadon's cap, and then going on, he actually finished at Rabadon's cap. But the thing is, who cares about the support item? I mean, like, this Yuumi though, your thoughts? Any of you?
Okay.
Okay, go.
All right, the Yuumi, I think she's got a lot of things done here, like what Omo did say, like, all these other champions that's on FENNEL Adversity side is just to give that perfect transit. It's like, okay, get there, get the Final Chapter done. But have we talked about that ADTF with the Hullbreaker?
Oh, yes.
Yo, that is insane. Like, who would have thought in this best of 5 series, you would build that Hullbreaker, and then, like, it all started to make sense. He's gonna have that rapid fire cannon anyways. He's got that Trinity Force, and I remember I had this chat with Husky, who were playing a ranked game together, and he was trying out this on-hit TF build. But this is even better. Like, we were asking, like,
any pro player would play an ABTF because APTF kind of sucked. Not gonna lie, you gotta feel cooldown on your first spell, second, and that's it, right? I think that we're onto a brand new meta that we'll see in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like from game 1 and game 2, there was a part that had a similarity. The free teleports. Game 1, Shen applying pressure, free teleport. Second game, Twisted Fate, split pusher, free teleport with a Destiny. So FENNEL Adversity, or both of these teams, are moving away from the usual Hullbreaker pickups like the Camille or the Fiora, but moving towards different selections like the Shen, the Twisted Fate, well, even the Renekton we saw in game number 1. So I like the adaptation. I say it a lot, but it's very important. The adaptation that we're seeing, because these things, we're definitely going to see them at the knockout stage.
Well, I didn't say anything about the draft before. I definitely say something is going on for this side, but you don't have enough faith
Okay, I
Riku.
admit it. I was a non-believer of the Jin. I was a non-believer of the comp.
I'm guilty too, right? Like, I say it was gonna be close. Yes, indeed, we have a series ahead of us.
What do you mean close? It was a perfect game.
Like, sure, like one team had a perfect game too, which was like, I was convinced.
Admit it,
But
Contra.
now,
It's okay. I admit it.
I'm
You
so
can admit
torn.
it too.
No, man, just admit it. Come on, Contra.
Yeah.
You guys didn't have. You guys were. This is sus all the way. But hey, your suspicion answered with a 0 for the side of One Team Esports. Now, what went wrong? We see One Team Esports has been very quiet. They didn't start to engage at all.
The reason why they can't really go for them for full engages, so you're playing Karma. How much damage can you do? Like, sure, you get that Lee Sin in, and you have that Kai'Sa ready to go, but that Lee Sin's not going to be able to find the right targets. You're not going to be able to ever get to that Jin. So,
yeah.
what could you possibly do? You're just going to be met with that Garen, who's just going to be silencing you, and that's free baking for everyone of FENNEL.
And the problem wasn't even the Jin, right? It was the Yuumi that was the biggest problem.
You're still not gonna love the
I'm
Jin.
so
no?
sorry, really. The problem is not the Jin. I think I'm pretty
The
sure
Camille
it's the
too.
Camille and the Yuumi. The Yuumi was a big problem because the way that one team wanted to play that composition is very straightforward. It's so linear. You go near FENNEL Adversity, you dive them, and when you dive them, it's the final chapter is gonna greet you. You can't do anything.
This is kind of like the ease of execution, but on a different scale
Press
of brains.
R.
Right? Like, I think this is the smartest play that any team has ever done here in the play-ins, and this win is definitely well-deserved.
I feel sorry for the Danny, if I'm not mistaken, coming up from FLA playing the Jen. Your curtain calls. She said
I trashed Jin earlier. I said like
it's not
bottom of the barrel when it comes to utility if you want to start a fight, right? Varus is the very top, Ashe is second, and then at the very bottom. Okay, Senna fine. Senna's right here. Senna's right here. And the bottom is Jin.
TLDR, Riku doesn't approve Danny at this point with that curtain calls. It's just the final chapter.
It was Yuumi and Camille that did a lot, okay?
Sorry, Danny. It's just, it doesn't work that way. But hey, look at that draft just now. It was really unexpected. Well, definitely, I'm gonna roast you guys the hell out of it because no, this is not gonna work. Why? But you saw what happened just now.
Yes.
That's another trick up their sleeve they haven't shown us yet. Maybe we're looking for more for if they actually advance to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I feel like we're gonna see if FENNEL Adversity has their backs against the wall, especially in the BO5 scenario, we're definitely gonna see more of these picks, gonna dig deep into the pockets of FENNEL Adversity. And so far, you know, it's a 1-1. Just as Olmo said, this is gonna be uncharted territory now for both of these teams.
It's gonna be a best of 3 now.
Yeah, and I guess the question remains, like, what one team decides to do from game 3 onwards, because this is a draft that changes the ball game.
Yes.
So your picks and bans will be affected. They have to let some of all the other picks through, so that FLA will gravitate towards whatever that they're doing right here into the next game if they have a chance.
Okay, but the thing is, maybe One Team Esports still have some secrets under their sleeves as well, because right now both teams are quite desperate. They are at a draw. In the best of 5 series, we definitely don't think it's going to be ended up with a 3-0 either team.
No.
So
this
definitely.
this is our game 5 for sure.
Oh man! Now the thing is, we want to see are they revealing way too much here when it comes to not getting into the playoffs? But they are maybe being forced to if they need to. Between One Team Esports versus FLA, we're down to the third game now, guys. The draft is happening.
All right, Riku. This is where we have to really take a look at what the bans are like. I think Yumi is a good way to start things off.
Yeah, ban Yumi.
So if you ban Yumi, I think that we're not going to see the Jhin.
Yumi just unlocks so many things, right? Because you can go Jax jungle, you can go scaling jungler, you can go scaling AD carry, and you can do what FLA just did. Neither. It was just setting up for an anti-melee composition that One Team just basically assembled.
And if ever the case, if FLA does get the same composition though, is there a way that One Team Esports could actually get into a different draft that could do much better as what we saw? Because I was thinking it could be maybe the lack of heavy crowd control on top of high layer of damage that could possibly get some good picks off of FLA.
No bias, but they were on the right track locking in Karma earlier.
That
unlocks okay, it unlocks so many things, right?
Okay.
Because just similarly like a Yumi pick, it unlocks so much. You can pair it with an Olaf. It's a really good early to mid game. But Olaf is open, by the way, so One Team can take it in this first blue side pick.
Yeah, a good way to actually start things off with, because majority of that has been gotten rid of, so FLA has to go for something brand new. The Gragas is still left up in the open though, if FLA really wants to change it up and look for those heavy disengage, and you could still put it up to the mid lane, but then again, going up against an Olaf, I think that, you know, there's other better picks out there this time around. They do have the Varus on their side, so we'll just have to see what else is going to be the second pick for FLA.
One of the best picks paired with a Varus is definitely either something that can disengage Gragas or something that can facilitate the aggression with Chain of Corruptions plus Death Sentence. So a Thresh can fit here. Biggest question would be, will Arisen pick that up?
Yeah, and when you go for...
No!
Whoa!
Okay. Okay.
You've learned your lesson or not right now?
Come right into two. I need your thoughts.
Okay, the thing is, you're picking the Zed so early in the draft, right? So that means One Team can respond. Last time, the only team that I remember that is so confident in picking the Zed early was RRQ with Helios. This time around, this is Arise feeling it. You know, I got this. One of the answers that FLA did against the Zed early pick was just neutralizing the lane, not giving away any kills. So pick tanky champions, Garen, Darius.
But it's being done away by One Team themselves, though.
Oh,
this is the reason why they have
that's
that
true.
pure confidence to go in for this pickup. So maybe a Renekton here is the answer, but they will still go for that Corki. So it's like, yeah, sure, I'm just going to put this Corki down to the bot lane. I'm going to challenge you if I do get a good grand entry from my Rakan.
This can activate the double AD carry composition, right? I believe Autolus has mentioned one of the answers to the Zed would be the Akshan. Will FLA ban this at the second rotation of bans?
Double assassins! Let's go!
What is happening?
I've seen this kind of draft before where they're actually kind of hard for them to catch anybody and they can split push easily because of the shroud and everything. Yes, Riku.
One of the best counters towards this composition was the Galio. Gragas is also really good with this composition. A Braum as well, because they're assembling this very heavy melee type of composition. You basically just press your ult and then scatter everybody else. But Galio is now not in the equation because it has been banned. So we'll see what the response is. At the back of my head, at the bottom of the barrel, Leona is really good against Assassin because you dive in, then bam, you stun them.
You have to catch them first, though.
Yeah, I have to catch them first, but it's similar to like how a Garen works,
Yeah.
right? You're looking forward to them jumping onto you, put a silence down.
I could
have
also
stun.
argue that playing a Galio against a Zed isn't really the best matchup in particular, but sure, you contribute in that team fight, but other than that, I just feel like, sure, what about the other damage output here? You have this Olaf that is trying to run at the rest of FLA, but if you get juked out, sure, it's going to be a big problem out there. Now, the rest of the bans, we have Kha'Zix taken out, Rengar as well. So what does FLA go for in the jungle?
I really love this Twisted Fate ban because Twisted Fate has been like one of those soft counters. Like if the Kali hides in the shroud, if FLA is planning something sneaky, just activate Destiny and you exactly know where they are. So now that the Lee Sin, FLA is assembling this really aggressive comp. So one team, what do? Do you pick up the Gragas here, knowing the fact that they're going to you?
I think that it's a good possibility as well,
No!
but you know what? They need something to soak in all the damage. You get chased, sure. Come right at me, bro. I'm just gonna have it, run it all down at you. Committing with the Olaf, I think this is a great idea to match up against this Zed. I'm not expecting it to go Baron lane. Sure, you have the Akali in the Shroud.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if she hides, but I think it's a clear solution if you want.
Yeah, right. So what Singe is gonna do if the Akali hides in the shroud, gonna smoke her out.
Yeah.
Gonna leave all the poison on that Twilight.
You got smokes? I got smokes too.
I got smokes too. Wow, let's go. So this is a really nice pick, right? So how do you counter these assassins is by not dying, by being tanky. So that's the approach that they're going to do instead of strong arming and picking up assassins themselves.
Yeah, and I also like that this set appears by the very end of things.
Yep.
Because FLA is like, yeah, you throw me this crazy oddball, sure. Bring that assassin over, I'm just gonna slam him away. You Death Mark, you're not gonna do anything. But just to counter all of that, you know, sure, go ahead. I have this Alistar. It's gonna protect me from all evil. And one team here has to deal with this big red machine that's gonna be out there at the end. Well, what did I say, big red machine? Well, I think I need a Coke.
Yeah, me too, definitely. Oh my god, okay, FLA, this is a very confident draft, you know? They're very confident that the Varus is not gonna die against the Olaf, because the Olaf can basically ignore everything else. The Alistar will be no good and head straight towards the backline.
I don't know, I kind of seen this kind of composition before from FLA, where it's kind of a risky one for them to actually fight head on. But the thing is, if it comes to split push, they're really strong because they can actually just go away.
Yeah, I know. I love the confidence. That's all I'm going to say from FENNEL Adversity. After winning game number 2, they have the momentum. This is a very mechanics-heavy draft that they just drafted, and I'm excited to see how they execute it.
Yeah, I would say the same as well. PH is known for their flair, and now they're trying to see how much can they do against a very conventional team. One Team Esports, sure, they have adapted to it. They brought the set in later on. So if they can get that Alistar being caught up and slam it on the really squishy target, I think one team still has a chance on this series here.
But hey, we don't know what's gonna happen. Just Casa take the actions into the rift away.
You caught us here at the midway point in the series between One Team and FLA. I'm Grandin. This is Omo. In case you guys did not know,
What did you nearly say?
I stumbled. I don't know. Well, I don't know what
Thank
you're
you for
about.
the introduction there, Gaminism. We're
Thank
into game 3.
And it's start for these two teams as we watch one team pull out something that looks
Arise.
very similar.
Arise, man. Stop walking into poison. Sorry to cut you off there.
Something very similar to what we've seen from CERBERUS.
Is that actually?
Well,
just
the
Singe,
Singe,
right?
Singe
Just
is.
the Singe, really. Maybe the Olaf as well, but then again, that Olaf
Okay,
has been emerging.
I'm pretty sure they have played Singed Olaf.
Definitely.
Singed
I'm
Olaf
pretty sure they
Rakan
have.
in the same team composition.
Probably, right?
So, right. So it's pretty close. I'm 3 out of 5.
All right, but that's the team. That's not the team comp we want to be talking about. What we want to be focusing on is FLA. What a stylish team comp they have. What a comp that lets them show through their flair, their individual mechanics. And you know what the best part of this is, Grandin?
What?
If they win this game, they're gonna be brimming with confidence going into match point.
Being able to mechanically execute and establish control, establish dominance over their opponents.
They are the young guns, right?
They are the young guns, setting themselves up for success here. Danny, our last game MVP of a KDA of 10. Perfect KDA. None of their players died last game.
Yeah, that's right. They did lose 2 turrets, but it was that close to a perfect game. Sienio on a ward, he well cleared that one out. I do like the Singe in this game for a couple of reasons, right? You look at the FRA team comp, it's clear they want to dive into you. Your glue trap does a great job at stopping Lee Sin, stopping Zed, stopping Akali, all these mobile flashy assassins. But overall here, I just like Singe because the Poison Trail, when they dive into you, combo with Rylai's, it's just so good.
How do you know the name of Poison Trail but not know the name
Because
of
it's literally a Poison Trail. It's literal. That's the only things that I know the name of. And Alistair, I know Powerful Rise, I know Hit, but because it's literal. What's the other spells called? No idea. Unbreakable Will. But then that's it. I don't know.
See, you do know what it is.
Because it's such a good name. If you want me to remember it, make it a good name. 5-point strike. You see, I'm just naming spells now.
What was that one? What was that one?
He has one spell called Phase Breaker, but I don't know which one it is.
That's the one where he pulls people together.
Okay,
That's
and
the
I know
crowd
he's got
control.
Haymaker, which is obviously his out. Right?
No, that's showstopper.
Close. Close.
He does have a haymaker. He does have a haymaker.
Which his W is the Haymaker.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We see a bit of a dive attempt though. The Shroud is up, right?
Not level 5 yet, but they're still looking to commit for this play regardless. Kid ends up losing a lot of health quickly under turret. Calm outplaying his opponents.
Oh my God!
Watch as they tag aggro and outplayed under turret. Calm with first blood.
Calm had no Shroud for that entire starting fight, but it doesn't matter. He hits level 5 off the minion wave, dying to the turret, outplays, 1-on-3, takes one down, stays alive. Now FLA, they want more!
Kid had to wait for his ultimate flash away, and Valkyrie from Yumao keeps him alive, but a lot expanded here. FLA gained control of the map. Running down for the mid lane, Su looks to reinitiate. Adhesive use, but one team back away.
3 flashes there used for FLA, and Yumao manages to get away. Flash into Valkyrie. Now that's a good play. Don't be the chump that does Valkyrie into flash and get interrupted. Look at this play yet again.
Where's the ult
starts
from
off with the
Kid?
level 5. Yeah, I mean, Kid... Wait, Kid wasn't 5. He could
Kid
have
wasn't 5. Where's
you know
the
why?
level 5?
Because his teammates took his EXP, whereas...
Wait a second longer.
Granted, they could have had that kill. It's honestly just Calm. You could not account for that. Calm just played out of his mind.
Well, that it is. You
could
gotta
not account for that.
You gotta account for Calm playing out of his mind.
That's fair. That's fair. After what I've just seen, I believe that.
Now put that into your calculations. From now on, remember Calm can get this done. Now, while all that was happening, let's start talking about the setup for the first spawn of the game.
Sir.
Infernal Drake coming up, Rift Herald as well. Tempo now afforded over to FLA after that first blood. And look at what happens here. Control being set up by them as they look to move towards the Rift Herald. First, teams rotating into the mid lane, waiting for Ema to pick up the package.
Look at Calm's build as well. He picks up the Divine Sundra, which I personally love here. You're playing against Set, you're playing against an Olaf, you're playing against Cinch. That Sundra damage is going to be also useful. So easy to proc as well as on Akali, right?
Absolutely. Being able to find a great value with the items.
Right, yeah. Right, the Dragons have spawned, the Rift Herald has spawned. Granted, it's got to be rigged. 3 games in a row, Infernal Dragon, and I have a feeling yet again that whoever takes this fight is going to take control of the game.
One team start up the Dragon first. That first kill will
Very
not
late
stop
on
them from preventing them, will not stop them or prevent them from going for the Dragon regardless. FLA position over by the blue buff side. Arisen looking for an opportunity to try and dive in. Package used to push them away. Watch out as Arise comes in. Senyo secures the Dragon, but once he goes down to the Death Mark, trades back one with the pickup onto Arise. A second back onto Arisen.
The package from Yumao was the MVP there. Arisen goes in, Arise goes in, but they have no team because they're zoned off by the package. Yumao, he's had a tendency to run it down with packages, but that one was perfect.
Look, it takes practice, and Yumao,
he's got a lot of practice.
He's found his form.
Look at the Valkyrie right there. Danny, as well as Domain, cannot do anything. Yumao goes in 1v2 and pushes 2 people away.
Trading back here, FLA get themselves a turret in the mid lane. Without the use of Rift Herald, they do end up losing Domain. So can one team convert this into a Rift Herald pickup?
It's going to take Domain maybe 15 seconds to get here. That's more than enough time to do this objective. It's just, can FLA stall it out long enough? And it seems like the answer is yes.
Not if Yumao goes back to base. You see the damage go away.
He was very low.
Yeah, you see the damage go away. He is very low. And so they had to reset, go back to base, come back in again. Now off into the side lane, Kid is going to end up matching Arise. They start to rotate over. I do believe one team want to fight for this.
They definitely do. It's going to get started off. Doming, he's in a really good position, but he does not have Dragon's Rage, and he's given himself away.
Arisen does not have the Unbreakable Will this time around, doesn't have the additional tankiness. Calm is trying to walk in here. Senyo secures it with a Reckless Swing and a Smite. Chain of Corruption used onto Su. 5-point strike being used as well. Knockout back onto Arisen, who has ultimate now available. Flashing forward, sees the interrupt on the Valkyrie. Doesn't matter, as Senyo finishes off the kill with the help of Yumao.
He gets the interrupt, but he was already over the wall. It was just a fraction of a second too late, and that team fight, if FLA, if they had the Dragon's Rage, if they had the Akali ultimate, I do not know what it's called, they would have won it. I have a good feeling they would have won it. It's just they had no outs. Isn't it perfect execution?
Perfect execution.
Brandon, please don't.
Perfect execution?
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
It's one or the other. It's one or the other.
Perfect execution. So our panelists are telling me I am right, in fact, Brandon.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so FLA right now seems like a bit of deja vu. They're losing the objectives, and when they start to lose the objectives, they start to lose the game.
Oh my goodness. Arisen, no ultimate. The big one kills off the All-Star.
That should not have happened.
This should not have happened. He was face checking, right? Then that's what I was trying to tell you, Brendan. Do not face check. That's what happened.
Thank you for that life lesson.
You're very welcome.
I have grown and learned as a person, as a player, as a Wild Rift player, especially.
Please do.
In my pursuit of greatness.
Look at this setup here, though.
Catch me, Icons 2022.
I will not entertain that. Look at this bot lane fight right now. Well, I say fight, right? But it's really just a fight against the turret. They will get that one. But I have a feeling that Calm's going to be able to take the top lane as well.
It's not a very fair fight, just beating up the tower. The tower can't even move or do anything else.
Granted, I'm trying to analyze the game here. Stop telling jokes. This is a serious cast.
Calm's going to go off to the side lane to try split push as well.
He's
Set
gonna be
up
able to
for
take
his
this.
team. Instead, Sue's trying to run over and prevent this one from going down, but I don't think he's going to be there in time.
Yeah, I think if you look at the gold count right now, the most important member of the game, of FLA, it's got to be Calm. He's going to pick up the Leandries, I believe, on this back as well. So he's going to be a tank shredder. That's going to be a big problem for Kid, Xianyo, and Siu. They are tanks, right?
Well,
Relatively, they are tanks.
Yeah, relatively are tanks. What I really like about the composition from one team is the set pickup with Kid. He's able to pick away either the Akali or the Zed, take them away from Yumao, allow Xianyo to put out as much damage as he possibly can.
He's got two modes to play around, right? He
Exactly.
could zone away them. He could push them away, but the
Or be
alternative to
initiated.
that play, he could initiate, right? Because you do have the cow, you do have a Risen. You slam him into Danny, and
it's bye-bye Danny.
Bye-bye Danny. I was gonna make a bad joke, something about Danny California, but you know, we'll leave that for another time.
I don't even get the reference, but I'll take that.
Zuma. If anyone does, they're probably a little bit older though. Not that old, but probably like 20 plus. You're 20 plus, you should know that song.
Dragon coming up here, the Mountain Drake watches FLA reposition themselves over by the back package picked up
Packages
by
up,
Irmal, and we were so
Look at
MVP,
the
so
angle.
clutch last time around.
Look at
Initial
where Calm
engagement
is.
started
Look
up
at
by
where Calm is,
Arisen.
Brendan.
We gotta watch out for where Calm's coming in from. He's trying to reposition over to the back and take out Yuma where he can. Kid is gonna end up tanking the shuriken flip.
Oh, Arisen, this could be huge.
Looking for this
They've
engage.
got the angle.
Package used to disengage for now. Senyo's still over by the back. They have that wall. They have vision off the dragon, but not for much longer.
I feel like FLA could have pulled the trigger there. They were a bit apprehensive, but they could have for sure pulled the trigger. Now
Without
they have
using any
control.
ultimates though, Siu committed his.
Siu committed his, and the exhaust dragon dropping low.
I want to try and fight for this. Senyo's going to start walking
That's
in
huge.
now. That's the engage coming through. They managed to use the ultimate. The showstopper jumping into FLA, but watch out as he takes out Senyo and Siu so quickly. Arise coming in from the back. Dragon goes over to FLA and so much more in the process.
You lose the dragon, or you get the dragon, and you
the
get
double
the
man
kills.
knock up. Arisen.
Brilliant.
He's done playing back. He's done taking your abuse. A triple kill for Calm.
FLA, redemption there for Arisen. And I gotta tell you, Brandon, I love the setup. Arise comes from the left, Calm comes from the right, and Arisen, he drives the horns through the members of one team. They get the Mountain Dragon, which would have been great for one team. They would have loved that against the Assassins of FLA, but you could also make the counterpoint that, you know, one team, they don't have that much damage. That Mountain Dragon's gonna mean a lot here. Oh, is he gonna get it? Oh, okay, Ninja 7 gets that. You get a consolation
Domain still
prize.
gets it.
Oh, Domain gets it.
Domain gets
You're
it.
so good at this game, Brandon.
Oh, you know why I know?
Why?
It's because when you hover over like this, the champion,
yeah,
only the gold that you get is shown on the screen. So I saw the 120 gold, I knew he went to Domain.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're still terrible at the game. You're just good at observing.
Oh, absolutely. I'm amazing observing. Game-wise.
All right, well, Rift Herald is up. They don't have package here. We saw what happened last fight when they had package. This one doesn't look pretty here.
Well, package was used preemptively as it was timing
but
out
they
to
had
reposition. They had it for a while and they couldn't pull the trigger, not against FLA. FLA come back after resetting, looking as strong as ever. Watch out for Danny as he starts to put out more damage. Muramana completed, Edge of Night available as well.
Oh man, Yumao gets tagged up.
Look at what happens. Initial engagement from Arisen just takes out so much damage with Danny's help.
And this looks like it. FLA, they've gotten control of this game. 3,000 gold lead. They're getting the objectives here. Sure, they did lose the Inferno, but they've gotten every single objective after that. If you look at what's the comeback potential, what's the comeback win condition here for one team, it's really just a set and the Cocky, and I feel like Cocky's a terrible champion. I feel like Set doesn't do all too much against FLA's team comp. So I'm gonna tell you, FLA, it looks very promising for them in this game. Triforce picked up for Arise, and I love that. You get a little bit more DPS, you're fighting against a lot of tanks. You don't really need the assassination potential. Sure, you could have gone Black Cleaver. Triforce is good too, lets you push side lanes even faster.
And Omo, you talked about how in FLA, if and when FLA win this match, the kind of morale boost that comes from being able to play triple assassin.
Yes.
Include the Lee Sin, right?
Yeah,
effectively, triple assassin and win against one team.
No, it's gotta feel great, right? These Zoomer hands are definitely paying off huge here for FLA.
One team trying to hold on to this game. You can see them now just assigning the different members into different lanes, holding on to this. FLA using the reptile down bot side. Stu is the only one there. Even as he's trying to catch a rise, you can see the issues they're facing.
Yeah, Rice, he's well aware of this. He knows my strong side now is bot lane. My team is all bot lane. They're
He's dropped the
missing.
ward. He has some information. They get the knockout
That's
either
good,
way.
that's
They
good.
manage to hold him in place long enough. Deathmark comes across, Living Shadow back and forth, but Ignite will finish him off.
But look
Ninja
at bot
7
lane.
picks that one up. Watch towards bot side as Calm finds his
kill
first kill
trees.
too. Flashing away. Exhaust
Zed.
onto Calm, finds a trade back with the barrier,
Oh, no.
keeps him alive.
Well, he lives diving the tier 3. The Rift Herald is even going to get another
gotta
kill.
stop it.
This line.
Aw.
Okay, we get that, we get that. Calm lives. That's just illegal, isn't
That's
it?
buried diff.
Barrier diff right there. He's got the Oblivion up. He's going to go home. I'm pretty sure he's going to pick up another full item. This man, he's huge right now. And remember how this all began. Remember how it all started. 1v3. They try to dive him. He outplays. He kills them. He snowballs the game. And now he's in full control. Just keep calm and carry on.
Next Dragon is going to be the Cloud Drink. Baron
They
alive
will
now.
have the package for this, I do believe. There we
Yep,
go.
there we go. Package picked
What
up,
is-
but
what
a
does
little bit
Cocky
early.
say when he picks up the package?
I think it's something like,
We'll do the voice while you're doing it.
well, I forgot. I know some of his lines. I know some of his lines.
Something like ain't nothing but a whiskey delta, right?
That's a different line.
Ah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Nerd girl. Let's look at the Dragon setup right now. Zed is side laning, so there's no rush. He has TP as well. That's something I didn't notice. He has so much gold. He feels luxurious. He picks up a luxury TP. Dragon
man.
does get started.
Arisen is just such an issue for them to deal with. Time in and time out, he's been able to walk in aggressively. Watch as Senyo's over by the side, over on the Dragon.
Look at
You
Calm.
watch as Domain's over by the
There we
side.
go.
This is something they've been doing. Teleport going to be used as Calm. It gives them a space to get into the fight. Jumping into the back line, Arisen, as well as Orion trying to finish off their primary targets. Going
This
golden,
is bad.
Senyo will live for now. Living Shadow over on the back end as they take down Domain, take down Calm. Buying so much time. Kid is still alive through all of this. He finally goes
Oh,
down. Danny
no.
gets the kill credit, but they've taken down Arisen, trading back and for some more. Chasing after under Tara. Sue is
Okay.
there, but a double kill out from Danny.
No, but Grandin, what happened? What went wrong? That team fight, it started off well there. Calm dived into the back line, perfect execution, got the TP on his head, went golden, bought time. But then, what goes wrong?
Baron
now Baron
started.
started. Danny, he could have a chance to stop this.
Wait,
He
but
could have
TP
a chance
picked
to
up.
steal this. 5 seconds of Domain, he's gonna TP in. It's too slow. They cannot do this.
They have to zone. They have to zone Danny out. They have to get Danny away. Teleport going to be used. They should pick up this first kill on the Varus.
They're gonna pick up
as
all
they
the
see
kills.
Domain come back in to take down Yumal. Domain wants to finish them off. We'll just go for the blue buff instead, though.
Danny, they're selling his life to stop the Baron. Recall worth in that one. The Dragon, it did go over the
They
one
trade
team.
back for Yumal too.
Sure, they
It's
trade back for
worthwhile.
Yumal as well. You trade the TP for Yumal as well. You're 4,000 gold up. You lose the Cloud Dragon. That's fine. But the question is, given the game state, how did FLA lose that? One team have more kills. I didn't even notice that. One
Look,
team
you
are 12
cannot.
to 10.
You can't discount this yet. It's not over.
It's
One
really,
team.
There was a point where it looked over, but I don't know how, but they're coming back into it.
It's such a tight match between these two teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. 2 TPs right now, both on cooldown for the side of FLA. That's combat stats they're losing. That's combat potential they're losing. Fall map pressure, but they haven't really found
They want to
anything on the
rise
map.
here. Facebreaker going to pull him back in. That's a Facebreaker,
He's
by
dead.
the way.
Oh my god, he's dead.
Arise using the Living Shadow over to the back.
no.
Kid is going to pull him back with the Showstopper as well. Death Mark going to be used, but the kill goes over to Senyo, who popped his right in the rock just for safe measure.
That's a big problem. Rise gets caught in the side lane twice in a row. His team is not in position. It's not your time to push. You gotta respect that. You gotta respect the timings. I just complimented him on the first play top side for backing off. He got caught and died after that. Now got caught and died again in bot lane. Now picked up the Howlbreaker. He's saying my job is simple now. I'm just gonna side lane. I'm gonna exert pressure. I'm gonna TP in when the time is right. But if you wanna do all of those things, you have to realize when your time to push is and when your time to respect and fall back is. He hasn't been doing that, and that's been costing FLA.
One team willing to play this one slow. Kid doesn't have teleport, so he can't join into the fight. Teleport's still not up for a rise. And so even if he wants to join in, if one team pull a trigger now, we could see some difficulty for FLA to collect all 5 members back in for a fight.
Yeah, and the goal lead at this point, it's basically negligible if you really think about it. And you got to think about the value of Singe in this game, the value of Set in this game. Their value increases as the game goes on, especially the Singe. I think he's great into the champions that FLA has. It's a bit of a shame that he's the poorest member on one team right now. Perfect Execution was actually used there to chunk out somebody, I don't know.
Kid.
Sure. Chunk out Kid.
And it won't force Kid to recall now.
Great, well played.
Package is up.
Package is up. No real objective to contest for just yet. I think he shouldn't pick it up just yet. wait for the next recall to pick that
I
one
bet
up.
you he will though.
No, he won't. Look at that. You're underestimating Yumao. You're underestimating one team. Mustard's teams might be slow. They might be methodical. They might be boring, but they are definitely smart.
I didn't think they were boring.
No, I think they're boring.
Okay.
My words, not yours.
No, you just said they might be boring. I don't think they're boring, Omo.
Well, you're a boring guy, so I mean, it adds up, really.
I mean, well, if what you consider boring is
Don't
good
say it.
gameplay.
You're not gonna do yourself any favors.
Good
Let's
gameplay.
not go into this. 20 seconds to the Dragon. Now this is the timing for Yumao to recall. This is the timing for Yumao to pick up the package. It's a great timing. He's gonna have it for basically the
And he
entire
will.
duration. You know, the Elder Dragon spawn. Look at the setup though. Look at Com's items. He has the death cap, and you know what that means, right? One perfect execution charge on the Corki. R1, you force package.
Arises in the silent. He
This
has
is
the
good.
Hullbreaker. He also has teleport.
This forces one team to need to start it. Well, unless Set wins the 1v1, which I think he still does at this
I think
stage.
Kid still wins this one.
Yeah, you need the Black Cleaver probably to beat him 1v1, which he doesn't have. So I feel like Kid does win this 1v1, so there's no time pressure, really, for the side of one team.
Difference
They can take
is
the time.
Arise has teleport.
Yeah.
Kid does not.
That is true, so Arise can look to TP. But if you think about it, if Arise TP's in, he's really, really weak. He has a Hullbreaker, which is basically half an item, so he's 2.5 items if he TP's in. And also TP for doming, that's
Ooh.
something...
They can turret either
I
way.
love this, by the way. You don't even have to hit the turret because of how OP Hullbreaker is. You just stand there, let
The Siege
cannon
Minion
do the
does the
job,
work
yeah.
for you.
Exactly. This is nice from Doming. He
I love
knows
this.
Ninja is there, but he has no backup. He doesn't want to go for the Rakan as well.
No need to expose
Well,
this
there we
because
go.
they can just wait and then get the catch off anyway.
Nice.
Flash away from
No,
Ninja
that's big.
7. Perfectly timed, but that's a huge engaged tool gone.
They need to back away. They do not want to start this. This is great. FLA are making the 100% the right call here. Dragon Rage is almost up. Look at that. It's a third of the way up. Just wait for that one to come back up. Keep the split push going. Pressure them on the side lanes. You need a recall? Do it now. Come back. We're going to restart that again. No flash for Rakan means engage potential is greatly held back.
I love that Doming has the Guardian Angel as well, right? He's able to go into a fight, survive, live long enough, and then once he resets, has the execution damage on the members of one team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just stating the facts.
That's
here.
a good point. Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
stating,
you
I'm
didn't
stating
say
the facts.
anything wrong.
Yeah,
for
I'm
sure.
just stating the facts.
Did you know that Guardian's Angel, when you die, puts you into stasis? I'm just stating the facts here, yeah.
Really? And so what kind of stasis is it?
No idea, no clue. Not gonna answer that one. Next question, please.
What's the difference between
Corki's
Hourglass
package is
stasis
down.
and Guardian Angel stasis?
Corki's package is down, is what I want to talk about, though. And that's going to be big, because now FLA, they keep the side lane pressure going. Ninja 7 is really playing with fire here. He's very tanky, so he probably won't get one shot.
Also in Belize.
Yeah, I mean, he has the wall monks as well, right? So
He heals up decently well, but I mean, you consider what's happening here with FLA, it looks like Arisen has been a major issue for one
This
team.
is good. This is what I want to see. I want Doming to also go play side lanes. It's something I was talking to Autolus about. Said it's so great that FLA are one of the only teams that recognize when they can send their jungler to the side lane. Now with TP, this is definitely a timing for Domain to hit side lane.
I mean, it absolutely helps that they're playing with the Lee Sin, right? Something
Yeah.
so mobile,
Yeah.
able to join
Certain
the fight,
junglers can
especially
go
from
side
a
lane.
flank. But I'm looking at this right now. Is Senyo actually starting up the dragon?
Maybe. I feel like they have to because this Hullbreaker is so annoying.
Managed to
Okay,
bring
so
it
we
a
go.
third of the way there.
Kick
Engage
is
coming
used.
through. Arise uses the ultimate. Kid has his ultimate, has the teleport as well, so he joined into the fight at the same time. Teleports from both teams, making the 5 versus 5. Irma over to the back. That's the Deathmile used on the Ninja 7. They finally execute, taking down the support. But watch, as Arise falls, so does Calm. The fight turns on his head. One
bad.
team starts to rush in on FLA, flooding them down. Then he has to run for his life. Watch as Domeng flees the scene. They move back onto the dragon.
They move back onto the dragon, but they are so low and they're playing against a Varus. I don't think you want to start this. You need to get your recalls off. You'll be happy that you won the fight. You'll be happy that you took down Calm and Arise. That buys you a lot of time. TP back in from Domain to make sure no attempts to start the dragon have been
Wait a
pulled off
minute.
here.
Oh,
But double team, they could do
triple
this, they could
teleport.
do this.
They're coming back in time. They have all the teleports. They're going to walk back in on the other Drake. Watch, Domain's already come back
Look
in the
at
teleport.
Kid.
He's managed to go back and buy in time.
Kid is going to start the fight here.
They want to try and initiate. They want to try and pull it Domain away. Showstopper use. Pushes Elise to the side. Dragon's Rage use as well. Keeps Kid away. Arisen in the pit right now with the rest of one team trying to force the issue, put them in a bad spot. Danny finishes off the
there.
first kill on the Kid. Watch as Senyo finally secures a dragon for them. Teleport back from FLA. Calm joins into the fight. Uses the Twilight Shroud. Has to dash away. Has to flash as well. And one team secure the other Drake.
No, but look
not
at
as the
Domain, look
Rise
at Domain.
starts to rush in. Domain's to the bottom side of the base. He's trying to find something here. Stu manages to match it in time.
They get the bot lane turret because of the minion wave. They set that one up ahead of time because of Doming. Doming was the one pushing bot lane, and it pays off in spades. You lose the dragon. At the very least, you get a consolation prize. You get the bot lane inhibitor. But look at the map state right now. Look at the only objective left standing. That's going to be Baron Nashor. Now, what happens when you go to Baron Nashor? Minions, super minions, are going to be running into your bot side. You just need to wait for TP for Arise. He needs to play to end the game. Stop trying to team fight. You've lost the last 3 team fights. It's time now to try to end on side lane.
Tag that with Arise, and suddenly you start to see a major issue for one team. We already saw Kid unable to deal with Arise at this point. Arise is going to be able to escort the wave in. You walk in on that Baron, you could see your game and your Nexus fall in that time.
Now time is of the essence here for FLA. They need to wait for teleports to be up. Their job here is simple. You don't care about Baron Nashor, but you want one team to care about Baron Nashor. You need to dance it with them, keep them interested. All this time, Arise, he's got to be pushing bot lane. He's got to escort the minion waves in. You double TP into him, you try to rush the base. That's your play right now. You cannot team fight anymore.
I love what both sides did that to set up the play around
They're
the
starting it
Elder
off. They're not
Drake,
going to
but they
wait.
start up the Baron now. Now we move on to the next major objective fight. FLA
No
coming
TPs.
into it. No TP for Arise as Baron finishing off quickly. Domain's over by the back. He has to make a captain's play, steal away the Baron, make it good for his team. But Daniel secures it either way. Ima over to the back line. Doesn't care about
They
any
need to
of
stop
that.
the bases,
Kid's gonna
stop
be
the
there as well.
bases.
They need to stop the base. They need to go back. They need to stop Arise because
No,
he's
they
going
did
on
it.
the Nexus. They managed to get back there in time.
You
Arise
can't, you
on the
can't.
Nexus. Death Mark caught by the adhesive trap, and even with 1,000 damage on the Nexus,
That's
it
game.
doesn't give FLA a chance.
One team, the decisiveness, they pulled the trigger. That's exactly what they needed to do. They identify it. Arise, that was pure desperation. He knows the game is over. I have one play, he says. I have to try to end the game right here. It's not going to be enough. Now, Baron Nashor, it's going to come down mid lane. One team, they're going to escort the creeps in. 23 minutes in game 3. One team, they punch back, they pull ahead.
Back and forth between both teams. One team win the first game, FL win the second, and now one team poised to win the third. Take the lead once again as this series tightens up as one of our best so far.
One of the best so far because it's our only series so far, Granted.
It's our good 4-5 series.
If this is an indicator of things to come, the first best of 5 we have here at the WCS Finals, it's
We have
gonna be a
long
great
good one.
tournament.
Why'd you have to call me out like that? We had a great win moment set up. One team deserved that recognition.
I would rather spoil your win moment just to make you look bad. But you look at one team, right? From the high fives in game 1, they look a little bit more worn out now. That game, they definitely had to work for it. The mid game was shaky. I thought for a second FLA had it in the bag, but one team so calm, so collected. They identify their timing windows, they know their win condition, and they pull through.
You know what? Who's not calm and collected? I am not. I'm frazzled right now.
Yeah.
Like,
You know
I'm
who's
shaking.
also not coming collected? Calm. He had such a great start to the game, but he wasn't able to keep it going.
It's so intense every step of the way. And when you thought that one team was out for the count, they managed to pull back off some incredible team fights. Arisen had proven a major issue for them prior to that, and yet they somehow held on. I loved the split pushing from FLA, but one managed to barely keep holding on with Kid.
Yeah, Kid was a big factor there, right? He wasn't able to do much, but he stopped the minions from pushing when he could. I think the game winners there really, one team as a whole, whoever their shot caller is, because they made all the right calls at all the right times. No one really had a hero play, no one really had a 1v9 moment, unlike FLA, where they all had amazing plays. That was a highlight reel game from the side of FLA, also partly because of their comp. But one team, whoever their shot caller is, he deserves the MVP.
No, absolutely. You watch as they teleport in on that Elder Drake, recognize they had to recall and come back. That was a play. That was the instantaneous decision-making that allowed them to not only grab the Elder Drake, but reset in time to prepare for Baron coming up.
That's the big thing, right? They knew exactly what they had to do at every moment, and that's the thing about these games. When games devolve into this sort of split-pushing, objective-rushing mess, one team, they seem cool, calm, and collected.
And it seems like one team have been able to find something that's worked for them, but also now we see FLA have a chance to pull back again. We saw a very strong start for them. We're going to toss it over to the panel as they're going to break down the rest of this game in this best of 5 series.
What a splendid game that was. I have to say it was neck to neck up to who made a mistake first between one team Esports and definitely versus FLA. But hey, Riku and also Contra, what's your take in that game?
Though there's just so much to talk about. It was a
Too much.
back and forth of big macro decisions. I felt like it was a big micro fight at the early to mid game, and when a 20-minute mark came, it became a battle of decision making. When, what do you call this, when FENNEL Adversity lost that Elder Drake fight, Doming was pushing the wave, managed to get the inhibitor tower down. That means they wanted to play by distracting and going on board with the big 1-3-1. And what happened with that? One team just immediately went back, and they knew that that one team was going to win every single team fight because that's their composition. They've got 3 tanks. They've got the Corki on a Guardian Angel, Zhonya's Hourglass. He was so incredibly safe. Even if Calm, Arise, everybody else was just trying to dive towards the Corki, it wasn't going to work because Rakan was there, Singed was there, Set was there. And honestly, the way that one team just fought through the Baron, rushed the Baron, because knowing the fact that Arise didn't have teleport, they secured the Baron. They have fast TPs. They were able to manage to go back. It was just a big back and forth.
I kind of regret pulling that golden portal too early because this is hands down the best game of the play-ins so far. And I can't even imagine the next 2 or even possibly 1, now that one team's up ahead, is that, you know, it's 2 of the best styles possible, and that Baron call was the biggest 50-50 that we've seen all day.
Yes.
Where there can be 2 scenarios, right? If FLA had Domain snatching that Baron, easily Horizon would have closed it off.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's due to that Baron power play that they get that empowered recall. That's how they match up to that Zed as well. So other than that, if there was any sort of star players out there, sure, one team, they definitely had a whole lot more team fight potential. But Yumao, they started it off, that great Valkyrie has got them all cut off. And then after that, it was just a lot of back and forth going on. We saw FLA, they understood what they need to do in those team fights, dissect them, pull them all apart. And then that's where you saw Calm, who starts to strike. And sure, he had that really huge outplay out there. But after all that, in the mid game, it was hard for him to do more.
Exactly, right? That's how FLA would enter the fight. They would come in from different directions, therefore the set setup wouldn't be of value because everybody's pretty much scattered and they're so mobile that that's the reason why FLA can do that. But at the end of the day, you know, one team had a better team fight 5v5 composition versus FENNEL Adversity because they were a 1-3-1 comp. They wanted a split push. They wanted to melt down towers. And unfortunately, you know, those 3 consecutive team fights that FLA lost, you know, because that was it. It was a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing.
I think that was Arise that playing Zed just now, right? Was it?
Arise,
Yeah.
Zed. Yes.
Arise Zed.
Yes.
There's a reason in Arise.
A reason
Sometimes I
Arise.
get confused between the
Yeah.
2. But hey, just now we saw the moment Arise was split pushing bottom. And there's 2 teleport coming in, and maybe even 3 at that point. I'm surprised why they didn't cancel out that teleport. Things might have changed, I think.
The teleport, if it was the Baron teleport, it was basically what do you call this? What one team did, killed everybody else from FENNEL Adversity and then TP'd back. Because of the empowered recalls, it was just too easy.
Yeah, and another play that really involved teleport right here was the call on the Elder Drake.
Oh, yeah.
I think one team really assessed the situation really well. Sure, they looked like they were losing that team fight. They were battered, bruised, but they have managed to take down 2 players of FENNEL Adversity, and they know, okay, we survived. We couldn't really do it quickly, but guess what? Let's go for that Elder Drake again. If FLA chooses to fight, and if they lose the fight, game is already over from there. And if not, they get that Elder Drake, which already empowers what they do best, team fights. Sure, they have made sure that that late game condition has been met, and after that, whatever split push that they tried to call, I think it was a masterclass performance from both ends, sure. But one team, they called it really quickly, what they needed to do. They know Superman is coming from the bot, quickly push it out, and we go for the Baron.
Yeah.
And I think that was that perfect setup. If that minute whiff was not even settled, that game could have ended.
Yeah. Imagine if FLA managed to cancel out the empowered recalls coming from the side of one team. Arise could have ended the game, but it was so hard. Baron empowered recalls are very, very hard to cancel.
But hey, the thing is, just now we saw another strat being taken out by side of FLA. Now, a lot of cards have been actually shown. And also, seeing the fact that I did mention earlier that this is not a 5v5 comp coming out from FLA. So do you think if they actually have more Hullbreaker for the side lanes, like their Baron lane, the Akali and the Zed definitely have the Hullbreaker, right? So if they just split push all the way and not forcing themselves way too much, yes, the Alistar seems like a bit redundant at that point, but maybe just trying to fend off a bit. there might be a slight chance of winning, right?
It's really difficult when objectives are up. FENNEL Adversity are always forced to fight in a 5v5 scenario because they want the dragon. They want the dragon stacks and the Elder Drake win condition. Because eventually, I wouldn't say they're going to lack damage, but against tanks, it's going to be a little bit difficult because after dealing your entire combo, what's left? You have to wait for all your cooldowns to be back up again, while the tanks, they're still pretty much alive and well.
Yeah, and back to almost point on the very first few Drakes, right? The Infernal Drake was really important for members of FLA because they are running pure assassin comms. Well, 3 to be specific.
3.
So when it comes down to that, sure, when you don't have enough damage to really shut off all these other bruises that's running at you, it makes it so much harder to do, which is why one team does have that sort of confidence. They run it back again. Like, sure, we can fight you all day long, and maybe we just have 1-2 guys who drop. Yeah, we'll just take whatever other objectives that's still left. And I guess that kind of sums out the mentality, the tenacity that one team had. We talked about them having a really long day. FLA, they come up with so many different style of brilliant plays out there. I think this loss might have hurt them a little bit because this game definitely was exhausting for both ends.
Yeah, I felt like it was a needed confidence boost, especially FENNEL Adversity. When we look back at their regional performance, they're not known to be the team that does strong 131. They're a team that does really well in 5v5, but this game, especially early, they showcased how they're really, really amazing on champions that are mechanically hard to pull off, like the Akali, like the Zed. But at the same time, you know, this was one team also playing really well from the draft, denying any sort of snowball potential by drafting these tanks, making them really hard to kill, and as well as knowing the fact that in a 5v5 scenario, FENNEL Adversity will be forced to fight 5v5 in the Elder Drake. One team just played to their strengths once more.
Now, you guys mentioned about the stamina for both of these teams right now. Now, that game was not the longest one yet, but
Not
3 minutes away from the longest one. Now, do you really think that they can actually take another game? Because that was just the third game. We still have 2 more to go in case there's going to be, again, another tie if FLA won. Now, from your side, Riku, you know FLA, how the stamina has been, how they've kind of sometimes dropped one game, but they can actually come back, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. They've been through BO5s already. They haven't gone through the most BO5s this season because they came from the upper bracket in the regional finals, but they still have a lot of stamina. They still have a lot of tenacity, and it shows that they have a lot of picks that we actually haven't seen in the regional finals. It feels like they have a deep pocket here for this BO5, and I feel like this is the time they have really no choice but to show it because they gotta move to the next stage. They don't want to be in the same spot like last year in the C Championships where they lost against Flash Wolves in game number 5 and weren't able to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, and I can assure you, if FENNEL does move into the playoffs round, like at this current performance that we're looking at from FENNEL, they can even match CERBERUS, the ones that who are topping the group right now, just seeing that their pockets have outgrown the size of whatever size pants they're currently wearing. Like, I hope it's loaded with money if they can make it really far. So, one team, although they have always stuck to this same sort of way that they're playing, what I really admire about them is that they are so composed. They know what to do at every single point of the game, that there was no second guessing. Everybody was in tune. The teamwork is impeccable. Sure, you could say that FENNEL, there's all this creativity going on, and they're coming with so many of all these big outplays, but I want to see a little bit more sync, just a little bit more, and I think that they will be able to push it all the way by the end of this series.
I totally agree. When the support just now coming out with the Rakan, I have to say the timing coming in with a teleport and then also the way he baited things out for the rest of him to force the fight coming out from FLA, that works out for the team. But I agree with Contra the fact that it seems like they have a bit more room of improvement to push. But we're going to jump straight into the next series, which is going to be FLA still going against one team, Esports. Right now, is it going to be a draw or will be the ending of the journey for the side of FLA here, Riku?
Yeah, this is going to be extremely critical here. If FLA has to force that game number 5, and now this is the situation where backs are against the wall, where usually based from experience, based from what we've seen in the past, this is the time where Danny plays a hyper-scaling AD carry, because we know when both of these teams duke it out, you know it's going for the long haul.
All right, tell me more about that, because we haven't seen too much of FENNEL going for this sort of comp when it comes down to this play-ins. So when we talk about those scaling hyper carries, I guess, sure, Kaisa is one of them, but is there other picks that he's very well known for?
I think the Vayne is really, really good, but it's something that
Super
we
risky,
usually
though.
saw with Rafe. With Rafe as a support for the entirety of that duration. This is a different look for FLA now. It's going to be Arisen that definitely unlocks more of that aggression on the side of FLA's side, and I can see a world where they will still play that despite, you know, a different look, a different support.
Yeah, this time around, they've got themselves the Camille to start off with this bracket. We see the bands going through. It's going to be the
Sad is
Galio,
open.
Olaf, Jax. I guess that they just want to make Sanyo's life a little harder.
Like I mentioned, the set is kind of open right now. We do know how set can be a bit of a flex pick sometimes on the set, especially one. Now, we did mention about one loving to drag the game, but just now we saw a different side of them with a lot of force team fight and Karma here, Riku. We do know how Karma can fare in this game.
FLA puts a lot of value on the Camille because there are a lot of instances where one just literally plays around Yumao as that only carry, literally. So one of the answers to a single threat compositions is a Camille because it's literally very easy to use with your ult on the Hextech Ultimatum. And for one team, this is looking to be a very strong early to mid-game composition. I wonder if they're going for the early route because Yumao can play Lucian here. Lucian Gragas, Lucian, Karma, whatever combo you want. It's going to be an incredibly strong lane. If FLA picks Senna Nasus, then they're going to try a little bit to deny any of sort of that kill potential, but it's a set. It's a set this time.
I think it's even better if you want to make it a set composition. You already can easily deal with this Gragas, force him to go elsewhere. Put it in the jungle, put it in the Baron lane or her mid lane, wherever you want to put him, right? So now, just by banning that Yuumi, there's not going to be the presence of that Jhin. One team that have definitely thought it true. But now, one more pick before we get into a second half. It's going to be Riven as they're running it back.
Oh my god, one team is literally picking every single amazing level 3. Pick the Renekton. I think it's overkill, but all strong level 3 so far. Lee Sin is also open as well. Staff of Flowing Water is going to be amazing on this composition. Ability haste on these champions so far. And not gonna lie, very scary for FLA right now. Again, I gotta trust the process from earlier. I had doubts with the Jhin, with the Camille and the Yuumi, but this time they have no Camille. They have no Yuumi rather anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned about this is almost the same composition, just like the second game where FLA won, but the fact that they have Yuumi and Jhin that time. So are they thinking doing the same thing with a long range again, if they can here?
I think it's really hard to do. I think that falling back to a different style, because you can't really play Jhin. Even with the Lulu, it's not really all too effective. So I think that what they're going here, it's already stable enough so that they could basically have this sort of full engage mode for FENNEL adversity and still have the Senna to pull them back whenever they are in a dangerous situation. Therefore, what you call for, the Renekton still look pretty good. Now that they've already banned the Assassins away,
so overkill.
I really wonder though, like, it takes a lot of resources for FENNEL to get things going, but if they get that huge showstopper to hit onto, bring the Gragas all the way to the back line, it could still work out perfectly fine for FENNEL.
We'll have to see now that they've picked up the Varus. We talked about how Karma fits in so many situations. You just enable a lot, like the Riven, like the Gragas, and you also help compensate the lack of mobility a Varus has with the shields for this Varus. And I'm seeing a lot of CC on the board already for one, with the Chain of Corruption's Transcendent Embrace covering a whole lot of ground. And with this all-in composition coming from FENNEL Adversity, I am expecting Ninja 7 to use the Chain, well, not Chain of Corruptions, but the Explosive Cask to just spread out FLA.
Oh, we're looking at the Ahri. I guess that gives a little bit more of that pick potential for FENNEL Adversity so that they could still have that sort of stability heading into that late game with confidence that you could always go in for that deep dive, look for that Varus, or even the Karma, because who's going to be able to guard them? And I guess with this Lee Sin pick, it's a failsafe option for them to start things off.
Yeah, this is definitely better scaling for FENNEL Adversity, but on the other hand, one team, we know if they get ahead, every single champion in their roster right now are enablers of early to mid-game. And if they do get that, you know that one team can easily clean and end the game and move on to the next stage.
Now this definitely feels like a fight comfort
Oh,
for the team.
yeah.
So you will not want to blink even for a second here for everyone just watching right now. But hey, I do love the Aria on the side of FLA because that's a very good start-up champ that trying to gank all the way.
Ease of execution again, right? It's the complete opposite here. Yes, you have Exec Ultimatum, but the charms gotta hit. Everything has to hit at this point. And in the meantime, on the other side, again, very big, strong level 3 champions, good at skirmish, good at team fights as well. So right now, I'm really loving one team's composition.
You like one team's composition? I'm actually looking at FENNEL Adversity. I think that they do have what it takes here to really put it to Game 5. And if we're going to go into that late game again, like Riven's going to scale off. Lee Sin's just going to be a kick machine. So it really boils down to how much can they quickly burst down members of FENNEL Adversity in one blow.
But hey, will this be the last game for FLA or not? Let's jump straight into the rift. Casters, take it away.
Push to the limits, FLA are now down a game in their best of 5 series against one team. I'm Grant, and with me here is Omo. We'll be bringing you guys to the action for what could potentially be the end of this series.
Very close. FLA, their backs to the wall right now. It's do or die. And I think they have a good team comp for it. It seems very much like they're gonna do it. Fits their identity so very well. But on the other hand, one team, look at their team comp. I feel like this is something they're very confident in. These champions are all champions they love to play. One team with early level 1, trying to shove the waves out, trying to get some control of the game.
They go back down to the bottom side, playing aggressively.
I didn't see anything.
I mean, look at the rotations coming through. Interesting moves from one team in Game 4.
Very interesting indeed. I mean, it's something we've seen a while now. I don't really think it's necessary in the context of this game. I feel like your champions can naturally push, so I'm a bit uncertain as to why they did that one. But of course, one team right now, look at the top lane matchup, Kid against Calm. This is going to be a big one. This is going to be a big factor in determining the outcome of this game. Both of these guys amazing at their individual champions.
Oh
and
no!
bot lane.
If it's FLA, they
What's
get
that?
first blood.
Well, I guess it pays off, huh?
They walk.
4 sums used.
They walk down to the bottom side, but no, it doesn't pay off because one team,
it doesn't.
It does not pay off.
No, 4 sums used, but that pays off. Ninja 7 still has everything up. He's full health. Did he wander off? What exactly happened to Yuma out there? He definitely got flashed.
he got the MVP last game, but you gotta realign yourself.
But my goodness, 1,100 damage per minute on that Koki. Insane performance coming in from here. And it looks right now like FLA, they want to threaten for more. But I think that's all that she wrote. It's just going to be a threat, nothing more.
Yeah, a little overambitious to try and make a play here. I think Domain doesn't have the champion to execute for a dive there. Oh, we get a look back on the bottom side.
There we go, flash. You don't really need to do all
easy,
too much.
isn't it?
Yeah, it really is sometimes. And I love that there from Danny. W flash, identifying that you should not be staying. You burnt your flash. You can't turn around to try to trade back. Yumao gets punished. Ninja 7 will get away, but that's all there. FLA, they're getting control of the jungle. They're getting control of the map. They're starting to get pressure down on one team. And they need it because we saw how impactful the first dragon has been on the outcome of the game, a fight around the first dragon, how much it's influenced each of the last few games before us. Kami starting to trade back very well.
I think Senyo does get a little bit more value here by being able to trade back a couple more camps, but even as you look across the board, it is still very even, right? FLA holding a slight advantage throughout that with that first blood, but one team doing a very good job of holding still. Now, last game, we saw one team manage to bring it into the late game where they were most comfortable, where they were able to play against
Masters
their
teams
opponents.
tend to be comfortable in the late game because they always go there.
And FLA, now in this fourth game, we're looking at, I think, one team having a much more early game centric kind of composition. They have some scaling options, but I like what FLA have here as well.
They do have a lot of tempo, right, one team. It's the usual thing we talk about when we see Karma, Varus, Comms. It's a lot about the push and pull. It's a lot about how you disengage, play around cooldowns, play around spells. Whereas FLA, it's a lot more simple, isn't it? You want to just go in. You want to get the pickoffs. You want to kill somebody. You want to assassinate somebody. One team, their comm needs a lot more finesse. FLA, simple, it's to the point, and I like it, frankly. But I still do think that one team, what they have, the tools they have, it fits the identity so well that this might just be it.
I think you're going to start calling this a conspiracy for Infernal Drakes in 4 games.
This is not real, man.
First spawn coming up, it's Infernal in this one.
opening up this
To
game.
no one's surprise.
And there's a lot of tempo here for one team. This is looking very good for them as they're poised to pick up the first objective.
Yeah, I mean, but that all doesn't matter. I want to look at this top lane matchup. I want to look at these two
That all
Baron
doesn't
laners.
matter?
Doesn't matter. I don't care about it. This is where it's at. Look at how intense. Look at how closely matched the trading is, how it has been.
I auto-attack you, you auto-attack me, tactical sweep.
Granted, if that was you, you would have been solo bolo 3 times by now.
Oh,
There's
I
a lot
don't-
of finesse
I
in the
don't
matchup.
doubt that. I don't doubt that.
Only the trained eyes can see the finesse in the matchup.
You
But
know, you're-
truly, both teams are trading very well.
You're looking into the game. You're seeing the source code here.
Yeah.
We don't see that, Omo. You know that you're preaching to the wrong crowd.
Goo goo gaga, let's go Inferno Dragon.
Whoa, let's get it, Inferno Drake. For
No,
one
but
team,
they're
it's
just
shut it
trading.
up.
Look at FLA. FLA, they've lost their nerve. They're just gonna be trading here.
All right, so tell me about this one. What's happening in
No,
the
there's
source
nothing
code?
to tell. That's really all there is. You get a free dragon here for one team, but a little bit slow in the uptick. FLA, they might want to look for more.
They were trying to trade back here, get the knockout back
it.
onto Danny,
Nice.
execute, finishes off the center. A trade back for one team, 2 kills over to the end.
To the fans in the Philippines, my apologies for predicting an FLA trio. I might have done a bad jinx there. One team, they're looking
done
very strong in
goofed.
this one. I might have done goofed here. One team, when they get leads, when they know how to play around it, look at this. Look how strong they are when they get an advantage. They know. They have the killer instinct. They know how to press forward. They always make the right calls. That's what we said in the last game. Sometimes they might play
Wow.
slow. Okay, solo bolo, support to AD.
Yeah, it was.
But it's not really a support though.
It's Arisen with the Black Cleaver, finishes off Irmal. I mean, that's the second time Irmal has died here so
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
There is a lot of pressure on him. You can see the issues of having that immobile Varus. He does a lot later, but as he is now, he's a sitting target.
Yeah, and I do believe that was flash committed from Arisen as well to get that kill. FLA, they will trade back a little bit. They get a bit of gold advantage here because of that kill, because of the Rift Herald, 2,000 up. It's nothing really significant at this point in the game. One team, I think they'll be happy with the Infernal Dragon.
Absolutely, the kind of value that you get from having that percent extra AD AP makes a big difference, especially in the long term, where it does help them find additional value. And so the gold doesn't fully represent that. Now we start looking towards what's happening here and the setup that's going to happen here. As they lose that top side turret, the lanes opened up bigger. Further back for Kid. Kid is now in a long lane up against Calm.
Yeah, what does that really mean here? If you look at Domain playing this Kha'Zix, if you look at Calm playing this Camille, that means that if Kid ever overextends without his teammates backing him up, without a defensive vision line, it's so easy for Domain and Calm to just jump on him, catch him out, and force him off.
And look at what he's doing. He can only do this because he has Ninja 7
Exactly.
right behind him.
Exactly, he needs his teammates because he's lacking a turret.
Watch what happens mid
That's
lane.
big.
Send an embrace, pulls them back in. We see them jump back with Arisa, taking down Senyo.
Oh no, 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 do you know what happened there? Senyo went in to kick out Arisen, but Siu, he saved him, he pulled him out of the kick, and that allowed Arisen time to face
And Siu
plant him
dies
back
to
in.
Domain.
Okay, FLA!
And arises in the side
signs
lane.
of life! They're getting the side lane turrets, they might even get the mid lane turret, FLA! Are they gonna bring us to game 5 here, Grandin?
I think they're going to bring us there, almost 3,000 gold lead, looking at a 4,000 one.
Are we really gonna have a game 5 on our hands
I
here, Grandin?
really think so. And then you get to say we're going to have a best of 1?
Yeah, it is. Oh my god, it is a best of 1, okay? It's been a best of 7 that these two teams have played, and now we're gonna very likely come down to a best of 1. Cloud Dragon gonna be the next big objective on the map. You don't have to fight it. It's not the biggest objective in the game.
Sure, but it
you
stacks
bet
up
they will.
especially well because they go for that Elder Drake. I
Exactly,
think this was
yeah.
the fourth game, and with 3 games, Elder Drake was part of the win condition every single time.
It really was, because both of these teams just contesting for the Dragons every single game. This time around, FLA took a bit of a different approach, opting to trade for the Rift Herald. I do want to point out item discrepancies right now. Calm, he has the Howlbreaker. That's going to make him so much stronger in the side lane. Add on that the fact that Kid has no tier 1 turret to fall back to, and I think that this means that FLA, they can play more patiently. They're able to get more space on the map, especially around this Baron lane. And once that Dragon spawns, there's going to be a lot of push and pull around that one to try to give Calm some space, some time to pressure that tier 2 top.
And Calm is working towards that Triforce,
Very
giving him
close,
some
yeah.
additional damage, some additional sustain is going to make him very well-rounded character, especially in the lane against the Riven. He needs to be careful about this, but if they win, the rewards are so high. High risk, high reward is the nature of this top side matchup.
Yeah, and the rewards right now, they're being reaped by Calm, but not all that much. Just 100 gold up, but the turret being down means Look at this. Means he has space. He has so much space to work. He can push the wave in, feeling safe, feeling confident right now that the members of one team, they have the position around the dragon. If they come and kill me, my team gets the dragon, so we take those.
But that 100 gold difference comes despite Kid having a kill and assist.
Wait, but Grandin,
so
it
once
started,
Calm
they've
gets,
started the dragon.
Calm gets the get back in, we start to see things go differently. One team will start to walk over, pressure the dragon, make FLA second guess themselves.
Yeah, look at Calm right now. He's waiting for Kid coming from behind him. He gets a bit of free time with this turret. That's one play, just like that.
Able to intercept them partially in the long lane, perhaps able to win our trade, but you see him back off.
Yeah, nice little damage here from Calm. Good
Oh,
trading.
he steals it away.
That's a bit annoying to deal with, but Calm, that's going to allow him to stay here that much longer. And you see the problem here, right? Because of Calm exerting so much pressure on the Baron lane, Kid can never really join his team at the Dragon. Every time he walks down, he has to think, when do I have to go back up? When do I have to go gut my turret? Because you saw how fast Calm took down that one plate. One rotation of spells, 2 uses of his Q. That's one plate. He does that twice, that's the whole turret gone.
We're looking at the Cloud Drake here.
Yeah.
As a potential tool for one team
Wait,
to maybe
hold on a
pull in
second.
FLA.
How did FLA pull ahead to that much of a gold lead already? It was 2,000 a second ago. Now it's
No, it was
4,000.
no, it was 4,000
Oh,
for a
always
while. It was 4,000 for a while
It's
here.
been a long
Obo.
day. It's been a long day. Cloud Dragon gets started by 1.
Yeah, Domain's off by the side of Rhines as well. We've seen this one before. We've seen what happens.
go,
Flashing
nice.
in, they managed to execute Ari fast enough. Jumping into the pit, Arista making a play to send them embrace, pulls back the set. The exhaust is going to make a difference, but Domain looking to execute and finish off members of 1. Going to buy so much time. Kid joins into the fight by Calm is the bigger playmaker, the difference maker in the fight. Emal's taken out, and FLA come up the victors in the Dragon fight.
That was effectively a 4-on-5 there, Grandin. Arise didn't use a single spell. Out, flash, all available, and that was because of Yumao chaining his ultimate into Xianyo. But because of that kill, they burned 2 ultimates. Arisen came in. I want to see a replay of that one because that was an MVP level performance. He basically 1v5 the fight. He got a big 5-man face, but I don't know the set style name, so I'm just going to say he got a big 5-man R into a big 5-man W,
Showstopper.
and that's all it really mattered. That's all it needed for his assassins to clean up the fight. Calm came around the back, Domain came from the sides, and that's all it took.
And one team are going to feel the pressure here again, but we saw this happen before.
Nice
Arisen
trading.
on the
Wow.
L-Star did an amazing job setting up FLA in the early game, but one team was somehow able to pull back with the team fights once they hit that mid to late game. I'm curious if they're able to go for that again. A different look this time around. Yumao, not on that hyper carry, not on that Corki, not on the Kaisa. On the Varus, a bit more utility. We see how they can work good and well for one team, but can they make it even better?
Oh, we'll see. Rift Herald drops to 2K.
Arise tries to dash in, that's a charm, lands on Ninja 7. You lose so much health just off the one spell. The Transcendent Embrace does nothing to stop FLA. They just rush you down, run you
my
over.
God.
And FLA will sweep up 4 around the Rift Herald.
The cleanest possible team fight there for FLA. The best part is Kid rotated down, but his team is all dead, and that means that Calm, he'll get this tier 2 turret. Grandin, I don't know about you, but I'm smelling like we might have something here, Grandin.
Rift Herald used in the mid lane. They just get so much tempo, a triple for Arista. This set is not a support, man.
The set is not a support. He is my MVP for this game. His team fight engages have been immensely impactful. He's done damage. He's contributed utility. That Rift Herald is going to get a second charge off here as well.
So much tempo in FLA's favor right now. There's so little that one team can do. They have such a difficult time trying to stop the advances as they happen. Another turret falls.
The turret got it. The cannon minion got it. The tier 2 top dropped as well, Grandin. That's the entire turret structure of one team. Outside, I don't know what you call it. The turret infrastructure, the economy, the ecosystem, whatever. It's all down for one team. They're stuck in their base now.
You're so flustered right now. As you, I mean,
You know who else is
could see
flustered
it.
right
I
now?
can see it. One team is flustered right now.
One team is 100% flustered right now. You think about how fast the pace of the game accelerated. FLA. This is a masterclass from them in accelerating the tempo of a game.
And truly, a back and forth series every step of the way. It seems like once you have that commute, you have that strong side lane, pressure just starts to leak elsewhere.
Yeah.
Calm has done an amazing job, but like you mentioned, Arisen, the guy that we've been looking towards, this set pickup has worked tremendously well for FLA.
He's the richest person in the game right now, Grandin. 3 items, 11,000 gold, Arisen. You gotta remember, this guy was a Baron laner before he swapped down to the support position.
He is the conductor of these fights. He determines how things go. You see the crescendo, you see the moves coming in, you see it go fortissimo, you see it go piano every step of the way. I'm making the full analogy. You can laugh all you want.
They're going for Calm though.
A desperate play, they pick up Calm.
should be able to finish this one off. Just send an Embrace Juice a little bit early. But watch this FLA collapsing on the mid lane. Still applying pressure. You can tell nothing changes. Calm is down. They'll reset. They'll do it again.
And that's something I gotta criticize from FLA. We literally just mentioned this at the start of the game. Camille, Kha'Zix, you need to be able to punish them on side lanes. This is something I noticed Domain doesn't do. He knows his timing windows to go and push side lanes himself, but he doesn't know his timing windows to shadow. And that was definitely one of it. No objectives on the map. He needs to make sure Calm is safe. He needs to pressure Kid, because Calm kicks the tower twice and it's dead. If Domain is there to support him, maybe even Arisen, right? But I would prefer if it's Domain because of the burst potential. That puts so much pressure on Kid.
Third Dragon appearing on the Rift soon. We see Kid off in the side lane, off in the
gold,
Baron lane,
yeah.
trying to find them a breath of fresh air with the gold influx from a turret. But even then, a small drip in the desert, 10, 11,000 gold behind.
It's definitely a huge lead right now for FENNEL Adversity, but you gotta keep in mind, last game as well, they were leading too. They weren't able to close it out. Granted, this is a bigger lead this time around, but Domain forced out of the Dragon Pit. One team, they got control of the river. Could this be the miracle they need?
Yes, Senyo want to try and make a play here as we do see the Chains of Corruption use Ninja 7 off by the side. He's trying to get over the wall, has to flash over Arisen, trying to chase now. Watch as the Charm connects in, locks down Sue. They weren't able to get anything done even as they take the Dragon away. We see Kid sacrifice his life. Senyo moves in, they get the kill, trading back onto Domain, but either way, 2 will fall in the process.
They need to push bot lane right now. They're gonna get the inhibitor. They won't be able to end the game, but that's the Dragon going over the one team. FLA, they're happy with it though. They lose an Ocean Dragon, but they very likely get a bot lane inhibitor.
30 seconds, I mean, it's quite a bit
It's
of
a bit
time.
iffy. Varus is too strong right now.
Yeah, wave clear looking very good on the Karma Varus. Flash away from Danny.
Staying a bit too long for sure. They had to flash away at the end of that one, but if you think back to how the fight started, same thing, right? Arise and Arisen. I don't know if it's the names matching or what it is, but they're definitely doing a very good job at starting these team fights in tandem. Arise goes in, gets a nice charm off. Whether he hits it or doesn't, he funnels the members of one team into a choke. He corrals them, and that sets Arisen up for an amazing showstopper, for an amazing face breaker. He's done it every objective fight in a row now, and this one was no exception. Look at that, just slamming, I don't know who it was, Senyo into 2 members of his team and just zoning them away. The threat from this set is so real, and it's a complete rout because FLA, their team comp, once you give them an inch, they will take them out. They're so mobile. They have so much damage and so much burst.
I like how they were able to trade back a little bit there. Senyo now looking for his third item. You can see generally across the board that is the case for one team.
Yeah.
They are finding some more damage now, and as FLA gets stronger, one of the things they don't do is get tankier. And so now one team find a little bit more counterplay. Being able to out-damage your counterparts, finish off your opponents, that makes such a big difference.
FLA, they just have full control of the game right now. Calm, alone, soloing out the bottom lane. You see one team they're considering, should we go try to gank him again? Seems like the answer is yes, but Calm is well aware because the rest of his team, they're controlling the top side jungle of FENNEL Adversity. Domain, once again, being the one to lead the split push on the opposite side of the map. They have full control. They don't need to rush. They could just wait for Baron because they have the Kha'Zix. He's going to solo that one out super fast. I mean, he has the damage too, but he can't solo it. He needs someone to come tank it for him. And of course, final Dragon of the game going to be spawning very soon as well.
In a few minutes, and you
This is
see
really
the
good.
benefit of having the Varus, this extreme range to spot out where your opponents are.
Yeah, they're just trying to camp for it. They're trying to bait one team to come in and check the Baron. Because one team too know that Domain is going to do so much damage to that one. Keep in mind, while all this is going on as well, Calm, he's slowly trying to fight for incremental leads here in the side lane.
What's so
Like
important
this.
is that Calm has to win this side lane
that's
1v1
really nice.
matchup. If Kid is able to hold his own, if Kid is able to win the matchup, it makes things so much more difficult for FLA.
That's the problem. Kid will be able to hold his own, but eventually something will give. And the Camille will just win this matchup. Part of it is the Howlbreaker, part of it is the nature of the matchup. He will come to a point where he either kills Kid or forces him out.
I mean, FLA are still 10,000 gold up. They have such a
there's no
big
rush.
lead.
There's no need to rush.
They don't have to rush. They just need to slowly close this one out, apply pressure, siege out, eventually Howlbreaker up for Calm. So you could see how much difficulty Kid had clearing out the minion wave.
Yeah.
That's what they have to play for.
Both Baron laners with the TP available now as well, they know their jobs. is to push out the side lane, but they need to get to the fight as well because Baron is the next big objective. It's gonna be the only objective on the map for a while. And you see Senyo, he's basically a ward right now, just throwing keys
Sonic
onto
waves.
Baron. That's all
Sonic
he can do.
wave,
There's
Sonic
nothing
wave.
to farm. The map is not theirs.
It's like just asking Baron, is anyone nearby? Do you see anybody nearby?
Just checking in right there. 20 seconds on the Elder spawn.
That's the one they're going to fight for.
That's the
FLA
one.
knew they had this timing window to still wait out, and they still have the lead here.
They do indeed. Now FLA, they're gonna slowly wander into the river. They have control here. We do see a bit of a swapperino.
They're on the ward, Omo.
I want to see Calm move up to top lane. There's no need to rush this play. You've basically won the game. Cross your T's and dot your I's, right?
Watch out for those double GAs, because you see that second win, the second life again from Common and Risen, the big problems that your team has to deal with.
And it's been started off.
I don't like this.
This one
They're
out.
starting to engage here. They're starting to walk in onto the mid lane. Look at the fight break out. Just send an embrace, post them across. Ninja 7's already gone. Down and start the fight. Doming's rushing them down. Kid's been caught out of position. The rest of his team's already dead. 3 gone. Samuel's over at the back. He needs to try and cut the wave. Needs to stall him out for time. But Calm finishes off his opponent. His counterpart. Samuel teleports bases back to base. But the Nexus is falling. FLA bring us to a full game 5.
The first best of 5 we have here in the WCS Finals, Grandin, and it's only fitting that we go to a game 5. FLA, they strike back yet again. These two teams taking turns to strike a blow at their opponents.
A
And you know what,
back and
Grandin?
forth game through and through.
Yeah, we're down to a best of 1, isn't it?
No!
We started off with these two teams
No!
playing effectively a best of 7. We're down to one
No!
game. One game to determine who moves on to the knockout stages. One game for FLA to join RRQ in the knockout stages, or for one team to join their rivals, Flash Wolves, in the knockout stages.
I mean, both these teams have found reasonable international success in the past split or so. And now we're looking to see if they can maintain that momentum. FLA especially have so many hopes moving forward into this. And they need to go and close out this final game to join Cerberus in that final spot going into playoffs. But the same can be said for one team. One team have done their research, they've done their homework, they put in the hours, and they've done everything they need to do to prepare for themselves as much as they could have. Don't laugh about this, Elmo. I see you. Don't laugh about this. This is serious. This is serious stuff.
I can't help but feel like there might be something nagging away at the members of FLA right now, though. Like Riku said earlier, the last C championships, they lost in 5 to Flash Wolves, now against one team, effectively their rival team. There's gotta be that sneaking suspicion. What if it happens again? What if we get a bit of deja vu? They need to beat their demons right now if they want to make it to the knockout stages.
The pressure is on. FENNEL Adversity need to establish themselves and play well within what we've seen they are capable of.
Yes, and this is a new form of FENNEL Adversity, right? Risen leading the charge. He's had a blinder of a game in that last game 4 right there. It was an amazing performance. Easily my MVP.
I don't want to discount his Yumi performance as well.
But you're gonna... Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna discount his performance. Okay.
No, I don't want to discount his
But
Yumi's
it's
performance
Yumi.
as well. No, here's the thing though, because now we'll see this big look.
Sure.
One team have invested in 2 games, bans on Yumi. You can't ban his Yumi and his set. So many things that Arisen has shown he's able to play.
Go back to blue side, first pick the set maybe. Well, what I do love to see is get you a support that can do both. He can play the Yumi, he can play the set. FENNEL Adversity, great performance overall from all 5 of them.
Well, to break down that game in 4 and prepare us for Game 5 incoming in its 4-5 series, we're going to toss it back over to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you, Castors. The thing is, I hope they're going to play safe there. Lovers quarrel, they said. But speaking of which, that game just now, that was really close, actually. And also, we saw almost a similar draft in game number 2. FLA still won against one team esports. So is this not the composition that's really suitable for them, Contra?
You're spot on. Like, we see that this draft is very vulnerable in the sense that some of their members are very squishy. And what FENNEL Adversity really want to do? Overwhelm them with damage. And what are you going to do? Sure, you have Lee Sin that can easily set up. But when you're looking at a set that's going to be a down bottom lane, the Senna's going to be so safe and sound that there's no way that they can even crack it. And heck, I saw what went down over an early game. They even got their first blood going on without the help of the jungler. And things gone from, you know, okay to bad really quickly.
Yeah, I really love this like redemption story from Arisen as well, because when we look back at the regional finals, you know, Arisen only got to play once during the regional finals up against RRQ, and he's on the set this time around, which he had issues at the time when he was Baron lane. Now, look at him, he's shining bright on this champion, being able to get 3 kills early, shutting everybody down. The rest of, one team is super duper squishy, and that's where this, this set shines because he's so tanky, he hits hard, everybody is so softy, softy, soft.
Yeah, and today's team, before we even get to this BO5, was that they are playing for the need for speed. And this is basically a crazy speed comp, right? So when you have Camille with so much mobility, Kha'Zix that could go in and out of fight, a Rise to look for the dive to the backline. That last fight we saw, Doming knew who to pick up. Yumao just get blown up, and take a look at his items.
Yeah, regarding Yumao's Varus, this is kind of rare for us to see a death cap and also the Nashor's tooth in there. So do you have any explanation on this kind of build?
It felt like, I to be honest, I'm only aware of either poke Varus or the on-hit Varus. And this feels like something
Neither.
out of my comfort zone. And it's like, it was Muramana first, so Damage, okay, AD. And then eventually you shifted towards Nashor's, Rabadons, and I mean, Varus, just as Contra, we were talking like, yeah, you got some AP ratios here and there. Maybe they wanted to pivot a little bit because they didn't have any consistent damage. But at the same time, you saw the pokes, right? It wasn't effective towards the squishy members of FLA. So, yeah.
Yeah, I felt like they went on a U-turn at a certain point of time for Yumao. Like, he's like, oh, I can't even get near to anybody to go on to auto attack because I just get bursted down. I just want to play from a really safe range. Like, when you sell a Muramana, you're essentially gone. Like, you're not gonna have enough mana. So it's like, I'm gonna keep that. I still have the Executioner. Maybe I want to switch it to Oblivion Orb. I wish I had that Luden's Echo. It's too late.
And also, we saw just now, you mentioned about, might as well, if you want to go for AP, change over to Oblivion Orb for the Executioner.
Yeah.
But I'm like, how will it affect if he actually changed to full AP though?
Honestly, I think the result will remain the same. Just look at how quickly they get blown up in these team fights, right? Like, sure, you have that Riven trying to get that access all the way towards FLA, but Arise is just too good. Arisen. Yeah.
Yeah, Arisen. Arisen is super amazing on the set, and I feel like the set has been a very important compound of FENNEL Adversity's strength, which we haven't exactly seen as much because they've been playing like Yuumi, sometimes the Enchanters here and there. And I think this is a really good look, and what Oma mentioned, you only have 3 bans at the beginning of the first rotation of bans, practically. Who do you ban? Do you want to ban the Yuumi? Do you want to ban the set? Do you just give away Camille, pick set early, take that away from them? Because I felt like that's exactly what happened. I think Camille and set shouldn't be on FENNEL Adversity side.
It's kind of hard actually, since there's so many good champions in this season, and it's just, they have to weigh it out. Is it really worth it to let go this champion? And you know that the side of One Team Esports, they are very, very, how do I say it, very wide of champion pool down there, so they can just use anything. But hey, we are down to the best of 1. All best of 5 we're playing, so down to the best of 1 here between these 2 teams. But you know what, we need to hit the break for a bit because this is just too aggravating for us. So see you guys, Wide Links, in a tiny bit.
for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark.
Woohoo! We're down to a best of one here because the whole 5 games were played for our second placement match to see who will advance with CERBERUS to be in the playoffs. One more matches here, Riku and also Contra. One more to go against 4 FLA and also 1 Team Esports.
And just as Omu has mentioned, FLA, deja vu. They have been in this place before last year at the Summer Super, or rather Sea Championships against Flash Wolves, and it all ended into a Game 5, and unfortunately they lost, meaning do they repeat history, the sad history, or do they change their destiny and finally move on to the next round?
I think it's about time. We saw how much the PH region grow in general. Even the champions before Team Secret of the region did not even make it. And we understand, like, they got knocked out by other teams out there. And when we look into this play-ins, it's the most competitive setting that we've got because of the format. And I just gotta say, whoever walks out of this alive, they're gonna do justice coming into the playoffs.
And just one thing, Rick, have faith.
Yes.
Have
oh yeah,
faith.
100% faith. I am unshaken. I am unfazed. I am 100% believing that FLA will take this game number 5.
Well, I think by now, the fans who are currently watching, who have seen what I've predicted early on, I think they don't mind even if I betray 1 Team Esports and say, hey, FENNEL is performing really well, and I really want to root for them. And I'm on that hype train, Riku.
Let's not push it. We might be like
I'm
doing
on
a
it.
curse thing.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
So,
I'm not betraying on my side. I'm still going with 1 Team Esports.
okay. Fair enough then. I'll stick to what I've said earlier.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
It's up to your choice. You're a free man.
Okay. I'll stick to it because I think that they have shown us that they can play really good team fight, and that past composition wasn't exactly the best way that you could possibly pull off, 5v5s in general. So I guess sticking back to what they played back in, say, Game 3 or so, or that will still look pretty good for them. Game 4 is also pretty solid for FLA if they really want to run it back.
For me right now, it's
that's
all
why I'm
about the
torn.
numbers. 1 and 3, 2 and 4. So maybe FLA love the numbers 2 and 4. We don't have Game 6 though.
So you're saying like odd versus even numbers?
Yes.
Oh
there
no.
you
So it's
go.
alternating on paper. 1 team should win.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait and see. I don't think that theory gonna work, but what's gonna work will be their draft here. Will they pick pocket picks and conventional picks, things that we've never seen before? A lot of them have been dropping their bombs here today.
I'm glad you asked because whoever's currently playing, I think they've already exhausted a lot of all these creativity. Come playoffs, what else will they actually bring in? So
You know, FLA shown a lot. 1 team, not so much just yet. They've been playing things that we've already seen before. They've been sticking to their guns. FLA, we've seen a lot of faces here from the Twisted Fate that we've never seen before, and as well as the big 131 with the Zed picked up early on red side, and as well as the Akali for Calm.
I agree with Rico. You remember the best of 1 they had. Who would have thought they actually advance here? Because when it comes to best of 1, they might have a chance like here again, Contra.
yeah, I believe so. And just going back into the drawing board once again, I think this Karma ban is extremely important because 1 Team Esports, they don't really have to pick it, but if it could be a chance where you just want to ensure that
you know, if FENNEL picks it instead, one team's just gonna copy the composition of FENNEL, so there's no point leaving it open anyways.
Yeah, that's absolutely wow. I actually didn't expect the Zed ban here. We'll have to see because you look, Set is still open, Olaf is still open. What does one team want to prioritize here? We all know Olaf has been a very critical pick for both of these junglers, Doming and Xianyo, able to pick up the early lead. Especially, Autolus has mentioned it. Never mind, they're gonna take that away.
They knew the risk involved. That's why they
yeah.
did that. Yeah, and Set has to be that perfect pick here. Whether you want to give it to Kit, whether you want to give it to Ninja 7, I think it's gonna work.
It's actually Galio's out this time. It's hard to see Galio sometimes because he's been banned out.
You don't really want to give that over to FENNEL Adversity. Like,
That's
you can still leave that Galio open, and then Set can still deal with the Galio anyways.
That's true. The gatekeeper is finally out of the cage here. As Galio, we'll have to see. We might see a set of Galio once more. It has been unlocked when it comes to being aggressive. If you want to be more tamed in the lane, be playing more on the safe side, it's going to be a Senna, a Nasus. But I doubt it. Galio's open. Pick that here right now. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I love it. It's a perfect pairing for Senna, where you just have high crowd control. So yeah, back to Chichi's point. The reason why this Galio is going to be a value pick, well, you could basically run another marksman over mid, and therefore, FLA, they love their chances.
Now, the biggest question is, what would be the delivery system for FLA? We know there's a couple of choices. We've seen Riven, we've seen, what do you call this, Xin Zhao. We've seen Lee Sin on paper as well. I mean, Domeng plays a pretty mean Lee Sin. We've seen that before earlier, so that could be another option.
Yeah, I was just talking to Chuchu early on in between the games where Xin Zhao could actually supplement what FENNEL Adversity does, where they could just easily front to back it. But now with the existence of Jax, sure, you want to go for the 3 talent strike. Nah, I'm going to cancel all 3 of it.
Yeah, exactly, right. But my worry is for one team, if they draft something that's very full melee, then that's the Galio having the time of his life. It's going to be an easy way to taunt.
Yeah, and I really want to look at what other options are left available for one team if in the case that they don't want to get this set to go into the support role, because you could still try to ensure you have this Jax to just run directly at them. But this is something that we've seen before. Yumao plays an excellent Corki, and I don't think that they want to give this over to Zero.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is going to be, you know, the pick that won them over the most exciting game that we've seen so far in the play-ins, and really decent scaling on the Corki. So for FLA, what do you respond with? You had a hard time earlier. How about not dying at all? Gary now being picked.
I like that. I like that. So I'm not too sure if you should put this Garen up mid, but I think if it's ever going to be that set up in the Baron, it's just basically telling one team's like, yeah, shove that set somewhere else.
Well, this is almost the same composition one had in first game before. So if that's gonna happen, I think FLA, well, they want that, just to put it in mind. But FLA, are they going for all bruisers sort of lineup? If that's actually true, that's gonna be hard, especially to fight. But that will be really fight all the way now, Riku.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Especially if they pick up the Rakan, because we still don't know where the set is going to go, because one team still has no idea where the mid lane for FLA is. It still could be Galio mid, Garen mid. So at this point, if they pick up a Rakan, it's going to be deadly. They have double engaged, showstopper, grand entrance into the charms, the ult coming from the Rakan. I think it's going to be deadly. And they have decent amount of scaling too. I believe Corki's really good mid-game up until late. And you also have someone to catch you to transition to that, which is the Jax, which is scaling into the late game.
I just love the target bans that I'm seeing right now. We saw that cinch early on where Chuchu say, yeah, this is the exact comp. What are we missing here? I was forgetting that final recipe. Cinch. So now that forces one to really react a different way, and one team just have to ensure there's no more burst coming out of FENNEL.
Exactly, right. There's a little bit of burst, I guess, in the early game. Graves, jungle. You know, I was going to complain and say, where's the damage again? But I keep my mouth shut before I complain about where's the damage. And there it is. That's the Graves matching the scaling, because you're gonna kite the melee champions on the board. You're gonna kite.
I have a little issues with this Graves, because coming late game, I'm always looking at late game because one team wants to look for that late game fights, right? But then,
Kaisa?
Maybe.
Could it be?
Kaisa? Corky mid? Kaisa? Vayne?
Vayne,
Sounds
possibly.
good to
I have
me.
a feeling that it's going to be Vayne, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. So sure, you have this Graves that
Come
can
on.
basically blind them, and you finally
Wait.
you got it all complete. Now that means it's a Lulu mid.
Yep, it's going to be funneling all the way for the side of Jax here.
Yes.
Yes.
This is what they want, and this is why I feel this Graves may sound great in the early game, but coming late game, sure, when everyone's beefy enough and it takes too long to kill that Jax, he's going to be rendered useless on his Graves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when it comes to scaling, I believe Jax is much better. But they're going for a you're not going to kill us composition.
Double dunk him.
Double dunk him. And then you have the Graves having that true grit as well. So he has that sustainability, or rather armor, being able to match up against this 80 heavy composition. It's going to be a mid lane Lulu. Not going to be a Rakan mid. Don't worry, FLA. You don't have to face the Rakan mid nightmares again in this series for your last game.
Boy, oh boy.
I feel like we never know. We never know. Maybe.
That's true. That's true.
And also remember that this set is on one team side. You got both Garen as well as Darius, who's gonna be beefy boys. You slam them over these squishy units. It's still hard.
I know it's still going to be hard, but take note, this is a very melee-heavy composition from the side of one team. Remember, spin to win. That's the Garen, that's the Darius. It's so easy to get value off of your kit because you know the Jax is coming in, you know the set's coming in, you know the Rakan is going in.
You got the grand entrance too to set things up perfectly for this set. So, is that grand slam that they're looking for?
We'll see.
I don't know.
Game 5!
This is so excited. Up to the point, this is like Bruiser. So many tanks, so many undying people in this.
Yeah.
So thick on the
Truly.
side. But hey,
Think it's
fighting
good.
against FENNEL adversity, use funneling strat. Sounds very punny, but hey, for the casters, they're definitely gonna be us waiting for you guys to get us into the rift. So take it away.
Thanks, Choo Choo, but the wait is no longer Game 5 of One Team and FLA now underway as we set ourselves up to find the second team moving into the playoffs of the WCS Finals. Almost excited. I'm excited here as well. Woo!
I'm just trying to hide how dead I am inside, but let's go. FENNEL adversity.
Yeah.
Will they be able to overcome their Game 5 versus Masters Team Demons? Or will one team triumph here in Game 5, go on to join their brethren Flash Wolves, their rivals, in the knockout stages? We'll find out very soon, but judging by the draft, I'm a fan of one team's chances here.
Yeah, it's looking good. They managed to draft themselves some really strong options. We think about what happened last game with Arisen on the set. He did such an amazing job shutting down Umal, and now Kid has picked it up for himself. Let's look towards some of the other matchups as well. As we have it on screen, the Lulu versus Garen matchup.
Yeah, the Lulu did get forced to burn exhaust, but look at the bottom lane. Yumao and Ninja 7 both using their Psalms in exchange for Denny and Arisen. Well, Denny uses Flash, right? That's the big one. Kid trading well as well. I'm surprised to see so much active trading in the lanes in a Game 5. I thought they would play a little bit safer, but I suppose that will come at the 4 minutes mark, where teams would likely just trade objectives. And of course, Arisen, DPM, 1,150 on a set. That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different champion, but
100%
similar,
KP grip.
similar concept either way, right? You look back towards Arisen now. In this game, he's playing the Galio in with the Senna.
Yeah.
Still going to end up farming up, still going to have damage, but it's a different look altogether. Now, he's more about initiating, following up with the fights, whereas previously before, he was able to not only do that, but also get individual pickoffs, especially on Umao.
And of course, Kid as well, trading so well into Calm, forcing him off the lane, cancelling his recall. You got the roams coming in, the pressure coming in from the Lulu mid.
The Lulu roam!
It's a range against melee matchup at the end of the day, right? So it remains the same. The song
Terrifying, Omo.
It
Lulu
truly
roaming.
is. She's gonna come up, polymorph you. I don't want that at all.
Please
Calm.
just see a glitter flying in your face. Glitter lands flying in your face.
I'm pretty scared of bugs, so help picks would probably scare me.
Oh, terrifying.
Yeah.
You would be terrified. You'd call me to go kill it.
I 100% would. That's the best part. But I do think a big part of how this game's playing out, you know, Kid is putting a lot of pressure down on Calm, and I want to touch on the point that he's likely extremely familiar with both sides of this matchup. Very good on that Darius, exceptional on that set as well. Let's see if he can match the performance that Arisen put in the last game, because there's a lot of tanks for him to slam.
I really like what one team have done here. So while they were having Siu rotate up to the top side, we started seeing some movement happen. Look at the wards they have, the vision they've established for themselves. You think about the highest priority value wards, the ones that figure out information on what your enemy team, where your enemy team's jungler and where they're moving are going to be. So we see now come back in. We also see where Doming is not, and so you get the inference where he is going to be.
You don't even need to infer, you're about to see him on that ward right then. That's the best part about these wards against Graves. Not only that, it spots out Danny as well. They know Danny's not there, so they jump on Arisen.
Yeah, exhaust for exhaust though. Both sides will trade that summoner spell. Omo, Infernal Drake 5 games.
It's rigged, isn't it? It's gotta be.
5th game looking at the Infernal Drake once again. These two teams have fought tooth and nail for every dragon that spawned in this series.
This is not a meme. The Bush Garen is real. And look at Kid 1v2. He doesn't care.
Does it so well, too.
Makes it look easy. Honestly, Kid has been playing very well this game. Not the best series. He's had some good games, some, you know, a little bit of off game sometimes. But this game, he's been amazing. I mean, I know it's 3 minutes in.
Start hitting that recall button, get back into base.
Why is
Package
that?
is going to be available. They get to start playing for first spawn.
That's right, and Package is up, Black Cleaver is up, Ardent Sensor is up. Now Xianyo, I don't know if he has his Triforce yet. He's probably close, but the recall timer, he's not going to be able to get that one off. Doming is late though. If they rush this, Doming might not get here in time.
Doming's going to start walking over it now.
Okay.
It is going to take a little longer.
They don't know this, right? The lack of information pays off in FLA's favor then.
They kind of get away with a little bit here. And now as they try to reposition for it again, after clearing that bot side wave, we now see Doming is in position.
Yeah, Doming is in position, but you know what? Kid is going to get here first. He's going to get his recall off. He has his Black Cleaver. He's going to make a beeline straight down. Calm didn't get to recall, so he's going to get here as well, but he won't have a completed item.
And we see some terrifying engage tools on the side of one team. You have Ninja 7, you have Kid, you have Xianyu who can follow up after. And so FLA need to be careful about
It's
this.
gone. It's just gone just like that.
Watch as Emo just zones them out entirely. They're going to try and make a stand, try and make a play. Doman starts to walk in. They set up here. Chop beautifully placed. Use as a quickness jumps in. Kid will pull them in. Showstopper into the face of his opponents. The dunks come through. First blood over the FLA, but Dragon to one team.
A little bit too deep there for Kid. His team was making a different call. Kid is saying go, go, go. His team is saying Dragon, Dragon, Dragon. And because of that, mid lane tier 1 is going to go over in favor of FLA. Dragon for mid tier 1. It's not the worst trade for either one of these teams.
One team want to try and reset now. FLA want to move over to the Rift Tower, pick up 2 objectives for the price of 1. But if they overstay here and they make a greedy play, one team could punish.
Grandin, it's funnel time. Look at Lulu following Xianyo around. This Jax is going to get a full-time support from here on out. He's going to get the solo turret gold as well. This Herald is down, for sure.
Absolutely. Goes back over to FLA again. So 2 objectives picked up here. Could look to use this for a second turret. Like you mentioned, Xianyo was in a side lane. He was picking up gold and EXP from the wave, as well as the turret plays there, trying to accelerate the Jax as much as they can.
Yeah, we've touched on the draft of one team, but FENNEL Adversity, let's touch on this a little bit as well. The Senna actually has so much value in this team comp, because she has a bunch of beefy boys in front of her that she can just chain heal up, chain shield up, and they just run in. I feel like it's going to get to a point in this game where one team will outscale, but for now, that's very effective.
Looking to stack up some damage on the turret, but they walk away. No inclination to commit to this one.
Yeah, they're just gonna back away from this one. Xianyo went from bot to top, but the rotations a little bit sloppy here for one team. They're giving Calm a bit of time alone with this turret. He might even take it down.
Well, it's going to be a little bit difficult to take it down.
He hasn't bought yet, Grandin. Since the Dragon fight, since before the Dragon fight, he hasn't recalled his buy yet, I believe.
Whatever you need to tell yourself to make the point right.
It would have been faster if he had a buy. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But FLA will find themselves 2 turret plates there. Either way, get themselves a little bit more gold on Calm. We see he is holding quite well against Kid.
Yeah, still an extremely even gold game state. You trade an Inferno Dragon for 2,000 gold, not even 1,000 gold basically at this point. It's really anyone's game, but I would say I favor one team's chances a little bit more, just because of the scaling, because of the Inferno.
Yeah, look at the way they scale up here. They have the Jax, they have the set, you know, multiple options. Umao has been playing well with the package.
Yeah.
Setting up for the rest of the team. I want to see what happens here as one team start trying to enable the Jax in a lot of these fights. You see now this Lulu really playing into it.
He's a support, yeah.
Full-time support duty on Umao, on Xianyo.
And I love that you touch on the point of Yumao as well. He's had a tendency, like we said, to int in the past with the packages.
Whoa.
But this series, he's been on point.
Yo.
No, it's true.
You can drag him down yourself. That's on you, bro. Don't pull me in with this.
Okay, fine, you just complimented him. Well, the Herald wasn't really needed there. It just charges into nothing. But no outside turrets left, no tier 1 turret left.
I mean, if they can get the second charge,
they will.
There is going to be some
man.
value. Yumao gets caught out of position. That's flash
Oh,
on the wall.
no.
Gets down, gets slain. Taken out by Domain to continue the pursuit. Watching what happens here. One team thought they had safety on the turret, thought they could walk up to that, prevent them from fighting 2 turrets for themselves. But FLA say, no, we have this in our pockets.
In game 5, it's the youngin on the side of one team that slips up. It's Yumao that walks into the hook from Darius.
Daniel just takes the turret under Arise's face.
Well, that's just what Garen does. That's just what Jax does. Yumao, he didn't know it was the Darius in the Shroud. He should have accounted for that possibility. He should have respected. But because of that, he gets punished. Now, 25 seconds on this Dragon. Package has been popped. FLA, they don't need to be too apprehensive about that one because it's going to time out very soon.
You know what happens here? Both teams start to wander towards it. Kid, however, is further away. We should see him start rotating over once the wave is cleared. He's moving down the river at this point, but FLA get first dibs on priority around
Now,
the
this
Dragon.
next team fight, we need to look out for both of these junglers. Look at that, double items up for both of them. Bark
in the
as well
bot
as
side,
Bloodthirster.
Yumao's in danger.
Oh, so close.
Narrowly misses.
We need to look out for both junglers right now because they are going to be the primary DPS sources in this team fight. Package is going to time out very soon. Can Cienyo do enough? I feel like it's going to be hard right now. He needs one more items. It's always the third item that pushes these bruises over the edge. Cienyo doesn't have it yet, but Domain, the Bloodthirster, it's going to be very nice for him right now.
Look here, Omo. Su picked up the uncensored, upping the damage for Senyo.
But you don't need
for
damage. The
Senyo
problem
and
is he
Yumao.
dies too quick.
Giving them some additional damage, the redemption giving them some extra healing, but like you mentioned, it's about giving them the extra shielding, something that can keep them alive. They have the polymorph for that. They have shielding for that.
Now the package has been timed out. Rift Herald has spawned. Which objective are you going to go for? Who's going to start it off first? Both of these teams, so apprehensive.
Dancing around the objectives pre-10 minutes. Domain's the one to start it up. Pick up aggro on the Dragon. Watch as one team start to reposition around it, but you have to go the long way around. Coming in from River, want to go for the fight. Ninja 7's over by the back. There's no way in just yet. Senyo comes in, gets a counter strike. When he jumps in on Dragon, look at the fight. It's so chaotic, pulling in everything. The heroic entrance used, the grand entrance used, everyone diving in. Dragon goes over the one team, courtesy of Siu, but watches one team start to run away. The snare brought over by Senyo as he flashed away. The massive fight going in favor of FLA. Senyo has to walk back in, sacrifices himself so his team can get out.
But one team gets the Dragon. Cienyo pays with his life. Ninja 7 goes down first, but it was secured at the end of the day by one team. 2 Dragons right now. The scaling, like we said, it's in their favor, but FLA, their death ball team composition, it's just too strong right now. They're going to go for Rift Herald, and I believe they'll get this. 10 seconds on Cienyo. He's not going to be up in time. FLA, they need to keep snowballing the game.
They're strong here and now. That's the difference it makes.
Yeah, look at this team fight. You just don't have enough damage on the side of one team. You're not strong enough. Your Jax is not strong enough. Your Corki hasn't scaled. The snare there, it nearly doomed the entire team on the side of one team.
Sure.
But luckily, Cienyo, he had the presence of mind to flash away from that one. Domain is going to pick up this turret. He has the Rift Herald in his pocket. That's going to be a 5,000 gold lead for FLA, and it's getting very close to the point where I'm going to call it an insurmountable one.
And we saw what happened the last time FLA got the Rift Herald. They found 2 turrets in a side lane. Domain could look to do the same again. You start talking about the 3 items when things start to push to its tipping point. Well, we're reaching that point now, Omo. Going back to base shopping, we see some of the stronger members picking up a 3rd item very soon.
Yeah, we need to see Cienyo start exerting some sort of pressure on the map. He's been farming up a Storm. He's been funneled so much farm, but he needs to impact the game. Though it is hard against the team comp that FLA have, it's pretty much designed to shut down a Jax jumping into your team. It sounds so annoying to play. You jump into a Shroud, 2 tanks, the smoke screen, Galio chain CCing you, so that means Cienyo, he needs to exert pressure on the side lanes. But look at the map state. He's just opening a mid lane. You can't 5v5 right now. You need a couple more items.
And even in the side lane, you still have Arisen. You still have the enemy jungler shadowing you at any given opportunity, so you still have to worry about that happen.
I gotta add on the point here though. I do believe it's so hard for FLA to kill a Jax on the side lane. If he jumps into you in a team fight, sure, you can kill him easily. But if on the side lane, how are you gonna lock him down? Even if you have the Galio ultimate coming in, he's just gonna jump away from that. He just has to play it smart.
Look, this Game 5 looks exactly like every game we've seen in this series so far. Both teams neck and neck, and as one team starts to lose a little bit of steam, you have to wonder, can they pull back? They have done so before.
It's really just I stomp you, you stomp me, we take turns, right?
But if we go by that logic, it's one team's time to win.
Well, it's not over just yet. We did say they have the scaling, they have the 2 dragons, they are 5k down. But the longer this game goes on, the less significant their goal lead becomes.
They're rotating over to the mid lane, playing a bit of a death ball themselves.
Yeah,
Recognize that
which
they
is kind of
can-
wrong, right?
Recognizing that this is what the enemy's gonna do, we're gonna try and do the same. The Baron is spawned up, but I don't understand what the point is staying here.
Scuttle Crab, Grandin, that's what it is.
Okay, fair enough.
They picked that one up.
120 gold in pocket.
Yeah, he sent Kid down. He's going to pick up the bot wave. You know, Kid had an amazing start to the game, right? He did great trades against Calm. He got incremental leads in his lane. But because of the few team fights not going the way of one team, he has the same net worth right now as Siu, who's playing a funnel Lulu, basically. He needs some sort of money. He needs some sort of gold. He needs to be tankier if he wants to be diving into the back line of FLA. Because FLA, they've got damage.
They're giving this turret away.
Yeah, this might be
Terrell
two.
quickly charges this one down. You see Kid now looking to recall, try and join the team again. Next Dragon going to be the Mountain Drake.
FLA, they're in full control. 15 seconds on this Dragon. I feel like FLA, they're going to get the resets first. They're going to get the tempo first. They have control of the waves. This seems like they're going to set up first, but package now, the timing is good here.
Still a ways away from the Elder Drake, so neither of these teams get to play for the objective too early on. FLA
But
can
that's the
start
problem.
to keep putting the pressure on.
If one team, if they lose this fight, it's pretty much lights out for them. The gold lead 6,000. It's gradually growing, very rapidly approaching insurmountable amounts.
So we're watching out for that critical point, but
They
for
maybe
now,
rush
one
this, though.
team are trying to finish off the
Package?
Dragon, quickly take this one before having the lead package going to be used as they try and build some space distance away from their opponent's redemption.
They get
Comes
it.
in, Senyo grabs the Dragon in time, and
Oh,
good
that's
move! Massively pulls in FLA, and FLA fighting a losing battle. The Galio ultimate used, tries to dash back in, Emo flashes
goodness.
away from the taunt.
But this is a Baron call moment. I think FLA, they need to run it down to Baron. They want to go for mid-tier 2, I believe, but that's not enough. They need to get something more. They have 3 dragons on the side of one team. FLA, they need to make a play.
They're split. They don't know what they want to try and go for. They're going for the mid lane turret. They're going to be content with taking this one. But Kid's running back in now. Gets the face breaker. Gets the initial catch on the top.
no,
Domin misses out jumping with the wall. He doesn't get to go across. Jax picks up the kill. Senyo finds kill credit for this one. Ninja 7 comes in as well. It's a trade back on both fronts. Comp stops Senyo from continuing on. But one team find the jungler here.
The gold lead remains 6,000, but 3 dragons in the pocket of one team. Mountain and Fire. You're going to be very happy with those. Baron Nashor, that was the call here. FLA, they had to force something, but their health bars were low. They were afraid, and now one team, they seize the day.
Domin wants to pick up
Yeah,
teleport here,
wow.
but they realize they can't go for this. One team start to back off.
Yeah.
Hey, Omo,
Yes.
you go
Brandon.
Fire and Mountain. What about Ocean Drake?
Yeah, I mean, who cares? But we do care about the Baron, though. It's constantly dance right now, and that's because there's a very real threat. Jax with Blade of the Rune King with the Ardent Sensor buff on him takes that one down so fast.
I'm gonna champion my Ocean Drake aficionados.
Grandin! Baron Nashor, that's the objective we care about. Ocean Dragon no longer matters, but what? This is really nice from Arisen, by the way. This is really good. He's making use of the fact that he has a global to recognize that, you know what, I can go to side lane. I can push out side lanes. I can heroic entrance in. He has death cap as well, so we've got to keep in mind this is a full AP.
Oh my goodness.
Burst
FLA, they know when Ninja 7 is.
Nice. They know, but it's not enough, right? He's slippery on the Rakan, and that's a problem with FLA's team comp. The only hard lockdown they have belongs to Arisen. So if he's on the side lane, sure, he can join the team fight, but he won't be the one to pull the trigger for you. And to be fair, the last 2 games, this game and the last one, Arisen has been the playmaker for FLA. Now he's no longer able to be with them.
And you still see right now one team in a gold deficit position. They're playing on the back foot. Watch this FLA bringing the Defcon. They're looking to pick them up. They have to start backing away. Senyo moves in with the counter strike. Setup comes in. Arisen jumps in. They won't be able to finish off the Jax. The killing spree happens for The what happens for Arise. Cons continues to push the forward as well. Ninja 7's taken
That's
out.
Baron, that's Baron. That was a mistake from Cienyo. He misclicked his leap strike. He jumped on the spot when he could have jumped out of there, and that was all it took. Once you give them an inch, FLA, they will run you over. The reset came in from Calm as well. That's Baron Nashor given up to FLA. That's a 60,000 gold gap for, well, not a gap, but 60,000 gold in the pockets of FLA. One team, I mean, they have the Dragons, but at this point in the game, you know, do the Dragons really matter that much when you're this far behind?
They have to get the knowledge right. That's their win condition. That's the way to get back into the series.
I mean, I feel like FLA, they need to be making sure at this point with the gold lead that they have, with the champions that they have, the brick wall tanks, that one team do not even get to walk into the river.
Look,
that's what they need to do.
Is this the point where you say is insurmountable?
I would say it is. I would say this is basically insurmountable. I think FLA, they have this one in the bag, but you got to keep in mind, if by some miracle, one team, they steal that dragon away, that might be a comeback chance.
But Dragon's coming up in under 40 seconds at this point. And FLA have full control. They have the minions rushing in, flooding in 3 lanes. Only a matter of time as one team watches this happen. They have the package up so they could make a play. Kids off by the side trying to find an angle to initiate.
Yeah, Kid is so poor right now. He hasn't been farming for a while. The farm has largely been funneled over to Cienyo. And we talk about how Jax has hard time against this team. Look at the damage from the center.
Missed the chance for the initiation. Arise gets to walk in. Kid comes in looking to force a fight. Find something. Finally, can they make a play happen? Kid, he jumps in, but just as quickly has to jump out. FLA start to rush in through the mid lane. Send the first turret down.
The Elder is up, Grandin, but they don't care. FLA say, we know we have the game in the palms of our hand. They're going to push in the top wave. They have the Baron. Just one cannon creep, but I think it's enough.
Making full use of the Baron buff. Starting to rush in from the top side. One still fully alive. Everyone on the team available, but it's not looking good for them.
10,000 gold lead for FLA. I think that trumps any Dragons you could have except the Elder. That's the last objective standing on the map. Baron, he's not going to get to respawn in time for this game.
Ping's coming
This
through.
last Dragon, FLA, they're going to make a beeline there. One team, I don't know what they can do. There's nowhere for them to go.
I mean, even as you see this fight, they initiate first. Kid gets the angle on them, pulls in Calm, but despite that, no damage to follow through.
You hate to see it, right? Your Rakan grand entrance is in, force the proto battle away, but that's just the state of the game. FLA, they have full control. This could be it. This could be Philippines sending 2 teams to the knockouts.
That's the 8,000 gold difference. That's the insurmountable gold difference that we're looking at. The Dragon now started up. Domeng able to do it single-handedly. One team unaware, have no knowledge of this happening right in front of them. Going into the shroud makes it difficult for them to make a play. Facebreaker starts to pull them in. But he's silenced. He's taken out so quickly. Redemption used on both sides. Heroic entrance, but one team have kite away. They're locked down in place. Either way, FLA start to run them down in the mid lane. Do it all in the face of greatness. FLA will be the second seed going in the playoffs.
Joining Cerberus, joining RRQ. It's going to be FENNEL Adversity in a dominant Game 5. We give up 3 Dragons, but we don't care. We take the kills, we take your base, we take the series.
In a full 5 games, FLA finished 3-2, finishing strong.
FENNEL Adversity. They overcame their demons at the end of the day. They go on to the knockout stages, joining Cerberus. Look at the elation from them. You can completely understand it. You might say, yeah, this is just joining knockouts. But they've beaten their demons. They've beaten the Masters team. They've knocked out one of the relics, one of the old god in the form of one team. I think I saw someone fall down there.
Someone definitely fell over. Someone definitely fell over.
Oh man, honestly, I nearly fell over myself. That was an insane series that we just watched. What a fitting start to the WCS knockouts, Grandin.
Oh my goodness. And what better teams to send than Cerberus and FENNEL Adversity up against the strongest, the best there is to offer in the WCS.
I can't say it's a surprise, Grandin. FENNEL Adversity and Cerberus, exactly like I predicted, in the exact order that I predicted.
I didn't predict
by
this.
Team, followed by EVOS. I told
was
you.
so wrong.
It's all obvious.
Yeah, I was so wrong.
Yeah, it was so obvious, guys.
Look, I think you can. I'll grant you this. This is the first and last time I'm gonna afford
it's
you
not
this.
even this because it's just so obvious. It's just this, isn't it?
A huge congratulations over to FENNEL Adversity, playing an intense series and many matches today.
Such
All
a
the
long
teams
day for them.
played so many matches today, and even joining into this one, we saw them take wins off Cerberus.
That's the thing, right? You gotta keep in mind, they didn't just beat one team today. They 2-0'd Cerberus and 3-2 one team. This is such a resume going to the knockout stages. I think any team that draws FENNEL Adversity, you might be shaking a little.
here. Watch out for these guys. FENNEL Adversity rushing in. Guns blazing. I mean, watch out for these guys. They are looking on fire, on form. I can only look forward to the next match coming up.
Me too, right? I think they really grew a lot throughout the tournament, and I'm looking forward to see what form we see for them in the best of 5 knockouts.
All right, it's been a full day of action-packed matches from us. We're going to toss it back over to the panelists as they start to clean up for the rest of the day.
FLA yarn. There you go.
I love it too. Oh my god.
What a tight game.
Yeah, FLA yarn. That's so true.
Sana all.
Sana all.
There you go.
Guys are
But
amazing.
Riku, we're starting off with you first. Definitely FLA. That final strategy from the Jets coming up, the composition of one team Esports didn't work out.
Yeah, I love the adjustment that FLA did. Like, they've used this composition before. This, well, not exactly, but the Darius Garen combo where you're super duper tanky, you're up against linear compositions where you know they're gonna dive into you. So it's expected that the Jax comes in, you silence them, every single thing on your kit has value, you spin around, you deal damage, you have a lot of burst, you have a lot of resets to work with because of the Darius ult as well. It's just so perfect. And at the end of the day, FLA drafted his composition. I was like, where's the damage? Graves was there. And it's just, wow, wow,
You believe in them this time. You believe in them.
I believe in them.
Contra.
I won't say I was a non-believer, but I am all in. I will root FLA till the very end.
Hell yeah.
I think that they have been the most creative team, the
Yes.
cleanest team in many of all these execution towards what they wanted in the draft. And look at this, right? They have clear-cut answers to this hyper-scaling Jax that we were all worried about.
Yeah.
So what do they really have to do? One team, they drafted double support. But that also make them lack in terms of the damage output. Nobody can kill either the Garen or anybody at all. The
Yeah.
only kill only went to Shenyo, so just to disrupt that perfect runner once again. But I felt that there can be no better execution than this.
Yeah, don't forget about the healing that Danny provided as the Senna, the shields, the Galio also supplementing the necessary CC to put them in their place and keep spinning around. It's Beyblade time.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was Beyblade time.
And they are so tanky. We're talking about the Darius Garen, both of them in there. Plus also, Rakan from Ninja 7 tried to get in. Find who? There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, it was really
Not
hard.
at all.
Even though there was a setup happening, you get the knock up down, but that's fine. They're all melee champions. They're gonna spin around. They have a lot of sustain, a lot of shielding, and it's all about out-sustaining, one team in that scenario.
Yeah, props to Omo, Grandin, and everybody else out there. I think like they had to work overtime to cover this entirety of the bout, and so many back and forths going on. And in this instance of a series where we saw, FLA, they have shut down so many of all these teams, making their mark here in WCS Southeast Asia history. That I think from here on, like everyone will look at them as the team worthy of champions.
Exactly. There's so much to look at for FENNEL Adversity. They've shown that they're capable of running different types of composition with finesse, with confidence. And it didn't look that they were, uncomfy at all. They were like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And it was such an amazing look for them because when we look back at the regional finals, their regional performance, just a big, huge amount of growth for this team.
Yeah, they're so comfy until someone falls down just now in the camera.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he's okay. He still needs to play for tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's okay. They're just very, very happy about this moment.
Yeah, Contra.
Well, if you get a little bit injury, it's like, at least you'll remember it. It's like, okay, I was celebrating hard, right? Like, yeah, you have a cool story to tell to everybody out there, so that's absolutely fine.
For some reason, we have like a lot of iconic celebrations from the Philippine region. Got RQ ruining the table, jumping up and down. FENNEL Adversity this time around, moving on to the knockout stages. They're repeating, look at them jumping up and down, and then suddenly.
Wait, who was that? Who was that?
Who fell? Somebody fell. There he is.
Was that Ryzen?
Maybe he had his back against us. So yeah.
I hope he's gonna be okay because they just qualified themselves to the playoff. It's not over yet. We have so many best of 5 starting tomorrow.
2 Philippine teams representing WCS finals. Woo!
Hell yeah.
Mabuhay the Philippines to the WCS finals because definitely tomorrow is gonna be a grind here. We can see Odolus just grinning all the way.
He's staring at
smug
us.
look.
He took over almost. He is like, yeah, I want to see what you guys have to say. I'm the biggest. I'm the one laughing now, right?
I need the emote here where do we have the brand creepy smile. That's definitely Odolus'
definitely
face.
Odolus,
Yeah, definitely Odolus right now. But hey, we're gonna throw the break for a bit because after this, we still have the live draw and also interviewing our Cerberus first placement in the play-in. See you guys after this.
Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh, I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, rapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everybody. We're down to our end of play-ins, and we're gonna walk over to our playoff starting tomorrow. But you guys are tuning in the day 3 of WCS Finals, and also this is brought to you by Riot Games, and thank you Coca-Cola, One Esports, and definitely Goosey Gamers. But right now, Riku and Contra, we're gonna interview our first place of the play-ins, which is gonna be Cerberus Esports. Woo!
Well, I'm really excited. They definitely do extremely well throughout the course of the play-ins, and they were unfazed. We saw that teams such as FLA even had trials and tribulations against them, and we look back, they just had those perfect runs until we saw early on today FLA clinching that win. They definitely deserve to be on the second spot.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. They had a very dominating start here over at the play-ins of the WCS Finals, and it made, it just solidified where they are in the entirety for at least during the play-ins. I'm excited to see them perform during the knockout stages.
Definitely, because right now we do have both of the teams finish off for the play-ins today. FLA plays the second, but we'll be interviewing, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Genza from Cerberus Esports. So is he already here right now? We have no clue. But definitely Cerberus, the only team managed to defeat them was FLA. And both teams, Cerberus and FLA, will actually start to be in action tomorrow for the rest of 6 more teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just a lot. They're able to warm up during the play-ins. They're able to get a taste of a little bit about region versus region, and I feel like they've warmed up enough and ready for the knockout stages. But don't forget, I did a really nice Cerberus fan art, by the way. Check it out on my Twitter.
Oh.
At RicoCasts. Thanks.
All right, I'll retweet that for you later.
Thanks, dude. Thanks.
I'll help you out.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go. We have Genza on the panel and on the screen back of our heads right now. Genza, how are you feeling? Congratulations to Cerberus Esports winning first place in the play-ins. But how are you feeling heading over to the playoffs starting tomorrow?
Họ hỏi em là đầu tiên là chúc mừng em về cái cuộc chiến thắng để mà lấy được slot vào ngày mai, và muốn hỏi em rằng là hôm nay là em cảm thấy như thế nào về cái trận đấu và cho ngày mai như thế nào nữa.
Dạ, thứ nhất thì em rất là vui vì tụi em đã nhất bảng và đã giành được slot vô, và tiếp đến là ngày mai tụi em phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa để giành slot được đi châu Âu.
First of all, thank you for congratulating us. We were so happy to get the first place in our group stage, and tomorrow we will try our best to get the slot to go to Europe.
Wow. Awesome. And of course, congratulations once again. Genza, you and your team have went through a very difficult play-in stage, and I want to ask, what were the main challenges for you, and how did you prepare for this WCS finals overall?
Trước tiên á, là muốn hỏi em là về cái sự chuẩn bị cho cái giải đấu này á, thì trong những trận đấu qua á, là những cái khó khăn mà ở chính em á, đã gặp và team mình đã gặp á, Thì trong những cái số thử thách đó thì em cảm thấy cái gì mà nó làm em cảm thấy khó khăn nhất và em đã chuẩn bị cho nó như thế nào?
Trong cái quãng thời gian đó thì tụi em có nghiên cứu về đối thủ rất là rõ, và hầu như là trong các trận tập luyện á, tụi em đều có trải qua với họ nhiều rồi, cho nên tụi em vẫn có một cái phần nào đó thông tin về họ, nên tụi em chuẩn bị tốt hơn cho nên mới thắng.
As for the preparation, we did a lot of scrims with a lot of the opponents that we facing in WCS, and we had a lot of times that we have faced against them in scrims, so we had like a small idea like how we would like to face them in the WCS.
That's awesome, and all that preparation was definitely worth it based on your experience and even getting that first place towards in the play-ins. But my question is, of course, congratulations once again to you, Genza and Cerberus Esports. My question is, now we're moving forward towards the knockout stages. Which team are you looking forward to face and why?
Sắp tới là vòng loại của WCS thì trong những các team mà em đã gặp thì em muốn gặp ai trong cái vòng loại tiếp theo?
Đối với em, vòng loại tiếp theo em muốn gặp AQ và Buriram.
So as you can hear from Genza, he is very interested in meeting RQ and Bodianza.
That's definitely a match that we're looking forward
Yeah,
to.
but definitely that's going to be the one that we should look at. Hopefully, it depends on our live role later. But thank you so much, Genza. And we wish you from the panelists, all the crew here today, all the best for tomorrow when it's starting off for playoff. Hopefully, these guys will draw you in a good bracket. And congratulations again for Cerberus Esports.
Thì họ chúc mừng Cerberus Esports về cái trận vì cái slot của mình. Lại thứ hai nữa là họ chúc mình là ngày mai mình sẽ có một trận thi đấu tốt. Em có một lời nói gì muốn gửi cho họ?
Em cảm ơn họ đã cổ vũ động viên team em và tất cả mọi người đã xem team em đánh. Tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức ạ.
Thank you to the analyst desk and the crew for supporting us, and also the fans that have watched all of the games. We will try our best to maintain our performances.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Cerberus, let's go!
Genza is so adorable.
I know, right?
He looks so kind and adorable. He's so nice. The way he speaks is so different from the way he plays.
Yeah, he's so fierce as the best marksman of Vietnam. So I think like it's a little bit of stark contrast, like, you know, in and out of the game. He's still great overall.
That's true.
I mean, like we've done for our play-ins, yeah, setting off our foot on the right track when it comes to day number 4 tomorrow. But we're done with day number 3. What do you have for your thoughts here today when it comes to the entirety of play-ins, Riku?
All I'm gonna say, 2 teams representing the Philippine region in the playoffs. Let's go!
Well, I could also say the same for the Vietnam region overall, because now we will also have them as well as Team Flash. So now let's take a look at the brackets once again. It's been a long journey, huh?
It has been.
This is the standings, by the way, not the bracket. Just to get confused with tomorrow's playoff. CES, Cerberus Esports maintained number 1 spot by the end of our play-ins, but it was just the day 3 of WCS finals. FLA finally emerged after that. What a gruesome best of 5, getting themselves that 8 points there.
Yeah, I know, it's so crazy when we think about the history of FENNEL adversity. Last year, they were here before, play-ins, and they were beaten down by basically the Masters region, Flash Wolves. This time around, they got to meet Masters again, but in a different form. It was one esports, but the difference is they defeated their inner demons. They defeated one team, and now they move on to the next round. Ah, so exciting.
Yeah, and you remember about the callouts where they wanted to meet Brum United or so. Now there's only going to be one representative of Thailand and another from the Masters region. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of answers back if they were ever to clash eventually. I honestly can't wait for playoffs to happen. It's happening pretty soon.
Yup.
So yeah, right now, definitely we want to know who will be in which bracket. And definitely one of the teams who will be in the bracket. It will be CERBERUS and also FLA joining the rest of the 6 teams that confirm in the playoff. Buriram, RRQF, Sam9. Who else are left out again?
Versus Esports.
Team Flash.
There you go. All the flashes is in there as well. But for now, we're gonna take a break for a bit because we're gonna just prepare for the live draw and we're gonna see the bracket later on. See you guys in just a tiny bit. Wait more, okay?
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me I can hear whisper too far away.
Welcome back, everyone, and this is the WCS Finals Playoff Draw, and we'll be determining the 8-team bracket. So, you know what? We're not wasting any more time. Let's get started.
All
So,
right.
basically, I'm gonna explain first. We have 2 pools here, which are gonna be pool 1 and pool 2. We have 4 teams each of this pool, and divided into A, B, C, D bracket. Each bracket for the first slot will be taken by pool 1, and the second slot will be by pool 2. In case we actually draw out the same region in pool 1 and pool 2, it's going to be pushed down or actually swap over. So to actually make you guys understand, we're going to start it off straight away with also Odolus and Riku on our panel. Are you guys ready for the draw? We're going to take pool 1 first, and I'm not even looking at it. Can I even put it in the ball? Not looking at it, and just going to mix it over. And who's going to take the fate of the teams first?
I'll go first.
Yeah, alphabetical order, Autolus.
Yeah, very Zotolus, right?
No peeking.
Very
no
high spirits.
peeking.
All right, let's go. Okay.
There you go.
First team.
First team.
First team. The fate is in your hands.
Oh,
now.
I love it. I love it. It's
Thank
really
you.
rolled.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. All right. It's from our region.
Oh, oh my God! This is straight from your region. Who's fighting it? It's gonna be dependent on you guys to determine about them as well.
Yeah.
Since you guys are both from the Philippine region, both from Philippines are joining in with FLA. And the first one, RQ, Riku.
Yeah, this is RQ. This is their debut in the WCS tournament, an SEA level tournament when it comes to Wild Rift. So very excited for their performance. Got the #1 mid laner, the #1 jungler all in one team. We've got Chaz and Helio. So excited to see how they perform in the tournament.
So Riku, are you ready for the next one?
Oh, hell yeah. Here we go.
No peeking. There you go.
Mixing it up.
Mixing it with a magical touch.
You know the best part about it is I think I will get tagged with the RQ thingy.
Oh yeah, like Autolus again. Oh, here we go. I got it. The second team is boom.
Flash Wolf. This gonna be quite hard for the Masters region. Have spoken in the B bracket.
The champion of the Masters region. Unfortunately for them, they will only be having just one team, at least for the playoffs. Why? Because of FENNEL adversity. Well, just putting it out there. But as Brandon said, I was actually talking to him earlier, and I was eager to tell him, hey, you know what? In Southeast Asia, we have a clear, defined 2 best regions already in Vietnam and Philippines. But he said, don't count out Flash Wolves.
Yeah, for sure.
Back to you, Autolus.
All right,
Are you
let's
ready
go.
for the next one?
Oh, he is ready.
He's more than ready. He's always ready.
He already
Torch in
picked
space.
RQ, so he's extra ready.
Yeah, that's true. That's the only thing I
Now,
care about.
who will be in this bracket?
Let's see.
Uh,
There will be Buriram United Esports.
Oh, we've talked about them with just now CERBERUS Esports.
yeah, Cerberus is definitely looking forward to face Buriram United Esports. They had an amazing run last year, actually, during the CE Champs. They were winning a lot of these BO5s. They were relying heavily on late game scaling. So I'm excited to see what the changes are, because we see a lot of teams so far in the play-ins changing their play style. So we'll have to see.
And speaking of play-ins, they were from the play-ins last year.
That's
and
true.
they really impressed a lot. In fact, last chance qualifier, if I remember correctly, and just went on a rampage.
Riku, it's down to you for the last bracket here.
I'm still going to mix it up, even though there's just
Yep,
one
it's
left.
just one ball, but mix it anyway.
Integrity. Let's
yeah.
go.
Okay, I'm opening this up, and it's going to be... I mean, of course, it's the only one left, right? So I should know what it is. Team Flash.
So both C and D bracket will be with the Flash. We do know team with the Flash name, including Team Flash, is going to be one of the most aggressive ones.
I think most of the talents has pegged Team Flash as the #1 team in this tournament, and for a good reason, right? They dismantled CERBERUS Esports during their regional finals, and the first team that came out from the play-ins is actually that team.
Yeah,
CERBERUS.
yeah. Exactly. I'm so excited to see Coyote play. Like, I'm a big fan of Coyote because he plays
shy.
every single mid laner, can play anything in the mid lane, rather.
That's true.
There's just oceans of pool of champions, more than oceans. But hey, we're gonna jump over for pool 2 now. Now this is where it gets spicy. I'm gonna mix over who will actually draw. If look for me, Aurelius, who's actually in the first bracket if we draw this.
It will be RRQ, right? So
Yeah. Just to
the
remind.
only time that there will be an adjustment is if I pick their code.
Yeah, FENNEL adversity. Yeah, pretty much.
So who start first? Odalus? He just can't wait. Okay,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
peeking. No peeking. There you go.
No.
Take one.
Alright, so
this is so...
RRQ, I'm sorry in advance. Alright, we'll see.
Oh.
Oh my god, this
Oh no.
is Percy's
Versus
Esports.
Esports versus RRQ versus Riku. Your thoughts?
Well, I believe Autolus wanna fanboy
Yeah,
about Persis
reunion!
Esports.
I'm sorry because the Baron laner who was able to bag multiple MVPs for Percy's Esports is actually a former Baron laner for Rex Ragub Khan
Exactly.
on RQ. And RQ being an ID org, it will be like a civil war thing, right?
Oh,
it will be very interesting
no.
as to how the comments will play out.
It's gonna be Autolus fault for that. Hey, next one, Riku. A lot of responsibility here.
Yep. Let's see. I'm mixing it up. I picked one up and wait. Okay.
For the second bracket, it's gonna be against. Is it match 3?
It's gonna be Flash Wolves.
It's,
I believe.
it will be Flash Wolves, yeah.
Okay, thank
Match
you.
Okay,
number
I
2.
got the piece of paper, and it's gonna be boom.
Cerberus.
Esports.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's so spicy.
That's too spicy.
Holy balls of fire! It's very spicy.
The Cerberus.
I mean, after for Cerberus Esports, what I'm concerned about them is that they weren't able to get over the hump against Team Flash, and now they face another Goliath, another big team in Flash World. So that's definitely spicy and definitely worth watching.
Oh, definitely one of the best for tomorrow, but we're not done. We still have 2 more teams to go to lose.
Number 3.
Yeah, who's gonna face Buriram United Esports?
Number 3.
Yep.
Let's see.
Buriram.
Orange goes
What's
there.
with that expression?
feels like something off here. Are you okay? Sam9! Oh, this is my region team. Now, Sam9, they are all new vamped up before this new are known as Vijaya Dragons, but they definitely have additional team. And this is, I have to say, their best team for MY for now, for SG region as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see if this lineup will actually fare good enough when it comes to against Buriram, one of the toughest actually. We'll see.
That's true. Well, I'm good friends with Sagi, and Sagi will have a handful.
Yeah.
Buriram United Esports, yeah. We'll see.
We'll see if it's gonna happen. But last one here, Riku, down to you.
I know there's just one team left.
Yeah,
and we
we
all
just-
know who
we
it
just
is.
pretend
But I'll
we don't
pretend
know.
I don't know what this is. Okay, I'm gonna open it up.
Yep.
Ish. And then I'm gonna put it here. And then, wow, will you look at that? It's
FENNEL adversity!
oh! They're going up against Team Flash. Oh my God!
Oh my God, that's a very tough opponent for FENNEL adversity.
I believe in them.
Everybody just like,
But if there is any, silver lining, they were able to win against Cerberus
That's
2-0, right? So, borrowing some of their plays from Team Flash, from Team Flash themselves, I believe they've studied Team Flash in advance. And again, this is what we have.
It's all down to you guys to actually do the draw just now. But look at this, so spicy since the start. RRQ versus Persis, and then we have Flash Wolf versus Cerberus, Buriram versus Sam9 and Team Flash for FENNEL adversity. FENNEL adversity, they had so much game today.
I know.
And have to face such a strong opening for tomorrow as well.
That's okay. That's the momentum that will drive you to the next level, right? You don't want to stop here.
Yep.
You want to stop once you're already content, and I think content is when they are already booked for Icons Global.
Exactly. I think that's definitely the main goal for everyone here in the WCS finals. And for those of you who are fans of all the teams here, don't have to worry. As you can see on your screens, there's a lower bracket. If they lose on their first match, they fall down to the lower bracket. There's that safety net.
Yep, still another chance to go. So there's going to be double elimination format. So that concludes our draw, and I definitely can't wait for tomorrow's match. And you guys watching at home, be sure you jot down the time and also the date, especially when it comes to tomorrow's matches. We have no clue who's fighting against each other yet. but who's actually going first? Because we only have 2 series for best of 5 starting off tomorrow. So we'll see you guys again for all the casters and panels on their behalf. I'm thanking all of you guys been following us since day 1. We still have more to go. Thank you again, Rico and Odolus, for the live draw as well. So see you guys back here for our playoff.
Bye bye. Good night.
Let's go.
Took it all for granted. Caught up in the madness, yeah. It goes hand in hand, but I know my path, yeah. Now I know my plans. Oh, never stayed for too long. Felt a pull inside so strong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't